Shen Xi was struck by love at first sight for Chen Chuan, undoubtedly captivated by his handsome features and well-built physique. Is it not the nature of contemporary youth to be both materialistic and hedonistic? She initially believed that after a single night, they could part ways amicably, but he proposed, since we have already gotten to know each other so well, why not marry? So they wed. Yet, this impulsive marriage proved to be rather unreliable. Only after their union did Shen Xi discover that Chen Chuan was both miserly and sharp-tongued, and, crucially, a layabout who preferred to live off her earnings. He boasted with a thick skin, who could just eat soft rice. It takes skill to enjoy it as I do. How astute. Thus, they settled into their roles. She became the breadwinner while he took on domestic responsibilities. They could manage their lives this way, and what was stopping them from parting ways if they chose? After all, he was undeniably charming and knew how to entertain. She was financially secure and could afford to indulge. However, as time passed, it became apparent that his reliance on her was increasingly untenable. It seemed as if the entire street where he loitered belonged to him. Chen Chuan exhaled a smoke ring and remarked, "Oh, a second-generation demolisher. Don't be envious, I have plenty of money, but I just enjoy the softer life." Chen Chuan also experienced love at first sight with Shen Xi. Her mere presence brought him comfort and joy. But liking someone is one thing, while loving them is an entirely different matter. Spending money on a woman? Impossible. Never in this lifetime. Yet, the slap of reality arrived all too swiftly. Need a house? I have countless buildings. Choose whichever you fancy, as long as it pleases you. Want a car? Cars are impractical. A house is far better. Here, take a house. He was enchanted by her avaricious demeanor, loving her more with each glance. Xiao Xi, could you lend your mother 8,000 yuan? At 4:30 in the morning, as Shen Xi settled into a taxi, Su Liwen's call came through. She immediately asked for money, regardless of the hour or whether she disturbed her daughter's sleep. Seeing her daughter silent, Su Liwen quickly added, "Your sister wants to study music, and it's so expensive." I obviously disagree. I told her it's tough for your sister to support both of us. Even if we can't get into university, attending a vocational school would allow her to earn money sooner to help you. Who would have thought that ungrateful child would argue that since you love her so much, she knew you would agree? We argued all night, and she just stormed out of the house. You know I'm truly helpless, and now I'm asking you. Though she claimed to be borrowing, both mother and daughter knew it was a one-way transaction. Su Liwen always called on Shen Xi to ask for money. However, she was cunning and did not ask directly. She would first engage in a tender preamble. In the past, Shen Xi felt compelled to help because they were family and her mother had it hard. But now, she replied calmly, "Oh, if you don't have the money, then don't study." Xiao Xi, I'm truly at my wit's end. You know your Uncle Zhang saves all his money for his son from his first marriage. He doesn't care about me or your sister, and I can't work because of my health. Su Liwen began to cry. When Shen Xi had just retired from a national team, she returned home, enrolled in university, and became an ordinary physical education teacher. Yes, the one who frequently fell ill. Unfortunately, a university physical education teacher had little opportunity to be sick. When she first started at the school, Su Liwen had called to lament, and then she had taken her daughter's salary card. Thankfully, Shen Xi had acted preemptively. By the time her ex-husband, Shen Daji, came asking for money, it was too late. However, Shen Daji had not lost out, as over the years, Shen Xi's salary from the national team had remained firmly in his hands, save for his favored son, Shen He, to buy a house and marry. Su Liwen schemed, thinking that since she had not managed to take her daughter's salary car before, it was her turn now. Thus, as soon as Shen Xi began working at the school, she sought out her daughter. Her remarried daughter's tuition and living expenses were all covered by this salary, and life was tight, so she frequently called to cry poor, hoping to squeeze every last dime. Now, with Shen Xi in high school, wanting to pursue music, which cost tens of thousands a year, Su Liwen had to come back to her daughter for help. This child was naive and easily swayed. Xiao Xi, I know you are the most filial among my children. You wouldn't abandon your mother and sister. Once your sister graduates, she will surely remember your kindness. A grand vision indeed. I have no money. She is your biological sister. This affects her future. As her elder sister, if you have the ability, why not lend her a hand? Mom, Shen Xi shouted, interrupting Su Liwen's tirade and startling the taxi driver. My salary card was taken by you last year. For so long, you and Dad have been asking me for money without ever considering how I survive. Right now, I don't have a single penny to spare. Just yesterday, I borrowed 500 from Kali for dinner, and now that you've called, I can save money by giving it to you. Just send me some, and I'll repay you when my salary comes next month. There was a pause on the other end, as if Su Liwen hadn't expected such a response. You, how could I possibly have money? Mom, I'm your biological daughter. Didn't you say you love me most? If I can't afford to eat, doesn't that reflect poorly on you? If I'm mocked at school, does that bring you pride? Since your sister has run away from home, she likely doesn't want to study. Just send me her tuition for next semester to tide me over. What? Su Liwen was taken aback. How could she have expected to receive money when she had not even asked? Surely, her daughter was just waking up and was irritable. Xiao Xi, I won't disturb your sleep. Let's talk about this in a few days. The sound of the phone hanging up echoed in Shen Xi's ears. She chuckled coldly as she put her phone away. This was how to walk their path, forcing them to veer. Su Liwen's daughter from her current marriage had both parents. When would it be Shen Xi's turn to take responsibility? Moreover, if she could barely afford to eat, what right did her sister have to pursue music? If she truly loved it, she could simply sing on the mountains. If she craved an audience, she could compete for space in the park with the elderly. Did she really think herself a wealthy beauty? During her time training and studying, Shen Xi had lived either at school or with the team, seldom interacting with her family and returning home even less during holidays. Thus, while they were family in name, her understanding of them was limited. Her parents had divorced long ago, yet each call was filled with warmth and concern, claiming to care for her deeply, lamenting the burdens of the household, and hoping to extract some support from her. Shen Xi, being accommodating, had handed over her salary card without hesitation, believing that the bonuses from competitions were where the real money lay. However, upon returning home after her retirement and gradually increasing her contact with family, she came to the realization that she had become her parents' financial lifeline. Sister needed wedding gifts? Ask Shen Xi. Brother wanted a new phone? Ask Shen Xi. Sister needed tuition? Ask Shen Xi. In short, rather than considering how to earn money themselves, they would call Shen Xi to cry about their financial struggles, always requesting modest sums, never asking for tens of thousands outright. Thus, Shen Xi initially paid little attention, thinking that small amounts were inconsequential. Recently, she checked her account balance and was taken aback. Over the past year and more, nearly 100,000 yuan had slipped through her fingers. Shen Xi had never been overly concerned with such trifles regarding her family. After all, her father had to care for so many children post-divorce, and her mother's remarriage brought its own challenges. They sought small amounts, and since she preferred to maintain her distance from family, it felt fair that while they took her money, she remained aloof. 1 or 2,000 here, and there didn't seem much, so she gave it willingly. Yet, as the old saying goes, little by little and the bowl is full. She wasn't foolish. A quick calculation revealed an alarming truth. Good heavens. Unwittingly, she had become the family's cash cow. She took it upon herself to inquire about the Zhang family's circumstances. And what a revelation it was. It turned out that her mother was not only exploiting her to support her younger sister, but also catering to the needs of her new husband's entire family. Casual inquiries revealed that the Zhang family's daughter-in-law boasted about her mother-in-law's remarkable ability to keep her daughter firmly in line, with a monthly allowance that sustained the entire household's indulgences. The boasting was so fervent, so animated, that it inadvertently bestowed upon Shen Xi a rather unfortunate reputation as a foolish benefactor and simple-minded girl within their community. Shen Xi entered with a fair complexion, only to exit with a furrowed brow. Previously, she may have accepted the financial support without question, but now she was enlightened. Whoever wished to be the foolish girl could take on that role. She certainly would not. Chapter 2. The wedding. Shen Xi's dear friend, Imo Yan'an, is getting married today. Serving as the maid of honor, she arrived in her friend's hometown, Hezhou, yesterday via high-speed train from Hecheng. Understanding her friend's busy schedule, she opted not to disturb her and found a hotel to stay in. Early this morning, she hurriedly took a taxi to her friend's house, as Imo Yan'an had urged her to arrive early. Imo Yan'an was Shen Xi's college roommate, majoring in Chinese, and after graduation, she returned to her hometown to become a teacher, subsequently following a conventional path of arranged marriage. Although they couldn't meet frequently, their bond remained strong, which is why Shen Xi traveled such a distance from Hecheng to be here. Upon reuniting with her old friend, there was little time for conversation. Weddings are truly exhausting affairs. However, the fatigue was nothing compared to the peculiar and outrageous character she encountered as a maid of honor. Shen Xi was kept busy running around, even with the help of 2 other maids. Fortunately, she possessed good stamina, while the other maids struggled to catch their breath. She was able to sip on milk and take in her surroundings. The 3 groomsmen were a sight to behold, each unique in their own way. One stood out among the rest, captivating the attention of every woman present. With a height of approximately 188 centimeters, he possessed striking features: dark, soulful eyes, tousled black hair, a straight nose, and a beautifully defined lip line, making him undeniably handsome. He exuded an aura of mature masculinity that was simply mesmerizing, far surpassing the effeminate young men often seen on television. Even Shen Xi, accustomed to muscular physiques, found herself somewhat enchanted, not to mention the older women who surrounded him, completely enamored. Although it was someone else's wedding, the older ladies formed a tight circle around the groomsman, who, despite his aloof demeanor, displayed remarkable patience, posing for photos with them and even participating in a short video shoot. After the jovial antics concluded, the older ladies were left fluttering with delight, their hearts racing as they exchanged phone numbers. Shen Xi, biting on her milk straw, watched him with disdain. When he finally managed to disperse the crowd of older women and turned his gaze toward her, her heart raced uncontrollably. He casually waved his phone, presenting a payment code for a photo or video session. What? So he hadn't been exchanging WeChat contacts with the older ladies, but rather collecting money? Shen Xi's expression soured. She was not interested in discussing finances. Mo Yanan's husband hailed from a rural background in Hezhou, living in a self-built four-story house, reportedly among the wealthiest in the village. The wedding banquet took place in the village's grand hall, bustling with neighbors lending a hand, all while enjoying the meal. Shen Xi followed the bride and groom, carrying red envelopes, her face strained from smiling, while also helping the bride fend off drinks. The locals certainly knew how to drink. 2.5 of the 3 bridesmaids were already out of commission, leaving Shen Xi to hold her ground, albeit barely, as they mixed white and red wines together. The wedding customs in Hezhou were quite different, with a complex sequence of rituals. Shen Xi, exhausted, lamented the low divorce rate in the region. Who would dare to marry again after such a grueling affair? Just when she thought the evening would conclude after toasting the newlyweds and sending them home, the main event was only beginning. Initially, she watched as Mo Yan played a game of drinking yogurt with Yuan's father, the audience erupting in laughter and asking inappropriate questions. Yuan's father, with a smug grin, answered effortlessly, much to Shen Xi's frustration. Yet, seeing her friend's flushed face, she restrained her indignation, knowing that Mo Yan, being an introverted girl, would endure the awkwardness. However, the audience was relentless, demanding that Mo Yan answer questions herself, threatening further penalties if she didn't comply. As Shen Xi witnessed Yuan's bald father leaning in with his thick, oily lips, she felt as if a thunderbolt had struck her. Yuan's round face was twisted in glee, and his mother watched with a smile while the crowd cheered, oblivious to Mo Yan's distress. Tears welled in Mo Yan's eyes as she leaned back, trying to shield herself. Just then, Yuan's father's lips pressed against a dirty plate, smeared with remnants of food. In a fit of anger, he looked up to find the most beautiful maid of honor blocking him with a dish. "Hey, what's your problem?" The crowd responded with discontent, criticizing Shen Xi for disrupting the joyful chaos of the wedding. The new groom, wearing a frown, approached Shen Xi to chastise her for spoiling the festivities and turned to Mo Yan, lamenting that he should have chosen his cousin instead of inviting outsiders who disrupted the celebration. Shen Xi comforted her trembling friend, gently patting her back. "Don't be afraid. I've got your back." She felt that since it was Yuan's father who had instigated the disruption, he should be accountable. However, a lewd man from the crowd sneered. "Aren't you the maid of honor? Why not take the bride's place and let me have a kiss from you?" Chapter 3. Out of control, as soon as the lewd man's words left his lips, the crowd erupted in agreement, chanting for a kiss. Yuan's father bore down on Shen Xi, while others crowded behind them, blocking any retreat. In a fit of rage, Shen Xi delivered a swift slap to Yuan's father, and at the same time, a long leg kicked him square in the abdomen. The sound of the slap echoed, and Yuan's father stumbled backward, crashing onto a table laden with food and drinks. As the remnants of the feast splattered onto him, the onlookers were momentarily stunned, and only when they saw Yuan's father groaning in pain did they react. "How dare they come to our village to cause trouble? Beat them!" The crowd surged forward, but the groom quickly intervened, urging them to show restraint as Yuan's father was his classmate. The villagers, sensing the shift in momentum, turned their attention to Shen Xi, the softer target amidst the chaos. The concept of refraining from physical confrontation with women was cast aside as the sharp-tongued man lunged forward, delivering a blow to Shen Xi's chest. With a swift motion, she seized his hand, twisting it back until he knelt in pain. A swift kick to his knee sent him sprawling. Come on, fight me. Anyone who doesn't is a coward. Shen Xi, emboldened by the alcohol coursing through her veins, brandished a bottle, addressing the group of men. Do you wish to face me one-on-one or all at once? I shall not back down. The onlookers, taken aback by her audacity, retreated a few steps, their eyes wide in astonishment. Shen Xi was, after all, a world champion in Sanda. How many of them could withstand her blows? Mo Yanin, trembling with anger, stepped forward. Sanda? Champion? World champion? The crowd recoiled further, glancing at the fallen Yuan father, whose face bore the unmistakable marks of violence. The atmosphere became tense. Mo Yanin, look at the mess you've created. Yuan's mother could no longer contain her outrage. This wedding was supposed to be joyous, yet you've turned it into chaos. If you do not wish to marry, then leave at once. Leave? This filthy family is beneath me. Mo Yanin flung her ring at the groom, seizing Shen Xi's hand and storming out. The groom stood there, dumbfounded, until his mother commanded, let her go. She has been spoiled. If her family does not come to apologize, they shall never set foot in the Yuan household again. The cool evening breeze flowed through the car window as Shen Xi inhaled deeply, the alcohol's effects intensifying. She squinted at her friend, who lay sobbing in her aunt's embrace. Gasping for air, rubbing her temples, Shen Xi felt fatigue wash over her, longing for sleep. Thank you for tonight, Xiao Xi. Why don't you stay at my house with Xiao Nan for the night? Her aunt suggested gently. She had accompanied Mo Yanin to the groom's family for the ceremony, but a bout of illness had forced her to take a break, leading to the ensuing chaos. Thankfully, she had driven there. Otherwise, finding a taxi in that village would have been impossible. Shen Xi declined. No need, aunt. I've booked a hotel for 2 nights, and I can't get a refund. I refuse to incur a loss. Thus, her aunt dropped her off at the hotel. Upon exiting the car, Shen Xi noticed a familiar figure descending from a luxurious vehicle, one of the women from their earlier photo session. Xiao Chun, let us take pictures together again next time. She called out, waving her goodbye. Of course, Li Jie. With your photogenic face, we could take 100 pictures. His flattery made the ladies giggle, causing him to misstep and accelerate the vehicle, roaring away. As Shen Xi wobbled toward the hotel lobby, her head spun more than ever. Coincidentally, he entered the same hotel as she did. When they both stepped into the elevator, they found themselves alone in the confined space during the late hours. The scent emanating from him was intoxicating, further disorienting Shen Xi, who struggled to maintain her balance. What floor? He asked, his deep voice resonating in the night air. 10. 15, she replied, mumbling her thanks as he pressed the buttons. When the elevator doors opened with a chime, she stepped out only to feel her legs give way beneath her. Quick as lightning, he caught her, the contact sending an electric jolt through her. With the doors closing again, they remained inside, Shen Xi awakening to a body aching all over. Particularly, the sensations from the previous night left her gasping. Attempting to bury her face in the covers, she instead felt smooth skin beneath her fingers. Alarmed, she leapt up, only to realize she was in a shocking predicament. Good heavens, she exclaimed, noticing the man frowning as he stirred awake. What on earth? Shen Xi hastily jumped off the bed, scrambling to gather her scattered clothes before retreating into the bathroom. What do you want? She answered gruffly at the sound of a knock. You took my underwear, came the deep, magnetic voice from outside. More charming than ever, she thought, realizing she was paying attention to his voice amidst the chaos. Frantically searching through her clothes, she found the black boxer shorts and, holding them like a dirty rag, she tossed them out the door. His mild reproach echoed as she finally dressed and, after a moment of psychological preparation, stepped back into the room. He was already fully dressed, looking impeccably refined, albeit with his shirt unbuttoned at the chest, resembling a peacock flaunting its feathers. Their encounter had left her flustered, reflecting on how she, a once pristine beauty, had succumbed to drunken folly with a stranger. How do you plan to handle this? He asked bluntly, breaking through her reverie. I have no money, she retorted, recalling how he had brandished a payment code before her the previous day. He surveyed her carefully. Isn't that a bit of a bargain for you? Shen Xi snapped her fingers. What did you say? Repeat that. His silence hinted at a shared understanding, and the air grew thick with tension. Unsure of how to proceed, she inquired, what do you suggest? I have no idea, he replied, rolling his eyes. How can you not know? You seem quite experienced. Are you implying something? Isn't it obvious? I'll have you know, I, too, am as pure as the driven snow. At that moment, Shen Xi, caught off guard, sputtered water all over the place. You? Pure as snow? Of course. Do I look like someone who would lie about such a thing? Don't let your good looks make you delusional. Just because I'm handsome doesn't mean I lack virtue. And you, with that stunning face, are still a novice? Her coughing intensified. Realizing his sharp tongue was indeed a formidable foe. 3 paths lie before us, he declared, startling her. 3? Are you serious? I'll be responsible for you. You'll be responsible for me, or neither of us will take responsibility. How logical. Shen Xi readily opted for the third choice. Thus, without exchanging handshakes, they parted ways. As she boarded the train home, a sudden realization struck her. She didn't even know his name. Ensnared by his allure, she mused, considering it wasn't a total loss given his looks. But did they take precautions last night? Desperately, she racked her brain, only conjuring images of rippling muscles and heavy breathing, the details of their interaction slipping through her fingers. This was unacceptable. She fished out her phone and scrolled through her contacts, searching for someone who might provide insight without revealing too much. After considerable thought, she finally recalled Uncle Ye, whose teammates had humorously dubbed him the go-to for relationship advice. She had never had a need in this regard, but today was different. With a sincere heart, Shen Xi opened the news on a certain platform that had been closed. To her dismay, she found herself searching for answers on another site, encountering a plethora of explicit and violent content. After gaining some insight, she felt a mix of understanding and confusion when she browsed through another platform filled with netizens sharing their unspeakable stories with past boyfriends. She finally discovered the answer she sought. It seemed that someone had a conscience and had taken measures. However, Shen Xi slammed her phone onto the small table, realizing that the money he had taken from her had also left her at a loss. What a waste of a lively and beautiful weekend, spent traveling back and forth on the high-speed train. At Mo Yanen's place, the parents were still negotiating, leaving Shen Xi with no opportunity to intervene. All she could do was express her desire to be informed when there was news. Mo Yanen tearfully expressed her gratitude for Shen Xi's presence, and the two reluctantly hung up the phone. Upon returning to her school dormitory, Shen Xi spotted Su Liwen loitering beneath her building, evident from the circular marks on the ground that she had been waiting for quite some time. As soon as Shen Xi appeared, Su Liwen rushed over, anxious and concerned. Xiao Xi, where have you been these past 2 days? Did you know your sister hasn't returned home? Oh, so the 2 days that Shen Xi had not returned home also required her to worry about her younger sister? How could she be so carefree? Su Liwen, momentarily taken aback, quickly adopted a maternal tone. Xiao Xi, you've always been the most obedient and considerate child in our family, and among all my children. You're my favorite, you know that. So, you've come to deliver my living expenses? Shen Xi, touched, grasped her mother's hand. I knew it. Mom will always care for me the most. By the way, I owe teacher Wang 500 yuan and teacher Zhao 2,600 yuan. Mom, should I pay through Alipay or WeChat? That phrase sounded oddly familiar. Su Liwen maintained her composure, but soon embraced her daughter, bursting into tears. Xiao Xi, it's all my fault as a mother. When I gave birth to you and your brother, I ruined my health and couldn't work. If I could earn money, even if I had to eat nothing but gruel, I wouldn't let my daughter suffer. It's all my fault for being a useless mother, unable to provide you with a good life. Su Liwen's tears were genuine and laden with meaning. It's all right, Mom. Shen Xi moved, wrapped her arm around her mother's. There's still time. We have a colleague who is about to give birth. She said she will pay a high salary for a maternity nurse. Someone with your experience, having raised 5 children, would be incredibly sought after. It's not tiring. You just need to feed the baby at night and prepare meals and do laundry during the day. It's all things you're accustomed to. I can recommend you, and since we know each other, you won't have to worry about unpaid wages. They can directly deposit into my account. As she spoke, Shen Xi began to pull her mother out, clearly determined to usher her into a job immediately. With a surprising amount of strength, she dragged Su Liwen, leaving a 2-meter-long furrow in their wake. Realizing she couldn't escape, Su Liwen panicked and sat down on the ground, refusing to be taken away. Wait, my health isn't good. I can't take care of a baby. Don't be modest. You've given birth to 5 already. Who could compare to you? You can handle taking care of children. Su Liwen turned pale, struggling to free herself, and finally broke free, quickly running away. I'm worried about your sister. I need to go home and check on her. Let us talk in a few days. Her voice trailed off into the air. "Mom, don't rush. I'll make sure my colleague saves the position for you." Upon hearing this, Su Liwen's legs seemed to move faster than ever, vanishing in an instant. Life is like a play, dependent on one's performance. You act the first part, and I shall play the remaining 29. Shen Xi sighed in regret as she ascended the stairs, returning to her solitary little abode. It's no wonder everyone is eager to enter higher education. In today's society, how many institutions still provide housing arrangements? Despite being just over 30 square meters, it was more than sufficient for Shen Xi alone. Tossing her luggage aside, she took a shower, collapsing on her bed, her body feeling as if it had been disassembled and reassembled. After her shower, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror and almost fainted from shock. Chapter 5. Confidence and Narcissism since choosing to retire last year. Shen Xi had not suffered any injuries. Her skin was now delicate and well-maintained. Yet last night, that man had left her body marred. Not a single piece of skin unblemished. Was he a dog? Had he not had meat for years? After reviewing the evidence, she suddenly believed he might, perhaps, truly be as inexperienced as she was. Ugh, that miserly man. Fortunately, he was in Jiangzhou, 100,000 miles away. The chances of encountering him again were slim, and considering his physique and looks, she felt she hadn't lost out too much. Shen Xi smacked her lips and turned over, drifting off to sleep. On Monday, Shen Xi had 2 physical education classes scheduled for the afternoon. Being a physical education teacher was indeed wonderful, if one didn't strive for advancement. There was hardly any need to even visit the office. For instance, Shen Xi woke up early, as customary, completed a 5-kilometer run, showered, felt refreshed, and enjoyed breakfast before entering the finance office. There, she shamelessly lavished praise on the finance lady, nearly causing her perpetually stern face to falter. In the end, Shen Xi successfully reported her original card as lost, relinked her salary card, and left the administrative building munching on the sunflower seeds the finance lady had given her. Huh. Who said our finance lady was difficult because of her supposed stepmother-s face, due to her husband's infidelity and her children's lack of success, making her irritable and hard to deal with? She is perfectly fine. In the afternoon, after thoroughly exhausting those clueless university students, Shen Xi contentedly headed to the cafeteria for a meal. Previously, a university's cafeteria had a dedicated dining area for faculty and staff, but after being exposed by the media, the principal, filled with remorse, decided that teachers without home-cooked meals after class must now squeeze in with the students, which was quite the workout and beneficial for health. This was where the advantages of being a physical education teacher became apparent. If Shen Xi had classes in the afternoon that coincided with meal times, her agility and speed had never been outmatched, far surpassing those young students. No one could hope to surpass her. Once she procured her meal, her uncanny ability to spot an open seat in the bustling crowd was unrivaled. Of course, opportunities to utilize these skills were rare. Most of the time, Shen Xi could leisurely stroll into the cafeteria, order a few of her favorite dishes, and enjoy her meal comfortably. At this moment, seated at a 2-person table, she relished the solitude. However, there was always someone who felt her solitary dining was too lonely and sought to alleviate her boredom. Lu Yun, a fellow physical education teacher specializing in athletics, hailed from Haisher. He had reportedly achieved a commendable 50th place in a national competition. Rumor had it that his family had strong connections within the Education Bureau, which allowed him to secure a position at a university, a place where Master S and doctoral graduates competed fiercely for roles. Of course, he couldn't compare to Shen Xi, who had countless schools vying for her even before her retirement, given her solid academic qualifications and remarkable achievements that could blind anyone's eyes. After all, she was a world champion. It was no joke. Those who excelled in aquatic sports even married into top-tier families. Look at that, the gold standard. Most importantly, Shen Xi was beautiful. When she first arrived at a university, many male students mistook her for a new freshman vying to grab her suitcase, which nearly led to a stampede. Such was her allure. However, this charm only lasted until her first class began. From then on, the title of Queen of Violence became permanently affixed to her, as unremovable as her own appearance. Ironically, she was exceptionally capable, and her classes were engaging. Aside from being physically demanding and requiring resilience, she had no significant flaws. Thus, the students found themselves in a love-hate relationship with her, caught in a complex web of infatuation and torment, unable to extricate themselves. She became a legend at a university, the most beautiful, yet no one dared to pursue her. Lu Junkai thought perhaps he could do her a favor by reluctantly accepting her. After all, he was from high city, handsome, well-connected, and affluent. A perfect one-carat diamond bachelor. Although Shen Xi's inner qualities were rather ordinary, her external attributes were undeniably appealing. That face, that figure. One could only suppress the drool with sheer willpower to avoid any embarrassing sounds. Teacher Shen, would you mind if I sit here? Lu Junkai tilted his head, showcasing his flawless visage, while subtly flexing his arms and chest muscles to impress her with their fullness. Fortunately, he favored tight-fitting attire. What a serendipitous coincidence. Shen Xi, seemingly blind, busily devoured chicken wings, dismissively waving her hand. Although there were plenty of empty seats, this was the school cafeteria, not her home. He could sit wherever he pleased. It was none of her concern. Oh dear, Teacher Shen, why are you eating such unhealthy food? As soon as he sat down, his mouth opened like a floodgate, spilling forth a torrent of unsolicited advice. In our line of work, we must be vigilant about managing our figures. We cannot indulge in high oil, high salt, or high fat foods. Take those cola chicken wings, for instance, best not to touch them. Cola, is the epitome of unhealthiness. And as for chicken wings, do you have any idea what modern poultry farms are like? Hormones are rampant. Some chickens grow dozens of wings. Consuming these is utterly detrimental to one's health. While he rambled, he unveiled his lunch, a chilled, vibrant salad brimming with greens and purples, accompanied by a delicately sliced portion of cold beef, a small segment of golden corn, and a halved, pristine boiled egg. The meticulous presentation, rich in nutrients, combined with beautiful colors, would surely elicit praise from any woman who beheld it. Who wouldn't want to snap a photo and share it on social media? Shen Xi polished off her share of wings, spitting out the bones, and remarked, "You have some green stuck in your teeth." Ding! Tooth vegetable score, 1. This earned her a face flushed with embarrassment from Lu Junkai, who fidgeted for several minutes. Seizing the opportunity, she quickly finished her meal, beamed at him with a radiant smile, and said, "Enjoy your meal, Teacher Lu. By the way, you might want to use your tongue to dislodge that vegetable. It likely won't come off easily." With that, she gracefully exited. Lu Junkai's tongue froze in his mouth, and he gripped his exquisite chopsticks tightly, the sound of them creaking under the pressure. This woman truly deserved her single status. Chapter 6. The incident this busy day had thoroughly exhausted Shen Xi, yet she dutifully fulfilled her obligations as a friend. That evening, she received a video call from Mo Yanan, diligently comforting her heartbroken friend who was in tears over her failed engagement. Oh, they were utterly unreasonable. They demanded my parents apologize in front of their entire village. Shen Xi rolled her eyes at the audacity of the Yuan family, whose shamelessness rivaled that of Yuan's father. Of course, my parents refused. While we may not be as wealthy as they are, we are a cultured family. Who could accept such a vulgar display at a wedding? Mo Yanan dabbed her tears with a tissue as Shen Xi curiously inquired, "Did you not investigate beforehand?" "Well, I didn't know. They have a penchant for such antics. Which is why I told Yuan Lei that our wedding could not involve any of that nonsense. He promised me it wouldn't, yet there we were, faced with it on the wedding day. That was clearly an attempt to make a fool of her. If you must insist on such antics, at least inform us beforehand. If people can accept it, fine. If not, then part ways amicably. To promise one thing and then spring something else at the last minute. What is that but a form of deception? It's akin to a marriage scam, banking on someone's embarrassment and sunk costs to avoid confrontation." Mo Yanan was genuinely on the verge of tears. Those ridiculous pranks were an immense humiliation to her. Initially, she had thought to endure, reasoning that if things escalated, others would simply view her as ungrateful. Therefore, when the game of eating yogurt began, she reluctantly participated. At least it didn't involve physical contact. Little did she know, it would escalate to a kiss. Mo Yanan nearly vomited on the spot. She was unwilling, yet surrounded by the groom's family, utterly isolated. Thankfully, she had Shen Xi by her side. Had Shen Xi not been there that day, she shuddered to think of the consequences. The people from Yuan Lei's village were notoriously unruly, often resorting to violence. Had gone on, she might have ended up kissing him, and the marriage would have inevitably fallen apart. What a travesty. Shen Xi then asked, "So how do you plan to resolve this situation now? If we can't come to an agreement, we'll simply part ways." Mo Yanan replied as she wiped her tears. "Fortunately, we had agreed to hold off on registering our marriage until after the banquet. Otherwise, I would be facing a divorce, becoming a second-time bride. How unfair would that be? Well, it's not entirely unjust. After all, she had chosen him herself. Initially, Nan had confided in Shen Xi that despite Yuan Lei's lackluster appearance and heftiness, his educational background, career, and family situation were commendable. Among 5 suitors, he had stood out to her. He was a bit of mama's boy, but that was a minor flaw. He came from a wealthy family due to their business ventures and had a stable job at a bank. Most importantly, he was their only son. Some minor shortcomings were expected. Shen Xi understood her well. In the realm of arranged marriages, one must be clear about conditions. It was not a matter of romantic love. Nan was pragmatic, not superficial. Shy by nature, she exuded gentleness and grace, qualities cherished by many prospective mothers-in-law. This was why Shen Xi and Nan had forged a friendship. Both were pragmatic, yet Nan was forthright with her intentions. She sought a stable and prosperous life, hence her choice of Yuan Lei. Yet, she was firm enough to walk away if he crossed her boundaries. In today's world, aspiring for a good marriage was not a disgrace. As long as one did not play the role of a mistress, violate social norms, or harm others, it was perfectly acceptable. Was it necessary to flaunt one's moral superiority by engaging in charity work? Nan sought a worthy partner for herself and her future children, knowing all too well the costs associated with raising a family in this day and age. She could endure hardship for herself. But what right did she have to impose that on her children? Not to mention the need for a suitable school district for their education. Life demands expenses for sustenance, clothing, shelter, and transportation. How could one escape the costs? She recognized her own circumstances and did not seek out a wealthy, handsome man. She merely required some essentials. While everything else could be negotiated, who would have thought she would falter due to outdated marriage customs? Who would believe such a thing in this day and age? How could such practices still exist? Was there any honor in such a tradition? The villagers seemed to take pride in what should be a source of shame. One could only conclude that the local populace held an open-mindedness that defied explanation. After a bout of venting, Nan perked up. Well, the wedding is off, so I shall not dwell on it further. I need to ice my eyes and perhaps indulge in a face mask. I have a blind date tomorrow, after all. What a sister. After hanging up the video call, Shen Xi felt a pang of shame for her own 26 years of singlehood, only recently entering the dating scene. Look at her friend, so open-minded. Shy? Not a chance. She was gentle and composed, the epitome of a virtuous wife, adored by countless prospective mothers-in-law. The following morning, Shen Xi had scheduled classes for the 3rd and 4th periods, preparing to teach a volleyball lesson. The theoretical knowledge discussed earlier has long been established, and as the semester draws to a close, recent arrangements have allowed students to form teams freely for practice. Once the final exams are completed, everything will conclude. With the sun shining brightly outside, the practice was moved indoors. Shen Xi circled around, occasionally offering guidance on proper techniques. It was then that she noticed a student, Lin Xin, who appeared unwell. Her complexion was pale, beads of sweat adorned her forehead, and she often clutched her abdomen. Shen Xi called her over and inquired, "Are you feeling unwell? If so, perhaps you should rest on the sidelines and refrain from training." Understanding the discomfort that often accompanies being a female, she empathized with Lin Xin. However, the girl's pallor intensified as she bit her lip and replied, "Teacher, I'm fine. It's just menstrual cramps." "No, in your current state, you cannot participate in training. You either sit aside to rest or let someone accompany you to the campus hospital," Shen Xi insisted. Lin Xin, her lips now ashen, adamantly refused to go to the hospital and opted to rest nearby. Observing her settle down, Shen Xi noted a slight improvement in her complexion and returned to coaching the other students. However, as half of the class passed, a sudden gasp erupted nearby. Shen Xi was assisting a male student with his receiving stance when the alarming sound reached her ears. She swiftly located the source, which was indeed from Lin Xin. Rushing over and parting the onlookers, she found Lin Xin collapsed on the ground, her pants stained crimson. This did not resemble a typical menstrual issue. Shen Xi's heart raced with apprehension. She covered Lin Xin's waist with her jacket and instructed the class monitor to continue the practice. She then scooped Lin Xin into her arms and dashed towards the campus hospital. As Shen Xi suspected, Lin Xin exhibited signs of a miscarriage. After an urgent rescue effort at the hospital, she was now bedridden for monitoring. Shen Xi promptly informed her academic advisor, and soon after, The department head and advisor arrived to discuss the situation. In university, relationships, marriage, and even childbirth are permitted. Shen Xi recalled a peer from her graduate studies who proudly held both a diploma and a birth certificate, dubbed a winner in life. Yet, Lin Xinxin was unmarried. More crucially, the circumstances surrounding her miscarriage were somewhat alarming. The advisor quickly contacted Lin Xinxin's parents and sought insights from her roommates regarding her relationship status. Being a local, Lin Xinxin's parents arrived with remarkable speed. Bursting in, they confronted the school. "We entrusted you with our well-behaved daughter, and now you tell us she's pregnant and facing a miscarriage? She's a good girl who hasn't even dated. One of your teachers must have taken advantage of her. If the school doesn't provide us with an explanation today, we will expose you to the media." What an outrageous accusation. It seemed Lin's mother was well-versed in the art of viral outrage. The department head, already balding, felt the pressure as he faced her wrath. What? She fainted during physical education, and you still allowed her to attend class? What kind of incompetent PE teacher are you? Have him come here and explain. My daughter is in this predicament because of him. If her health is affected, what if she can't bear children in the future? This school is abusing pregnant students. Alas, the ire had now turned towards Shen Xi. Firstly, you didn't inform me of your daughter's condition, and I was conducting class as usual. Secondly, students are allowed to take leave if they need to rest, yet your daughter did not do so. Thirdly, upon noticing her discomfort, I immediately advised her to go to the hospital, but she refused. Bah! You can twist words however you like, Shun. She produced her phone and played a video showcasing her interactions with Lin Xinxin during class. The footage clearly depicted her immediate recognition of Lin Xinxin's discomfort and her call for the girl to rest. Fortunately, Shen Xi had the foresight to have her colleague, Tao Ku, retrieve the surveillance footage after the incident, as the school had invested in high-definition cameras following previous health emergencies in PE classes. Lin's mother's eyes darted. This is merely a visual recording. Without sound, you can spin any narrative. Shen Xi then activated her voice recorder, which captured the dialogue between her and Lin Xinxin. Are you feeling unwell? If so, perhaps you should rest on the sidelines and refrain from training. Teacher, I'm fine. It's just menstrual cramps. No. In your current state, you cannot participate in training. You either sit aside to rest or let someone accompany you to the campus hospital. Teacher, I'll rest nearby. I'm truly fine. There's no need for the hospital. Lin's mother, the department head, and advisor exchanged incredulous glances. What kind of person are you? With such multifaceted skills? Shen Xi had cultivated the habit of carrying a recorder during training sessions, and this instance validated her meticulousness once again. She then presented the doctor's diagnosis, indications of a miscarriage due to excessive physical exertion, and a recommendation for hospitalization. If you doubt our university's medical facility, feel free to take your daughter to a hospital of your choice for a second opinion. With every avenue blocked, Lin's mother's face turned crimson, and after a prolonged silence, she finally retorted, "My daughter doesn't even have a boyfriend. How could she possibly be at fault? She must have been taken advantage of at the school." The advisor quickly brought in Lin Xinxin's roommate. "Please, share with her mother what you just told me." Lin Xinxin indeed had a boyfriend with whom she had been in a relationship for several years, reportedly a high school classmate. However, her mother consistently disapproved, leading them to meet in secret. Since the previous semester, Lin Xinxin had applied to commute, no longer residing in the dormitory, claiming she was returning home. Lin's mother turned ashen, realizing she had assumed her daughter lived on campus while the school believed she was at home. Where exactly had she been staying? The department head, suppressing a headache, addressed Lin's mother. "In this day and age, we advocate for free love. Students have their own social preferences, and overly strict parenting can often lead to rebellion." Breathing heavily, Lin's mother soon found herself in tears, declaring, "The school must take responsibility for what happened to my daughter." Shen Xi quietly withdrew. At this point, the issue transcended right or wrong. If the school were to be absolved of blame, the accountability would fall squarely on the students and their parents. As a parent, how could she accept such a reality? Unfortunately, the facts no longer mattered. Even when Lin Xinxin's boyfriend later arrived at the hospital, admitting to their mistakes after a night of drinking, the parents remained the marginalized party. Ultimately, Lin's mother accepted a settlement, and Lin Xinxin withdrew from school. Later, Tao Ku remarked to Shen Xi, if her mother hadn't been so controlling, she wouldn't have had to sneak around with her boyfriend. Some matters only fueled rebellion in children the more parents tried to control them. If you don't let me do it, I will do it anyway. Perhaps initially, the feelings weren't profound, but in such a high-pressure environment, solidarity often breeds camaraderie. If I ever have a daughter, I will teach her to carefully select her future husband from kindergarten onward. Relationships should be pursued from a young age, and by adulthood. She should have no trouble finding a suitable partner. Shen Xi gazed at Tao Ku's earnest expression. Had she not been without a cigarette, she would have offered her one. Brother, here, take a Chinese cigarette. While this incident appeared to have settled without lingering repercussions, a university was known for learning from its mistakes. Consequently, a grand initiative was launched across the campus to promote the cultivation of healthy romantic perspectives. While the university does not oppose love, marriage, or childbirth, it is advised that the latter should ideally follow the former two. The various counselors, while feeling a tinge of embarrassment, managed to present themselves as seasoned veterans. They delivered engaging and comprehensive lessons on physiology and hygiene to their students. Meanwhile, the graduate students were each gifted a small umbrella to study diligently. Ultimately, the school, in its fervor, inadvertently procured an excess. And Tao Ku from the logistics department handed several extra boxes to Shen Xi. Chapter 8. The Shen family. Shen Xi, clutching the enormous plastic bag, wore an expression of incredulity. Are you certain this is the right choice for me? A perennial singleton, did she truly require such an item? She felt as though the character on the box, adorned with sunglasses, mocked her, a hero with no battlefield, worrying too soon. Hey, between us, if there's something good, of course, it's yours for the taking. Having secured a substantial haul, Shen Xi returned to her dormitory with the bulging bag. That night, lying in bed, she pondered the matter and abruptly sat up, deciding to sell the items online. After all, wouldn't it be nice to earn some money? Unsure of a suitable price, she searched for similar products, only to eventually shut off her phone in frustration. No wonder the legends of online marketplaces persist. They truly are astonishing. She stuffed the plastic bag deep into her wardrobe and settled down for sleep. Life at school was simple and tranquil, particularly with June's arrival heralding the much-anticipated summer vacation for both faculty and students. Even the final exams before the break seemed less bothersome. The physical education teacher, unlike other subject instructors, was not hounded for highlights. Shen Xi merely maintained a stern demeanor, ensuring her students completed each assessment. No one dared to plead for leniency. In the past, some had attempted to approach Shen Xi with playful banter, seeking special treatment, only to end up facing dismal retakes. Having witnessed the painful lessons learned by a senior, the students behaved like obedient little lambs, adhering to their tasks without harboring any unrealistic hopes. Life flowed as smoothly as water. One day, Shen Xi received a call from her father, Shen Daji, expressing his longing for her presence and inviting her for dinner that evening. At one time, Shen Xi genuinely believed her father loved her, albeit inexpressibly. However, that belief faltered when she overheard a conversation between her father and brother during a visit home. Why did you give her so many things? Haven't we agreed that everything at home is for me? Her brother queried. Foolish boy, don't focus solely on what she takes. Consider how much I've gained from her. Her father retorted. You mentioned that new fruit machine model, right? I'll buy it for you. ISNT this fruit superior? Really? Thank you, Dad. Just remember to treat her kindly. She didn't grow up with us like your older sister did. You need to charm her if you want to get money from her. I'm counting on that to buy you a nice house for your wedding. Don't worry. Dad, as long as I can get money from her, I'll call her mom if need be. The quiet Shen Xi walked out, feeling neither sorrowful nor upset. She held little deep affection for her family. As Shen Daji pointed out, her interactions with the Shen family had been minimal since childhood. Their ancestral home was not in Hucheng, but in Bay City, notorious within the province for its patriarchal values. After 5 years of marriage, Shen Daji and Su Liwen had 3 daughters, which caused considerable displeasure among Shen's parents, who were as grim as soot-stained pots. They often scolded one another, lamenting that even rice was a burden, yielding only a single grain at a time. This constant belittlement led the resilient Su Liwen to encourage Shen Daji to take their 2 daughters to Hucheng, leaving the youngest, Shen Xi, under the pretense of needing to stay with the grandparents for companionship, promising to return for her later. Unexpectedly, the following year, they had Shen He, and Su Liwen's demeanor changed dramatically. With a precious son, the couple promptly forgot about their daughters, despite the short distance between the 2 cities. As for Shen Xi, She lived with her grandparents, well known for their favoritism toward boys, which was hardly a pleasant situation. However, her agile nature caught the attention of Zheng Shou, who trained her in martial arts. Once she mastered her skills, no child in the village dared bully her, and before long, she became a local figure of authority, commanding a retinue of younger followers who brought her gifts of cucumbers and melons. Even her grandparents, having come to understand her temperament, refrained from provoking her, instead repeatedly calling for Shen Daji to bring her back, expressing their desire to see her before their time ran out. Yet, Shen Daji had no intention of doing so. With a small repair shop and 3 children to support, making ends meet in Huqing was already a struggle. The family scrimped and saved, indulging their precious son while neglecting the daughters. However, fate took an unexpected turn when Su Liwen, at a reunion with her first love, rekindled an old flame, leading to a whirlwind romance. Shen Daji vehemently opposed the divorce, but after being offered a substantial sum, he quickly agreed to the separation. Su Liwen left with none of her children, marrying Zhang Hongchang and dedicating herself to raising his son, Zhang Bin, and later bore him a daughter. After the divorce, Shen Daji was left to care for 4 children alone, making it impossible to bring Shen Xi to Huqing. Not only did he fail to do so, but he also sent his elder daughters back to their hometown, taking only his son with him. Though he considered remarrying, he discovered that potential partners were interested solely in his shop or his money, not in him as a person. He preferred casual relationships rather than the commitment of marriage, reserving every penny for his son, Shen He. The turning point in Shen Xi's life occurred during the summer of her first year in middle school. Noticing her talent and agility, a coach from the provincial team invited her to train in Huqing. Upon learning that it involved no tuition fees and even provided a stipend, Shen Daji quickly consented, stipulating that the funds should be managed by him, given her young age. Thus, Shen Xi moved from Bay City to Huqing, bringing her closer to her parents, though it ultimately made little difference. Back home, her grandfather still called to request living expenses for raising the children, maintaining a sense of obligation despite any reluctance. Once in Huqing, Shen Xi's life revolved entirely around studies and training, leaving her no time for familial connection. Su Liwen, engrossed in her new life with her husband and son, paid little attention to her earlier children. Shen He, being her only son, was afforded some consideration, but even that was limited. Chapter 9. The slap. Shen Xi and her parents were as strangers to one another. One amusing incident arose when her father approached her for money, claiming a family emergency regarding a sick child, failing even to recognize her when they crossed paths. Fortunately, Shen Xi was not the type to seek her parents' affection desperately. She understood that her success brought them more joy than any effort to curry favor. Shen Xi excelled not only in sports but also academically, gaining admission to a prestigious university without needing to rely on sports recruitment. Coupled with a seamless transition into a Master S program, she often traveled abroad for competitions, spending her 5 years at university without ever setting foot back home. Notably, her tuition and living expenses were solely funded by her earnings from competitions. Not only did she earn for herself, but when her second sister came to her, lamenting her financial woes and nearly prostrating herself, Shen Xi generously provided the funds for her sister's airfare to go abroad that year. Subsequently, her sister became a free-spirited bird, disappearing without a trace. Shen Daji remains oblivious to the fact that it was Shen Xi who purchased that ticket, and now he often berates Shen Han, inadvertently cursing his own ancestors in the process. Nonetheless, such invectives are easily dismissed, mere spittle in the wind. As for the eldest sister, it's best left unmentioned. In essence, Shen Xi's entire perception of the Shen family revolves around money. Initially, she regarded it as trifling. Her parents had raised her with great difficulty, burdened by too many children, and she felt compelled to give. After all, she lacked for nothing. However, upon discerning their true nature, she regrettably resolved that they would never extract another cent from her. She could forego her parents, but she could never part with her wealth. Such is the stark reality. Shen Xi arrived at the Shen household empty-handed, and, from this moment on, she vowed not to spend another penny on them. She would no longer indulge in the facade of bringing home a plethora of worthless yet ostentatious items to parade her filial piety before the neighbors. Over the years, she had visited the Shen family a mere 2 or 3 times. The neighbors recognized her. What was the point of pretense? No matter how insignificant, everything has some value. When Shen Xi glanced at his sister, his expression instantly soured. Third sister, why do you come empty-handed? He expected at least something of worth. Be a mobile phone or a computer, or at the very least a token of fruit. TSK, women are so lacking in courtesy. No wonder they say they are outsiders. Didn't Dad say this is our home? Who brings gifts when returning home? Shen Xi countered directly, then boldly sat down and kicked a chair. Give me a glass of water. Hey, how dare you order me around? Shen Xi glared. Don't you have hands? Shen Xi swiftly slapped him on the head. How dare you speak to your sister like that? Shen Xi was momentarily stunned, his anger surging. Shen Xi, you? Try hitting me again if you dare. Thus, Shen Xi obliged, chasing him around the room, no matter how he dodged. He could not escape the loving slap from his sister. When Shen Daji heard the commotion and rushed in, he found Shen Xi's handsome face swollen and disheveled, unable to articulate his words. Upon seeing their father, a wave of grievance washed over him, and the grown man burst into tears, rushing to his father. Dad, Shen Xi. She hit me. Seeing his precious son in such a state, Shen Daji's heart ached with compassion. Yet, he was known for his ruthlessness. A man who had been divorced for years without remarrying. One can only imagine his resolve. He delivered a light yet firm pat on Shen Xi's back. Well deserved. I think your sister hasn't hit you enough. How dare you speak to her like that? Dad! Shen Xi looked at his father in disbelief. Am I not your favorite little treasure anymore? Shen Daji's eyes nearly twitched in pain as he turned to Shen Xi with a warm smile. Xiao Xi, are you hungry? Dinner will be ready soon. I made your favorite braised fish. Just wait. It'll be out soon, and it smells divine. With that, he picked up the ladle and headed to the kitchen, casting a knowing glance at Shen Xi. Shen Xi, however, couldn't be bothered to remind him. She had no particular fondness for braised fish. Who cared if he liked it or not? Shen Xi instinctively wanted to follow his father's lead, but at Shen Xi's dismissive snort, he immediately froze in place. Go, give me a glass of water. Consequently, Shen Xi obediently fetched water for his sister, who took a sip. If only you had been this obedient earlier, you wouldn't have earned that beating. Tell me, are you just asking for punishment? Shen Xi wailed again, a 22-year-old man, crying like a child, retreating to his room to sulk into his pillow. Shen Xi lounged on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, awaiting dinner. When Shen Daji entered with the dishes, he was taken aback by the scene before him. His eyelids twitched, but he still wore a smile. As he bent down to place the food on the table, he winced, gently massaging his back. Ah, I'm getting old. Even serving a dish puts a strain on me. Shen Xi immediately sat up, and before Shen Daji's smile could fully form, she interrupted. Shen Xi, are you a pig? Waiting for dinner while Dad is struggling? You're a grown man. Are you embarrassed just to stand there? Go help Dad with the dishes. Shen Xi felt that all the grievances he had endured today had culminated in this moment. Unable to fight back, and knowing that scolding would lead to more punishment, he resigned himself to doing the chores. No need, no need. Seeing his precious son about to toil, Shen Daji rushed to stop him. Xiao He, sit down. I'll take care of it. Dad! Shen Xi firmly pulled him back, pushing him toward the chair. How old is he? Serving a meal isn't too much to ask of him. At his age, he should be able to manage such trivial tasks. What use are those hands if not for this? As soon as she finished speaking, Shen He darted off at lightning speed. After all, he was a young man. He was swift with his work, and in the blink of an eye, the dishes were on the table. Shen Daji sensed that his eyelids were twitching again. Perhaps he should buy a lottery ticket. Who knows? He might just win a fortune. As for Shen Xi, at dinner, Shen He wielded his chopsticks with fervor over his beloved braised fish. With Shen Xi, the formidable sister, present, he figured it best to remain silent and eat. Come on. Xiao Xi, eat more. Shen Daji continuously served his daughter, embodying the role of a doting father perfectly. After all, it was Shen Xi who had once provided him with financial support. His performance was so convincing it could easily deceive anyone. She had always believed that her parents cared for her. They just couldn't express it due to distance. Yet, her feelings for them seemed indeed tenuous, compensating with money instead. Ultimately, it was she who had been overly sentimental. From now on, she would amend her ways. Chapter 10. The dramatic feast. Shen Xi smiled sincerely as she piled succulent pieces of pork trotters, braised meat, and fish skin into Shen Daji's bowl. Dad, you've worked hard preparing dinner. Please eat more. Oh, my daughter really knows how to care for others. Shen Daji's eyes squinted with joy. The family of three dined contentedly. After the meal, under Shen Xi's watchful gaze, Shen He begrudgingly cleared the table and washed the dishes. Shen Xi attempted to intervene, only be firmly pressed back onto the sofa by Shen Xi. Dad, you've worked all day, just relax. As children, it's our duty to honor our parents. Isn't it? Let him handle it. I see he is quite adept at this. Shen Xi felt his blood pressure rising. Honoring parents? Why was his bottom so heavy? Refusing to budge from the sofa, forcing their precious son to run around? Yet, remembering the purpose of calling her home today, he forced himself to suppress his frustration. He maintained a warm smile, inquiring about his daughter's work and life, before he sighed deeply. Shen Xi sensed a shift, realizing the drama was unfolding. Xiao Xi, it's all my fault for being useless. Now you understand how challenging it is to run a repair business. Shen Xi was astute. Years ago, he had saved up his daughter's earnings and used the 10,000 yuan from the divorce settlement to purchase the modest apartment they now lived in. It was not large, but its location was prime. He intended to leave the apartment to his son. However, with only one unit, how would his precious son enjoy a lavish life? Moreover, there was also his grandson to consider. He needed to buy another, and it had to be a larger one. But with the rising real estate prices in his city, could an average person afford it? It seemed he must rely on his daughter once more. The eldest daughter had turned out to be a disappointment, marrying into a far-off city and giving birth to several daughters, unable to produce a son. Her in-laws were highly critical of her, and the Shen family dared not approach her family. She had not given birth to a son? What a disgrace. The second daughter is as cunning as a monkey. After enrolling in university, she applied for a government-funded study abroad program, and now remains ensnared in the lavish world of America, refusing to return. She ignores phone calls and messages, leaving a golden opportunity to earn money from remittances slipping through his fingers. Shen Xi finds himself restless at night, tormented by stomach pains. After much contemplation, he realizes that the third daughter is the most susceptible to persuasion. She is nearby, and it is easier to access her finances. Over the years, he has controlled her salary, and she has never protested. Regrettably, last year when she entered university, Su Liwen snatched the opportunity first, and he failed to seize her salary card. Thus, he occasionally concocts various excuses to lament his financial struggles to his daughter, hoping to gain a little. Anything is better than receiving less than his salary. Although he is unaware of how much his daughter currently earns, it is merely pocket change. He needs to buy a house for his son in Huqing. What use is that little sum? He refuses to believe that after all these years, his daughter has only saved that meager salary. Surely, she has other sources of income. Have you seen those athletes on television? Some drive luxury cars. Although his daughter may not compare to them, surely she can manage to buy a house. However, he knows better than to voice such thoughts indiscriminately. He must approach the topic gradually, first lamenting the hardships of business, then mentioning that his son is of marrying age and should consider settling down. Where would they live in such a small house? Without a home, how can one find a partner for marriage? Nowadays, girls are so pragmatic. Marriage requires a house and a car, but they cannot wait until after the wedding to buy. That would turn it into joint property, which is not advantageous. Purchasing before marriage must be done entirely in cash. He cannot burden his beloved son with a mortgage, for that would surely exhaust him. As these thoughts swirl in his mind, he feels as if his heart is frying in a pan, and sleep eludes him. As a father, he laments his inadequacy in providing a better life for his children. Tears well in his eyes as he speaks, his emotions genuine and heartfelt. Dad, as long as you understand, it can't be helped. Who can blame Xiaoa for his misfortune? Shen Xi's words leave him momentarily dumbfounded. Why is she not following the script? In the past, whenever he feigned poverty, his daughter would inquire if anything was amiss. Upon revealing his troubles, it would naturally lead to him receiving some money. How seamless. How smooth. What has changed today? Did he fail to articulate something properly? Should he reiterate his concerns? But Dad, don't worry. Although Xiaohe may struggle to find a wife, he could always marry into a wealthy family. I know a few affluent women. Nonsense. Shen Xi exclaimed, slamming the table, causing his daughter to look on in astonishment. He mustered a forced smile. Xiaoxi, how can you make such reckless statements? In our Shen family, he is the sole male heir. How could he possibly marry into another family? Moreover, marrying is not the act of a good man. You only have this one brother. If you do not care for him, who will? I wish to care for him, but just the other day, Mom came to see me, saying that Zhang Ruoqi wants to study music, which costs nearly 20,000 a year. Study music? Nonsense. Shen Daji was furious upon hearing this. No wonder his daughter was so oblivious today. It was clear that Su Liwen's scheming had drained her intellect. He had always believed Shen Xi to be straightforward, but today she seemed lost, and now he understood why. Music studies? With that woman's persuasive tongue, even the most stubborn of cats would follow her lead. How could her daughter possibly study music? This was a delicate topic, and Shen Xi remained silent. Besides, could the Zhang family afford such luxuries? They were crammed into a 60-square-meter apartment, and they had to borrow a place to marry off their son. How could they possibly allow their daughter to pursue music? Did they have the means or the capability? Shen Daji's words were rooted in a story. Years ago, Su Liwen's stepson, Zhang Bin, was dating a girl who insisted that his family provide a house. Zhang Hanchang had made some money in business years prior and managed to buy a small apartment. But after his business declined, that was all that remained. The cramped 3-bedroom flat was barely enough for 4 people. How could they possibly consider marriage? If the girl saw the reality, she would surely reject him. Thus, Zhang Hanchang turned to his sister for help, asking her to prepare a wedding house for her son. Even though the boy was still in university and marriage was far off, he discussed with his sister the possibility of lending the house to Zhang Bin for his wedding, with the agreement to return it afterward. As a brother, he assumed his sister would comply. So, Zhang Bin joyfully brought his girlfriend home, showing her the house, claiming it was their wedding home. Upon seeing the house, the girl readily accepted, quickly moving in. However, less than half a month later, the aunt forced them out. Why the force? Because they refused to leave. This incident led to Zhang Bin's wife erupting in anger, spreading ill words about the Zhang family. While Su Liwen sought money from Shen Xi to appease her. Do not concern yourself with her. I shall settle the score, Shen Daji declared, his frustration bubbling over. That Zhang Ruoqi is not even related to you. She is no sister of yours. Xiaohe is your true brother. After a long night of pin-up frustration, he finally found an outlet for his anger. Disrupting someone's financial stability is akin to murder in Shen Daji's eyes. While he may be indifferent to the loss of parents, he would not part with a single penny. Chapter 11. Robbery. Last year, when Su Liwen robbed his daughter's salary card, Shen Daji was furious. However, Su Liwen warned him that if he attempted to reclaim it, she would sabotage his son's prospects. Indeed, she would always side with those who shared her bed. At that time, he was expending considerable effort to secure a respectable career for his son, and things were finally looking up. Fearing that he might jeopardize his son's future, he refrained from taking action. After all, robbing from his daughter would yield the same result without loss. Who could have anticipated that this woman would become so greedy and malicious? The old adage holds true. A single concession leads to repeated concessions. This time, he must resolutely prevent her from succeeding. Shen Xi hesitated, but she is still my mother, and I am still your father. All these years, she has provided nothing for you. Leave everything to me. Huh, as if he had ever cared for her. Shen Xi's visit was merely a diversion. Recently, Su Liwen had refrained from confronting her directly, fearing that Shen Xi might truly seek employment elsewhere. Yet, though she dared not approach her, she persistently bombarded her with messages. Daily, she would send WeChat messages lamenting her financial woes, occasionally sharing pictures of her meager meals, claiming that she could only afford such paltry fare. Though Shen Xi had blocked her, she sensed that both Shen Daji and Su Liwen were merely idling away their time, attempting to exploit her. It would be better to let them deal with each other. What if this is unfilial? Would her mother be angry? I do not wish for my sister to fail in her music studies, but what about my brother? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Shen Daji slammed the table, declaring, "This matter is settled. I will handle your mother. Dad, you truly care for me." As Shen Xi gazed at him with gratitude, Shen Daji could only watch helplessly as his beloved daughter cleared out the expensive treats he had set aside for his precious son, like durians and cherries, joyfully taking them home in large bags. Shen Daji expertly managed his expression, embodying the role of a loving father who feared his daughter would go hungry or feel cold. Once Shen Xi's figure disappeared down the hallway, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and he slammed the door shut. "Dad," Shen He inquired, emerging from his room, "are you really going to confront Mom?" "Of course. I must," Shen Daji replied, a cold smile creeping across his face as he sank into the sofa. It was clear that Shen Xi was merely deflecting attention. How could he let Su Liwen continue to siphon money from their daughter? "Your sister's money belongs to us. What right does she have to take it for the Zhang family?" "Exactly. Dad, You promised to buy me a BMW this year. Rest assured, your father has it all planned. This year, you'll have a car. Next year, a house. The year after that, you must strive to give me a grandson. Once the car is in place, I will undoubtedly bring home a beautiful girl. Excellent. My son is indeed ambitious. Shen Daji looked at his son with satisfaction. After sending him back to his room to play on his phone, Shen Daji began to formulate a plan to confront Su Liwen, ensuring she would never dare to target his daughter's finances again. And yes, he needed to reclaim that salary card. Regardless, now that her son's work is settled, does he still fear her? Once she handles Su Liwen, she can then deal with Shen Xi. That girl today seems quite cunning. After all, she is a member of the Shen family. Shi. Meanwhile, Shen Xi strolled along, feeling quite pleased with herself. After all these years, she had finally managed to retrieve something from the Shen family. Indeed, a good omen to maintain. Who would have anticipated that this auspicious sign would not last even half an hour? As soon as Shen Xi alighted from the bus, she witnessed a young man swiftly snatching a young girl's phone while waiting at the bus stop. To make matters worse, his eyes were fixated on the durian she was carrying. In a flash, he attempted to snatch it again. Shen Xi smiled at him and swiftly kicked out her leg. To his disbelief, he was sent flying several meters away, tumbling on the ground, and quickly scrambled to his feet, fleeing without looking back. The incident occurred so suddenly that the young girl was left completely stunned. Well, she could tolerate someone stealing a phone, but stealing her durian was absolutely intolerable. Shen Xi chased after him, durian in hand. Indeed, those who engage in thievery are rarely sluggish under the night sky. That young man ran as if he were a sprinter, almost leaving an afterimage in the glow of the streetlights. Who is Shen Xi? Although running was not her forte, it depended on whom one was competing against. After all, she was intent on reclaiming her property, so what did it matter to anyone else? With swift, meteor-like strides, she closed in, hurling the durian with all her might. It landed with a resounding thud against his back. In the heat of June, his thin tank top offered little protection, and the spiky durian punctured his smooth skin. The pain he felt was something only he could comprehend. The young man collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Shen Xi approached him, firmly gripping his neck, and began to rummage through his pockets. Oh, fruits, some gadgets. And rice, all the latest models. It seemed he had been quite active. After stripping him of one pocket, she moved to the other when he protested. That's my phone. Ouch. Shen Xi slapped the back of his head again. Yours? Yours? You nimble thief, what do you possess? Hand it over. She turned his pockets inside out, and besides his phone, she pulled out several wallets, all confiscated for good measure. By the time the young girl caught up, breathless, she witnessed Shen Xi pinning the thief down and delivering a flurry of slaps, reducing him to tears. Help! Call the police, quickly! He screamed, his voice hoarse. The girl trembled. Should she call the police or not? That night, the police station was particularly lively. Just as they were dealing with a group involved in a barbecue brawl, another incident of a thief being beaten surfaced. Officers, I want to report this woman for robbery and assault, cried the bruised thief, bent over in a peculiar posture, his face a mess, his hair disheveled. Officer, he stole my phone. This young lady was just helping me, the girl explained timidly, cradling the durian. The 23-year-old officer wished to say, could you not call me uncle? You certainly do not look like you belong to my generation. I acknowledge that stealing a phone is wrong, but I did not steal from her. Why is she hitting me? If she hits me, I can report her. The thief shouted defiantly, pointing at Shen Xi. Shen Xi raised her hand, and the thief cowered behind the young officer. She has a rebellious strand of hair. Should I tuck it behind my ear or not? Well, I've decided to tuck it. Who says you didn't rob me? You attempted to steal my durian. What? The thief's mouth fell agape. Indeed, I witnessed you trying to snatch the durian from the sister. With a slight smile, Shen Xi cited, according to Article 20 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China, actions taken to prevent ongoing unlawful harm to oneself or others are deemed justifiable defense and do not incur criminal liability. The thief was dumbfounded, peering curiously. What do you mean? The girl, pleased, placed the durian on the table and glared at him. It means that the young lady acted in justifiable defense. Right, officer? The young officer hesitated. Well, if it can be proven that she was indeed robbed, then the durian can indeed absolve her. The girl whispered to Shen Xi, sister, you are amazing. Quite impressive. ISNT it. I just looked it up on Baidu. Shen Xi replied with a mysterious smile. What? Does that mean I was beaten for nothing? I'm also a law-abiding citizen. What about my rights? The thief stammered, still shocked. Just you? A law-abiding citizen? Shen Xi remarked as she handed over the pile of phones and wallets she had confiscated from him to the police. These are all stolen goods, certainly taken from others. The thief fell silent, and the police counted the items. Oh, quite a catch. Since the introduction of surveillance technology, car thefts had diminished. Yet someone still dared to attempt robbery under the cover of darkness. It must be said that he was indeed unfortunate, attempting to rob someone and getting beaten in return. How could one be so foolish as to target a durian of all things? Regardless, I demand some compensation for my injuries. The thief fumed, feeling that his efforts for the past half-month had been in vain. He intended to sell the stolen items today, but upon spotting that dazed girl standing alone at the bus stop, he thought it was a stroke of luck from the heavens, a sign to commit one more crime. After snatching the phone, he became disoriented upon seeing Shen Xi disembarking with a durian, leading to his downfall. Compensation? How much do you wish for? Shen Xi cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. Seeing her hands, the thief recalled the pain she inflicted and cowered behind the officer once more. If you feel embarrassed to discuss this in front of the police, then I shall wait outside until you come out. We can have a proper discussion then. And no, it's all right. I do not want any compensation. He stammered. Officer, I confess, those items were all stolen. Please arrest me. The officer, the girl, a sudden burst of laughter, accompanied by a peculiar stench, wafted through the police station, halting everyone's movements as they turned towards the source. A tall, handsome man, exuding a languid aura, sat casually nearby, munching on a piece of durian flesh, with several durian shells lying on the table beside him. This looks familiar. Sister, it seems to be your durian, the girl whispered to Shen Xi. Please continue, the man shrugged. I was just hungry and needed a snack. Is this merely a snack? Shen Xi felt as if she had not been struck by lightning in ages. All these events were converging. That man was none other than the one with the long legs from the photograph, the very one she had resolved to forget. Why was he in Hecheng? Wasn't he from Hezhou? Heavens above, what on earth was happening? Shen Xi felt her mind spiral for 5 seconds before deciding to act as if she did not recognize him. After all, they had agreed that once they stepped through that door, they were strangers. What did it matter where he was from? What relevance did it hold for her? Chen Chuan, behave yourself. Another officer snapped, slapping the table with a case file. No eating in the police station. Chen Chuan glanced at the officer's untouched lunch and drink, and the officer fell silent. The entire station continued to endure the relentless assault of the durian's odor. One must admit that when it comes to being domineering, only snail noodles can compete. A small police officer handling the incident involving Shen Xi and her companions discreetly inquired of a colleague. What happened? A late-night brawl over a seat, the colleague replied softly, gesturing towards a group of individuals whose heads were bloodied from the altercation. They quarreled over seating, and it escalated. And him? The officer indicated towards Chen Chuan. He seems to have been caught in the fray. His dining table was smashed, and when he fell, he accidentally impaled his hand on a leftover skewer. The colleague paused. He just happened to be holding it and ended up stabbing someone, sending them to the hospital, which is why he was brought in as well. The small officer winced upon hearing this. Shen Xi, with keen ears, overheard their conversation, her gaze involuntarily drifting towards the man, only to be caught by him. He wore a smile, slowly chewing on a piece of meat before deliberately spitting out the pit. Shen Xi felt a shiver run down her spine, and for the first time in her life, she felt compelled to flee from a man's gaze. She coughed, turned, and urged the small officer to swiftly resolve the matter. The facts were clear. The instigator admitted guilt, and within you as a witness. They completed the paperwork and were able to leave the station without further ado. However, after taking just a few steps, Shen Xi halted. Sister, what's wrong? And you asked. Puzzled, Shen Xi turned back, striding directly to the man in question, and slapped the table, declaring, that durian is mine. Pay up. The onlookers were taken aback. Chen Chuan continued to leisurely savor the durian, relishing every bite. Once he swallowed, he finally spoke. I have no money, but how about settling this with an exchange of flesh for debt? What do you think? A police officer nearby coughed loudly, tapping a notebook on the table, awkwardly reminding them, this is a police station. Unethical transactions are not permitted. Chen Chuan smirked. Officer, I only lost 100 or so. How can you call that unethical? I'm offering a very reasonable price here. Is this about the price? The officer found himself momentarily speechless. in terms of shamelessness and audacity. Shen Xi realized she had lost tonight. She pointed at him repeatedly, struggling to find the words to retort, ultimately settling on a dismissive spit and turning away. Damn it. Last time it was a trap. This time it's a durian, double trouble. What a loss. Chapter 13. The Stingy One After a Tumultuous Night. Shen Xi returned home past midnight, and for once, slept in the next day, grateful that there were no classes scheduled. The sunlight streaming in around 11 made it impossible to continue sleeping, so she reluctantly awoke, realizing she had forgotten to draw the curtains. Rubbing her face against the pillow, she struggled for a while, but ultimately decided to sleep a little longer. She pulled the blanket over her head, attempting to snuggle back in, but fate had other plans. Her phone began to ring. Likely it was either Shen Daji or Su Liwen requesting money, or perhaps both of them together. She was too lazy to answer. However, the phone continued to ring insistently, as if it had a vendetta against her peace, ringing repeatedly. Fine, I'll have to recharge it. She grumbled, reaching for the phone to turn it off when she glanced at the screen and saw the name, Yi Jinjin. She answered the call, and on the other end, a voice echoed urgently. Shen Xi, have you forgotten about your blind date today? The man has been waiting for you in the park for over half an hour. Where are you? Blind date? Shen Xi suddenly recalled her friend Yi Jinjin had introduced her to a man a few days prior. He had been messaging her regularly, sending greetings throughout the day and requesting photos. In truth, there were many pictures of Shen Xi online from when she was celebrated for her beauty. She had once been dubbed a goddess and most beautiful champion. However, most matchmakers conveniently omitted this chapter of her life, presenting her merely as a university lecturer. Thus, the blind date man was unaware that this Shen Xi was indeed the same. Awakened to the reality, Shen Xi realized that she was supposed to meet 4 men today, and she had already stood up 2 of them. No worries, she thought. More options lead to less regret, and resolved to meet all 4, maximizing efficiency as if it were a talent show. That day, at a renowned CAF in a bustling commercial area, an unusual scene unfolded. Shen Xi arrived an hour early at the blind date location. Having skipped breakfast, she intended to combine brunch with her meeting. She figured she would need some energy for the double date. While she was engrossed in her meal, she suddenly overheard a conversation nearby. We're not compatible. Let's split the bill. A man's voice, gruff and somewhat familiar, floated to her ears. How shameless. You want to go Dutch on a blind date? Just for a cup of coffee? Shen Xi thought to herself. ISNT coffee money? Please, if you're broke, you shouldn't be on a blind date. Well, if you're not poor, then let us go Dutch, the other party retorted, clearly agitated, slamming the table. I'm telling you, it's not that you didn't catch my attention. Rather, I'm not interested in you. Pay up, and I'll be happy to ignore you. Suddenly, a fashionable urban woman stood up, grabbing her coffee and preparing to throw it in his face. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you dare to spill, you will not only owe me for the coffee, but also for my clothing, which is designer and quite expensive. The man's melodious voice, even when raspy, possesses a certain seductive deepness. However, the words he uttered could incite immediate frustration, revealing his stinginess. The woman gritted her teeth, her hand clutching the cup stiffly for a moment before she slammed it down, extracting 200 yuan notes and placing them on the table. Consider this my misfortune. This meal is on me. Let's never meet again. With that, she turned on her heel, her high heels clicking angrily against the floor as she stormed off. The man calmly continued sipping his coffee and raised his hand to summon the waiter. Please bring me a sirloin steak, medium rare. Certainly, and please settle the bill. The man picked up the 2 red bills from the table. You see, this is precisely why he found that woman unappealing. Her lack of intellect would adversely affect future generations. The 2 cups of coffee were merely under 100 yuan, yet she insisted on slapping down 2 red notes. The bravado was evident, but the one who suffers knows best. It certainly would not be him. The man continued to savor his coffee, which, despite being ordinary, tasted remarkably smooth since he had not spent a dime on it. Chapter 14. The Flavors of Life. 2 cups of coffee are 92 yuan, and the steak is 108 yuan. I will take 200 if you please. The waiter, with a professional smile, graciously accepted the payment, but, as she turned, her lips curled in disdain. She had observed the entire scene. What good was his striking appearance if he was so miserly, arriving for a blind date and unwilling to treat even for coffee, while the young lady paid? He proceeded to order a steak for himself. TSK, such a stingy man. Truly disappointing. Another observer, Shen Xi, was equally astounded. What a peculiar individual, a true role model for our generation. Yet there was a strange familiarity in his demeanor. Had he not been in such a CAF surrounded by potted plants and random decor that created semi-private spaces, she might have stood up to applaud this man. In the quiet afternoon CAF at 3 o'clock, only she and the man occupied separate tables, the atmosphere serene and cool, with Jay Chow's waiting for you after class, playing beautifully. The impeccably dressed man pushed open the CAF door, a shining presence among the crowd. He surveyed the room. His target clear, one female patron. Upon seeing Shen Xi, his impatient expression brightened. After all, Shen Xi was undeniably beautiful, the brightest star in any gathering. With her sleek short hair, fair skin, and large, vibrant eyes that sparkled with life, she could make anyone's heart soar, and with those alluring red lips, she could tempt a kiss in an instant. Those acquainted with Shen Xi understood that her appearance was deceptively enchanting. She bore the visage of a fiery beauty, yet her personality was even more intense. The man seated himself at her table, placing his car keys, adorned with 4 gleaming rings, on the surface. He wasted no time in asking, "You must be Miss Shen?" "Indeed," she replied. "I am Jean Guofeng. Pleasure to meet you." Shen Xi appraised him. He was rather ordinary looking, not to her liking. Previously, she had never been one to judge based solely on appearance, believing that a man's inner qualities mattered more than the outer. However, inexplicably, today she found herself critical of him, unable to see anything appealing. Yet she reminded herself that seeking a partner should not be based solely on looks. One must consider depth as well. Thus, she resolved to discover more about his character through their ensuing dialogue. "Miss Shen, I hear you're a university lecturer." "Yes, that's commendable. Teaching at the university is preferable. Well, with middle and high school, one merely holds the title of teacher, but is perpetually busy with little time for family. Who handles the daily meals and childcare when children arrive? The traditional roles dictate that men work outside while women manage the home. I believe women should be like flowers, beautifully nurtured in a vase, pleasing to the eye. Though I may appear successful, with numerous women vying for my attention, I genuinely long for the warmth of family. Imagine returning home after a long day to a wife who has prepared a meal, and a son sweetly calling me dad. That is the true essence of life." "Oh, Miss Shen, upon seeing you, I felt a spark of destiny. To be honest, over the past few years, I have been inundated with introductions. You know how in Hucheng, a single man with a home, a car, and a thriving business is in high demand? If it weren't for my desire to find my soul mate, I would have been married long ago." He flashed her a confident smile. "Soulmate, do you understand? I am someone who values feelings. Upon seeing you today, I realized that my long wait has been worthwhile." She was unfamiliar with the concept of soulmate, but felt an urge to retort with a playful jab, observing his receding hairline and the bags under his eyes. Shen Xi sighed inwardly, pondering her initial assessment of him. After encountering him, anything that followed would seem more appealing, wouldn't it? "Miss Shen, how about this? Let's try dating for 2 to 3 months. If we find compatibility, we can then consider marriage." Jean Guofeng absent-mindedly toyed with his Audi car keys. "Of course, to fully understand each other, I have recently been residing in a property near Ocean City, which is conveniently close to your university. I hope for the opportunity to witness the sunrise together with you." Such smooth talk. It was as if he were attempting to butter her up for an evening rendezvous. Clearly, he had indulged in many online jokes. Shen Xi rubbed her skin, feeling tiny bumps forming, realizing she could only endure so much. "Mr. Jean." "Yes? I believe we may not be well suited for one another." His confident smile faltered, frozen on his face. In truth, Shen Xi wished to recommend a domestic brand. Black Cat dishwashing liquid, known for its excellent grease-cutting properties, perfect for him. He looked utterly incredulous. "Miss Shen, did you perhaps miss here? I am currently an entrepreneur with a company of considerable scale. Apologies, but I am not looking to change careers or apply for a position. Thank you." Ultimately, Jean Guofeng thought he might still grant her another chance. "How about we exchange WeChat? Perhaps Miss Shen may reconsider in the future." "Thank you, but that won't be necessary." Shen Xi candidly dismissed him, prompting Jean Guofeng to storm off in anger, frustrated by her inability to recognize a good opportunity. She glanced at her phone. Splendid. She had managed to keep the encounter within 20 minutes, of which 19 were consumed by his self-aggrandizing monologue, while she had spent merely 1 minute rejecting him. The second male guest was set to arrive in 10 minutes. Shen Xi meticulously planned, for men, each allotted 20 minutes, with a buffer for unforeseen delays, would neatly fill 2 hours. Perfect. Since joining the university, she had been inundated with suitors, all eager to introduce her to potential partners. She thought, after all, marriage was the goal, so blind dates were merely a means to an end. Having spent so long alone with distant familial ties, perhaps marriage and children would enable her to experience warmth and affection. After all, while she felt no love for her parents or siblings, perhaps she could love her own child? Wasn't it said that maternal love is instinctual? She was curious to discover whether she possessed any innate qualities that were irretrievably lacking. Thus, Shen Xi resolved that before turning 26, she must settle her lifelong matters. Consequently, she had arranged for at least 2 blind date opportunities each week. Of course, having 4 dates in a single day, as she had today, was rare and a deliberate arrangement to enhance efficiency. Yet this was perhaps too efficient. In just 2 short hours, she had encountered a variety of exceptional men. The second male guest remarked, "A woman who demands a bride price is not a good woman. What decent person would place a price on themselves?" Upon glancing at Shen Xi, he concluded she was not that type of person. "May I inquire about the dowry your family has prepared? It is not that I insist on this matter, but as you are aware, it has come to my attention that you have a younger brother, and in today's matchmaking market, a woman with a brother is often seen as a disadvantage. As Miss Shun should be well aware. Initially, upon hearing of your brother, I was disinclined to meet you. It was only after Sister Wang spoke highly of your exceptional qualities that I decided to grant you an opportunity to meet. You see, I'm a civil servant, and the number of individuals wishing to introduce me to potential partners is countless. Yet, beauty does not compensate for a lack of charm. In Chapter 15, should one proceed? Miss Shun delivered a curt dismissal to this esteemed civil servant, bidding him to leave. In a mere 10 minutes, she seized the chance to order another meal to replenish her dwindling appetite. The third male contestant remarked, "Is it necessary to purchase a house before marriage? I must say, nowadays, people are overly calculating, always concerning themselves with prenuptial assets. I'm not like that. I wish to buy a house with my wife after marriage, sharing the down payment and the mortgage. I have but one request. My mother has raised me single-handedly, enduring hardship. Once we are married, I wish to bring her here, as it is our duty as children to show filial piety. Furthermore, to ensure her comfort, it would be best to have her name on the property deed. Ultimately, it is marital property. What does it matter whose name is on it? A woman who is overly calculating will not attract any man." Miss Shun confided that she is a brother supporter, giving all her family's resources to her brother, including her future husband's earnings, prioritizing her brother's needs for a house and car before she can feel at ease about his marriage. The third male contestant, exasperated, shot her several incredulous glances. Realizing her unwavering devotion to her brother was beyond redemption, he regretfully declared their incompatibility unless she could sever ties with her family. 15 minutes passed, and it was quite sufficient. The fourth male contestant made Miss Shun feel that her previous meal had already been consumed by those men. Thus, when a normal man sat across from her, she felt somewhat disoriented. This was the man she had stood up earlier that day, who had waited for her for half an hour. "Miss Shun," he smiled, "it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I am a fan." He was well-formed, employed in a government office, hailing from a civil servant family, of similar age and decent education, lacking any eccentric thoughts or bizarre demands. However, she found it difficult to fathom the idea of dating a fan. Politely declining, she was met with a courteous acceptance, followed by a request for her autograph. The encounter, which had transformed into a fan meeting, took her by surprise. "You are even more beautiful in person than on television. I truly admire you. Should you change your mind, please do not hesitate to contact me. I shall await your call." Once tranquility settled around her, Miss Shun rested her head on the table, contemplating that choosing a husband was far more challenging than winning a world championship. Wearied in body and spirit, it was no wonder that the number of individuals opting for singlehood was on the rise. If given the choice, she would prefer to avoid matchmaking altogether. A figure settled across from her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Had she arranged to meet 5 men? Looking up, she was taken aback. The man sat boldly opposite her, grinning splendidly, exuding a charming, roguish allure. "Hello. What a coincidence we meet again." His deep, raspy voice was laced with a casual nonchalance, as if perpetually unrefreshed, yet imbued with an inexplicable charm. It was Chen Chuan. He was the frugal man from their previous encounter. She simply hadn't recognized him due to his hoarse voice that day. Realizing who he was, she asked, "What brings you here?" "Well," he replied with a smile, "considering our previous acquaintance, I thought it courteous to greet you since you seem to have finished your business." With a swift gesture towards the door, she indicated for him to leave. His presence soured her mood, reminding her of the money he had previously cost her. "Don't be so hasty in sending me away. I am here to share some good news." "What good news could you possibly offer?" Miss Shun was skeptical. "Look, I am here for matchmaking, and so are you. It appears we both desire marriage, but have yet to find success. Why not consider me?" He paused, raising an eyebrow with a knowing look. "After all, we have gotten to know each other quite intimately. Wouldn't you agree?" Miss Shun was taken aback by his audacity. How did he manage to turn the most mundane words into something so brazen? "Truth be told, I possess many fine qualities. I am handsome, fit, and have a good temperament. Most importantly, I have great stamina." He shot her a suggestive glance, causing her to blush. "Forget everything else. Your audacity truly knows no bounds. What do you think?" "Not much. Don't be so heartless. We are quite familiar with one another. I am seeking a generous and open-handed man. Do you believe you fit that description?" She cast him a sideways glance, clearly unimpressed. "Ah, I am indeed a perfect match. I'm only stingy with outsiders. Consider it. Why, save comes back to our household, correct?" For a moment, she found his reasoning oddly compelling, not noticing he had already begun to refer to it as our household. "Moreover, I am considerate and family-oriented, ensuring I will be a good husband. Most importantly, I will not dictate the number of children we have or their surnames. Whether we have sons or daughters is of no concern." This notion began to sway Miss Shun, prompting her to genuinely contemplate the possibility of marrying him. "Considering you have encountered such a variety of suitors, would you not agree that I am the most exceptional among them? At the very least, I want to appear frightening when you wake up in the middle of the night to use the restroom. Waking up to see me, you will know, is the start of a wonderful day." This reasoning was undeniably persuasive. Miss Shun clapped her hands, declaring, "Fine, you are the one. Why complicate matters? After all, marrying anyone is still marriage. At least choose someone good-looking, right? Then shall we go and register our marriage tomorrow?" "Tomorrow?" He smiled. "With my exceptional qualities, are you not eager to secure me swiftly?" Such logic was hard to refute. "Very well, tomorrow it is." "Excellent. Then I shall see you at the marriage registration office tomorrow." "Agreed. By the way, let me formally introduce myself. I am Chen Chuan." "Shen Xi." Surely, there could not be a more peculiar couple than they, having shared intimate moments and negotiated their future before even knowing each other's names. Yet it mattered not. They were, after all, acquainted now. "Today is a splendid day. Let us celebrate with a fine meal." As dinner time approaches, Chen Chuan proposed. Miss Shun, wary from previous experiences, interjected. "You're not planning to split the bill, are you?" "Of course not." She breathed a sigh of relief. "I have no money. You shall treat me." She spoke too soon. "Why should I? How about this? Tomorrow, I will treat you. Thus, all expenses tomorrow will be on me. What do you say?" Such generosity? Miss Shin found it hard to believe. "One of my virtues is my honesty." "Very well, what would you like to eat?" "Waiter, we are ready to order." As the waiter expressed a mixture of envy, jealousy, and bewilderment, Chen Chuan happily ordered a lavish dinner for them both. "Why such an extravagant meal?" Miss Shin questioned, feeling a pang of guilt. "We are celebrating our impending marriage. Any expense is worthwhile." His smile was like a breath of fresh air, and Miss Shin found herself unable to turn down such warmth. $200 for dinner was a small price to pay. Tomorrow she would ensure to reclaim $500 or $600 from him. In Chapter 16, they proceeded to register their marriage. The two enjoyed a delightful dinner together, followed by a leisurely stroll home, aiding digestion. How remarkable was his ability to make frugality sound so endearing. A man like him was truly one of a kind. However, who could resist his handsome visage? Shen Xi felt that a leisurely 40-minute stroll was hardly an inconvenience. After all, they needed to walk for over half an hour and engage in some conversation. Shen Xi inquired, "What happened to your voice? Wasn't it fine last night?" "Heatiness," he replied. "How'd you come to be heated?" It was a casual remark, and she did not expect an answer. He remained silent for a long while, and to her surprise, he actually responded, "I ate too much durian." Ha ha ha. Shen Xi thought. The frustration she had bottled up the previous night dissipated in an instant. Serves him right for indulging alone. Are you sure this is what you're upset about?" The next morning, at 5 minutes to 10, The punctual Shen Xi alighted from the bus and spotted the man leaning against the bus stop, smiling at her. He was clad in a white shirt and black trousers. Such simple attire, yet he wore it so well. His sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing well-defined muscular arms. And the bright June sunlight cascaded golden rays onto his healthy skin. He had a head of thick, jet-black hair, tousled in a way that exuded a strong sense of personal style, unlike the meticulously groomed boys of today. His eyebrows were thick and prominent, his deep, dark eyes held an enigmatic allure, and beneath a high nose, his lips were slightly curled, with a strong jawline that radiated virility and an undeniable sensuality. Seeing her descend from the bus, his smile deepened, and his eyes sparkled with what seemed like starlight, causing Shen Xi's legs to feel weak. Reminiscent of that night in the elevator. As she walked toward him, she suddenly realized that there was a 99 chance she would agree to marry him solely because of that face. It was a visage that captivated her heart in every possible way. The remaining 0 was due to his physique. Fine, she admitted, she was indeed someone who valued looks. After all, wasn't he also drawn to her beauty in wanting to marry her? Both were captivated by appearances. Neither could deny it. "Hey, darling, you look beautiful today. You must be the most stunning bride here," he said, his sweet words flowing effortlessly. Shen, she was utterly charmed. Isn't marrying someone about finding someone who can provide value? Whether monetary or emotional, both are significant, regardless of their worth. Shen Xi believed that marrying someone with a sweet tongue was far better than a man whose words could wound. Little did she know that the man she was marrying could be both sweet-tongued and capable of infuriating her to the brink of despair. The future was uncertain. But for now, she smiled sweetly, playfully punching him lightly. "Stop it. Keep your voice down. It would be embarrassing if others heard." He nearly stumbled from her playful hit, but steadied himself, chuckling, "What's embarrassing? I am merely stating facts." He gently tugged at her playful short hair. "You are simply stunning. No wonder you are my wife." As she reached out to pinch his waist, he wisely withdrew his hand. The man standing nearby silently lowered his head, choosing not to look or listen. "Let us go," Chen Chuan said, taking her hand and heading toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. "I made an appointment yesterday. When number 28, it will be quick." "Wow, that number is auspicious." "Of course, I always handle my affairs properly, so don't worry." The two of them, oblivious to their surroundings, continued to exchange sweet nothings as they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, followed quietly by the man behind them. Shen Xi had no idea that he was acquainted with Chen Chuan. After completing the free marriage examination, they waited in the hall for their number to be called. When the display showed that only 2 couples were ahead of them, Chen Chuan waved to the sorrowful man, who stepped forward to hand over a bag he had been carrying. Chen Chuan retrieved a pristine white veil adorned with sparkling jewels and pearls, breathtakingly beautiful. One could not deny that as soon as the veil was revealed, it captured the attention of every woman in the room. It was exquisite, soft, and white, reminiscent of a dream. Chen Chuan carefully attached the veil to her hair and adjusted it with utmost care. Shen Xi's heart raced as she gazed into his handsome eyes, murmuring, "How did you think to prepare this?" He flashed a smile. "Didn't I say everything today is in my hands? I will provide you with the most perfect experience for obtaining our marriage certificate." She was deeply moved, so, "Did you buy this veil or rent it? Was it expensive?" His smile grew wider. "Rest assured, it's borrowed. No money was spent." At that moment, the man beside them seemed to stifle a sob. Upon hearing that it was borrowed, Shen Xi felt relieved. For their marriage registration today, she had deliberately worn one of her few dresses, a pure white gown that fitted her figure perfectly, complemented by the pristine veil, creating a beautiful contrast of innocence and maturity. Indeed, all the newlyweds in the registration hall could not help but steal glances at Shen Xi, while the women unabashedly admired Chen Chuan. It was a harmonious scene. When the number was finally called, they stepped forward, submitted their identification and household registration, filled out the forms, and with 2 swift stamps, their marriage certificate was freshly printed. "Congratulations. Wishing you a lifetime of happiness together." The couple was simply too attractive, causing the staff to steal glances at them. "Thank you," Chen Chuan said with a smile as he pulled 2 pieces of candy from his pocket, offering them to her. "Your smile is as sweet as this candy." A middle-aged woman chuckled, clearly delighted. "Oh, this boy has such a sweet tongue." She felt fortunate today, filling in for a young woman and unexpectedly encountering such a charming and eloquent young man. If her daughter weren't still young, She might have considered asking if they could postpone the marriage and take more time to choose. Shen Xi silently observed the pile of candies scattered by other couples receiving their certificates, and the woman cherishing her 2 pieces of preserved plums, which looked suspiciously like the complimentary candies from the coffee shop last night. Chen Chuan certainly knew how to live well. She had made the right choice. He had already taken the photos needed for their marriage certificate, which he had likely done without expense. The veil was prepared without cost. The registration was free, and the wedding candy was complimentary. Thus far, aside from the bus fare to get there, all expenses had been zero. This was what he meant by covering all costs for today. As the freshly minted Chen couple headed to the photography location, Shen Xi finally understood the purpose of the man who had silently followed them. Indeed, he was the photographer Chen Chuan had hired to document their day. When he unveiled an impressive set of professional equipment, Shen Xi noticed the envy radiating from the other hired photographers and staff. It certainly looked expensive. Yet, under Chen Chuan's guidance, Shen Xi felt that marrying him was truly a joyous occasion, and taking photos felt remarkably delightful. In the final shot, as they stood closely together, holding their marriage certificate with seriousness, their smiles were radiant and sweet, genuinely heartfelt. As they exited the Civil Affairs Bureau, Chen Chuan turned to the man and said, "All right, you can leave now." The man shot him a resentful glance, opened his mouth as if to say something, but ultimately fell silent, shoulders slumping as he walked away. Throughout this encounter, Shen Xi hadn't even learned his name. When she asked Chen Chuan, he simply replied, "Yes, not important." "Are you really just going to let him go?" "Why not? It's almost mealtime. If I don't let him leave now, we'd have to treat him to a meal, which would be quite unwise." Shen Xi said, "You foolish boy, why not let him treat us to a meal? That would save us some money, wouldn't it?" Chen Chuan slapped his thigh in astonishment, exclaiming, "Oh my, I never expected this. After all, she is my wife, and she is quite clever." His compliment, although lacking sincerity, left Shen Xi bewildered. Indeed, the itinerary that Chen Chuan arranged subsequently validated her suspicions. They visited a certain tea shop where they enjoyed complimentary wedding milk tea, naturally opting for the most expensive variety. They then went to a particular supermarket, successfully collecting a new couple's gift package filled with essentials symbolizing a worry-free married life, all for free. Shen Xi researched online and discovered that this was what people referred to as the free perks available on the day of marriage registration. Truly in line with Chen Chuan's style. But wait, would he really pass up a chance at a certain hot pot restaurant? Does he think I would be fooled into spending money at his place for such trivial things? Absolutely not. In this world, could anyone truly take advantage of Chen Chuan? The answer was a resounding no. The most audacious act came when Chen Chuan, after collecting items at the supermarket, promptly took Shen Xi to the local market to purchase their lunch ingredients. Why not buy them at the supermarket? Having received free items, shouldn't we at least support the business? The market offered fresher produce, and more importantly, haggling was allowed. So, without delay, they proceeded to buy. Chen Chuan guided Shen Xi through the bustling market, expertly selecting vegetables while explaining the differences. These rolled-up chilies are spicier than the straight ones, and this thick loofah is tastier than the slender variety. Shen Xi nodded absent-mindedly, merely humoring him. "Oh, young man, you're quite considerate in your selections." A lady nearby remarked with a smile. "Not at all. I still have much to learn from the aunties," Chen Chuan replied cheerfully, praising the freshness of the meat and vegetables, which delighted the lady to the point of wanting him to accompany her for future shopping trips. Leaving Shen Xi utterly astonished. This man, indeed worthy of earning from the hands of the aunties, had charmed her with just a few words, making her wish to marry off her daughter to him. Impressive indeed. Little did they know that Chen Chuan was about to outdo himself. After shopping with the lady, they negotiated as if the vendor dared not protest. "For garlic, you must add a bunch of green onions, and for ribs, you should throw in some extra bones," they insisted. At a fish stall, when a vendor weighed a lively fish, Chen Chuan interrupted, "Please weigh it properly. Our household never deals in short measures. There's a fair scale over there. Please use that." The fishmonger, wielding a knife that had cut fish for 2 decades, appeared unfazed. Yet, Chen Chuan remained unperturbed. "That fish weighs at most 2.5 pounds. Did you eat the remaining 4 ounces?" The aunties gasped. They often weighed their purchases at home, but since the fish was already cleaned, there was no way to verify its weight. Realizing they had been shortchanged all this time, one aunt declared, "How dare you cheat the aunties? I will report you to the market." Upon weighing the fish again, it turned out to be exactly 2.5 pounds. The onlookers fell silent, then erupted in a chorus of accusations against the vendor and praises for Chen Chuan. It's normal for fish to be wet. They're in water. The vendor protested. Did your fish get drunk and vomit? It can't carry 4 ounces of water. Is its skin made of sponge? Why not let it bring an extra pound? Chen Chuan retorted, scolding the vendor for cheating the Andes. Eventually, the vendor begrudgingly offered several small abalones to appease the Andes' wounded pride, thus resolving the matter. It was evident how fond the Andes became of Chen Chuan thereafter, insisting on adding him on WeChat and gifting him some abalones. Young Chen, you are truly impressive. You can tell the weight just by lifting it. Let's make a habit of shopping together. Of course, anytime I come here, I'll seek you out. Chen Chuan readily accepted the abalones without hesitation. As they reluctantly parted ways, Shen Xi carried a bounty of jars and bottles from the supermarket, while Chen Chuan held a chicken in one hand and a duck in the other, fully laden with various ingredients. She was left in awe. As they walked to the bus stop, he casually asked, "Are we going to your place or mine?" Isn't that a question for the evening?" She stammered, flustered. "In broad daylight. What are you thinking? I meant cooking. Even if you had those thoughts, wouldn't you need to be well-fed to have the energy for other pursuits?" Puffed. Shen Xi shot him a glare. "You're the one thinking like that. Don't you think so? I always thought you married me for my looks," he countered. The nearby aunties, carrying their groceries, slowed their steps upon overhearing this exchange. "Nonsense. That's slander. I clearly married you for your face." Shallow, he shook his head. "I am different. I don't care about looks." "How could you not? I'm quite beautiful," she protested, unconvinced. "What do you look at then?" "I simply desire your body." "Ha ha, young man, with a wife as beautiful as yours. It's only natural for you to feel that way." The Annies finally chimed in after holding back their laughter for so long. Chapter 18. The Good Waste Indeed. Back in my day when I just got married, my husband, Mr. Wu, would hesitate to go to work, often arriving late, losing several shoes in the process. One aunt reminisced. "Mine was even worse. Mr. Wong would pester me constantly. Such a nuisance." "That's nothing. My husband, Mr. Chu, broke several bed frames." Shen Xi was taken aback. Was this something she could hear without paying? To her surprise, Chen Chuan, unashamed, joined in exactly. "Don't let age fool you. Everyone was young once." "Oh dear, what you say is quite accurate. In our youth, we were robust. Having children was easy, unlike today's youngsters who find it challenging." One aunt remarked. "But you're different," another added, playfully patting Chen Chuan's waist. "Just by looking at your physique, I can tell, young lady, you are fortunate." The aunties exchanged knowing smiles, leaving Shen Xi feeling outmatched. Realizing she couldn't compete, she decided to join in. "Annie, what do you think? Teach me too." Following the aunties would be the best way to avoid losses. "Well, once you've experienced enough, you'll naturally understand. Let me tell you, the most crucial thing about a man is not his face. While looks are important, you must also consider his physique." Annie Alphong was right. Soon, a group of aunties pulled Shen Xi into their conversations, offering insights on men's stamina, strength, and all manner of topics, even discussing the intricacies of childbirth positions. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, the discussions were rather too revealing. Shen Xi, with an exceptionally thick skin, maintained her composure throughout, responding with, "Really? Wow, you all are so knowledgeable." With her enthusiastic reactions, the aunties became even more animated, chasing after the bus without a care, imparting their wisdom to her. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan smiled throughout, unbothered by the chatter, even demonstrating his long legs and muscular arms for the aunties. Eventually, the aunties realized it was getting late and needed to return home to prepare meals, reluctantly bidding farewell. Annie Chu took Shen Xi's hand, earnestly advising, "Dear, I see your partner has a good temperament and is capable. He is a good person for a lasting relationship." "Of course, Annie, you can count on me," Shen Xi replied, warmly grasping her hand in return. "In the household, it is advisable to purchase a sturdy bed." Shen Xi remarked, "Indeed, your aunt remains as she is. Her audacity knows no bounds." "Assuredly, my bed is quite robust and will withstand any movement." Chen Chuan, ever unashamed, responds to everything without hesitation. The aunts burst into laughter. "If it cannot withstand, it would be a pity for your back." Shen Xi and Chen Chuan pondered, should the bed indeed break, or not? Ultimately, they opted to visit Chen Chuan's abode. For Shen Xi's home lacked any substantial kitchen items aside from an electric kettle. This marked Shen Xi's inaugural entrance into Chen Chuan's residence, a modest 60-square-meter apartment situated on the bustling Yulin Street in the city center. It epitomized a quintessential bachelor pad, devoid of clutter and furnished in a classic palette of black, white, and gray, exuding an understated elegance. The space was immaculate, devoid of discarded socks or sweaty shirts, challenging Shen Xi's preconceived notions of male living conditions from her time in training. Upon stepping into his home, Shen Xi realized she had overlooked a vital aspect of matrimony, understanding the financial standing of her partner. However, as Chen Chuan donned an apron and wielded a gleaming, sharp knife with grace, transforming potatoes into fine shreds and chopping a whole chicken, the kitchen became his domain. Leaning against the doorframe, Shen Xi watched him, captivated by his composure. She concluded that his possessions, be they a house or a car, were of little consequence. She could earn a living while he managed the household chores, an arrangement she found agreeable. When she expressed this thought, Chen Chuan wholeheartedly concurred. Not only can I cook and clean, but I can also make the bed and warm the blankets, ensuring your satisfaction. Feeling slightly overwhelmed by his audacity, Shen Xi believed she needed further refinement. Stepping out, her gaze fell upon the deep blue bed, and she recalled her aunt's earnest advice. Remember, it is essential to invest in a good bed. This triggered memories of her singular experience with his strength and size. In need of a moment to collect herself, she rushed to the laundry room, splashing cold water on her face, the chill calming her heated blood and allowing her to appraise the bathroom. It is often said that observing a family's hygiene habits can be discerned through their restroom. Chen Chuan's bathroom was undoubtedly up to par, clean, fresh, and organized, with pristine porcelain and gleaming glass. There were no hidden corners of neglect, a stark contrast to Shen Xi's more haphazardly maintained space. Most notably, every fixture, from the toilet to the shower, bore luxurious brands, some exorbitantly priced, enough to consume half her salary. She recalled how a friend had once recommended that when she wed, she must splurge on such a toilet. Sitting upon it, she experienced its high-tech amenities, marveling at the comfort afforded by wealth. She found herself lingering in Chen Chuan's bathroom, almost tempted to take a shower under the extravagant showerhead, renowned for providing a spa-like experience. To her astonishment, the frugal Chen Chuan possessed such indulgences. She recalled his words from the previous night. What I save is all for our home. Thus, she resolved to support his thriftiness in the future, hoping he could save enough for a house, as they currently had neither. A knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. Wife, how long will you be in there? Dinner's ready. How did he adapt to this role so swiftly? The endearment rolled off his tongue with ease. Shen Xi emerged, her earlier inquiries forgotten upon witnessing the lavish spread laid before her. The table was adorned with a golden chicken soup, simmered with abalone and garnished with vibrant goji berries, aromatic beer duck, and a plate of perfectly cooked shrimp, accompanied by spicy potato shreds and a bowl of tomato and egg soup. 3 dishes and 2 soups, a harmonious blend of flavors, left her certain of their deliciousness without even tasting. Indeed, the flavors were exceptional. Chen Chuan served her a bowl of chicken soup, and she buried her face within it, overwhelmed with gratitude for this fortuitous marriage. As she savored the meal, she mused how fortunate one would be to enjoy such cuisine daily. When Chen Chuan proposed renting an apartment near her school for daily meals, she eagerly agreed. Chen Chuan gently initiated a discussion about their future. I currently rent my place, which is a bit far from your school. Perhaps we should consider renting closer, or I could move in with you. What do you think? Shen Xi, munching on a chicken wing, responded, let us rent. My current place is too cramped for 2. Then I shall investigate rental options there tomorrow, he concluded, and Shen Xi found no objections. Naturally, as a married couple, they would live together, and having already shared a bed, there was no need for pretense. Now, regarding our expenses, he continued, let's divide our financial responsibilities into 2 categories, rent and living expenses. Shen Xi nodded in agreement. I propose we each take one responsibility. You handle the rent, and I will cover living expenses. She agreed once more. Since we're discussing fairness, household chores should also be divided equally. For instance, I'll take one day, and you the next. As she prepared to speak, he interjected with a smile. When we have children, it should be equitable. You give birth, and I will take care of them. Shen, she was speechless. Of course, if you dislike chores, I can understand that. In that case, you shall manage all the household expenses. Shen Xi gazed at him in disbelief. So, in essence, you wish to live off me? These are merely 2 proposals. Either we share responsibilities equally, or you earn a living while I handle all domestic duties. Option 2 it is, she declared, ready to embrace this blissful existence, believing she could support him financially without issue. All right, my dear wife, it shall be your burden, he said, taking her hand. I promise to serve you well. Shen Xi shivered at his earnestness. That may be unnecessary. Such dedication. That is not acceptable. Once we grow closer, you will realize I can accomplish tenfold with every penny spent, ensuring that every cent you invest is worthwhile. With that, he served her another duck leg. Here, eat well to replenish your strength. Eat, I shall, she exclaimed, emboldened by their shared intimacy. As she bit into the tender duck meat, she declared, this is delicious, another, please. Certainly, he smiled warmly at her. Shen Xi was unaware of how others spent their wedding night, but she could attest that hers was undeniably exhausting. Having trained in martial arts for nearly 2 decades, her stamina was remarkable. Few men could best her in physical contests. Yet, she did not anticipate losing in this unspoken competition. The so-called romantic evening commenced in the afternoon, originating from a simple discussion after a satisfying meal. The two contemplated whether to indulge in a brief afternoon slumber to rejuvenate their spirits. It soon became evident that for two individuals, somewhat familiar yet not entirely acquainted, sharing the same bed would hardly lead to a mere nap. Everything commenced with a single kiss. She could hardly recall the details of that fateful night, whether they had kissed or how it unfolded, but Shen Xi decided to consider it her first kiss. Their tentative exploration gradually deepened, culminating in a passionate embrace that set off a cascade of emotions, spiraling into a delightful chaos. They were, after all, a legally recognized couple, armed with a marriage certificate. In perfect harmony, they embarked on their journey of discovery. To be candid, their second experience was not particularly remarkable at first. Little did they know that the subsequent moments would take an unexpected turn. Shen Xi felt she had recently immersed herself in the vast expanse of knowledge available online, believing she had acquired a solid theoretical foundation. Yet, as the saying goes, one realizes the inadequacy of their knowledge only when it is put to the test. The bed indeed needed to be sturdy, and miraculously, the one beneath them withstood their earth-shattering movements. As her rationality began to wane, the words of Chen Chuan echoed in her mind. Rest assured, my bed is robust. It won tea break. The bed was indeed unbreakable, but she felt she might just shatter. From day to night, from darkness to dawn, they remained tireless, fueled by boundless passion and curiosity, perfectly in sync. Eventually, as her thoughts drifted, she felt his hand reaching out once more. Enough for now, let us take a break. Trembling, she raised a white flag. He chuckled softly. That won't do. We agreed to conduct business thoroughly. Not a single point less will suffice. I'll give you 100 points. Is that acceptable? The following day, despite the challenges, Shen Xi summoned her iron will and reluctantly rose from bed. Yesterday, while her students were preoccupied with professional examinations, she had managed to squeeze in a wedding. Today, however, she faced a tangible physical test and absolutely could not afford to be late. Fortunately, her classes were scheduled for the 3rd and 4th periods, so she still had time. She devoured the breakfast he had meticulously prepared, fish porridge and egg pancakes, sufficient to soothe her beleaguered body and spirit from the previous night. He poured her a glass of milk and observed her hearty appetite with a smile. I'll be heading to your school today to scout for rental properties. Take your time. There's no rush, she replied. No, I'm quite anxious, he said, gently caressing her hand. What's the hurry? It's self-evident. Please, don't be so frisky this early in the morning. I've had enough of that last night. He laughed heartily, appreciating her candidness. Shall I escort you to school? Let's not. It's quite a trek, practically a journey into the distant future, she replied, tearing off a piece of pancake to shove into her mouth. With his frugal nature, he wouldn't drive her to school. Will you make it in time for the bus? I'll just ride a bicycle. It's much quicker. Neither of them entertained the extravagant idea of taking a taxi. Are you sure you can still ride? She asked, pushing his handsome face away. Don't drive recklessly. I get motion sickness. Then how about this? It's on your way. Would you mind giving me a lift? Have some shame, will you? Or I could take you instead. She flashed him a playful smile. Aren't your legs tired? The sheets are practically worn out. We should have to spend money on that. No, I need to learn from a book how to enjoy a wonderful evening without making a mess of things. You don't get motion sickness? When I'm the one driving, how could I? Have you ever heard of a driver getting motion sickness? Well, I do relish your shameless arguments. Chapter 20. Two birds of a feather, though they weren't particularly familiar with one another, an inexplicable sense of intimacy blossomed between them. Amid their playful banter, the unfamiliarity began to fade, revealing the amiable yet slightly mischievous man before her. As she sat behind him, watching him pedal the bicycle with fervor, Shen Xi suddenly realized that after over 20 years of solitude, she was now married. Whether she liked it or felt a flutter in her heart was hard to say. What mattered was that he was handsome, fit, and full of vitality. Thus far, she found herself quite satisfied with him. His mere kiss had turned her world upside down, igniting an unprecedented yearning for a man. Clinging to his waist as he rode swiftly and steadily, the wind billowed his shirt, revealing the smooth, powerful physique beneath. He exuded an irresistible vitality, brimming with the unique allure of masculinity, yet exuding a relaxed demeanor, seemingly indifferent to everything. This carefree attitude drew countless women to him, including her. However, they were abruptly halted by a traffic officer. "Stop! Do you not know that bicycles cannot carry passengers?" The officer's handsome hand abruptly blocked their path, halting their advance. Shen Xi glanced at her watch and leaned closer to his ear. "Do you think your boundless charm works on traffic officers?" Then, in a flash, she leaped off the bicycle and dashed away with astonishing speed, akin to lightning, leaving everyone stunned. The officer, recovering from his shock, seized the front of Chen Chuan's bicycle. "Hey, she's gone, but you can't escape. Get off the bike." This isn't fair play. Amidst the officer's furious glare, Chen Chuan smiled warmly. "Officer, you must understand, I was coerced." The officer. They were clearly worried that others wouldn't realize they were married. When trouble struck, they truly took flight. Fortunately, Shen Xi capitalized on her long legs and endurance, arriving at school just in time. However, it was the first time she experienced the sensation of running until her legs felt weak and her breath was labored. Indeed, youthful exuberance can be detrimental to one's health. In a hurry, she changed out of her dress and into athletic wear, and when facing her students, she transformed back into the stern teacher Shun. The physical test commenced, with boys required to run 50 meters in 9 seconds to pass, and 6 seconds for full marks. Girls needed to complete it in 10 seconds and 7.5 seconds for full marks. For the boys' 1,000-meter run, passing time was 4 minutes and 32 seconds, with 3 minutes and 17 seconds for full marks. For girls, the 800-meter run, 4 minutes and 34 seconds for passing and 3 minutes and 18 seconds for full marks. Now let the testing begin. Amidst the students' cries of anguish, the whistle blew, and Shen Xi's spirits soared. Indeed, happiness is often derived from the misfortunes of others. That is true joy. At lunchtime, Tao Ku came to the second cafeteria to find her. Working in logistics, Tao Ku adhered to a strict schedule, allowing Shen Xi to claim his seat first. As she settled next to her ravenous friend, she noticed Tao Ku was picking at her food. "What's wrong?" Tao Ku plopped down. "This braised pork doesn't seem as delicious as before." Shen Xi, puzzled, had always relished the cafeteria's braised pork and had even gone out of her way to grab some today. Yet upon tasting it, she found it overly sweet and lacking the usual flavor, causing her chopsticks to perform a reluctant dance over the dish. "Let me try." Tao Ku picked up a piece of meat and tasted it. "No, it's still delicious. What's with your picky palate?" She reached for Shen Xi's plate. "If you're not eating, let me have it. I missed out on it since I arrived late." "Hey, that one tea do." Shen Xi blocked her. "I still want to eat." Ultimately, they amicably negotiated to share the dishes, enjoying their meal in a harmonious atmosphere. "Xiao Xi, doesn't Lu Jun Kai have a crush on you? He has been hanging around me, subtly inquiring about you." "Inquiring about what?" "Just asking what you like and if you have a boyfriend, stuff like that." "And what did you say?" "I just said." Tao Ku abruptly halted. "Hey, who do we think we are? I wouldn't betray a friend like that. To be honest, he gifted me a bottle of perfume and a lipstick. So I told him." Tao Ku blinked her large eyes and remarked, "Let us not even discuss the perfume. That lipstick shade is undeniably the hottest color from the Lin family. I tried to purchase it for ages without success. The temptation was simply too great. You cannot blame me for my wavering resolve." Indeed, Tao Ku never failed to amuse her. However, Shen Xi did not feel angered. It was a trivial matter. Was Lu Jun really so foolish as to not approach her with cash instead? Surely, she would have provided him with all the information he sought, far exceeding Tao Ku's expertise and reliability. TSK, how uninformed. Shen Xi assessed Tao Ku's meal today and, recalling her recent behavior, inquired, "Are you in need of money lately?" The Tao family was quite affluent, engaged in the jade business, handling transactions worth millions. Tao Ke had a brother, but the family favored sons over daughters, ensuring the son would inherit the family business, while the daughter's future was also well arranged. They secured her a stable, easy job and even purchased a house in Hucheng, along with a car worth 500,000 as part of her dowry. It was rumored that Tao's mother had set aside 3 million as a safety net, but that money remained with her mother, to be given only upon her marriage. Ah, you wouldn't know, but Xi Xing has encountered some issues at home, and he's been strapped for cash. Naturally, my finances have tightened as well, Tao Ke complained while eating. Tao Ke's life should have been quite splendid, young, beautiful, wealthy, and carefree. Yet, a few months ago, she started dating a boyfriend whom Shen Xi had yet to meet, only hearing a few snippets from Tao Ke. Upon hearing this, Shen Xi felt a twinge of disapproval. Min Jixing, Tao Ke's boyfriend of over 6 months, hailed from a province notorious for its preference for sons. He was the eldest of 3 brothers, graduated from a prestigious university with a decent job, but his family situation was not ideal. His 2 younger brothers were still in school, and with parents working in agriculture and earning meager wages, he, as the eldest son, bore the burden of supporting the family. "What happened?" Shen Xi asked. "I'm not entirely sure. It seems his mother has had some back issues and needs treatment. He has been sending all his savings and salary back home, so he has been short on cash for the past few months. There was little to be done. When family members fall ill, financial support is a necessity." I reassured him, but now he only keeps 1,000 yuan for himself each month. What can I do but subsidize him a bit? You know my paycheck is gone the day after I receive it. I haven't saved much for myself, and now I have to support his expenses too, she sighed. 1,000 yuan? Chapter 21. The Wealthy Woman. Shen Xi thought she had misheard. 1,000 yuan? In Hucheng, where prices soared, that amount was barely sufficient for survival. Not to mention, just the rent for a shared apartment in the most modest conditions would exceed 1,000. How could he possibly manage on that? Wouldn't that mean Tao Ke had to cover his expenses? She asked Tao Ke, "How long has this been going on?" "It seems to have started in the 2nd month of our relationship. His parents don't have health insurance, and medical care is expensive." Upon hearing this, Shen Xi's brow furrowed. It appeared that this habit of leaving himself only 1,000 yuan each month was a result of his relationship with Tao Ke. She wondered if he would still practice such frugality had he not entered into a relationship. Min Jixing was employed at a large company, earning what sounded like a handsome salary, yet his filial piety constrained him. He kept only 1,000 yuan for himself each month, sending the rest home. Although Shen Xi's parents managed her salary, the amount they held was a mere drop in the bucket compared to her earnings. This man, however, was sending home the bulk of his income. Filial piety should come only after ensuring one can sustain oneself, shouldn't it? Curious, Shen Xi asked, "Do your parents know about this?" Tao Ke shook her head, too afraid to tell her family. Though her parents publicly claimed to respect her freedom in love, they promptly cut off her allowance. Did they not understand the implications? Tao Ke's parents, seasoned business people, were likely well aware of what kind of man he was. Yet, they were clever enough to realize that the more they opposed, the more determined their daughter would become. They chose to ignore the situation, thinking that as long as their daughter was not pregnant, they could allow her to learn from the experience. However, ever since, her monthly allowance had ceased. Tao Ke relied on her meager salary to support herself and her boyfriend, which was hardly sufficient. She had often indulged in living beyond her means, and if she calculated carefully, her financial contributions were limited, as she herself struggled to make ends meet. Thus, it was no wonder that she could be easily swayed by a bottle of perfume or a lipstick, when previously it would have taken a handbag to win her over. When one is financially constrained, their standards inevitably lower. In truth, Xi Xing had it tough as well. He handed over his 1,000 yuan to her, leaving himself with nothing. Shen Xi was left speechless. How could he expect to survive on such a paltry sum without relying on her for rent and sustenance? This man was truly cunning, taking advantage while charming his girlfriend. Shen Xi valued boundaries in friendships. If a close friend sought her advice, she would speak her mind, but if someone was happily involved, she would refrain from casting a shadow over their joy. Their parents were indifferent. Why should she interfere? Countless painful realities have shown that even the best of friends should not meddle in romantic entanglements. The outcome often leaves one feeling estranged. Once his mother recovers, this issue will resolve itself. Otherwise, I cannot endure this life where we can't even afford to order meat when dining out, Tao co-pouted, biting into a piece of green vegetable. It is often said that raising daughters in wealth and sons in poverty is the way to go. However, excessive pampering can lead to ignorance of life's realities. With no worries about food and shelter, she fails to grasp the significance of money, focusing instead on feelings and love with her partner. Shen Xi then reflected on her own situation. It seemed she was also, perhaps, nurturing a man? Oh, she discreetly pulled out her phone to check her balance and felt relieved. It appeared she could indulge in the fantasy of being a wealthy woman after all. She reassured herself that while Tao Ku was raising a boyfriend, she was merely supporting her husband. There was a fundamental difference, yes, a double standard. After all, Chen Chuan was handsome and could cook. Later that afternoon, as Shen Xi finished her classes, she received a call from Chen Chuan, asking if she was free to view a house. Have you found one so soon? Shen Xi was astonished. All right, please send me the name of the community, and I'll meet you at the entrance shortly. I'll come pick you up. It's south very close. Shen Xi had classes until around 4, which was perfect timing. They agreed to meet at the school's south gate at 4 o'clock. When she arrived, she saw him chatting animatedly with the security guard outside the school gate. Chen Chuan seemed to possess an innate ability to connect with anyone effortlessly, making them feel at ease. Shen Xi pretended not to see him and continued walking outside. He, too, acted as if he didn't know her, continuing his lively conversation with the guard. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the guard laughing heartily, even offering him a cigarette, which Chen Chuan took, biting it and lighting it up, looking like a carefree street kid. They had decided to keep their relationship under wraps for the time being. After all, she was somewhat of a minor celebrity, and being open about it might diminish her standing. However, Shen Xi lacked confidence in both herself and their personalities, never truly considering a long-term commitment. Now, with their relationship potentially exposed, she worried about the rumors if they were to separate. At least her hesitation stemmed from this concern. As for Chen Chuan's willingness to comply, well, that was inconsequential. Shen Xi waited for a full 10 minutes in the shade of a tree, preparing to leave when he finally strolled over at a leisurely pace. Were you doing this on purpose? She inquired, deliberately making me wait. He flashed a bright smile, his pearly whites gleaming in the sunlight. Perhaps it was as intentional as you leaving me behind this morning. Her anger dissipated in an instant. I was forced to. How coincidental. I told the traffic officer the exact same thing. Want to guess the outcome? He teased, his eyes narrowing with amusement. Felt a twinge of embarrassment as she received the words. 50 yuan. Chen Chuan held up 5 fingers. Do you know? There's a fine for carrying passengers on a bicycle, ranging from 5 to 50 yuan. However, due to your incident of fleeing, I received the maximum fine of 50 yuan. Pretended to survey her surroundings. What is the name of this community? Which way do we go? You must reimburse me for this amount. Sure, reimbursement it is. I don't have any cash on me right now. Let us do it next time. She replied with feigned nonchalance. As he reached for his phone, she quickly added, There's no money in my Alipay or WeChat either. He studied her for a moment, then smiled wryly. All right, I will absorb this loss today. Not yours to bear, is it? Are you joking? The couple each held their own secrets, feigning harmony as they walked toward the community. As they strolled, recognized the community. Zigwai Garden, a development by the most reputable local developer in Huching. The area boasted excellent schools, a pleasant environment, and well-equipped amenities. The housing types were rare with minimal shared space and close to Huching's oldest university, providing a seamless education from elementary to high school. Hence, when this community was launched, it was immediately snatched up and the property prices had remained high for years. Had once contemplated purchasing a unit, but, upon checking the second-hand prices, realized it was beyond her means. With her savings, she could only afford half of the down payment. Why are you renting here? Do you think seeing me pay the rent means you can act dishonestly? Chapter 22, New Home. With such high property prices, what could the rent be? She pondered if he viewed her as an easy target. It's not expensive, dear. It's just 3,500 a month. Chen Chuan clarified hastily, sensing her impending discontent. How could that be possible? A colleague of mine wanted a rent nearby after getting married, and the cheapest was over 6,000. She was immediately discouraged. Not to mention, in Huching, where renting equated to purchasing rights for schools, the rental prices surged. Let me explain. There's a reason behind it. Go on, she challenged, eager to hear his justification. Normally, renting like this is impossible. Chen Chuan patted the wrinkled fabric of his shirt, she had previously pinched. When I arrived here, I recall that a classmate of mine had purchased in this community, so I asked him about it. Coincidentally, he was struggling to find tenants for the property intended as his wedding home. It was fully renovated, but his girlfriend left him, and he was sent abroad for work, leaving it unused for years. He was worried about tenants not taking care of it, and he was concerned about it sitting empty and deteriorating. When I inquired, he generously offered me a friendship rate, with one condition, that we cherish living there. What a fortunate turn of events. Beamed, recognizing that saving money equated to earning money. She praised his resourcefulness and capability in managing affairs. Flattery, after all, cost nothing. Previously, Chen Chuan had been the one benefiting from others. Now, the tables had turned, and he grinned. Come on, dear, the more you flatter, the better. Enough of that. Lead the way. Certainly, madam, right this way. Hand in hand, they entered the community. Their apartment was centrally located, directly facing a small park with lush greenery. The absence of a square was a pity, as it meant missing out on watching the graceful dance of the elderly ladies. Upon reaching the 7th floor, they entered what would be their future home. Chen Chuan unlocked the door and was immediately captivated by the interior design. The color scheme of black, white, and gray was complemented by warm wooden tones and soft white accents. Vast floor-to-ceiling windows allowed the evening sun to bathe the room in light. With a park in front and a small hill behind, the scenery was breathtaking. The apartment was well ventilated, featuring 3 bedrooms and 2 living areas, with an area of over 100 square meters. The layout was spacious, and the furniture and appliances were all in place. Yet mused that it hardly resembled a wedding home. This feels more like a single man's abode, simple and to the point, reminiscent of the places Chen Chuan had rented before. No wonder his girlfriend left him. Such a significant decision regarding a wedding home without considering the woman's opinion was bound to backfire. But now, saving money to live, there was her priority. She cared little for the decor. The understated luxury of the entire apartment exuded an air of affluence. Your classmate must come from a wealthy family, she remarked. Not bad. His family was relocated during early redevelopment. Instantly understood. In Hucheng, early demolitions had reportedly created numerous millionaires, as ancestral lands had paved the way for such wealth. No wonder such a splendid apartment is only 3,500. They must not be short on money, she concluded. Indeed, it's truly a bargain. Once we are financially stable, we should purchase a unit in this community, envisioned a beautiful future. Yes, my dear, you must work hard. Retorted silently. Did I marry a dependent? Upon finding a satisfactory apartment, they quickly arranged for the move, brought over a few daily necessities, while Chen Chuan casually carried a light tote bag. Thus commenced their married life. The first matter to address was how much to allocate for monthly expenses. The notion of providing only what was necessary was not applicable for. She proposed, how about 1,000 a month, if you have no particular demands for meals? 500 would suffice, Chen Chuan replied lazily, sprawled on the sofa while playing video games. That won't do. They began to haggle. Chen Chuan shamelessly suggested 4,000. 4,000? Are you expecting gourmet meals? Are you planning to pocket the leftover for yourself? 4,000 for gourmet meals? What a pipe dream. 1,500. That's the maximum. You are the diligent and frugal Chen Chuan. After all, I've already mentioned, I may be frugal externally, but I cannot compromise on quality of life internally, my dear. Why else would I get married? Her last statement struck a familiar chord. After much back and forth, they finally settled on a monthly budget of 2,000. Sighed, with rent and living expenses totaling 5,500, her salary barely exceeded 7,000. It would be ages before she could afford a unit in Zigwai. Feeling financially strained, sought an outlet for her frustration. What are you playing? Shouldn't you be cooking? With a swift kick, Chen Chuan, who was tied to his financial obligations, had no choice but to abandon his game and head to the kitchen. They established a set of rules, would handle outside matters, while household chores would be Chen Chuan's responsibility. Was content, and Chen Chuan was even more pleased. After finishing their meal, they strolled hand in hand like an old married couple, digesting their food. It was remarkable how swiftly they had transitioned into married life. An outsider might mistake them for a couple who had been in love for years. Upon reaching the ground floor, was once again struck by Chen Chuan's charm, as a group of chatty ladies surrounded him, animatedly discussing various topics. Within just over half an hour, he had gathered information about where to buy the cheapest groceries nearby and even speculated about a local child. Declaring he was not their husband's offspring, but belonged to the neighbor, old Wang. We had already said that child didn't he resemble his father. He looks just like old Wang. Indeed, that old lady shows off her grandson every day. She must be stunned now. Chun, being married. You must keep a close eye on things. With a wife as beautiful as yours, a lady with a pronounced mole at the corner of her mouth scrutinized intently. Had been enjoying the gossip until this comment made her expression darken. Just as she was about to unleash her ire, Chen Chuan took her hand and nodded earnestly. You are absolutely right, ma'am. It is indeed preferable to have a daughter. At least we are certain that the granddaughter belongs to our family. Indeed, the ants are animatedly chattering. Following this incident, many families in the neighborhood have discreetly taken their children for paternity testing. Hey, Li Jia, did your family go too? Nonsense. Aunt Ji leaped up as if her lungs had been punctured, her expression dark as she lunged at the other ant. How dare you spread such absurdity? This is not something to joke about. Naturally, the ants would not sit idly by. They retaliated, and what began as a lively scene of onlookers quickly transformed into a chaotic brawl. With hands raised to slap and exchange insults, various body parts became collateral damage. Amidst the shouting and striking, the ants, fierce in their resolve, banded together in a collective assault. Chen Chuan, holding his wife's hand, leisurely withdrew from the fray to avoid getting caught up, standing on the periphery to watch the spectacle akin to a martial arts film. This lively, visceral action flick was far more captivating than the current trend of characters soaring through the air for hundreds of meters before landing gracefully, defying the laws of physics and dazzling the eyes. Chapter 23. Household chores. Shen Xi not only watched with enthusiasm, but also offered guidance. Ant to the left. To the left. Strike from below for maximum impact. With a resounding thud, Aunt Ji was struck squarely, momentarily dazed, as a flurry of hands began to tug at her hair and scratch at her face. The struggle was truly overwhelming, as she found herself outnumbered and in a most pitiful predicament. The chaos erupted with such intensity that it quickly captivated the entire neighborhood. By the time the community security and family members arrived, it took tremendous effort to separate the feuding ants. Chen Chuan and Shen Xi, with a sense of disappointment, entwined their fingers as they made their way home. Shen Xi glanced at his handsome face and inquired, "How did you know?" "Well, while I was viewing apartments today, I happened to encounter that Aunt Ji in the elevator." He smiled benignly. She was holding a paternity test report, and her expression was not very pleasant. "And how did you know those ants were aware she had gone for testing?" "Oh, a stroll downstairs, and one naturally becomes informed." "Darling, never underestimate the gossip network of the ants. Sometimes, a husband may not be certain if his child is truly his, but the ants might just know." Shen Xi realized that one should never underestimate the words of her husband, as they could lead to unforeseen troubles. 2 hours later, Shen Xi fully grasped that her husband's words could stir up trouble and evoke passion. "Are you on drugs?" she exclaimed. "Why are you so excited?" He pressed down on her waist. "No, just in a normal state." "Get out of here. Do you think I'm naive?" she retorted, attempting to kick him, only for him to pin her down again. "Did we not agree on this?" "Agree on what?" she questioned. "You handle the external matters, and I shall take care of the household chores." Shen Xi incredulously turned to him. "You call this household work? Is it not household chores?" The last word vanished beneath his encroaching lips. This man truly knew how to play the game. Yet, as the saying goes, those who enjoy it know the pleasure. Shen Xi decided to reluctantly play along. However, as the situation escalated, with more exhalation than inhalation, she found herself overwhelmed. When he pinned her down once more, she was irate, kicking out, "Is this never-ending?" He flashed a toothy grin. "Of course not. I need to recoup my $50. $50? What $50? A bewildered Shen Xi could not immediately comprehend. It wasn't until he got to the core of the matter that a light bulb went off in her mind. I escaped that $50 fine." Indeed, no one could outsmart Chen Chuan, not even his wife. If one managed to gain an advantage temporarily, they would inevitably pay back manifold in the future. The Ziguan Garden is conveniently located just a 10-minute walk from the school, and Shen Xi had not relinquished her dormitory, allowing her to rest during lunch breaks. One afternoon, after dining with Tao Ku at the cafeteria, they returned to their dormitory and encountered Yu Iran and Sun Fengyi from the law school on the first floor. Upon seeing Shen Xi, Yu Iran immediately greeted them with a smile. "Teacher Shen, Teacher Tao, have you finished your meal?" Yu Iran and Shen Xi had both joined the school last year and had a nodding acquaintance, having heard that Shen Xi was an overseas returnee. recruited as a high-caliber talent. Sun Fangyi, standing beside her, rolled her eyes, seemingly ignoring them. "Teacher Yu," Shen Xi responded politely, while she certainly paid no attention to Sun Fangyi. After a brief and unenthusiastic exchange, they parted ways. Tauka whispered, "Do you know why Sun Fangyi rolled her eyes like that? Does she even have her eyes positioned normally?" Shen Xi retorted. Tauka burst into laughter and continued, "It's because of Lu Junchai." "Why? You don't know?" "Since she entered the school last year, she has had her sights set on Lu Junchai. To be fair, Lu Junchai is quite decent looking, comes from a good family, takes care of himself, and is rumored to be an excellent cook. Thus, many unmarried female teachers in the school have their eyes on him like he's a delectable treat. Oh, with Lu Junchai's charm. It is no wonder so many female teachers are vying for him. It speaks volumes about the gender ratio among faculty members." Shen Xi recalled colleagues lamenting how any halfway decent male would be snatched up, leading to Lu Junchai developing a serious misunderstanding of himself. It was no surprise, then, that he often regarded Shen Xi with an expression that suggested she had somehow gained an unfair advantage. Shen Xi reminisced about her first days at the school back in September, when an elder had attempted to introduce her to a male teacher from another institution. After adding each other on WeChat, he sent her a revealing photo of himself in a towel, showcasing his muscular physique in the bathroom mirror. Is this how one conducts themselves as a teacher? Shen Xi was nearly blinded by the sight. She promptly reported, blocked, and deleted him. After expressing her gratitude for the elder's good intentions, she later heard that the same elder lamented, "Teacher Shen, a girl should not be too picky. Look, the last person I introduced to you, he is getting married this month, and his wife is already 2 months pregnant. Meanwhile, other girls seize their opportunities, unlike you." Shen Xi reflected on the timeline, barely able to comprehend it. It was indeed true that even the most unappealing fruits have their pickers. Yet, why would she be disdained for having feelings for Lu Junchai? He had rejected her, claiming her having an older brother was a deal breaker. He preferred only children. Then he turned his attention towards Shen Xi. Having a younger brother was even worse. Sun Fangyi harbored no resentment toward Lu Junchai, but directed her ire towards Shen Xi instead. Did this woman truly lack clarity of thought, understanding the sequence of events? Shen Xi felt utterly speechless. How could her mind be so muddled? When Lu Junchai rejected her, she had insisted that although she had an older brother, her parents treated their children equally, bestowing the same love upon them. Tauka scoffed and continued, "It's because she hails from Ozhou. It's widely known that it's not much different from our area." When she makes such statements, people become curious and ask her, "Since your parents treat their son and daughter equally, I assume your family's assets are divided equally between you two?" Having reached the 5th floor, the two continued their cheerful conversation at the stairwell. "How intriguing," Shen Xi probed. "What did she say?" I know. Suddenly, the door at the stairway opened, revealing Deng Wenjun from the foreign language department, who excitedly returned. She said, "Although my parents left the family fortune to my brother, the love they give us is the same." Upon hearing this, both Deng Wenjun and Tao could burst into laughter. Shen Xi paused, reflecting on Sun Fangyi's extraordinary talent. She had convinced herself of her own narrative. It was impossible not to admire her tenacity. Chapter 24. The teacher having indulged in gossip. Shen Xi took a delightful afternoon nap and awoke to board the bus to the provincial team. This afternoon, Shen Xi was set to join the provincial squad. Years ago, her talent scout, Coach Gong, who helmed the provincial Sanda team, discovered Shen Xi as an unrefined gem. She certainly lived up to his expectations, progressing from provincial gold to national gold, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of the world stage. In nurturing such a promising talent, Coach Gong rose through the ranks and now occupies a prominent leadership position within the provincial team. Thus, upon Shen Xi's graduation last year, he inundated her with countless calls, urging her to return to Yi City. It must be acknowledged that 99% of her decision to return home was due to the financial incentives from University, while the remaining one was attributed to Coach Gong, if only out of respect for her mentor. Upon her return, Coach Gong was more ecstatic than a father witnessing his son marry, despite the fact that his son was still in school and without a girlfriend. He exerted considerable effort to bring Shen Xi onto the provincial team as a specially appointed coach. Naturally, the financial compensation was quite generous. After all, he had been her mentor for many years, and he knew her character well. This current provincial team boasts several promising talents, all of whom Shen Xi holds in high regard. This afternoon, Xi planned to train with them, instilling in them a sense of discipline while also enjoying the thrill of sparring. In today's society, if someone strikes you, retaliating could be deemed mutual combat. Who dares to engage in fights anymore? Even though Shen Xi possessed formidable martial skills, it was well known that others refrained from provoking her. Yet in truth, whom could she actually hit? Wouldn't she have to compensate if she injured someone? Here at the provincial team, she could practice with those kids and earn their admiration simultaneously. This job was indeed rewarding, both relieving stress and lucrative. As training concluded, Gong Chong called Shen Xi over, and when he invited her to dinner at his home, she readily accepted. Why waste her own resources when she could enjoy a meal prepared by someone else? Had she been better prepared, she might have packed some food for Chen Chuan to take home as well. She texted him not to bother cooking for her tonight and happily followed her mentor home. As they approached the door, a rich, enticing aroma wafted through the air. A spicy hot pot. The dry chilies sizzling in hot oil perfumed the surroundings. As Coach Gong opened the door, Shen Xi dashed in, heading straight for the kitchen. "Oh, my dear teacher's wife knows I'm coming for dinner and has prepared my favorite spicy hot pot." Lin Xiangxue, upon seeing Shen Xi, beamed with delight. "Little Xi is here. I missed you so much since you last visited. Your husband claims I can eat well, but doesn't he take me home for a meal?" Shen Xi joked, provoking a chuckle from Coach Gong, who stood at the door, shaking his head in feigned exasperation. "Look at you, child. Why must you fabricate such tales? Teacher's wife, look." Shen Xi washed her hands and eagerly grabbed a piece of the marinated beef. "Oh my goodness, this is incredible. You make the best marinated beef I've ever tasted." She gave a thumbs up. In mere minutes, she had Lin Xiangxue laughing so hard that she could barely hold onto the cooking spoon. "If you like it, eat more. I prepared several pounds for you to take home." I was hoping for that." Shen Xi shamelessly gushed, her sweet words flowing forth like an unstoppered faucet, leaving Coach Gong feeling queasy. He simply could not endure the absurdity, especially as Lin Xiangxue appeared to genuinely believe Shen Xi's outlandish claims, likening her to a youthful sister. After Shen Xi successfully packed all the delicacies prepared by Lin Xiangxue, she felt quite satisfied with her haul and strolled into the living room, humming a little tune, eager to see if her mentor had any opportunities for her seize. Upon entering the living room, she spotted a handsome young man seated on the sofa, wearing a sunny smile. "Ah, Shen Xi, come here." Coach Gong beckoned from beside the man. As she approached, Coach Gong introduced them. "This is Qin Mo, the son of a close friend of mine, a lawyer who just returned from abroad." He then turned to Qin Mo, saying, "This is Shen Xi, my rather unambitious student." Qin Mo rose, his smile as refreshing as a gentle breeze, extending his hand. "Miss Shen, I have long admired your reputation." Shen Xi spread her fingers, gesturing apologetically. "I'm sorry. My hands are covered in oil. Could they not be?" She had nearly filled her stomach in the kitchen. Coach Gong shot her a disapproving glance. "Go wash your hands." Considering there were guests present, Shen Xi refrained from being upset, obediently heading to the restroom. Meanwhile, she overheard Coach Gong lamenting to Qin Mo. "This girl is carefree and oblivious. I still have to worry about her future at my age." "Ah, teacher, you needn't worry. Your student has already secured her future." Shen Xi pondered thoughtfully as she washed her hands, wondering if it would be possible to collect her wedding gift today without holding an official ceremony. Once the four of them sat at the table, a grand spread of dishes awaited them, a testament to Lin Xiangxue's affection for Shen Xi. Ever since she joined the provincial team under Coach Gong's tutelage in middle school, Lin Xiangxue has adored Shen Xi and often urged her husband to bring her home for meals. Occasionally, when training got hectic, she would even send nourishing soups to Shen Xi. Lin Xiangxue had a son, 5 years younger than Shen Xi, who had grown up under her guidance. Thanks to Shen Xi, Gong Jinan never dared to rebel during his teenage years and has matured into an exemplary young man, currently a model student at university. Lin Xiangxue had longed for a daughter, but had none, so she treated Shen Xi as her own. Shen Xi, with her thick skin and sweet tongue, easily won over Lin Xiangxue's affection, charming her more than the two men of the Gong family combined. Look at the dining table, filled with Shen Xi's favorite dishes. In her bowl, the food piled high, barely able to accommodate even a sprinkle of green onion without toppling over. "Come on, little Xi, eat up. Look at you. You've lost weight." Lin Xiangxue gazed at her with motherly concern. "Indeed, I've been dreaming of your cooking. Nothing else tastes good. Come home more often, and I'll cook for you." The bond between mother and daughter was palpable, and Coach Gong wisely immersed himself in his meal. while Chen Mo observed them with a smile. By the way, little Xi, you and Chen Mo may very well become colleagues in the future. Lin Xiangxue, well informed due to her work at the Education Bureau, remarked, I've heard that University A is considering hiring Chen Mo as a guest lecturer. Lin Ani, that's not confirmed yet, Chen Mo replied, maintaining his cheerful demeanor. Confirmation is merely a matter of your agreement. I assent it? Lin Xiangxue smiled at Shen Xi as she relished her meal. Regardless of whether you become colleagues, it's a good idea to be friends. She nudged Shen Xi playfully and whispered, the more friends, the more opportunities, especially when one is a lawyer. That made sense. What if in the future, Xi and Chen Chuan were part ways and needed to divide their assets? Chapter 25. Confrontation, as the saying goes, it's wise to know more teachers, doctors, and lawyers, for one never knows when they might come in handy. Shen Xi immediately smiled at Chen Mo. Lawyer Chen, why don't we exchange WeChat? It would be convenient for future consultations. Of course, Chen Mo readily agreed. The two of them took out their phones and scanned each other as codes. Coach Gong and his wife exchanged glances, sensing a promising connection. After dinner, Lin Xiangxue suggested that Chen Missouri drive Shen Xi home. Chen Mo came by car, which is more convenient. It's late, and we worry about you going home alone. Coach Gong looked incredulously at his wife, thinking, You're worried about Shen Xi go home alone? What a joke. The real concern should be the unscrupulous individuals who might have designs on her. After enduring years of oppressive circumstances, he had learned to keep his mouth shut. Thus, Chen Mo drove Shen Xi home. The Gong family's residence was about a 30-minute journey from Zigwai Garden, during which Shen Xi discovered that Chen Mo was indeed an amiable person. He spoke with grace and tact, attuned to others' emotions, effortlessly engaging in light-hearted conversation that fostered closeness. He embodied the qualities Shen Xi once sought in a partner: handsome, gentle, and intriguing. Unfortunately, Chen Chuan is far more handsome than him. Shen Xi, is ultimately a superficial person, fixated on appearances. Half an hour passed swiftly as the community gate came into view. A brief stop at the entrance would suffice. For Shen Xi, hitching a ride was acceptable, but the notion of going upstairs for a cup of coffee was out of the question, as she had none at home. Thankfully, Chen Mo did not voice such an unreasonable request. Upon arriving at the gate, he halted the car, intending to open the door for her, only to find that Shen Xi had already exited with remarkable agility, just as she had not afforded him the opportunity to assist her when she boarded. Chen Mo chuckled. His gentlemanly demeanor, reminiscent of British etiquette, seemed utterly meaningless in Shen Xi's eyes. Thank you for the ride, Lawyer Chen, she said. It was a pleasure meeting you. Miss Shen, he replied. Likewise. You should head back. Parking is prohibited here, she urged. Miss Shen, he said earnestly, may I see you again in the future? Ah, did I not see correctly? Who might this be? A mocking male voice interrupted their exchange. They turned to see a tall man clad in a t-shirt and shorts, a cigarette dangling from his lips, exuding an air of nonchalance. It was none other than Chen Chuan, starkly contrasting with the refined and courteous Chen Mo. However, his striking looks rendered even his casual attire appealing, embodying the superficiality of the world, which explained Shen Xi's shallowness. Her gaze fixated on the cigarette in his mouth. Did he truly indulge in such a luxury? Chen Mo appeared taken aback. Chen Chuan. Hey, Chen Mo, long time no see, Chen Chuan greeted, striding towards them and waving at Chen Mo. Do you know each other? Shen Xi inquired skeptically. Yes, we are classmates. The term classmates carried a weight of significance in Chen Mo's tone. Chen Chuan flicked the ash from his cigarette. It's late. I came to pick you up. Why is she so doubtful? He is most likely just out to buy cigarettes. Shen Xi thought, planning to address this later. Chen Mo glanced between them. Did Xiao Xi not introduce you? With the cigarette still clenched between his teeth, Chen Chuan shot Chen Mo a sidelong glance. I am her neighbor. Shen Xi quickly interjected. The two men's gazes bore into her. What else with that look? Do you think I would feel guilty? Shen Xi shot Chen Chuan a defiant glare. Could you refrain from stalking me like a weirdo? Before he could respond, she turned to Chen Mo. Thank you for the ride, Lawyer Chen. I will head back now. Be careful on your way home. Goodbye. With that, she walked away, leaving the two men standing in silence. Chen Chuan. It has been a while, Chen Mo remarked, a smile gracing his lips. You haven't changed a bit. Neither have you. Chen Chuan replied, blowing a smoke ring with a mischievous grin. Still the same old dapper gentleman. Have you grown weary of your previous style and wish to switch things up? Chen Mo scrutinized him. You indeed suit this attire quite well. I cannot compete with the esteemed Chen, but I wonder if you have managed to reclaim the dignity you lost in that court case all those years ago. Chen Chuan's sharp tongue targeted Chen Mo's vulnerabilities, and they exchanged barbs as was customary. It is rather late. I shall take my leave, Chen Mo stated, fastening his seatbelt as he prepared to depart. With one hand resting on the car window, Chen Chuan looked down at him. Chen Mo, do you know what Shen Xi means to me? Does it truly matter whether I know? Chen Mo responded with a congenial smile. What is crucial is, what does she consider you? With that, he pressed the accelerator, and the car rolled away. Chen Chuan released his grip, watching him vanish onto the road, scoffing disdainfully. This guy is all show. Upon his return, Shen Xi had already showered and was lounging on the sofa, applying a face mask while chatting with Yi Jinjin on WeChat. Xiao Xi, have you truly considered Feng Huayuan? He possesses commendable qualities and is quite fond of you. He has asked me several times before I agreed to introduce you. Forget it. Meeting a fan makes me feel like I'm signing autographs. If it doesn't work out, it's one thing, but if it does, how will we even sleep together? Come on, don't be ridiculous. I'm serious. Please kindly decline for me. All right then. The unmarried men in our department are exceptionally sought after. Before they even arrive, they're already being eyed by a host of eager parents. Feng Huayuan was a hard-won catch, and you are so ungrateful, Shen Xi teased. I always knew Jinjin was the best to me. I love you. Jinjin replied. Then treat me to a meal as a token of gratitude. Who are we kidding? When you visit the school, I'll host a feast. Huh, you're so stingy. I'm nearly sick of the cafeteria food at your school. It can't compare to ours. By the way, did you hear? Jiangning has transferred from Haisher to Huching. Wang mentioned wanting to host a class reunion. Will you attend? Is it AA, or is there a generous benefactor? Wang said he would treat. Details, please. Just then, Chen Chuan entered, glancing at his wife, whose face was obscured by a white mask. He quickly retreated to the bathroom for a shower, only to realize, hey, who told you to use my face mask? Chapter 26. Dream Shen Xi was taken aback to find the expensive face mask she had purchased adorning Chen Chuan's face as he swaggered out. Forgetting all else, she flung her phone aside, ready to confront him. Having already used the mask, there was no sense in wasting it. That shameless man squeezed onto the sofa beside her. Scoot over a bit. She kicked him vehemently. Get off. That is my mask. Moreover, it was an exorbitantly priced Swiss luxury mask, costing over 100 per sheet. A splurge she had made for her skin. She rarely used it, applying it only once or twice a month, and he had the audacity to. What a waste. Chen Chuan reclined comfortably. No money? Let's adhere to our old arrangement. What old arrangement? Debts paid in kind. Get lost. When two shameless individuals meet, the one with the thicker skin prevails. Shen Xi pondered whether Chen Chuan's 5 extra years of life had granted him such resilience. With a mask already on, what could she do? She resolved to deduct his household expenses. Yet, she couldn't bear to look at his face. Come here. You Haven tea applied it properly. How can it work if it's not smooth? Having already used it, she could not tolerate further waste. Consequently, that insufferable man took advantage of her kindness. Resting his head on her abdomen, not wishing to argue, Shen Xi gently adjusted the mask on his face. His hair brushed against her skin, tickling her. He possessed a head of hair that many men would envy, thick and lustrous. There's an old saying, the essence of the kidneys is reflected in the hair, and it was evident that his health was robust. Indeed, it was remarkable that someone as frugal as Shen Xi would spend money on him, indicating just how well he fared. However, while his hair was splendid, it was also unruly, falling into his eyes and sticking to the mask. She pushed his head away. Move aside, I'll grab something. As she stood to retrieve some items from the bathroom cabinet, he shamelessly leaned closer again. Shen Xi ignored him, taking out her floral hairpin to sweep his hair aside, pinning it neatly at his temple. Once finished, she burst into laughter at the sight of the manly Chen Chuan adorned with a large flower beside his forehead. It was utterly comical. Stay still. I want to take a picture. She had chosen the perfect floral accessory, and it suited him remarkably well. Shen Xi raised her phone, capturing several shots, and upon zooming in, she couldn't help but laugh, quickly pressing her hands against her temples and cheeks in disbelief. Amidst the laughter that could not be contained, Chen Chuan found himself reclining in his wife's embrace, enveloped by her sweet fragrance. Despite using the same shower gel, her scent was exquisitely delightful. His fingers traced the smooth, fair skin of her legs, marveling at its supple, healthy elasticity. Meanwhile, Shen Xi remained engrossed in editing photos, oblivious to the transformation of his thoughts from a mere dress-up game to something more mature. Suddenly, as his hand ventured forth, Shen Xi shivered, inhaling sharply as she kicked him. "Chen Chuan, what are you doing? What do you think I'm doing?" He teased, the pause in his words lingering with a hint of ambiguity. "Isn't it obvious?" With that, he tore off the facial mask and leaned down. "I'm repaying my debt." Shen Xi was left trembling like a leaf in the wind, contemplating the magnitude of this debt. Wait, her mask. The following day, after lunch, Shen Xi returned to her dormitory for a brief respite. As she descended the stairs, she spotted a familiar figure beneath a tree, a girl with a backpack. It was Zhang Ruoqi, her younger sister, born of Su Liwen and her current husband. At 16, she was strikingly beautiful, resembling Su Liwen, which explained why their mother cherished her so dearly. Upon seeing Shen Xi, her eyes lit up, and she dashed over, tears welling in her captivating eyes. "Sister, what brings you here?" As Zhang Ruoqi approached, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Sister, Mom is being unreasonable. I don't want to stay at home anymore. Will you take me in?" In the bustling midday, her tears were out of place, drawing unwanted attention. Shen Xi led her back to the dormitory. They had only met twice before, once shortly after her birth, and once last year, when Su Liwen brought her to collect Shen Xi's salary card upon returning from High City. To be honest, Shen Xi had barely recognized her. She seemed so unfamiliar. Shen Xi scrutinized her closely. Clad in a pristine blue dress, impeccably ironed, she exuded youthful exuberance. Shen Xi recognized it as the latest collection from a renowned international brand, worth a small fortune. Adorning her wrist was a fruit-themed watch, and even her bag was a classic double G chain model. Altogether, she was draped in a small fortune. It was astonishing to think this was a 16-year-old high school student, who just a year prior had been in her school uniform, revealing the Zhang family's indulgence towards their daughter. Zhang Ruoqi examined Shen Xi's cramped dormitory, frowning at the lack of comfort, before casually dropping her bag and sitting beside her. "Aren't you going to school?" Shen Xi inquired. "Finally, you asked." Zhang Ruoqi's tears flowed freely. "Sister, Mom completely misunderstands me. I love music. I want to learn to sing and play the violin, but she refuses to support me. Sister, our mother, at her age, cannot comprehend our aspirations for dreams. You understand me, right?" "Of course, if you wish to learn, then learn," Shen Xi affirmed with a nod. Zhang Ruoqi's face lit up with delight. "Really? Thank you, sister. Mom said you wouldn't support my music studies, but I knew you would. You're my sister. How could you not care for me?" "Indeed, we are sisters, and I will always support you. Whether it's music, art, or acting, as long as you wish to learn. I will stand by you, regardless of the cost." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruoqi grasped Shen Xi's hand in excitement. "Thank you, sister. I knew you were the most understanding and caring person in the world. I promise I will repay you in the future. It's merely a matter of words. No need for talk of repayment." Shen Xi waved her hand dismissively. "Well, sister." Zhang Ruoqi's beautiful face flushed as she shyly spoke. "Our teacher is urging me to pay the tuition. When would be a good time for you? This is something your mother can handle, or your father." "I want to interfere," Shen Xi replied. "That seems reasonable." Zhang Ruoqi nodded in understanding. "I know you're busy, so I won't trouble you. Just transfer the money to Mom, and she can take care of the payment." Shen Xi raised an eyebrow. "What money?" "The tuition, of course. It's 20,000 for the year. What does that have to do with me?" "Wait, what?" Zhang Ruoqi blinked, bewildered. Shen Xi prompted her. "You should ask your parents about your tuition, or perhaps your brother and sister-in-law." Zhang Ruoqi's face turned crimson. "But you used to pay for it before." Seeing Shen Xi's confused expression, Zhang Ruoqi hesitantly continued. "Weren't you just saying you agreed?" "I agreed to your desire to study music, that you may pursue anything you love, but that has nothing to do with me. I have no authority to refuse." "Sister, Ruoqi, it's not that I doubt your dreams. Pursuing progress is commendable, and your parents will surely support you. But my family has no money. What does lack of money matter? Don't you have a house? Sell it. Not only can you study music in high school, but you could pursue it for a lifetime. The tuition will be manageable. What's there to worry about? Sell the house." Indeed, a child's future is paramount. As parents, they should be willing to sacrifice, even if it means selling their house or working tirelessly just to provide for you. When you succeed, you can buy them a villa as a gesture of gratitude. What is more valuable than a daughter's future? Shen Xi held her delicate hand. "Do not fret. Explain the reasoning to them." You are their own flesh and blood. Their money is meant for you. Even your brother and sister-in-law should support you. If all else fails, let your sister-in-law borrow some money from her family. After all, she is your dear sister-in-law. Being still young, Zhang Ruoqi struggled to grasp the implications of Shen Xi's words. It's getting late. I have classes this afternoon, so I want to keep you. Hurry home and discuss with your parents about selling the house. Shen Xi stood to see her off. As Zhang Ruoqi was pulled along, she finally responded, Sister, aren't you the one paying for my tuition? That is why I came to discuss it with you. Zhang Ruoqi replied. Ruoqi, I'm also quite poor at the moment. Your brother is saving to buy a house and marry. I owe my colleagues a considerable sum and am quite troubled about it. Just when you arrived, Shen Xi exclaimed, seizing her bag and emptying its contents. She produced a plastic bag emblazoned with good and cheap and tossed in the assortment of items, lipstick, cushion, and other odds and ends, before stuffing it into Zhang Ruoqi's arms. With a swift motion, she removed Zhang Ruoqi's watch. I recall this was a graduation gift from last year, for which Mom said you could take money from me to buy. I'm in a difficult situation now, as my dear sister. You surely wouldn't want to see me struggle, so I'll borrow these for now. Once I am financially stable, I will persuade your mother to buy you something even better. Now it's getting late. Let us head home early. Be a good child and don't worry your parents. With that, Shen Xi pulled Zhang Ruoqi out, closing the door with a decisive thud. Left standing at the door, Zhang Ruoqi was momentarily stunned before bursting into tears. Knocking on the door, Sister, please, give me my things back. Woo-woo. Her cries echoed with the sorrow of one who had lost their parents. Ruoqi, I believe that dress you're wearing was also purchased by me, Shen Xi remarked. As soon as her words fell, the sobs outside ceased abruptly. How trivial, she thought, as Zhang Ruoqi trudged home, clutching the crumpled plastic bag, weeping pitifully. Whim was happily scrolling through her phone when she saw her daughter, Zhang Ruoqi, enter the room in tears, almost causing her phone to slip from her grasp. What happened? She rushed over to support her daughter's arm. Why are you crying? Who bullied you? Was it your sister? Mom. Zhang Ruoqi, upon seeing her loving mother, felt even more grieved, sobbing nearly to the point of breathlessness. Whim was frantic. What is it, my darling? Whatever it is, tell Mom. Who hurt you? I will confront them. Through her tears, Zhang Ruoqi raised a plastic bag, struggling to catch her breath. Shen Xi. She took my bag. And my watch. She stole it. What? Whim felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Recently, Shen Daji had been causing trouble for her, even threatening to expose her past infidelity during her marriage if she tried to pursue money from Shen Xi again, threatening to reveal her scandal to the school, branding her daughter as the child of an affair. Although times had changed, the stigma of being a child born out of wedlock could tarnish her daughter's future, especially as she aspired to be a star. Whim had invested significantly in her daughter's education at a prestigious private school, hoping to forge valuable connections for her future. Her daughter's future could be compromised. She had spent a fortune to ensure her daughter mingled with the wealthy, and such a scandal would ruin any chance of friendship. Whim's daughter had already become a point of contention with her daughter-in-law, who was unhappy with the expenses. Thankfully, her husband was still supportive, providing the funds. She had cried poverty to Shen Xi before, but now, with Shen Daji inciting trouble, the situation had become unbearable. Don't cry, sweetheart. I will confront your sister in a few days and reclaim your belongings. Not only that, but I will ensure Shen Xi compensates for this. It's unacceptable for a sister to steal from her sibling. Whim felt a pang of sympathy as she watched her daughter continue to cry, and quickly promised, tomorrow, when your sister receives her salary, remember that bracelet you wanted? Mom will buy it for you. At this, Zhang Ruoqi finally smiled through her tears. When Yang Yu returned home with her son and saw her sister-in-law and mother-in-law laughing, she rolled her eyes internally, convinced they were up to no good. They were both acting helpless, and her father-in-law seemed to indulge their antics, treating the younger sister like a precious gem, spending lavishly on her education. The Zhang family squandered so much on private schooling when public options were available. They were certainly not fools, yet her sister-in-law was not performing well academically. She was more adept at romance and competition. At such a young age, she seemed to disdain anything that wasn't too expensive. Every penny spent was her son's, and Yang Yu felt it was unjust. Having faced many challenges from Whim, she had learned to be cautious and retreated to her room with her child, waiting for dinner. Whatever schemes the mother and daughter concocted, she would soon uncover. Whim was unwaveringly devoted to her husband. and as long as she could hold on to him, no one could surpass her in this household. Su Liwen remained oblivious to her daughter-in-law's calculations, believing she could easily placate her with a bit of money while maintaining her good reputation. Now, all her thoughts were consumed by Shen Xi's upcoming salary on the 20th of the month. Zhang Ruoqi had not sought her out yesterday, and Shen Xi was surely aware that when Su Liwen discovered the anticipated salary had not been deposited, she would cause a scene. Su Liwen planned meticulously, intending for her daughter to request funds, which would ease their financial situation. She feared confronting Shen Daji directly, but if Shen Xi, feeling pity for her sister, provided the money, then the blame would fall squarely on Shen Xi. However, to her dismay, not only did she fail to acquire any funds, but she also ended up spending. Frustration boiled within her as Zhang Ruoqi urged her to hurry and withdraw money for shopping. Sweetheart, the mall doesn't open until 10. There's no need to rush. Go to school first, and when you return, I promise all your items will be on your desk, perfectly arranged. Finally calming her beloved daughter, Su Liwen prepared to leave, checking the time before heading to withdraw money. AS salaries were always punctual, with deposits arriving by 10 in the morning. However, upon learning from the bank that her card had been deactivated, Su Liwen's joy swiftly transformed into a raging fury. Shen Xi, are you plotting against me? She fumed, grabbing her bag and rushing to a university, determined to confront Shen Xi today. Su Liwen, brimming with anger, searched the school but found no trace of Shen Xi, akin to preparing for a battle without an opponent. Excuse me, are you Shen Xi's mother? A plain girl passing by inquired. She seems to have no classes this morning. Maybe you should come back in the afternoon, or go to her home. I heard she moved to Ziguiyuan recently. What? Moved? Ziguiyuan? Who in Huqing is unaware of Ziguiyuan? The exorbitant prices for school district housing are legendary. It has maintained its status for over a decade. This girl, claiming she has no money, yet she moves into a free apartment? What a waste of our family's resources. Su Liwen's anger surged as she stormed toward Ziguiyuan, not far away. Sun Fengyi secretly followed, curious about the unfolding drama. Clearly, Shen Xi's mother was there to settle a score, and she felt compelled to witness the spectacle. High-end communities possess their unique allure. Su Liwen, laden with hope, was thwarted by the security guard at the entrance. Only residents may enter. Please use your access card or wait for someone to let you in. Su Liwen frantically dialed Shen Xi, only to be met with a busy signal after countless attempts. What is this girl doing? Why is she on the phone so long? She fumed, struggling to maintain her composure as a concerned mother. The guard, witnessing her growing distress, kindly suggested, perhaps she has blocked your number? What? The realization struck Su Liwen. Could Shen Xi truly do something so audacious? Tears streamed down her face as she murmured, this child, throwing a tantrum at her parents. Shouldn't he go this far? The guard, feeling sympathetic, offered his phone. Try using mine. Today's kids can be so stubborn. Gratefully, Su Liwen accepted and successfully reached Shen Xi. Upon hearing her daughter's voice, she stepped aside and whispered, it's me. I'm at your community entrance. If you don't come out to meet me, I will cause a scene here. I'll make sure to escalate this to your school. I have nothing to lose. Shen Xi had a full schedule that afternoon and was busy being playfully restrained by a handsome classmate when her phone rang. Answering, she heard Su Liwen's voice and smirked coldly. You can create as much chaos as you wish. The more, the better. With a decisive click, she hung up and promptly blocked the number. As the phone line fell silent once more, Su Liwen felt tears streaming down her face. The security guard stood nearby, offering her comfort, while her mind raced with thoughts of how to create a commotion. Just then, an elderly woman returning from the market paused upon hearing the name Shen Xi and inquired, Are you Shen Xi's mother? Su Liwen, on the brink of tears, swallowed her emotions and replied, I am, and you are. The elderly woman smiled, her lips curling downwards, and said, I am her neighbor. I know where she lives. Let me take you there. Su Liwen, noticing the prominent mole at the corner of the woman's mouth, gratefully clasped her hand and exclaimed, Thank you so much, dear sister. With an owner accompanying them, the security guard, feeling the familial bond in their conversation, waved them through without further scrutiny. Meanwhile, Sun Fengyi, who had been observing from a distance, noticed the elderly woman carrying a basket full of vegetables and approached her with a friendly greeting. Auntie, you're back from shopping so early? The woman looked at her quizzically. And you are? I'm Xiao Wang from upstairs. We ran into each other in the elevator. Don't you remember? Sun Fengyi glanced at the vegetables and added, Wow, You've bought some really fresh meat. When I went yesterday, the butcher was dishonest. The meat looked good, but it was spoiled once I got home. The elderly woman was instantly distracted. Indeed, you young folks are never careful when shopping, just like my daughter-in-law. Thus, amidst the woman's complaints, they swiped their cards and entered the community seamlessly. The security guard, seeing their friendly banter, assumed they were family and paid them no further mind, allowing Sun Fengyi to blend in effortlessly. Chapter 29. The mother-in-law on the other side. Shen Xi hung up the phone and pushed Chen Chuan's face away. No, I'm not in the mood. What's wrong? Chen Chuan, half leaning on her, let his hands wander beneath her clothes, reluctant to withdraw. Shen Xi pressed his hand down and asked, "Have I ever mentioned my family to you?" "No," Chen Chuan replied absent-mindedly. Shen Xi succinctly recounted the eccentricities of her family, to which Chen Chuan seemed indifferent. A smirk playing on his lips. "So your mother might be causing a scene outside right now?" "Yes, I understand," he said, leaning in to kiss her. "But she blocked his lips? Didn't you hear? If she makes a scene, it won't just tarnish my reputation. It could tarnish yours as well. So what if it does? In a few days, who will remember?" If Chen Chuan was worried about what others might say, then he wouldn't be Chen Chuan. Could he really be so thin-skinned? Besides, the men in their community were openly unfaithful, and even his mother doted on her grandson as if he were a treasure. It was rumored that the eldest grandson of the mole lady was not even her biological grandchild. There were credible sources claiming the paternity test clearly stated there was no biological connection. Supposedly, a friend of a neighbor had worked at the testing facility and leaked the information, although the mole lady vehemently denied the rumors, asserting her grandson was indeed hers. The striking resemblance, or lack thereof, between the child and the rest of her family left everyone in an awkward silence. In light of such sensational gossip, the notion of a mother-in-law creating a ruckus seemed trivial. Chen Chuan was wholly unconcerned about the potential uproar, instead asking, "Have you ever calculated how much money they've drained from you over the years?" Shen Xi was impressed by his focus on the matter. Clearly, his financial management skills were lacking. Henceforth, she would have to oversee their finances. "Hey, don't get ahead of yourself. A monthly allowance of 5,500 is yours to spend. The savings from buying groceries are all yours." Those scoundrels believed that providing for the household was a monumental contribution. They returned home like royalty, expecting to be waited on hand and foot, never lifting a finger, and berating their wives for being useless while they lounged around. Shen Xi was no less deserving than those men. After all, if she didn't change husbands in the future, she would still bear children, unlike those scoundrels. Chen Chuan scoffed, not genuinely wishing to take control of the finances. "Considering your meager earnings, don't worry. Even if she creates a fuss, she'll have no claim on you. Legally, children are only obligated to support their parents once they reach 60 years of age." 60? Shen Xi chuckled. They're both just in their 50s. Shen Daji was around 51 or 52, and Su Liwen had just turned 50 this year. How did Shen Xi know? Because Su Liwen had demanded a red envelope of 50,000, claiming it was customary to gift money to parents on milestone birthdays. Shen Xi wasn't sure about the customs, but having seen her mother lament about her husband and her health during her birthday, she had reluctantly given in after winning a prize. Looking back, Shen Xi wished she could slap her past self for being so soft-hearted. She realized she needed to change this flaw. Chen Chuan told her, "So even if they take you to court, it won't amount to much." Moreover, Shen Daji was still employed and capable of self-sustenance. Although Su Liwen had not worked for years, she was remarried. Her primary support would come from her husband, followed by her children. Not to mention, with so many children in the Shen family, the burden of support would be shared. Calculating this, even if Shen Xi wished to be filial, it wouldn't cost her much when they reached 60. This was the law. After Chen Chuan had meticulously analyzed the situation, Shen Xi looked at him in astonishment. "You seem to know quite a bit." He grinned. "I watch a lot of television. You pick up everything." She chuckled. His analysis was so convincing that one might mistake him for a lawyer. But then again, if he were a lawyer, he wouldn't be a full-time house husband. With business concluded, Chen Chuan attempted to return to the previous topic. "Darling, how about we continue?" He leaned down to kiss her, his hands deftly exploring. The contrast between his rough skin and her smooth one sent shivers through her. She bit her lip and laughed, and he captured that laughter with his lips, their breaths becoming heavy. Suddenly, a loud knocking at the door shattered their intimacy. Chen Chuan sighed, burying his face in her chest. "Ignore it. Ignoring it is not an option," Shen Xi replied, fully aware that Su Liwen was not the type to take a hint or retreat gracefully. Since they had been found at the door, avoidance was futile. Perhaps you should hide in the house, Shen Xi suggested worriedly. Otherwise, we might not be able to keep our marriage a secret. Am I really that shameful? Chen Chuan ruffled his hair, slightly annoyed as he rose from her. Shen Xi suppressed a laugh. It wasn't he that he was shameful. Then go open the door and send your mother-in-law away. Shen Xi remained sprawled on the couch, unmoving. Chen Chuan halted abruptly, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize her. So, this was all part of your plan, wasn't it? See, I told you men are too clever and not easily fooled. Why did I marry someone who is hard to deceive? She smiled sweetly, half teasing, half flirting. He seemed to see her in a new light, examining her closely. The smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. Sure, of course. Then leaning down, he pressed a forceful kiss upon her lips. You stay put. I'll deal with her and then come to attend to you. Hurry up. I'm waiting for you. She tossed him a flirtatious glance. Chen Chuan chuckled and shook his head, throwing on a t-shirt that lay nearby as he headed into the living room. Su Liwen knocked on the door for quite some time, and seeing no movement from inside, she hesitated. Could they possibly not be home? They must be in, came the reply. Even in her daughter's absence, Chen Chuan, that good-for-nothing, was undoubtedly wearing a sinister smile reminiscent of Aunt Xi's. Reflecting on how her family had become the laughingstock of the entire neighborhood, it was clear that Chen Chuan had played a significant role in this disgrace. Moreover, in order to suppress the commotion surrounding her family, she would need to counter it with another spectacle. Look, isn't this a perfect opportunity that has presented itself? She resolved to keep a close watch on the situation, planning to publicize it extensively later on. Su Liwen thought about how, if she failed to acquire some money today, her daughter would undoubtedly cause a scene at home. Determined, she raised her hand and knocked firmly. Chapter 30. Strict husband. The door was suddenly yanked open, revealing a tall, disheveled man standing at the threshold, frowning as he looked at them, impatiently inquiring, "Who are you looking for?" Su Liwen was taken aback, retreating several steps, and nervously asked Aunt Xi, "Did we knock on the wrong door? Where else could it be? This is your daughter's home. Can't you even recognize your own son-in-law?" Aunt Xi exclaimed with excitement. Son-in-law? Su Liwen was taken aback, turning to Chen Chuan. You are my son-in-law? The man was indeed strikingly handsome, tall, and imposing, though he bore an intimidating demeanor. Yet, when had her daughter gotten married? How was she unaware of this? Who are you? Chen Chuan shot her a disdainful glare. I am Shen Xi's mother. Oh, Chen Chuan replied nonchalantly before asking, what do you want? He did not deny it. Could he truly be Shen Xi's husband? Did that make her his mother-in-law? The thought straightened Su Liwen's posture as she marched into the house, demanding, where is Shen Xi? I want to see her. Chen Chuan raised a long leg, blocking her path at the door. Where do you think you're going? I am Shen Xi's mother, and I am here to find her. Su Liwen's brow furrowed as she was obstructed. In this world, upon first meeting, how could a son-in-law not feel intimidated by his mother-in-law? Looking for her, Chen Chuan slowly pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a flick of his lighter, inhaling deeply and exhaling a ring of smoke. She asked busy. His demeanor was so intimidating that even street thugs would call him Big Brother. Su Liwen felt a twinge of anxiety, and her tone unconsciously softened. How could she be too busy? I asked at school. She has no classes this morning. What do you think? Chen Chuan retorted, giving her a sidelong glance, his inexplicable aura bearing down on her. Su Liwen took a few steps back, while Aunt Xi pressed against her. Why are you retreating? You are his mother-in-law, an elder. Yes. Su Liwen gritted her teeth and stated, you haven't even met the parents. Who gave you the right to marry? And besides, you can't just declare marriage. What about the bride price? Right, the bride price. Su Liwen's excitement surged at the prospect of securing a substantial sum, her whole body trembling with anticipation. No, she needed to act quickly before Shindaji found out, and seize the opportunity for the bride price. Leaning casually against the doorframe, Chen Chuan scoffed, bride price? Have you lost your mind? In Bay City and He City, the bride price was minimal, but the dowry was often several times more. Families who cherished their daughters even offered houses and cars, which was one reason why these regions were notoriously patriarchal. Raising a daughter was essentially a losing investment. You don't even want to offer a bride price, yet you wish to marry my daughter, whom I have painstakingly raised. You are out of your mind. I did not consent to this marriage. Call Shen Xi out. Who asked for your opinion? Chen Chuan flicked the ash from a cigarette. Bride price is no issue. 30 or 50,000. Who can't afford that? Su Liwen's heart leapt with joy. Even the smallest sum was sufficient for her daughter's music education in high school. And the dowry? With a single statement, Chen Chuan extinguished her fleeting happiness. Dowry? You don't understand the customs here? Su Liwen was momentarily speechless. Having assumed her daughter was marrying someone from out of town and thus expected a higher bride price, as was customary elsewhere. She had believed he was an outsider unfamiliar with local customs and had intended to demand the money. Little did she know, Shen Xi had found herself a local man. How could she even bring up the bride price now? In Bay City, she was well aware of how much dowry was customary when marrying off a daughter. She had secretly saved for Zhang Ruoqi's dowry since her birth, hoping that her daughter could marry into a wealthy family without losing face. After all, she was the cherished product of her love with Zhang Hongchang. But for Shen Xi's dowry, she would have to speak to her father. During the divorce, Shen Xi belonged to him. Why should she be the one to demand a dowry? Yet as the words left her lips, Su Liwen realized the implication. If she sought the dowry from Shen Daji, would the bride price still be paid to her? Forget it. Never mind that for now. She had come today to inquire about the salary card with Shen Xi. Shen Xi, come out. Su Liwen called out loudly. You need to explain the situation regarding that salary card to me. Here, working daughters are expected to contribute to the household. How can she be so oblivious? The salary card is with me. Chen Chuan interrupted her again. With you? Su Liwen looked at him, incredulous. All the money in the house is under my control. Chen Chuan smiled smugly, a mixture of pride and malice in his expression. My wife will need my approval for every penny she spends in the future. Understand? Su Liwen felt as if struck by lightning. Chen Chuan added, I advise you to leave while you can. Prepare the dowry first before you come to play the role of mother-in-law. With that, he decisively shut the door. Su Liwen stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, hidden in the stairwell, Sun Fangyi trembled with excitement, her limbs weak. Oh my goodness, what a sensational story. It turned out she had gotten married, and to a man who resembled a thug. No wonder she had been sneaky and reluctant to reveal it. It must be because she had married a rogue. Speaking of which, that rogue was truly handsome. One could easily be captivated by his looks. Otherwise, why would she hand over her salary card to him? No, she needed to rush back to school and inform Lu Jun, urging him to forget about Shen Xi and to pay attention to the excellent women around him, like herself. Sun Fangyi descended the stairs, but in her excitement, she lost her footing, tumbling down the stairs and rolling down 3 flights before colliding with the corner wall. The impact sent her face crashing against the wall, a wave of pain washing over her, and the next moment, she burst into tears. Shen Xi smiled as she watched her husband return. Every penny I spend must be approved by you, right? Chen Chuan leaned against the doorframe, returning her smile. Do we not agree that you handle the external matters while I manage the internal? This financial authority falls under the internal affairs. How careless! This man truly harbored a wealth of mischief. Then tell me, what does external affairs entail? Voting, attending community meetings, and so forth. Oh, and in the future, you will represent our child at parent meetings. In short, all the respectable tasks that require a public presence are yours. Ha! Get lost. He approached her, wrapping his arms around her. Wife, I adore your fierce demeanor. It draws me in. Shen Xi smiled at him. Oh, I can be fierce, but I can also be tender when it comes to fighting. Would you like to try? Try? His lips pressed against hers. Let's try. Chen Chuan's gaze deepened as he softly chuckled in her ear, little liar. Thanks to my master for teaching me well. He promptly pushed her down. Come. Let me teach you some other skills. You must learn diligently. In broad daylight, the 2 rogue spouses entangled themselves, oblivious even to the piercing wail of an ambulance siren outside the community. It was indeed a sight to behold, utterly disgraceful. In the afternoon, after his wife left for work, Chen Chuan found himself alone at home. After indulging in a few rounds of gaming, he checked the time and decided to step out. He first headed to Yulin Street, to the small apartment he had previously visited with Shen Xi. Taking out a heavy keychain, he slowly walked out. Behind Yulin Street lay Changlin Street, the city center, lined with numerous apartment buildings, all small units that were easy to rent and sell. Chen Chuan entered one of the buildings and began knocking on doors from the first floor. After a prolonged period of silence, he was not surprised. Those who could pay had already transferred the funds online. The remaining tenants were the stubborn ones he had come to deal with today. He took out his phone to send a message. I'm at your door. If you don't open within a minute, I will call a locksmith. Indeed, within 30 seconds, there was movement within. A woman in her 30s, cradling a sleeping child, opened the door with a smile, Mr. Chun. You're here? I'm so sorry. The baby was sleeping, and I didn't hear you knock. Chen Chuan wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. Where's the rent? The woman's expression darkened as she forced a smile. Mr. Chun, you are the kindest person. Could you please give us a few more days? It's really tough right now. My husband just had his salary cut, and the child is sick. No, he replied firmly. You've already delayed your rent for a month. If you're having financial difficulties, I suggest you look for a cheaper place. There's no need to live in the city center. The woman's smile stiffened further. Who didn't he know that renting in the suburbs was cheaper? But her husband worked for a foreign enterprise where everyone compared themselves. They either bought homes or rented luxurious apartments in the center. If he were to move to the suburbs, he would be the subject of ridicule. Living in the suburbs was simply not an option for them. It would never happen. Mr. Chin, look, everyone is struggling these days. There are many kind-hearted landlords online who waive rent for tenants. I know you're a good person. Surely better than those landlords, right? I expect to receive the overdue rent for the past month by noon tomorrow, along with next quarter's rent. If I do not receive it, I will bring the property deed and call a locksmith to change the locks on the apartment. Regarding your belongings, I will have them cleared out by a cleaner, and the cleaning fee will be deducted from your deposit. With each statement, the woman's expression grew darker until her forced smile faltered completely. Angrily clutching her child, she challenged him. If you're so wealthy, why are you so heartless? We're not unwilling to pay rent. We simply can't afford it. If you push us further, I will jump on the floor with my child, turning your property into a haunted house, making it impossible to rent out for life. Chen Chuan took out a voice recorder and pressed play, replaying her words verbatim. Once it finished, he lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips. With this recording, I can make you regret your words. I advise you, while I'm still in a good mood, either pay the rent or vacate. Spare me the useless chatter. The woman recoiled in fear, and perhaps due to holding the child too tightly, he began to wail loudly. She joined him in tears. Mr. Chun, I beg you for the sake of the child. Please don't push us further. I implore you. Crying 1T save you from the over 20,000 owed. Your husband should stay home to care for the child while you go out to beg. Chen Chuan's words were sharp as knives, leaving the woman speechless. Her cries caught in her throat. Once his words were spoken, he left her to ponder her predicament. Not wishing to engage further, Chen Chuan ascended to the third floor to continue his rounds. He encountered a frail, elderly person, a beautiful young woman seeking to repay debts with favors, and even a young man, barely able to stand, hoping to play games in exchange for rent. By the end of the afternoon, he had encountered a myriad of excuses for rent delays, yet he handled each situation with remarkable calm and ease. His collection of rent was entirely within legal bounds, and those who dared to owe him were yet to be born. The following day at noon, his phone buzzed with payment notifications, echoing like an alarm clock that wouldn't cease for nearly half an hour. Chen Chuan glanced at his balance, satisfied. Look, all the tales of illness, suicide, floods at home, yet the rent was still paid. Those who could afford to rent in the city center could certainly manage their payments. He chuckled. Since childhood, he had never been easily deceived. With a decent sum accrued today, he thought it perfect to treat himself to some fine food in celebration. As for Sun Fangyi's hospitalization due to an injury, Shen Xi learned of it the next day. However, given their long-standing rivalry, she merely acknowledged it with a sigh. The heavens indeed have eyes. Tao Ko remarked, indeed, I heard she broke her leg and had to call an ambulance to the hospital. The worst part is, her nose is fractured too. Her already flat bridge will be even more pronounced. Tao Ko harbored a deep dislike for Sun Fangyi, thinking her nothing more than a niece of the department head, nothing special, with her nose always pointed to the sky. They indulged in their schadenfreude until Tao Ko's phone rang, interrupting their revelry. Shen Xi noticed the caller ID was Min Zhu and quickly indicated she would excuse herself, unwilling to waste her meal. Tao Ko answered the call cheerfully. Hello, darling. Have you eaten yet? The refined and pleasant voice of Min Zhixing came through the line. Just finished. What about you? Min Zhixing sighed heavily. Chapter 32. A match made in heaven. What's wrong? Noticing her boyfriend's unusual mood, Tao Ko expressed concern. Nothing at all. Tao Ko frowned. We're in a relationship. Why would you want to keep secrets from me? Well, Min Zhixing sighed again. My mother just called. Upon hearing it was his mother, a shadow loomed over Tao Ko's heart. And then, she said our house is about to collapse and insists that I send back 100,000 yuan for repairs. Min Zhixing spoke hesitantly. 100,000? Tao Ko scoffed. Where would you get that kind of money? You're always relying on me to support you. He was Tao Ke's third boyfriend. In her previous relationships, each had been well-matched socially and financially, so she had never worried about money. However, with him, it was a constant struggle. He was always bemoaning his lack of funds, barely able to afford meals. It made her wonder if the Min family was cursed or something, always beset by misfortunes, be it back injuries or collapsing houses. Darling, I know I don't have 100,000, but they're my parents. They are living in that dangerous house, unable to sleep at night, fearing the roof will cave in. When I think of that, I can't even enjoy my meals. So, could you lend me some money? I promise to pay you back as soon as I receive my salary, until I clear the debt. Tao Ke hung up the phone without hesitation. When Shen Xi approached her, she wore an expression of anger and conflict. What is the matter? Xiaoxi, do you think the Min family is plagued by misfortune or what? One moment, they're talking about a back injury and needing medical attention, spending tens of thousands. And the next, they're asking for 100,000 to repair the house. However, if Min Jixing can earn money, he will take as much as he can. After all, we are not married yet, and I cannot interfere with his finances. How can he have the audacity to ask me? Tao Ke is truly exasperated. She can accept providing some financial support for her boyfriend's meals each month. But where is she supposed to find 100,000 yuan? She herself is living paycheck to paycheck, and her parents have stopped giving her allowances. Now, she can't even afford to order meat dishes. And yet, he expects 100,000, as if she were a money-printing machine. Why doesn't he just ask for 1 million? He could easily build a new house for his family. After listening, Shen Xi fell silent. After a while, she asked, "What do you plan to do?" Just moments ago, Tao Ke was fuming, but when confronted with the crux of the matter, she hesitated. After all, she genuinely likes this boyfriend. I don't know. Aside from his financial struggles, Min Jixing has no other shortcomings. He treats me well, is caring and considerate, and has a good temperament. It seems she has no intention of breaking up. Shen Xi, who typically advises separation rather than reconciliation, noted that Tao Ke was not seeking her counsel. Looking at the time, as the lunch break was coming to an end, Shen Xi gathered her teaching materials and left. As she had final exams to oversee and could not afford to dwell on Tao Ke's romantic dilemmas. Initially, she thought little of the matter after hearing it. But on Friday evening, after a satisfying dinner with Chen Chuan, as was customary, he went to wash the dishes while she lounged on the sofa, scrolling through her phone. Once he finished washing, they were to take a walk and engage in some socializing, listening to the neighborhood Annie's gossip. At that moment, Tao Ke sent a WeChat message. "Cici, do you think it's alright if I borrow 100,000 yuan from Min Jixing?" Shen Xi responded with confusion. "Tao Ke, he is in a dire situation and has been pleading with me for several days. But I have no money and can't dare to ask my parents for help. I've thought it over, and the only option is to sell a few bags." Shen Xi replied, "Tao Ke, do you think this is appropriate?" Tao Ke hesitated because he cried, He told me to borrow from you. But how could I ask you? So, I thought about it, and I have so many bags that I can't carry them all." Shen Xi continued, "What if you didn't have a girlfriend? Thought giskiviko dit lead sopli, xixi." Shen Xi said, "Of course, this is your own affair. You can sell whatever you wish. It is your freedom. The money is yours, and you can handle it as you see fit. However, since you asked for my opinion, I will say this. Tao Ke, small financial exchanges between couples are understandable, but I advise you to be rational about such a large loan. For most men, if they truly care for you, they would not ask to borrow money, as it reflects poorly on them. A man wants to present his best self in front of the one he loves. Unlike Chen Chuan, who understands the principle of giving, this month he contributed 500 yuan, with half of that being spent by me. Honestly, where can one find a man who spends only 2,000 yuan a month, helps with chores, and keeps the bed warm? And he is so handsome. If such a man existed, wealthy women would be all over him. As Chen Chuan said, what he wants is a fair price. But Min Jixing has the nerve to ask for money, reaching into others' bowls. Isn't that disgusting? Tao Ke sighed. Shen Xi concluded, "My advice is not to lend him the money, but if you choose to do so, please don't tell me. I prefer not to know." Shen Xi turned off WeChat, took a few deep breaths to calm herself. As a good friend, she had offered her counsel and would not meddle further in others' affairs. Adults should know how to weigh the pros and cons. Chen Chuan emerged from the kitchen, drying his hands and tossing the paper towel into the trash. "Let us go," he said. "Chen Chuan, what do you think goes through the minds of men who rely on others?" Chen Chuan paused, considering her question. On a beautiful weekend morning, when single, Shen Xi would typically go for a morning run. However, after getting married, she found that not only had her morning runs transformed into a different kind of exercise, but even rising early had become increasingly challenging, especially with a particularly clingy husband at night. Mornings were not only short on sleep, but also filled with his morning enthusiasm. At this moment, she struggled to detach her lips from Chen Chuan's, and just as she managed to pull away, she was flipped back over. "Hey, I don't like this." "All right." Chen Chuan readily complied with her request, flipping her back once more. "Hey, what are you doing?" Shen Xi kicked at him, but he caught her leg, and just then, a relentless knocking and ringing at the door interrupted them. Chen Chuan clicked his tongue, checking the security monitor. An older man accompanied by a younger one was banging at the door. Shen Xi leaned closer to see. "Oh, Shen Daji has finally arrived. Yes, a bit later than I expected." Chapter 33. Magic Shen Xi had thought Su Liwen would have informed Shen Daji, prompting him to rush over. It took until the weekend. In truth, Su Liwen was also preoccupied, her mind lingering on the 5,000 yuan bride price for Chen Chuan. After much deliberation and analysis with the family, it seemed she truly could not manage to acquire that sum. In light of her inability to obtain it, she was reluctant to let Shen Xi benefit from it. Thus, she quickly relayed the news to Shen Daji that Shen Xi had married a good-for-nothing freeloader. As to how she knew Chen Chuan was a freeloader, it was thanks to the neighborhood aunties, who were well-informed and observant. It was clear that Shen Xi worked while Chen Chuan tended to household chores. The aunties even created a WeChat group for grocery shopping, sharing all sorts of gossip in the chat. This little tidbit was common knowledge. Hence, Su Liwen learned that her daughter had married not just a rogue, but a freeloader who was also managing Shen Xi's finances. Upon hearing this, Shen Daji was furious. He immediately brought his son over, determined to set Shen Xi straight and ensure she supported her brother in buying a house and having children before considering her own future. Shen Xi observed Chen Chuan's current excitement and couldn't help but laugh uproariously on the bed, mercilessly mocking him. "What a life you lead, always in these situations." Haha, last time it was interrupted by her mother-in-law, and now it was her father. At these critical moments, he found himself in quite the predicament. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" Chen Chuan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as he pulled her hand down. "Hey, have some decency." No, no, no. Given Shen Xi's agility, she could easily kick Chen Chuan away, but she didn't want to hurt him. Thus, for the next hour or so, her hands grew tired, and her body was no better off. "Brother, your mental fortitude is impressive. The commotion outside is deafening, yet you remain focused on your own affairs, completely unbothered. I admire that." After the couple's playful antics concluded and they had showered, they enjoyed a breakfast of seafood porridge and large meat buns, relishing the sweetness of their time together before finally wiping their mouths and opening the door. When Shen Daji saw his daughter emerge from the house with a man, his eyes nearly bulged out. "What on earth? I've been knocking for over half an hour and calling Su Liwen multiple times to confirm I wasn't at the wrong door. It seems my daughter really isn't home." With no response to his calls or messages, he could only sit outside, waiting for an opportunity. The father and son duo, hoping for a free meal, had skipped breakfast and were now starving, too afraid to leave lest they miss Shen Xi's return. Shen Daji hesitated to leave Shen He behind to guard the door, fearing that Shen Xi might return and scold him. He thought about sending his son to buy something, but Shen He was too engrossed in his game to heed him. As for Shen He was too busy strategizing to consider reminding his father or even ordering takeout. Thus, they had no choice but to endure their hunger. What harm could come from being a little hungry? It might even be good for their digestion. After waiting for nearly 2 hours, when he finally saw Shen Xi and her husband emerge, both clearly stuffed from a meal, Shen Daji was immediately incensed. "Shen Xi, are you deaf? I've been knocking on the door for so long, and you couldn't hear me? That wretched girl, staying at home. This is infuriating." Usually, Shen Daji employed a gentle approach towards Shen Xi, using tricks to manipulate her, but his hunger had pushed him to his limits. "Hey Dad, when did you arrive? Why didn't you knock? Come in quickly." Shen Xi moved aside. Shen Daji shot her a glare, too irate to continue scolding, and ushered his son to the dining table. "Hurry, bring the food over. We're starving." The couple remained glued to the couch. "What? Can't I even summon you?" Shen Daji scoffed. Shen Xi shrugged and asked, "Where should I get it from?" Shen Daji was nearly beside himself with rage. "This is your home, and you dare ask me where to get it? We don't have breakfast at home. Why don't you step out and grab something to eat first, and we can talk afterwards?" Recalling how the couple had just been indulging in their meal, Shen Daji felt his blood pressure rise dangerously high. Are you speaking nonsense? Are you unfilial? He exclaimed, shaking his finger at Shen Xi. She approached and smacked Shen He on the head. All you do is play. Are you trying to start her father? She turned to Shen He. Look, Dad is scolding you for being ungrateful. Go buy breakfast for him. Shen He nearly buried his face in the table from the pain, almost in tears as he glared at her. I didn't say anything. Why did you hit me? He wouldn't even dare to turn on the sound while gaming. You're making your father starve, and I can't hit you? Shen Xi smacked him again. Stop playing games. Stop being ungrateful. Stop making your father starve. With every sentence came another slap, and Shen Daji's heart ached for his son. Stop. Stop. I'm not hungry anymore. Shen Xi paused and looked at him. Dad, don't coddle your son. If you're hungry, let him go out and buy you some breakfast. It's not a big deal. Your health is what matters. I'm not hungry. He insisted. Fine. Shen Xi raised an eyebrow and returned to the couch. Shen He buried his face in his arms on the table, crying silently. Shen Daji glanced at the couple on the sofa. That man living off his daughter, how could he possibly find him tolerable? It was only because he was good-looking that he could leech off Shen Xi. Everything he consumed was Shen Daji's money. He sighed deeply. Cece, no matter what, I am your father who raised you. Why did you get married without even informing your own family? Do you have no regard for your elders or this family? If hard tactics didn't work, perhaps a softer approach would. Shen Xi shot a glance at Chen Chuan, signaling him to step in. He shrugged and remained still. She glared at him, then kicked him. All right. Chen Chuan looked up and smiled at Shen Daji, affectionately calling out Dad. In that moment, all the hairs on Shen Daji's body stood on end. Even Shen He, who was crying, paused to glance up. Look, Shen Xi and I plan to hold a wedding ceremony in the near future, which is why we haven't notified the family yet. Rest assured, we will inform you when the time comes, so you can attend and give your blessings. If you think it's too late, you can give us something today. We accept WeChat and Alipay too. Shen Daji was stunned, as was Shen He. Chen Chuan seemed oblivious to their shock and continued, Dad, what kind of gifts would you prefer? Wait a moment. Shen Daji's eyes widened. What gifts? You two are getting married without my consent? Chen Chuan looked innocently at him. If you don't consent, someone else will. Who? Shen Daji barked. No one else's approval matters. The state, Chen Chuan replied with a radiant smile. Dad, Shen Xi and I have already registered our marriage. We are legally recognized as husband and wife. Registered? Shen Daji felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Utterly bewildered, now that they were married. How could he possibly intervene? Was Shen Xi really that foolish? But wait, they hadn't even held the wedding banquet yet. What was the point of the registration? We won't acknowledge it. Dad, it's not that we don't want to hold a banquet. It's just that we lack the funds. Chen Chuan said earnestly. There are many children in my family, and neither my parents nor I have jobs. We rely on Shen Xi's hard work to support us. Holding a banquet would cost at least several $100,000. What do we do about that? He looked at Shen Daji, his eyes lighting up. However, if Dad is willing to help us out financially, we will cooperate fully. Shen Daji was completely flabbergasted. What did you just say? Your family, your parents, and you. Yes, my parents have been unemployed and rely on my grandparents for support. Now that they are gone, life has become quite difficult. Thankfully, I married Shen Xi, or we wouldn't be able to sustain ourselves. Chen Chuan was so candid that Shen Daji felt he might just lose his mind. Shen Xi, look at what you've chosen. A penniless man. To be honest, Shen Xi only now realized that Chen Chuan came from a struggling background, unfazed by Shen Daji's disdain. Chen Chuan continued, Dad, since you are here, let us discuss Shen Xi's dowry. My family is waiting for it to pay off debts. How much do you plan to give? We don't have the same conditions as others, so dowry cars and houses are off the table. I don't ask for much. $1 million or $2 million would suffice. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing to say that the daughter of the Shen family got married without a dowry. Isn't that a loss of face for you? $1 or $2 million. Are you dreaming? Shen Daji exclaimed, pulling his son along, his face taut with fury as he stormed out. Hey, Dad, where are you going? We haven't settled anything yet. As Shen Daji continued to walk away, Chen Chuan looked at his wife with innocent eyes. Dad is really impatient. I hadn't finished talking. Apart from admiration, Shen Xi could express no further respect. Indeed, it seemed magic was the only way to counter magic. One need not confront directly to achieve results. She felt that Chen Chuan was naturally equipped to handle both Su Liwen and Shen Daji, and she decided to leave those two to him in the future. One must admit, spending just over $2,000 a month truly felt worthwhile. This soft life, consumed with such satisfaction, was refreshing from the body to the soul. She wasn't driving, really. Shen Xi was yanked along by his father, already starving to the point of weakness. The sudden urgency made him realize his father was determined to drag him home. He immediately protested, plopping down on the ground, the scorching asphalt burning his backside. "Dad, why don't we find a place to eat first? It's already past 10. Finally regaining some clarity from his anger. Shen Daji couldn't bear to let his beloved son go hungry, so he turned into a breakfast shop. They each ordered a bowl of beef noodle soup, slurping it down without looking up, utterly famished after all the morning's commotion. Once they had appeased their hunger, Shen Daji, while picking his teeth, pondered how to handle the situation with Shen Xi. She was his only daughter, the one he could rely on for financial support. There was no way he could allow her to marry and support someone else. How could she think of marrying after only a year of work? It was absurd. His son had yet to marry or have children. Why should Shen Xi? If she must marry, then she should at least find a wealthy man, a big boss. What a waste of her good looks. How could she settle for less? She was clearly marrying into a family of leeches. It was utterly shameless. That tall man, staying at home to live off her. If he enjoyed being pampered, why not seek a rich woman instead? Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Daji like a flash of lightning. If he could find someone wealthier than Shen Xi, then Chen Chuan could be cast aside without a second thought. That kind of man, relying solely on his looks, would surely chase after whoever had money, as long as Shen Daji introduced him to a wealthy woman. Wouldn't he that solve everything? But then the question arose, where could he find a wealthy woman? After successfully sending off Shen Daji and his son, the couple enjoyed a tranquil weekend. They indulged in meals, savored drinks, and spent an entire afternoon lounging at home while watching films. Being a young newlywed couple, they not only relished movies, but also engaged in their own little performances. Everything was harmonious. However, Shen Xi's high school reunion was scheduled for this evening, Saturday. Such gatherings were rare for her, primarily because her time was consumed with classes and provincial team commitments, not to mention occasionally taking students out for competitions. With precious free time available and encouraged by Yi Jinjin, along with the promise of someone else footing the bill, Shen Xi was delighted to attend. Before setting off, she inquired with Chen Chuan if he wanted her to bring something back. The man scoffed, "I don't eat leftovers." Fine. They had been living together for over half a month, and aside from their physical familiarity, she was gradually understanding his lifestyle habits. For instance, although Chen Chuan was frugal, he maintained excellent living standards, never leaving meals unfinished to be carried over to the next. He was exceptionally astute, having quickly grasped her preferences and appetite after just a couple of shared meals. His cooking was always perfectly portioned, leaving no room for waste. Indeed, he was right. Their household had never encountered leftover food. While he was stingy in other areas, he spared no expense when it came to convenience. His culinary creations were not only visually appealing, but also nutritionally balanced. In summary, it was hard to perceive him as a miser in the realm of dining. Well, if he didn't want anything, then so be it. Shen Xi contemplated inviting him along, as it would save a meal, but seeing him sprawled on the couch playing video games in his worn-out t-shirt and loose shorts, she knew him well enough to realize that if she asked, he would undoubtedly follow in that attire. Although Shen Xi was not particularly concerned about appearances, she found it somewhat embarrassing to bring him along. Shaking her head, she stepped out of the house. Chen Chuan glanced at her retreating figure, scoffed softly, and swiftly tapped on his phone screen. Quadra-kill. The emotionless electronic voice echoed as he tossed his phone aside, scratching his chin. What should he have for dinner? Before he could ponder further, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he frowned slightly before answering. "Ashil." A gentle voice came through the phone. Have you not been home for a while? Mom and Dad miss you. They called yesterday, asking if I had seen you. They miss me? Chen Chuan chuckled coldly. Is it because they VE run out of money again? Tell them I won't give them a single cent. Chuan, don't be like that. They are our parents. Regardless of their faults, we, as children, cannot be unfilial. Chen Chuan interrupted his sister, the self-proclaimed paragon of filial piety. Get to the point. Busu. Instead of listening to her nonsensical drivel, he would rather play a couple more rounds of his game. Chen Meng. Never mind. I'll hang up. Wait, Chuan, how've you been lately? How is your health? I made a lot of beef stew and bought you some sea cucumber and fish maw. Wouldn't it be a good time for me to bring it to you? Sister, I've told you many times, there is no need to buy me anything. I have enough. Whether you have enough is your concern, whether I give is mine. I just want to care for you. Chen Chuan hung up decisively. Having a sister who indulged her husband meant that any good things from her family were immediately brought back to him. Logically, he should feel fortunate. Yet, he did not want any of it. Those meager offerings, regardless of their value, were not worth the trouble of accepting. As for enduring his brother-in-law's cold remarks and the countless attempts to extract more benefits from him, he would rather not waste his time on such trivial matters. He was the only son of the Chun family, the sole heir, yet he never intended to rely on his sister's generosity. After all, his worth was far greater than hers. TSK, on a perfectly good weekend, his wife was off attending some ridiculous reunion, and he had to listen to his sister's incessant nagging. How bothersome. It is said that nowadays, there are two types of people who do not attend reunions: those who are exceedingly successful and those who are exceedingly unsuccessful. The highly successful disdain to attend, as they no longer inhabit the same world as the ordinary folk. The exceedingly unsuccessful feel embarrassed to show up, as their presence only serves to highlight others' achievements, which is humiliating enough. Yet, tonight's reunion for Shen Xi was an exception. Out of the 45 students in her high school class, 23 showed up. Those residing in his city or nearby attended, save for those studying in other provinces or abroad. It must be noted that Shen Xi attended the finest key high school in his city, specifically in the elite class, where few emerged without notable success. At the very least, they could rely on their families for support. For instance, the host of tonight's gathering, Big Wang Haidong, despite having ranked last in his class during their school years and having attended a mediocre university, could not be undermined for being the heir of a wealthy family that owned a garment factory, with assets exceeding 100 million. After graduating, he returned home to inherit the family business and is now a small business owner. Just by looking at his belly, one could discern the wealth he enjoyed. The private room in the five-star hotel exuded an elegance and opulence constructed purely from monetary excess. Rumor has it that over 10 million have been spent on design fees, hiring a renowned Swedish architectural firm to ensure that the most mundane of riches could create an extraordinary ambience. There was no distinction between this and a boastful display of wealth, were it not for someone else footing the bill. Shen Xi would never have set foot in such a place. A beautiful waitress welcomed her at the door of the private room, and after a light knock, the door swung open, releasing a wave of merriment from within. "Oh, our champion has arrived. Shen Xi, long time no see. Xiao Xi, over here." Yi Zhenjin waved, and Shen Xi smiled as she greeted everyone, taking a seat beside her friend. "Why did you arrive so late today?" Yi Zhenjin complained. Shen Xi quickly explained. "It's Saturday, and there were so many people that I had to wait for several trains before I could squeeze on." "Wow, our champion travels in such a low-key manner, even taking the subway," a voice chimed in, abruptly freezing the lively atmosphere. Shen Xi shot a glance at her friend, and Yi Zhenjin immediately understood, leaning closer to quietly remind her, "Lu Aihong." Noticing Shen Xi's puzzled expression, she added, "She's Luo Yana's little minion." Understanding dawned on Shen Xi. Their class had not only produced tycoons and elite individuals, but also a major celebrity, Luo Yana, who was now a national goddess. She appeared on television screens, crying and laughing, dominating the screen. Yet, for some reason, during their 3 years in high school, Luo Yana and Shen Xi never got along, which naturally extended to her lackey. Sigh, how childish to bring up high school grievances after all these years. Shen Xi couldn't be bothered to argue, and simply retorted, "Because I'm broke." Cut out. Who believes that? Who doesn't he know that the sports world is rife with excess, whether it's doping or scandalous affairs? You must have more than enough money to squander. Why pretend to be poor? Lu Aihong mocked with a derisive laugh. Being low-key, isn't about this. Overdoing it just makes it seem insincere. She must be a fool. Shen Xi exchanged glances with Yi Zhenjin. Lu Aihong's words instantly silenced the private room. Not low-key at all. Shen Xi casually replied, while placing her bag behind her seat. "Since you're not low-key, why not flaunt your sports car and designer bags? Rest assured, we're old classmates. We're doing well enough that we won't ask you for money." Shen Xi had initially just wanted to enjoy a free meal, but who knew a peculiar character would emerge to seek attention? She might as well use her to whet her appetite. "I also want a sports car. I dream of experiencing what it feels like to sit in one. I'm not far off, after all." In a moment of shared understanding, Yi Zhenjin inquired, "Which model has captured your interest?" "Undoubtedly, the Lamborghini SVJ. My dream car," came the enthusiastic reply. "Wow, Shen Xi, you truly can afford it. This car costs over 10 million. A classmate exclaimed in astonishment. I haven't bought it. It's simply a matter of finances, Shen Xi chuckled. How much more is needed? 12 million, he replied. At that moment, Jiang Ning, who was sipping water, choked and began to cough. Lu Ai Hong promptly rushed over with a towel to assist him, but upon being rebuffed, she redirected her frustration towards Shen Xi. Can't you think before you speak? Is that merely a small sum? Indeed, it is just that amount, Lu Ai Hong. We are all classmates, and given your decent circumstances, why not lend me a little? After all, I am a champion, well-versed in the lucrative sports industry. You should have no reservations in lending to me. I don't have that much money to lend you, she stammered. Chapter 36. The warm-hearted man Shen Xi's expression shifted to one of realization. So, you are actually short on funds? I assumed, based on your previous ease, that you were a millionaire who looked down on a mere few tens of millions. He mused about borrowing $1 million, thinking it would be a trivial matter, only to discover she too was struggling financially. Xiao Xi, you are mistaken. A lack of funds does not equate to a lack of ambition, Yi Jinjin interjected incisively. There is truth in that. It is only upon entering society that one realizes some individuals have an inherently skewed perspective, viewing everything through a distorted lens. Shen Xi agreed with a smile. Indeed, as the saying goes, one can discern a person's future at the age of 3. Those crooked trees from high school remain crooked in adulthood, he added. Lu Ai Hong was on the verge of tears from frustration and pulled Jiang Ning over to seek a fair word from him. Jiang Ning, with a gentle smile, said, We are all classmates. It is a rare gathering, so let us not argue. Please take your seats. The meal will commence shortly. After exchanging glances with Shen Xi, Lu Ai Hong quickly seized the opportunity to move away, unwilling to remain beside Shen Xi and opting to change seats. Finally, after the last of the busy attendees arrived, the dinner commenced. This gathering was held to welcome Jiang Ning back to He City, as he had been transferred from the coastal city to serve as CEO of the local branch, thus embodying the essence of a rising urban elite with limitless potential. It was rumored that his family intended for him to settle down in this city, marrying and starting a family, rather than returning to the coastal city. Yi Jinjin shared this tidbit while enjoying her meal. Shen Xi, engrossed in the delectable dishes, replied absent-mindedly, This food is exquisite. Clearly, it is 5-star quality. The preparation is remarkable. Yi Jinjin hails from a prominent political family, with her ancestors and parents all serving as grassroots civil servants. Hence, she adeptly mastered the art of duality. With a serene demeanor, she delicately savored her food, yet her keen eyes and nimble hands sought out the most expensive dishes. Her mouth filled to the brim while maintaining an air of elegance. Although Chen Chuan's culinary skills were commendable, the chef here possessed a unique flair, particularly in this establishment that masterfully fused French and Chinese cuisines. Shen Xi relished every bite. As the group dined and conversed, Dao Wang exuberantly remarked that this gathering had elevated in stature. I heard the chefs here were specially invited from a Michelin 2-star restaurant in France. Upon hearing this, De Wang waved his hands grandiosely, declaring, Everyone, eat as you please. Order whatever you like. Don't hold back. It was evident that his family possessed considerable wealth and influence. When the centerpiece dish arrived, De Wang's face radiated pride. Try this French blue lobster. The price is secondary. The rarity of this delicacy is what truly matters. The first dish presented was pristine sashimi, each piece adorned with vibrant orange crab roe, offering a fresh, sweet crunch with a hint of the ocean's natural brininess that left everyone raving. Shen Xi took a bite, her brow furrowing slightly in recognition of the familiar taste. Next came the Wagyu shrimp rolls, featuring perfectly seared marbled beef, tender and delicate, wrapped around succulent shrimp meat, topped with a rich shrimp brain sauce. An unforgettable experience. Finally, it was paired with congee boiled with shrimp heads, where the subtle rice fragrance intertwined with the savory essence of lobster, making it so delicious that one could almost swallow their tongue. Clearly, the French blue lobster had captivated everyone's palate. Observing the satisfaction on their faces, De Wang's expression brightened further, exuding a sense of triumph. A few quick-witted attendees checked their phones and gasped in astonishment. Wow. It turns out that blue lobsters are incredibly rare. 1 in 200,000 to 300,000 lobsters is blue, and it takes 7 years to grow to 2 pounds. Truly a treasure. De Wang, You are generous. The price of such a lobster alone was in the thousands, not to mention the cost of hiring a two-star chef. De Wong, though modestly downplaying the expense, couldn't hide his pride as he furtively glanced at Yi Jinjin. Unfortunately, despite his intentions, her focus remained solely on the food, completely oblivious to his attention. As for Shen Xi, she was too astonished by the price of the lobster to pay heed to his self-congratulatory remarks. Aside from a moment of discomfort caused by one individual's lack of tact, the gathering remained joyful, for none of them were fresh out of society. And there was no reason to engage in conflict. They reminisced together, sharing stories of the past. Naturally, the conversation turned to their most famous classmate, the star actress Luo Yana. Lu Ai Hong, eager to flaunt her connections, attempted to video call Luo Yana, but after several rings, there was no answer. Her smug expression dimmed instantly, ushering in the second wave of awkwardness, fortunately alleviated by Jiang Ning's timely intervention, allowing everyone to conveniently overlook the situation. Yi Jinjin leaned closer to Shen Xi and asked, "Is this the reason you initially rejected Jiang Ning? He is too warm-hearted and gentle with everyone, creating an unsettling sense of insecurity?" Shen Xi, taking a bite of vegetable, chewed thoughtfully before responding, "Not at all. I was merely drawn to appearance." Yi Jinjin nearly spat out her coconut juice in disbelief. "Come on, Jiang Ning is undeniably handsome." Shen Xi sighed, glancing at Yi Jinjin, "My dear, broaden your horizons and appreciate more handsome men to elevate your standards." Perhaps before encountering Chen Chuan, Jiang Ning indeed ranked among the more attractive individuals Shen Xi knew. But with Chen Chuan's charm overshadowing, others simply paled in comparison. After all, he was someone who could command a monthly fee of 500 from Shen Xi solely based on his looks, certainly not an ordinary level of attractiveness. After a lively meal, as the clock approached 9, De Wong announced that he had reserved a private room at Lu Shui Xian for karaoke. This luxurious private club was well known in Yi City, and its prices were anything but modest. Shen Xi whispered to Yi Jinjin, "It seems De Wong's family business is doing well. It's decent. Don't let his ostentatious demeanor fool you. He appears to have some business acumen. Otherwise, his father wouldn't have retired so swiftly." With the other children from mistresses still lurking around, she replied knowingly. Shen Xi regarded her with intrigue. "You seem quite informed." "Well, he added me on WeChat during this reunion and asked me to inform everyone. Sometimes we chat when boredom strikes," she explained. In her mind, Shen Xi shook her head, realizing that beneath De Wong's seemingly frivolous exterior, there was likely a more profound motive at play. No wonder he kept casting glances in their direction throughout the meal. Had she not maintained her composure, he would have undoubtedly attempted to approach her for attention. What was he staring at? Did he think he could charm them merely through his gaze during a meal? Chapter 37. The game. As Shen Xi and Yi Jinjin continued their conversation, De Wong approached, calling out, "Shen Xi, why don't you come with Jinjin?" He glanced at Yi Jinjin and added, "You should join us." Shen Xi shook her head in refusal. "I won't be joining. My singing is dreadful, and I refuse to embarrass myself." "Then, Jinjin, you should go. I ordered your favorite nut platter, featuring the beloved fragrant pine nuts," he urged. Without hesitation, Yi Jinjin abandoned Shen Xi and headed off. The crowd began to persuade Shen Xi to join them, but he smiled and politely declined, saying he had matters to attend to the next day and needed to return home early to rest. He wished everyone a pleasant time. Jiang Ning stood up and smiled at Shen Xi, suggesting, "Since I'm taking a taxi, it seems we're headed in the same direction. How about I give you a ride?" Everyone was aware that Shen Xi taught at university and lived nearby, so he felt compelled to accept the offer of a free ride. "Jiang Ning, I also wish to head back. Why don't you drop me off as well?" Lu Ai Hong interjected immediately. Jiang Ning inquired about her address and then apologetically remarked, "It seems that's not quite on the way. Let me help you call a cab instead." Lu Ai Hong could only begrudgingly agree, casting a fierce glare at Shen Xi. Shen Xi, munching on some mountain walnuts, provocatively smiled at her, which only served to infuriate her further. The evening breeze of June flowed through the open car window, causing Shen Xi's delicate strands of hair to dance in the air. The radio played an old song by Karen Mok, Radio Love Song, perfectly complementing the night. The fleeting streetlights, pedestrians, and vehicles, enveloping everything in an indescribable, warm ambience. Jiang Ning, leaning slightly in the front seat, attempted to initiate conversation several times, but was thwarted by the driver's enthusiastic chatter. The housing prices in Hucheng have skyrocketed. It's nearly impossible for an average person to afford a home now. Indeed, the pressure on us young people is immense, came a response. And what of us in our middle age? With both elderly parents and young children to care for, the pressure is even greater. I find myself working late into the night. My back can hardly take it anymore. The driver, finding common ground, responded, "That's why the economy relies on you young folks. You must endure hardships and learn from us." This struck a chord with the driver, who then engaged Shen Xi in conversation as if they were long-lost relatives, leaving Jiang Ning unable to interject. As they arrived at the entrance of Zigwai Garden around 10 o'clock, the driver hesitated to let her out, saying this, "Let us add each other on WeChat. If you need a ride in the future, just message me, and I'll give you a discount." Jiang Ning remained silent, feeling as though he was the one paying for the ride. Upon hearing about the discount, Shen Xi immediately took out her phone, exclaiming, "Sir, let me scan you." Jiang Ning attempted to speak several times, but was interrupted. Finally, Shen Xi remembered her benefactor. "Jiang Ning, thank you for bringing me back. Be careful on your way home." With her 3 succinct sentences, she dismissed him, leaving Jiang Ning to watch as the driver accelerated, taking Shen Xi further away. He felt like merely a tool to facilitate her return home. Once the car departed, Shen Xi turned and walked towards her apartment complex. After a few steps, she suddenly spotted someone standing in the shadows of a tree, smoking. The streetlight cast an ambiguous glow on his face. As she approached, she beamed at him. "Darling, are you here to pick me up? How thoughtful. I'm so touched." "You're too early to be moved. I just came out for a late-night snack." Chen Chuan replied with a smile. Shen Xi was unconvinced. "Then why are you hiding under the tree? Eavesdropping?" Didn't he want to make you awkward by arriving too early?" he explained. "What could possibly make me awkward?" "I don't know. Perhaps something?" He gestured towards the direction the taxi had disappeared, inquiring, "Is it your classmate?" "Yes, a business elite, an outstanding young man." He raised an eyebrow. "Do you have no thoughts about him?" "Oh, I do. Marrying young is the way to go," Shen Xi teased. Chen Chuan scoffed. She smiled playfully. "What about you? Any thoughts?" "None." "How can that be? When you see such an elite, don't you feel inferior? Aren't you supposed to work harder to catch up?" "Inferior from what perspective?" he asked, playfully considering her words. "Your character, perhaps? A lack of ambition is quite innate, isn't it? Living off someone else's success has its perks. Who wants to struggle?" His eyes sparkled. "Do you think just anyone can live off someone else? It's not easy to balance that." Shen Xi laughed heartily. "Fine. I won't joke with you anymore. I need to head back." He reached out to hold her hand, his smile deepening. "Would you like to join me for a late-night snack?" "No way. Do you think I'm foolish enough to let you trick me into paying?" Shen Xi firmly refused, having enjoyed a hearty meal already, with no interest in night market food. "Come on, just accompany me." "I didn't bring any money," she replied. "That is a small matter. Your husband has it covered." Having been tricked a few times, she felt no confidence in him. "Show me the money first." "Darling, what about trust between us? Can't you believe in your beloved husband?" "How disgusting." "Not at all. We could start a family group chat named Loving Family." "Are you crazy? Why would we create a group for just 2 people? Besides, can 2 people even form a group?" "I don't know, why not try?" They bickered playfully all the way to the night market, appearing to be a perfect couple from behind. As Chen Chuan offered her a spicy beef skewer, Shen Xi, who had previously been adamant, didn't hesitate for a second and soon found herself thoroughly enjoying the meal, even more so than he was. He watched her with a smile as she devoured her food. "Is it delicious?" She nodded vigorously, her mouth full of grease. After spending so long at a university, she had no idea there was a food street in the nearby alley, let alone such delicious skewers. When Chen Chuan handed her a tissue to wipe her mouth, the emotion in his gaze almost seemed to convey affection. However, she was grateful that she was not overly sentimental. Yet, when he looked at her, solely focused on her, that intensity stirred something within her hardened heart. Perhaps such ordinary days were quite wonderful. But then, Chen Chuan, you rascal, what happened to your promise to pay? I can't believe I fell for your sweet words, allowing you to escape without footing the bill. Chapter 38. Contemplation since Shen Daji returned home, defeated from Shen Xi's. He couldn't shake the matter from his mind. Nights spent kicking the quilt in frustration led him to ponder day and night about how to find a wealthy woman for Chen Chuan. This was an immense burden, perhaps even more than Chen Chuan's father ever worried about his son's future. But finding such a wealthy woman was no easy task. If it were, he wouldn't have needed to marry Su Li Wen all those years ago. However, Fortune smiled upon the determined, and one day, while shopping for groceries, he stumbled upon small advertisements on the utility poles and trees in the alley of the market, featuring messages like Hong Kong wealthy woman seeking a child and corporate female searching for a soulmate. Slapping his thigh, he thought, what a stroke of luck. Shen Xi, with the resolve of a student who had failed his entrance exam, crouched beneath the utility pole with his notebook, fiercely protecting his spot from passing dogs, who dared not lift a paw in his presence. After some effort, he finally managed to find a wealthy woman seeking a son-in-law, which seemed tailor-made for Chen Chuan. Without hesitation, he called the number, only to be told to add their WeChat for more details. As the conversation progressed, Shen Xi began to think that perhaps he could also consider being his son-in-law, while let Chen Chuan have all the benefits. After all, he already had Shen Xi. What did he have to lose? If he managed to snag a wealthy woman, his little he could buy a villa, not just a house. When the future father-in-law passed away, wouldn't all the family fortune belonged to him? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. And the conversation grew increasingly familiar, even bordering on inappropriate at times, with terms of endearment being exchanged. However, unexpectedly, as the chat continued, the other party began to ask for money, and at the mere mention of money, Shen Xi's foggy mind suddenly cleared. Wait a minute, this routine. I've been scammed. Shen Xi narrowly escaped a significant loss. Is he the kind of person who can silently suffer in silence? Certainly not. He immediately called the police, even without having the time to put on his clothes. As for the video he recorded, he scoffed. At his age, what was there to fear? Whoever watched would be the one at a disadvantage. After enduring a thorough lesson in counter-fraud, he returned home, bewildered, and reflected on the unreliability of those advertisements plastered on utility poles. Was there another way? Surprisingly, Shen Xi indeed discovered a new path. Su Liwen, having spent a fortune to enroll her daughter in an expensive private school, was surrounded by the affluent. Occasionally, there might be a few who pretended to be wealthy, like Su Liwen herself, but most were genuinely affluent. Her parents' group must be impressive, filled with wealthy women, perhaps even some lonely souls seeking companionship. Most importantly, there would be no scammers, only genuine rich individuals. Realizing this, Shen Xi slapped his thigh and promptly called Su Liwen. After all, he was the kind of man willing to divorce his unfaithful wife for money, so what shame could he possibly harbor? He could hold grudges against anyone, but never against money. Coincidentally, Su Liwen was of the same mindset. Their mutual goal was clear. Shen Xi must divorce, as he needed to support his younger sibling. After a vigorous negotiation, they established a future profit-sharing ratio, and Su Liwen began her search. Shen Xi witnessed the intense bargaining between his parents and couldn't help but worry. Asking his father, once Shen Xi is divorced, will you genuinely ensure that Zhang Ruoqi completes her university education? Isn't that akin to giving your money to that girl to squander? He spat in disdain. What a joke. Once I agree, when your sister gets divorced, could she really turn against me? A similar conversation transpired between Su Liwen and her daughter, with Su Liwen's response echoing. When Shen Xi realizes that her marriage was dismantled by her father, do you think she will be more grateful to me, her mother, for revealing the truth? Do you think she will bow down to me? Indeed, they were like former comrades, both devising ways to undermine one another, waiting to see whose tactics would prevail. By the end of June, Shen Xi found herself increasingly busy. Not only did she have final exams to prepare for, but she also had to lead her students to a competition in Beijing at the beginning of July, necessitating rigorous training. Consequently, her once carefree married life transformed into Chen Chuan's solitary existence due to Shen Xi's early departures and late returns. One day, upon returning home, Chen Chuan entered the elevator to find a strikingly attractive woman inside. She was clearly new to the building, as her suitcase indicated she had just moved in. She was engrossed in her phone when Chen Chuan entered, and upon glancing up with an air of arrogance, she caught sight of Chen Chuan's handsome features, causing her to inhale sharply. The phone was quickly stowed away, and He-Wan feigned a casual toss of her hair, looking up at him with a radiant smile. Hi. A simple word, yet it carried a myriad of emotions. Chen Chuan scoffed coldly and turned away, ignoring her. Taken aback by such cold treatment, He-Wan's smile faltered. As a popular internet celebrity with over 700,000 fans, she had encountered countless men, yet this moment sent her heart racing with an unfamiliar sensation. If you like it, then go for it, was her life motto. Wasn't her top supporter in her live stream the one who showered her with gifts? Certainly not. You live on the 7th floor too? What coincidence, I just moved in today. Yuan flashed a bright smile at Chen Chuan, her eyes glimmering like peach blossoms. I'm Yuan. Now we're neighbors, so please take care of me. As the elevator doors opened, Chen Chuan stepped out, and upon entering his apartment, he noticed that the woman was still following closely behind. He shot her a sidelong glance. Do you have any manners? Huh? Didn't you see I was about to open the door? Are you standing so close because you're planning to steal something? Yuan's face flushed a deep crimson. No, I just wanted to get to know you. Get to know me? Chen Chuan raised his gaze, appraising her. Yuan instinctively pushed out her ample chest. Her greatest asset. Chen Chuan grinned, exuding both charm and wildness, causing her heart to race anew. He remarked, I only like the original. The emphasis on original was unmistakable. With a beep, the door lock clicked open, and he entered without hesitation. Yuan stared at the closed door, stunned. What had he just said? Original? After a moment of grappling with humiliation and provocation, her competitive spirit reignited. If he preferred the original, she would ensure he understood that there were many layers to her appeal. That evening, when Shen Xi returned, she happened to see Yuan disposing of trash across the street. She was taken aback by the woman's voluptuous figure. She had not expected to encounter such a sight in the country. Noticing Shen Xi entering her code, Yuan's gaze turned sharp, leaving Shen Xi somewhat perplexed. Upon entering her home, she found Chen Chuan emerging with dishes. Is someone living across the hall? She inquired. Yes, he replied. Did you see? She raised an eyebrow, hinting at her curiosity. I did. She's much more impressive, Chen Chuan replied with a mischievous smile, subtly indicating her ample bosom. Shen Xi was unfazed, continuing to inquire, aren't you the least bit interested? Men are visual creatures. How could they not be stirred by such a beauty? Well, as for my thoughts. Chen Chuan stroked his chin, contemplating. I think you're just fine. Any bigger, I wouldn't be able to hold on. Fine. I might have accidentally taken a wrong bus and ended up at the senior university instead, Shen Xi retorted, conceding defeat in the shamelessness department. After her shower and dinner, as Chen Chuan served her dessert, papaya milk, Shen Xi fell into silence. That scoundrel. He clearly said I was enough, yet he still made this? She thought, feeling conflicted. I'm perfectly satisfied. Is he just worried I might feel inadequate? Chen Chuan, munching on an ice pop from the fridge, remarked, darling. Even if we can't match their efforts, we can still salvage something. It dawned on her that he had been waiting for her here. Recalling a similar conversation from the night Jiang Ning had escorted her home, she realized Chen Chuan was both petty and vindictive. Before long, a university began its summer break. Ideally, as a university lecturer, Shen Xi should be enjoying a leisurely summer. Unfortunately, she was soon to accompany her provincial team to Beijing for a competition. There would be no time to relax, but it was all for the sake of money, and she was more than happy. Chen Chuan showed little reaction to his wife's impending trip, merely asking, do you want me to accompany you? Don't be ridiculous. Who brings family to a competition? It's one thing to watch a match in the province, but going to Beijing? That ticket would cost a fortune. Fair point, Chen Chuan nodded. Then asked the most pertinent question, is there a prize for winning? This was an easy question to answer, as it could be found online. Upon sharing the prize amounts for the top 3 positions, Chen Chuan became excited, grasping her hand to encourage her wife. Let's try for 3rd place, then 2nd, and aim for 1st. We can secure all 3 prizes. PSH. As if that has anything to do with you. It's all my earnings. As Shen Xi boarded the plane to Beijing with her team, she pondered how to secure all 3 prizes. Upon landing, she unexpectedly encountered her former rival from the national team, Huang Lixia. The rivalry was not one Shen Xi had conjured. It was Huang Lixia who had clung to that title. To be fair, it wasn't entirely Huang Lixiao's fault. Before Shen Xi arrived, Huang Lixia, with her exceptional talent, had been the star of the team, garnering all the resources. However, upon Shen Xi's arrival, she immediately began to dominate, defeating Huang Lixia and winning numerous awards in various competitions, thereby seizing the glory that rightfully belonged to Huang Lixia. One cannot help but feel exasperated. Unlike other competitions where one could vent their frustrations privately, this particular arena was one where Huang Lixia found herself utterly outmatched. For 2 years, she endured humiliation in front of Shen Xi, leading to immense pent-up frustration. Ultimately, she resorted to gaining weight to compete in a different weight class, a strategy that worked. Yet, as she retired, that weight did not diminish. Rather, it continued to increase. Huang Lixia, filled with grievances, had no one to confide in, leading her to harbor a deep-seated resentment toward Shen Xi. After retiring, their paths diverged, with Shen Xi reportedly becoming a university instructor, placing them in distinct circles and allowing Huang Lixia to distance herself from Shen Xi's influence. Who would have thought they would cross paths again at the airport? While waiting for their luggage, the palpable tension between the two adversaries allowed Huang Lixia to spot Shen Xi in the bustling crowd instantly. It was an encounter that sparked both anger and indignation, prompting her to confront Shen Xi with a sarcastic remark. Well, if it isn't our grand champion, Shen Xi, she jeered. You certainly never forget to flaunt your status wherever you go. Shen Xi, busy directing her young charges to collect their luggage, turned at the sound of Huang Lixia's voice and was momentarily taken aback by Huang Lixia's imposing figure. Indeed, she was not merely overweight, she was robust and tall, resembling a formidable tower. Shen Xi herself was quite tall, around 170 centimeters, and had maintained a strict weight regimen during her competitive days. However, post-retirement, she had embarked on a weight loss journey. Naturally slender by constitution, her diligent efforts in muscle reduction had transformed her physique, making it difficult for anyone to recognize her as the once vibrant athlete she had been, which only fueled Huang Lixia's jealousy further. After scrutinizing Huang Lixia for a moment, Shen Xi innocently inquired, "Excuse me, madam, may I ask who you are?" Laughter erupted from the young girls, accompanying Shen Xi, while Huang Lixia's students struggled to suppress their chuckles. Enraged, Huang Lixia reflected on why she had harbored such animosity toward Shen Xi. Her sharp tongue could effortlessly cut one down with a single remark. Yet, Huang Lixia, akin to a forgetful fish, never quite learned her lesson. After a confrontation, she would inevitably return for more. Shen Xi's teasing seemed to elicit a strange pleasure for Huang Lixia, as if she were addicted to the sting of defeat. "Shen Xi, what are you pretending for? Surely you recognize me," Huang Lixia exclaimed. Shen Xi's expression shifted as she finally recalled. "Oh, Huang Lixia, I hardly recognized you. You've transformed into quite the sphere, haven't you?" The comment struck a nerve, igniting Huang Lixia's fury. The pain of her post-competition weight gain had been profound. Any attempts at matchmaking had ended in disaster, with suitors accusing her of false representation. How could anyone endure such scrutiny? Thus, Huang Lixia was particularly sensitive about her weight, and any mention of it could send her into a rage. Don't think just because you've achieved a little success, you can become arrogant and pretend not to know your former teammates. It's no wonder everyone labels you as insincere and arrogant. I never believed it until now, she retorted, her expression laden with unspoken implications. This remark caused Shen Xi's students to regard her with newfound suspicion. Is it not true that I have every right to be indifferent to my defeated opponents? Shen Xi countered with a smile, unperturbed. Why do you revel in your modest achievements? Huang Lixia's face darkened further. What does it matter how formidable you were back then? Ultimately, it is our students who will define our legacies. Are you brave enough to wager on this year's competition? My students will undoubtedly trounce yours. The latter part of her statement was whispered, intended solely for Shen Xi's ears, who heard it clearly. Are you willing to take the bet? Huang Lixia challenged, her tone dripping with provocation. Must you be so juvenile? What makes you think I want to gamble with you? Your stakes hardly entice me. Shen Xi replied dismissively. Admit it, you're afraid, Huang Lixia teased, covering her mouth in feigned amusement. Regardless of your prowess, if your students falter, it reflects poorly on you. Have you ever heard the saying? Shen Xi smiled sweetly, her eyes glinting with mischief. Huang Lixia eyed her warily. Treasure life and steer clear of foolish wagers. Huang Lixia's expression soured, resembling someone who had just ingested something distasteful. Leaning closer, Shen Xi whispered, I refuse to gamble with fools. Winning would bring me no satisfaction. Huang Lixia's fury exploded in an instant as she retaliated with an elbow aimed at Shen Xi. However, Shen Xi's reflexes were swift, evading the strike and countering with a kick to Huang Lixia's knee, causing her to stumble before regaining her balance. Have you forgotten how I used to dominate you? Shen Xi shrugged nonchalantly, unwilling to concede. Huang Lixia moved to confront her again. I have no issue sparring with you, but I fear you might not fare well. As Huang Lixia hesitated, one of her perceptive students quickly interjected, Coach, let it go. The car has been waiting outside for quite some time. With an opening presented, Huang Lixia quickly retreated, but not without delivering a parting shot. Consider yourself fortunate today, Shen Xi. I won't pursue this matter further. Let us settle it on the competition floor. With her head held high, she departed with her students. Shen Xi dismissed Huang Lixia's provocations and turned her attention to the matter at hand. Have we collected all our luggage? Yes, we have, her young charges chimed in, their eyes sparkling with excitement at witnessing their coach's confrontation. Very well, let us proceed, Shen Xi declared, entirely unfazed by Huang Lixia's taunts. Instead, she focused on training her students, aiming to earn them a well-deserved reward. Upon arriving at the hotel designated by the competition committee, Huang Lixia attempted to create a scene, insisting that the room assignments were unfair. Shen Xi, however, chose to ignore her demands, taking her room key and leading her students away. Thus began the intense preparations for the upcoming competition. To ensure her students maintained peak performance, Shen Xi increased their training intensity and meticulously reviewed strategies, energizing the girls to the point of exhaustion. The results were undeniable. They advanced through the ranks with remarkable success, which only served to deepen Huang Lixia's frustration. Sensing the mounting pressure, Huang Lixia seethed at the thought of her students being bested by Shen Xi's team. Despite their illustrious backgrounds from a renowned martial arts province, they faced humiliation at the competition. The stakes were high, as the event was a gateway to international tournaments, and with each passing round, Shen Xi's team grew more formidable. As anticipated, Shen Xi's team emerged victorious, securing their place in the semifinals. Yet the following day, whispers reached Shen Xi that her team had been accused of using performance-enhancing drugs. This news incensed her. Not only was her hard-earned success questioned, but it also threatened her livelihood. Fortunately, the pre-match inspections were rigorous, which could attest to their innocence. Had the opposing team succeeded in their scheme, resulting in a temporary suspension for investigation, the losses would have been substantial. As for the identity of the whistleblower, according to the principle that those who benefit are the culprits, Huang Lixia, who constantly cast her envious glances at her, is undoubtedly implicated. That evening, when Chen Chuan called her, she shared her concerns with him. Chen Chuan sighed, remarking, "Wicked individuals attract their own misfortune. Haven't you always excelled at playing the villain?" His words resonated profoundly, almost as if he were challenging her to repeat them. How dare he label her a villain, when it was he who was feeling the pressure? His deep, melodious laughter echoed through the phone, like a gentle tickle in her ear. It is the most foolish act to harbor anger. Rather, one should incite anger in their adversaries. Indeed, such sentiments were characteristic of Chen Chuan, yet oddly, they soothed her restless spirit. In this new era, everyone is a civilized individual. If there are grievances, let them be resolved on the field. Thus, the Sanjiang province team surged forward with unrelenting momentum, displaying tremendous prowess in the semifinals, emerging as the dark horse of the competition, clinching both gold and bronze medals, and securing the opportunity to represent the nation. Huang Lixia's fury was palpable. That night, upon returning to her room, she discovered a letter had been stealthily slipped into her pocket. The note beckoned her to a secluded alley, promising dirt on Shen Xi that would ensure her desires were fulfilled. Such fortuitous circumstances were almost too good to be true. Huang Lixia, ever bold and daring, wasted no time and ventured into the night. However, upon entering the dimly lit alley, she was ambushed, a sack thrown over her head, and a flurry of punches rained down upon her. Even though she was caught off guard, as a former national team star, her skills were formidable. Yet, Huang Lixia found herself unable to evade the blows. As if they had eyes, each strike forceful and unyielding. "Shen Xi, I know it's you," she screamed from within the sack, but her assailants remained silent, delivering relentless punishment. In mere minutes, Huang Lixia was left battered and bruised, collapsing to the ground. When she finally caught her breath and peeled back the sack, the shadowy alley was devoid of any trace of her attackers. Spitting blood onto the pavement, she vowed to seek retribution for this injustice. Chapter 41. Surprised? Without further ado, Huang Lixia rushed to the police, asserting that Shen Xi had assaulted her. When the officers arrived, Shen Xi was roused from her slumber. "What? Huang Lixia was beaten? She claimed it was me? What nonsense! We are the closest of teammates. Our relationship is excellent. Why on earth would I attack her without cause? Indeed, why would I?" Huang Lixia stammered, unable to provide a coherent explanation. Moreover, why was she wandering in that alley at such an hour? What? Someone slipped her a note claiming to have dirt on me? "Lixia, I considered you a friend. Why didn't you come to me instead of running off on your own? What were you plotting?" Huang Lixiao's face was swollen and bruised. "Officer, I was in my room sleeping all night. I never went out. You could check the surveillance footage if you don't believe me." The footage had already been reviewed, confirming that Shen Xi had not left her residence. Thus, the situation became entangled. Shen Xi had no motive to assault Huang Lixia. After all, she had won the match. It didn't make sense for the victor to attack the vanquished. Furthermore, Huang Lixia had attempted to report the Sanjiang team, but her efforts had failed, resulting in a reprimand from the organizing committee. However, Shen Xi was unaware of this. Moreover, since Huang Lixia had no idea when the letter was placed in her pocket, there was no way to trace it. The note was printed, and aside from Huang Lixiao's fingerprints, no other useful information could be extracted. Consequently, the case was recorded. We will continue to follow up as further leads arise. Rest assured, Huang Lixiao endured an unwarranted beating, likely due to Shen Xi's actions, yet the police were entirely unsupportive. "Shen Xi, you are quite something." Once the officers departed, Huang Lixiao sneered at Shen Xi. "You handle matters with such finesse. Be wary, as the heavens are always watching, and the law is ever vigilant." Shen Xi gazed at her, bewildered. "Lixia, aren't we good friends? Why would you report me?" Huang Lixia felt a wave of revulsion wash over her, as if she had swallowed something foul. Shen Xi, unfazed, returned to her room for a peaceful night as sleep. Having resided there for so long, she had become familiar with the ins and outs. To slip out unnoticed was hardly a challenge. Winning the match was insufficient for Shen Xi. With her character, she craved the thrill of direct confrontation. Now, relishing her triumph, Shen Xi enjoyed a sweet slumber. Before bed, she sent Chen Chuan a selfie, radiating joy, a reward for his insidious yet satisfying suggestion. Chen Chuan, initially engrossed in a game, paused upon receiving her message, captivated by her beaming face. After a moment, he snapped back to reality, responding to his teammates' frustrated shouts as he swiftly executed a skill to escape. Huan discovered that winning over the man across the way was no small feat. His stunningly beautiful wife seemed to be away from home recently. This presented a golden opportunity, as if fate itself was on her side, granting her a chance to captivate him. Therefore, Huan resolved to seize every opportunity to cross paths with him and enhance her presence. Surely, without his wife by his side, and with a beauty like her before him, he would be unable to resist. However, Huan was not like those naive girls who pursued men. She possessed cunning and strategy. After all, how else could she charm countless wealthy patrons in her live stream to shower her with extravagant gifts? Men, when they see something they desire yet cannot possess, become increasingly restless. Huan intended to ensnare him, not merely chase after him. Her first step was to create every possible encounter, showcasing her alluring beauty while maintaining an air of propriety. Unfortunately, Chen Chuan was a hermit, rarely seen outside his home. After 3 days of waiting, Huan finally spotted him leaving. She hurriedly ended her stream and dashed out, only to find him shopping for groceries with a group of older women. It was utterly absurd, setting aside the fact that a market was hardly a venue for someone of her stature. How could she possibly entice Chen Chuan in the presence of so many older women? She was a man-eater. The thought of mingling with older ladies was laughable. Those seasoned women could easily see through her seductive facade. They were experts at discerning the true nature of women like her. When Chen Chuan stepped out, her plan to bump into him was thwarted. Thus, Huan devised a new strategy, knocking on his door under various pretenses. Today, the light bulb was broken. Tomorrow, the faucet was malfunctioning. And the day after, the air conditioner was faulty. Essentially, everything in her home would require repair, all in the name of pursuing a man. After being rebuffed by Chen Chuan several times, Huan resolutely decided that if she couldn't entice him with charm, she would resort to desperate measures. Today, it was her shower head that was out of order, and she approached his door wrapped in a towel, dripping wet. Upon his door opening, she was greeted by that irresistibly handsome face, captivating no matter how often she beheld it, exuding an alluring charm. Seeing her in a towel, revealing a landscape that could leave any man breathless, this time, he did not refuse. She could hardly contain her triumphant smile as she returned home, pouring herself a glass of red wine, smugly thinking, "See, men are visual creatures." He previously hesitated because he was too astute to recognize the benefits. Now, let us see how he escapes my grasp. He Ching swept her damp, cascading hair to one side of her chest, droplets of glistening water adorning her milk-white skin. Both pure and alluring, evoking an irresistible desire to taste. Upon hearing the doorbell ring, Huan, with her seductively crimson lips and captivating smile, deliberately loosened the towel draped across her chest before opening the door, preparing for what was to come. Adjusting her expression, she opened the door with a bashful, timid, yet expectant demeanor. But her words faltered as she beheld four middle-aged men, each in their 40s, standing at her threshold, causing her expression to shatter. The men nearly lost their composure, completely unprepared for such a sight at the homeowner's request for repairs. The maintenance man gulped hard. "We are here to fix the showerhead." In the presence of such a sensual beauty, the toolbox slipped from his grasp, crashing heavily to the ground. Startled, Yuan let out a piercing scream and stumbled back, causing her towel to fall away as she had wished. Then, scoundrels! Despite the thick wall separating them, Chen Chuan, lounging on the sofa engrossed in his game, could hear the woman's piercing cries. He thought to himself that he might finally enjoy some peace. Chapter 42. Sister Shen Xi led her team back to their hometown with great acclaim. Upon disembarking from the plane, they were met with a warm welcome from the provincial team, particularly from Gongchang, who trembled with excitement as if he had consumed 2 bottles of liquor. It had been many years since Shen Xi joined the national team, and the Sanjiang province had not achieved such commendable results. Not even a spot in the top 5 or 10 had been secured without a stroke of luck. Yet, with Shen Xi's return, the team's performance surged. Truly, Shen Xi was their lucky charm. Once they boarded the vehicle, Gongchang's compliments were interrupted by Shen Xi's straightforward request. "Teacher, enough of the pleasantries. Just tell me how much my bonus will be." This child, does she not understand the concepts of honor, reputation, and contribution? Why is her mind solely fixated on monetary gain? Observing the teacher rendered speechless by her words, Shen Xi settled into her seat for a moment of quiet. However, tranquility did not last long as her phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was her elder sister, Shen Jie. Ignoring the call initially, Shen Jie persistently dialed until Shen Xi reluctantly answered. "Little Xi," Shen Jie's sobs echoed through the phone. "What's wrong?" Despite Shen Xi's inquiries, her sister continued to weep. "If you wish to find someone to listen to your tears, perhaps you should step outside," Shen Xi quipped, attempting to end the call. "Wait," Shen Jie stammered, suddenly silenced her cries. I have something to discuss." "Speak. Could you return to Bay City?" Shen Jie cautiously asked. "What's the matter?" "Talk to your brother-in-law and tell him." Shen Ye started. "Tell him to stop hitting me." Then she hurriedly added, "Just have a chat and ask him not to resort to violence, okay?" Shen Xi sighed inwardly. It baffled her that she and Shen Jie, sharing the same parents, could be so different. The Shen family was comprised of 3 daughters and 1 son. And while the eldest, Shen Jie, was meek and submissive, the other 3 were as sharp as could be. Despite their shared lineage, Shen Jie seemed like a genetic anomaly, a complete pushover. Years ago, under the authority of grandfather Shen, she was married off to a family friend. After 5 years of marriage and 3 daughters, she found herself utterly humiliated in her husband's household. Even grandfather Shen chastised her for failing to produce a son, bringing shame to the Shen family. When Shen Xi returned to Bay City 2 years ago and witnessed her sister with her newborn niece, she was appalled when her brother-in-law, Wang Xingye, slapped Shen Jie during a heated moment. Unable to tolerate such injustice, Shen Xi retaliated fiercely. Naturally, the Wang family was outraged that their precious son had been struck, leading to a chaotic confrontation where a group of men assailed Shen Xi. The incident escalated to the police, but since it was a domestic issue, it became a spectacle with a pack of men ganging up on a single girl. Although Shen Xi fought back, the circumstances were not favorable. Ultimately, the matter was swept under the rug, as neither family wanted to sever ties completely. After all, how could a dozen men overpower a single woman? The public perception would be unfavorable. Shen Xi, prepared for the possibility of a police encounter, was shocked when Shen Jie turned the blame on her for being too harsh on her husband. "Your misfortune is not my concern," Shen Jie lamented, "but your daughters are innocent." As Shen Jie continued to cry, Shen Xi felt a mix of pity and frustration. "So, what do you plan for me to do?" In a feeble voice, Shen Jie replied, "Could you please talk to Xingye and ask him to stop?" Shen Jie, domestic abuse can either happen once or countless times. You must either leave him or assert your strength, for he will never cease otherwise. "How can you suggest I divorce him? What about your nieces?" "Enough. I am busy and cannot engage in conversation with your abusive husband. Endure it, Shen Xi replied curtly before hanging up and blocking Shen Jia's number. Thus, the blacklist grew, now including Shen Jia alongside Su Liwen. In her youth, Shen Jia was merely a gentle and introverted girl, undoubtedly fulfilling her role as the eldest sister. In a large family, their parents instilled in her the importance of caring for her siblings, especially for her brother Shen He, effectively nurturing a supportive sibling mentality deeply ingrained in her psyche. Initially, Wang Xingye treated Shen Jie kindly, as they were childhood sweethearts and their families were closely connected. However, as time passed, Shen Jie became overly devoted to her brother, often prioritizing him above all else. All the money she earned prior to marriage was seized by Shen Daji, leaving her dowry pitifully scant. It was only through Shen Xi's financial assistance, under the guise of Shen Daji's pleas, that Shen Jie's dowry appeared somewhat respectable. Nevertheless, the Wang family had already expressed their discontent. In Bay City, where dowries were highly valued, Shen Jie's meager offering was simply unacceptable. Yet, due to their initial affection, they overlooked it. After marriage, Shen Daji continued to demand money sporadically. Shen Jie not only contributed her own salary, but also secretly supplemented it with her husband's earnings. The first time Wang Xingye raised his hand against her was when he discovered she had given 28,000 of their 30,000 savings to Shen Daji. The Wang family was outraged, and Wang Xingye physically assaulted Shen Jie, forcing her to retrieve the funds. Shen Jie refused, and the Wang family's demands were futile, as only Shen he could extract money from Shen Daji. Seeing the Wang family's relentless pressure, Shen Daji callously remarked that the money was merely a prize for his daughter, leaving the Wang family free to treat Shen Jie however they pleased. Her family, willing to forsake her for monetary gain, meant her in-laws could extend no goodwill. Furthermore, after bearing 3 daughters, Shen Jie was completely subjugated, unable to reclaim her dignity. After the first incident of violence, Wang Xingye seemed to develop an addiction to it. Whenever he drank, he unleashed his frustrations on his wife. Last year, he struck Shen Jie while she was still in a hospital after giving birth to their youngest daughter, daring to do so in Shen Xi's presence. Shen Xi promptly retaliated, putting him in his place. Chapter 43. A brief separation. Although the subsequent events escalated considerably, it was ultimately Wang Xingye who initiated the conflict. Given his history of excessive behavior, the Wang family had little choice but to let this incident pass. At that moment, Shen Xi was unaware that everything stemmed from Shen Daji's misappropriation of 280,000 yuan from Shen Jie. Upon learning the truth later, she gradually came to see that her father's seemingly affectionate demeanor was merely a poisoned sweetness. His kindness was driven by a desire to extract more from her, rendering the well-being of his daughter inconsequential. His son was his true lifeline. It was after uncovering this reality that Shen Xi completely lost faith in her father. However, regarding Shen Jie this time, Shen Xi had no intention of intervening. Even if she claimed that Wang Xingye had harmed her daughter, what business was it of hers? Shen Jie, as a mother, could not even stand on her own, so what right did Shen Xi have to meddle in her affairs? Moreover, despite the gravity of the situation, Shen Jie still lamented her husband's actions. The absurdity of expecting Shen Xi to converse with her violent husband was laughable. Shen Jie herself knew that her brother was unreliable and would not support her. Otherwise, why wouldn't she approach Shen He? For all these years, her affection for Shen He was solely because he was the male heir of the Shen family, the one destined to uphold the family name. Yet when trouble arose, the first person she sought was Shen Xi. This time, however, Shen Xi was determined to make it clear that turning to her would yield no results. Having grown up together as sisters, their bond had been strong, especially during their childhood years when Shen Daji sent Shen Jie and Shen Han back to their ancestral home in Wancheng after Shen He was born. The 3 sisters lived together for quite some time, with Shen Jie, the eldest, taking good care of her younger sisters. Shen Han, a shrewd individual, was entirely different from Shen Jie. Nevertheless, during their childhood, the bond between Shen Xi and Shen Jie was quite good. It was only 2 years prior that Shen Xi had come to Shen Jie's aid. However, youthful affections can fade with disillusionment, and that was precisely what had occurred in Shen Xi's case. A single phone call from Shen Jie had affected Shen Xi's otherwise buoyant mood. After arriving at the provincial team and thoroughly briefing Gong Chang about the competition, She had officially handed over the responsibility and now awaited the opportunity to lead the team abroad again in a few months. Of course, training would need to be intensified. With summer vacation upon her, Shen Xi had the luxury of time, and Gong Chang requested that she come by daily. Grateful for the additional stipend he had arranged for her, Shen Xi readily agreed. Once she managed to resolve matters with the provincial team, she indulged herself by taking a taxi back to Zihua Garden. To her surprise, as soon as she entered the community, she was accosted by Aunt Gua and other neighbors. Eager to share the latest gossip, Shen Xi learned that Miss He, her neighbor across the hall, had brazenly lured a dozen property maintenance workers to her home under the pretense of a broken showerhead, only to disrobe in front of them. Shen Xi was astounded by such audacity. Could it be that He Wan, despite being a beauty in her own right, would stoop to such depths? What would she possibly gain from this? Little She, we're sharing this with you to warn you that He Wan, if she is harassing maintenance workers, imagine what she might do to a good man like Chen Chuan, especially since you both live right across from her. You must keep a close watch. Don't let that vixen succeed. Shen Xi was utterly captivated by the vivid imagination of the aunties, promptly promising to safeguard Chen Chuan's virtue. Satisfied, they finally allowed her to return home. Dragging her suitcase, Shen Xi walked with a whirlwind of thoughts. The atmosphere at home was tranquil, the air conditioning quietly dispelling the summer heat. The afternoon sun filtered through, casting a bright and clean glow throughout the room. Returning from her travels to a home where someone awaited her felt profoundly comforting. But where was that person? She set down her suitcase and headed to the bedroom. There, the curtains were drawn thickly, and the man on the large bed was sound asleep. He had likely stayed up late gaming again. She chuckled softly as she entered the bathroom. When she emerged, enveloped in the steam and fragrance of her shower, she found herself caught by his strong grip, flipped on her back. His kiss descended upon her like a torrential wave. Ah, pretending to be asleep, are we? She giggled under his lips, her fingers deftly tracing the contours of his firm chest. He had discarded his sleepwear, facilitating her exploration. As her lips glided over his smooth skin, he inhaled sharply, cradling her face and pulling her closer for a kiss. You missed me, didn't you? Her fingers tangled in his hair, gently kneading the soft strands. Perhaps, just as much as you missed me. He chuckled, lowering his lips as he whispered, Darling, you truly are one to never concede an inch. Yes, much like you, which is why I assert that we are a match made in heaven. Wouldn't you agree? He gazed intently at her, a fierce flame igniting in his eyes, shimmering in the dimly lit bedroom, before he bent down to capture her lips once more. After a half-month separation, Chen Chuan made Shen Xi truly understand the adage that absence makes the heart grow fonder. Indeed, it was true. During their initial days of marriage, both were inexperienced. Chen Chuan may have projected an air of nonchalance, as if he had grown weary of such pursuits, but Shen Xi knew all too well that his experience was scant. Yet through their time together, they had indulged in mutual exploration, rapidly accumulating a wealth of experience. At this point, Shen Xi felt that her husband was perfect in every regard, physically, skillfully, and in terms of endurance, leaving no room for improvement, especially after a long afternoon of labor. The sight of him preparing a sumptuous feast to welcome her home was utterly heartwarming. Watching him smile gently at her under the warm glow of the lights, she nearly succumbed to the allure of his apparent tenderness. Dinner was a lavish spread, featuring scallions and clams, braised pork ribs, garlic lettuce, and a bowl of seaweed soup. Shen Xi savored every bite, gradually replenishing her energy. After the meal, she reclined on the sofa, cradling her full belly, too lethargic to move. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan efficiently tidied up the kitchen. He was remarkably organized and quick, having already cleaned the pots and stove after cooking, now simply needing to wash the dishes. Chen Chuan's approach to household chores was rather traditional. He disdained dishwashers and robotic vacuums. The reasoning was simple. Dishwashers consumed both time and water, and required preliminary cleaning before loading. With that time, he could have finished washing by hand. The same rationale applied to vacuuming. Shen Xi wholeheartedly appreciated Chen Chuan's pragmatic attitude. Having lived together for some time, she found watching him perform household tasks to be a pleasure, akin to admiring his visage. Chapter 44. Aesthetic pleasures as actions, though not conventionally masculine, did not diminish his virility in the slightest. Even now, clad in an apron and washing dishes, the plates in his hands appeared as mere toys, swiftly cleaned and neatly dried before being returned to the cupboard. In under 10 minutes, he had mopped the kitchen and dining area floors to perfection, both fast and efficient. Previously, Shen Xi had regarded household chores as the most tedious and exhausting tasks imaginable, yet Chen Chuan executed them with ease and grace. It is often believed that many housewives are merely seeking comfort and refuse to pursue work, living off their husband's hard-earned money without contributing to the household. The very notion of a stay-at-home husband is met with disdain. Many would deem such a man useless, surviving on his wife's income while remaining aloof, expecting to be catered to. Yet when Chen Chuan undertook these responsibilities, it somehow did not evoke feelings of inadequacy or self-pity. At times, he gave Shen Xi the impression that performing these tasks was as simple as eating or drinking. It was as if he could excel at household chores as easily as he could accomplish anything else in the world, depending solely on his willingness to do so. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Xi had developed an irrational infatuation with Chen Chuan. The way he performed household chores was undeniably attractive, captivating her completely. "If you keep looking at me, I might misunderstand," she teased, "and you might be tempted to engage in a vigorous battle in bed." Chen Chuan emerged from the kitchen, leaning against the doorframe with a smile, arms crossed. Shen Xi averted her gaze, shrugging, "Young man, do not overindulge. Be cautious. For what begins as 8 times a day may dwindle to once every 8 days in the years to come." Chen Chuan adeptly seized the moment, asking, "Have we reached 8 times today?" She silently met his gaze. With a smirk, he replied, "I believe not. I wouldn't want to disappoint you. Allow me to make it up to you tonight." If Shen Xi were one to blush easily, cohabiting with a man like Chen Chuan would be quite a challenge. She raised an eyebrow, playfully questioning, "Are you certain you can keep up?" It was a blatant provocation. He strode over, pinning her to the sofa and kissing her fiercely, rendering her breathless and speechless. Pulling her hand downward, he whispered in her ear, "Why not give it a try?" Her free hand caressed his stubbled chin, the coarse texture both irritating and intoxicating. "Darling, vigorous exercise post-meal is not advisable for one's health." "So you admit it was vigorous?" He pressed. "Indeed." She raised her head to peck his chin, "Very, very vigorous." He chuckled softly, "You rogue. Do you enjoy it?" she inquired, to which he responded with another kiss that conveyed just how much he relished it. It was akin to rain nourishing the parched earth. Upon returning from battle, Gong Chang, displaying a modicum of conscience, granted Shen Xi a week's respite. Consequently, the couple spent the night in delightful chaos, naturally rising late in the morning. Shen Xi, typically vibrant, experienced the joy of indulgence for the first time, realizing why the ancients claimed, from henceforth, the emperor no longer attends morning court. Who would wish to face the mundane realities of governance when a vibrant life awaited in bed? At least for Shen Xi, gazing at Chen Chuan as striking visage was an endless source of fascination. Morning sunlight streamed through the partially drawn curtains, illuminating Chen Chuan's face in a breathtaking manner. With proud brows and a pair of eyes that danced between mirth and indifference, he was, without a doubt, the most handsome and striking man Shen Xi had ever encountered. Though perpetually exuding an air of nonchalance, he was irresistibly charming. Just as she was about to rise, he pulled her back down, questioning her eagerness to get up so early. "Look at the time," she remarked, showing him her phone. "It's 10 past 11. Young man, you're quite greedy." Unable to rise, even in the morning, she noticed his hands becoming restless again, and she firmly declared, "Chen Chuan, I'm hungry." "Then tell me, am I capable?" he retorted. She smiled sweetly. "You are more than capable. No one can compare to you, an exceptional talent, robust and energetic." "Stop, stop," he interjected, recognizing her flattery. "Are you satisfied now? If not, I have more." He kissed her lips softly, satisfied, utterly satisfied. "What would you like for lunch? I shall prepare it for you." Such flattery was merely a means to an end. "How about dry pot intestines, spicy beef, and honey-glazed ribs?" "Very well. You certainly have a knack for ordering." As Chen Chuan rose, the blanket slipped away, revealing his solid physique, radiating masculinity. Shen Xi propped her chin on her hand, lying on her side, admiring the handsome figure before her. Her gaze, perhaps too intense, bore resemblance to those lurking lecherously on the streets. Thankfully, Chen Chuan maintained his composure. Had it been another woman, she might have been frightened away. The couple indulged in a sweet meal, discussing their plans for the afternoon. "The fridge is nearly empty. Perhaps we should venture to the market for groceries?" Chen Chuan suggested. "All right," Shen Xi agreed readily. Hand in hand, they prepared to step out to shop for food. However, upon opening the elevator doors, they encountered Miss He-wan, a formidable adversary. Upon seeing Chen Chuan, He-wan's anger flared. It was this very man who, unwilling to engage her, had instead conspired against her, sending a horde of unsavory characters to her door, leaving her utterly humiliated. For days, the shame had kept her from returning home, forcing her to seek refuge in another city with her brother, evading the fallout while trying to earn some money. Yet, upon her return, she stumbled upon him. The most infuriating sight was the couple's entwined hands, which only served to stoke the fire of her resentment. Yet, He-wan was no fool. She gazed at Shen Xi, tears welling in her eyes. Miss Shen. Shen Xi stared back, perplexed, unsure of when they had established any acquaintance, as they had never even exchanged greetings. In the future, He-wan glanced at Chen Chuan, seemingly burdened. It would be wise to avoid traveling too much. With that, she hurriedly exited the elevator, rushing to her home. As if fleeing from pursuit, fidgeting to retrieve her keys, slamming the door behind her, a clear sign of her flustered state. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly. Her few words felt laden with unspoken implications. Chapter 45. Malice. A brief silence enveloped the couple. Shen Xi turned to Chen Chuan, her expression questioning. So, did something transpire between you and Miss He during my absence? Chen Chuan replied with a cold smile. She's unattractive and overly dramatic. The elevator dinged open, and they stepped inside, only to encounter Aunt Xi, who exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is, the Shun couple." Aunt Xi chuckled, "Little Shun, you're finally back. You wouldn't believe how lively things have been in your absence." "Oh, how so?" Shen Xi feigned curiosity. "That Miss He, she has been knocking on your door day and night. Her voice so sweet, it's unbearable, not to mention for poor Chun." Though Aunt Xi resided on the 10th floor, her keen interest in Shen Xi's household was apparent. She had been waiting for Shen Xi's return to share her thoughts. Is that so? Shen Xi felt as if Aunt Xi's words were already too close for comfort. Indeed, you ought to keep a close watch on your man, Aunt Xi advised, leaning in conspiratorially. Just look at my old man. He is so compliant under my watch. Nowadays, so many men live off women, yet remain disloyal. We must keep them in check. That makes sense. Shen Xi nodded in agreement. Exactly, Aunt Xi replied earnestly. Little Shun, I feel a connection with you. Before she could finish, the elevator reached the ground floor. Sensing Aunt Xi's intention to continue, Shen Xi quickly interjected, Aunt, I have something to discuss with you as well. What is it? I saw your husband, old Lu, encounter Miss He. His eyes nearly fell out. Aunt Xi's smile froze. That is not appropriate, especially at our age. We must be mindful of our actions. Gasping for breath, Aunt Xi attempted to speak again, but was interrupted by Chen Chuan. I hadn't intended to mention this, but seeing how concerned you are for our marriage, I feel compelled to reciprocate. He cast a discreet glance at a group of women emerging from another elevator and continued softly. I've heard that old Lu often frequents that hair salon near the alley. What? Aunt Xi was no longer merely stiff, but visibly furious. How dare you say such things? Chen Chuan chuckled. I've also heard that he leaves there with quite wobbly legs. The elderly woman advised her companion to take better care of himself, reminding him that at their age, they should prioritize health over frivolous pursuits. The thought of being the subject of gossip within their community was unsettling. She had just reminded another woman to manage her husband, yet she needed to attend to her own household before offering counsel to others. After their conversation, the couple strolled away hand in hand, leaving Shen Xi eager to inquire whether Lu was indeed visiting the hair salon. Chen Chuan shrugged, unsure, but Shen Xi found delight in their banter. In the community, whispers about Lu's rumored salon visits had circulated for some time, and the elderly woman harbored her own doubts about her husband's behavior. Her frustration was palpable, causing her to tremble with anger as she gritted her teeth. Nearby, amused onlookers gathered, noting her agitation. The realization that her dignity had been compromised was evident as she retreated into the elevator, determined to confront her husband. During a brief holiday, Shen Xi and her husband spent their days together, even incorporating morning runs into their routine. The scenic park beside their residence provided a perfect backdrop for their exercise. And despite Chen Chuan's slower pace, he managed to keep up with her. As they discussed breakfast options, Shen Xi noticed a slender woman with a child at the community entrance. The sight of Shen Jie, agitated and struggling to enter, darkened her mood. Shen Jie's face lit up upon seeing her sister, but her tears revealed the distress she was in. Chen Chuan, noting the curious onlookers, suggested they find a more private setting for their conversation. Shen Xi understood the implications and gently urged her sister to wait until they were home to discuss matters further. Speculation about Shen Jia's intentions swirled among the nearby women, with some making unfounded assumptions about her relationship with Chen Chuan. Discontent brewed as one woman defended him, while another cast doubts on his character. The ensuing argument escalated, drawing the attention of security personnel who struggled to maintain order amidst the chaos. Once inside their home, Shen Xi invited her sister to sit, while Chen Chuan prepared breakfast. Shen Jia, anxious about her sister's husband cooking, offered to help, but Shen Xi redirected her focus. The marks of distress on Shen Jia's face were evident, and it became clear that her marriage was fraught with turmoil. As Shen Jia recounted the abuse she suffered at the hands of her husband, Shen Xi felt her frustration mount. She bluntly questioned her sister's intentions, urging her to consider divorce, but Shen Jia was fearful of the repercussions. Shen Xi's patience waned as she confronted her sister, asserting her support for a divorce if that was what she truly desired. The conversation grew tense, with Shen Jia pleading for assistance, claiming that her husband feared Shen Xi's influence and would listen to her. Shen Xi, realizing the futility of the situation, felt overwhelmed by her sister's inability to comprehend the gravity of her circumstances. Eventually, Chen Chuan emerged with breakfast, surprising Shen Jia, who was unaccustomed to seeing a man in the kitchen. Shen Xi, focused on her meal, found it exhausting to engage with her sister, opting instead to prioritize her own well-being amidst the turmoil. The rich and fragrant soy milk, lightly sweetened with just a pinch of sugar, was particularly to her liking. Accompanied by a soft, fluffy omelet, she devoured 3 of them in quick succession, feeling the tightness in her chest gradually ease. Chen Chuan also sat down to join her in the meal, the couple enjoying their food without regard for anyone else around them. Ignored by all, Shen Jia felt her face burn with embarrassment as she slowly took a seat and began to eat in small bites. She was given a cup of milk and a sandwich, the milk being boxed fresh milk and the sandwich purchased from the supermarket. This wasn't due to Chen Chuan's stinginess, but rather his belief that the only person worthy of enjoying his homemade food was Shen Xi. Others? Not even worth a thought. Shen Jia, being a straightforward person, felt a pang of guilt for intruding upon her brother-in-law's hospitality and chose not to make a fuss, focusing instead on her food. She was still in her nursing period and had traveled from Bay City that morning without even a bite to eat, leaving her genuinely hungry. For a moment, everyone ate in silence, alleviating the previously tense atmosphere. After the meal, the baby woke up, crying loudly. Shen Jia quickly apologized and retreated to the guest room to feed the child and change the diapers before soothing him back to sleep, finally returning to the living room with the baby in her arms. Only Shen Xi remained in the living room, while Chen Chuan had tidied up and stepped out. Upon seeing him gone, Shen Jia let out a long sigh of relief. She was frightened of her husband and felt tense around men. Xiaoxi, why didn't you inform the family before getting married? With her brother-in-law absent, Shen Jia felt emboldened to voice her question. In truth, she had called Su Liwen to inquire about her sister's address, and naturally, she had received a litany of complaints about Shen Xi, stating that she had disobeyed and ended up with a man who relied on others. She was advised to persuade her sister not to support a man and to seek a divorce promptly. Having seen her brother-in-law today, she acknowledged he was quite handsome and understood why he could live off Shen Xi's generosity. Shen Xi had always been fiery and fierce, with a temper that scared off all the boys in their hometown. She was known for her quick fists, having beaten countless boys in her neighborhood to the point of amassing many younger followers. However, Shen Xi was also possessive and stingy, aside from her family. She was reluctant to part with a single penny for outsiders. Thus, Shen Jia was genuinely surprised that her sister had married such a man. Perhaps you should manage your own affairs first, Shen Xi replied with a cold laugh. You haven't even cleaned up your own mess, yet you concern yourself with mine. Of my 2 younger sisters, who isn't more capable than you? With your mindset, how can you meddle in others' affairs? Shen Jia, with her gentle disposition, remained unperturbed by her sister's retorts. Shen Xi urged her, you should head home for lunch. I want to keep you here. Inviting her for breakfast was already Shen Xi's utmost kindness. Hadn't Chen Chuan already stepped out? It was evident he was unwilling to entertain guests for lunch. Xiaoxi Shen Jia looked at her sister with sadness. Shen Jia, we are all adults. You understand the situation perfectly well. There is no need to feign ignorance. I'm too weary to elaborate further. Wang Xingye strikes you and your daughter, knowing full well you want to retaliate against him. Right? Shen Xi murmured. He has said he regrets it and will change. Being love-struck is truly a malady that needs remedy. Shen Xi thought about shaking her sister's head against a wall to dislodge the nonsense lodged in her mind. If you love him so much, why did you initially use your husband's money to support your family? You've offended your in-laws, yet you still seek to play the martyr? Seeing Shen Xi open her mouth to speak, Shen Xi raised her hand to silence her, unwilling to hear another word. I know you think he fears me and that by talking to him, he might behave for a while. Noticing Shen Xi nodding, Shen Xi sneered. Let us not even discuss whether I'm inclined to do that. How long do you think such a conversation can last? Do you plan on having me talk to him every time he lays a hand on you? Do you think I have the time to do that daily? Is that realistic? Shen Xi lowered her head, falling silent. I feel just as saddened by what happened to Shen Xi. Yet, I am powerless. After all, their mothers can only watch helplessly as they endure such treatment. I am merely their aunt. I've made myself clear today. You should contemplate this. If you wish to divorce, I can help fund a lawyer. If not, then bear the consequences silently. After saying this, Shen Xi ushered Shen Xi out. Once she left, tranquility returned to the home, and Shen Xi let out a long sigh. Shen Xi epitomized many girls from families that favored sons over daughters. From a young age, they were taught that brothers were the backbone of the family, deserving of utmost care and affection. All resources were naturally allocated to the male offspring. After marriage, if a woman failed to bear a son, she became a pariah in her in-laws' household. Daughters raised in such environments tend to be obedient and compliant, craving their parents' approval even when they know certain actions are wrong. Their ingrained beliefs are often too entrenched to change. Thus, when these women become mothers themselves, they frequently perpetuate the same cycle, raising children who reflect their own past selves. Shen Xi's goodwill towards Shen Xi stemmed from her elder sister's genuine care for her during their childhood. Furthermore, despite Shen Xi's submissiveness to her husband's abuse, she still showed love for her daughter, albeit a love that trembled under the iron fist of her husband, rendered ineffective. As for her three lovely yet pitiful nieces, would Shen Xi feel guilty for them? Their own parents showed no concern, so her feelings were inconsequential. It can only be said that the act of reincarnation is a skillful endeavor, one that is unavoidable. Shen Xi felt somewhat disheartened by Shen Xi's visit and decided to take a walk, hoping to find Chen Chuan along the way. She strolled downstairs and meandered through the nearby grove, the July sun blazing down, and she encountered few people. Fortunately, the tall camphor trees provided a gentle fragrance in the air. The lush green branches stretched out, while sparrows pecked at dark seeds among the treetops. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would rustle through, filtering the sunlight through the leaves, bringing a sense of calm to her spirit. Not far along, she spotted Chen Chuan sitting on a wooden bench by the roadside, smoking a cigarette and, predictably, engrossed in a game. She noticed that he genuinely enjoyed gaming, but treated it merely as a pastime rather than an obsession. As she approached him, he merely glanced away before continuing his game with his teammates. Shen Xi took a seat beside him, resting her head on his shoulder. The faint scent of tobacco wafted from him, a scent she had grown accustomed to. She extended her hand, letting the sunlight dance in her palm, content to lean against him in silence. Thus, one was absorbed in gaming while the other drifted into her thoughts, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Once he completed a round, he exited the game and shifted his shoulder. Wife, could you get up for a moment? Why? I need to take out the trash. He gestured towards the cigarette, but he had finished. Shen Xi. Indeed, romance was clearly not their forte. After Chen Chuan returned from disposing of the trash, he noticed Shen Xi lost in thought on the chair and sat beside her, wrapping his arm around her shoulders and resting her head back on him. Do you know why many women who are victims of domestic violence don't leave immediately? He asked, looking down at her. Do you know? Because they still hold hope for that man, thinking perhaps he will change. Oh, you seem well informed. Shen Xi attempted to lift her head to look at him, but was gently pressed back down. It's not about being well informed. It's simply human nature. You need not feel sorrow for them. We are all adults capable of our own thoughts and choices. Respecting them is far better than forcefully intervening. I have no intention of interfering. I know, but you'll still feel for them. Chen Chuan reached out to stroke her short hair. Only when disappointment accumulates and their hearts grow cold will they choose to leave. Shen Xi let out a heavy sigh, Their decision to accumulate disappointment is their own. But what about their children? Why should I bear the burden of her reluctance? Have you ever considered that perhaps the child might also be unwilling to see their parents divorce? This time, Shen Xi remained silent for an extended period before she smiled. You are right. I should not allow others to influence my emotions. She is your sister, and it is evident that you shared a bond before. It is only natural that you would be affected. Shen Xi grasped his hand, examining it closely. His hand was large, dry, and strong, with long, elegant fingers. Her delicate hand seemed insignificant and helpless in his palm. In this world, men inherently possess greater strength than women. Yet why do so many worthless men resort to violence to assert their masculinity? She loathed Wang Xingye, but she harbored even greater disdain for Shen Xi. Chen Chuan, how do you understand so much? He seemed to have an extensive knowledge of abused women. Well, I watch a lot of television. I know. Shen Xi playfully tapped his hand. It's not just television. Engaging in conversations with older women will reveal that couples in this world come in all forms, each with their own way of life. For instance, us? Precisely. Just like us. How strong must one's heart be to express such candor? Shen Xi truly admired Chen Chuan's character. After a brief moment of sentimentality, Shen Xi reverted to her usual invulnerability. On Monday, she commenced her duties at the provincial team. To be honest, although Gong Chang was the head of the provincial team, it was not solely his domain. For instance, the coach who previously trained those young girls, Li Meizhe, held a strong grudge against Shen Xi. She believed that the recent success was solely due to the solid foundation she had provided, yet Shen Xi reaped the rewards. Li Meizhe's father was a prominent leader within the Sanjiang provincial sports department, which explained how she, at such a young age, could secure a coaching position in the provincial team despite lacking substantial credentials, and she was responsible for the team's star players. She initially thought her connections would allow her to thrive in the provincial team, but with Shen Xi's arrival last year, she lost her prize players. While she was responsible for the team's daily training, Shen Xi directly managed the athletes. Li Meizhe felt that the burdens of hard work fell on her shoulders while the accolades belonged to Shen Xi, and she resented it. In her home, she created quite a stir, demanding her father, Li Ping, to intervene on her behalf. As the only daughter, she was excessively pampered, and Li Ping, while having his reservations, recognized that the provincial team was ultimately under Gong Chang's authority. Despite his higher rank, it was of little consequence. Chapter 48. Respect neither pressure nor coercion proved effective. Gong Chang was a stubborn man, resolutely insisting that Shen Xi serve as a specially appointed coach. Li Ping could only placate his daughter, assuring her that he would handle the situation, and it was only then that Li Meizhe reported to the provincial team. Upon arrival, she witnessed Shen Xi training the athletes and scoffed, "Didn't I tell you yesterday to follow my training regimen? Who told you not to listen?" It was as if Shen Xi did not exist, as she openly berated the athletes. The young girls, still inexperienced, looked helplessly at Shen Xi. Shen Xi gestured for them to continue before addressing Li Meizhe, stating, "From now on, I will take charge of them." "Who said so? I did not agree to that. This matter does not require your consent. As long as Teacher Gong agrees, it suffices." Li Meizhe was infuriated. "Who doesn't he know you are Teacher Gong's favorite disciple? Of course, he supports you, since you understand. Then be quiet and leave." Shen Xi commanded, pointing toward the door. "You." Li Meizhe glared at her. "They're my team members." Shen Xi raised her fist. "Shall we settle this in the arena?" Li Meizhe was instantly intimidated into silence. How could she possibly compete with Shen Xi? After a prolonged moment of seething anger, she could only leave in frustration. Shen Xi was truly at a loss for words. Having secured her position through connections, Li Meizhe should have settled into her role without causing trouble. Many envied her position, yet she, with minimal talent but grand ambitions, had the audacity to snatch the most promising athletes from others, all while demonstrating her ignorance by berating the team members with her spoiled temperament. Gong Chang could no longer tolerate her antics, which prompted him to persistently call Shen Xi, urging her to return to Huqing. Fearing the well-selected talent would be squandered under her mismanagement. When Shen Xi assumed her responsibilities last year, she was utterly baffled by Li Meizhe's training methods. She seemed oblivious to the athletes' conditions and backgrounds, blindly mimicking whatever she found online, all the while disguising her incompetence as learning from advanced foreign experiences. What a farce! In the realm of Sanda, they should be the ones sought after for guidance, not the other way around. Yet, there are always those who idolize foreign practices, believing that everything from abroad is superior. Li Ping further bolstered his daughter's image, inviting reporters to feature her in a special article, praising her for her innovative spirit and her efforts to incorporate foreign methodologies, and so on. That year, Li Meizhe even received an award for her so-called advancements. Gong Chang's heart ached at the sight, realizing that if Li Meizhe continued her misguided ways, these young athletes would be wasted, merely stepping stones on her path to success. Shen Xi dedicated significant time and effort to guide them toward the right path. Yet Li Meizhe, lacking genuine skill, consistently impeded progress, often surfacing to claim credit for Shen Xi's accomplishments, all while speaking in veiled sarcasm. She failed to recognize that under her supervision, the athletes had barely won any medals at the national or even the municipal level. Absurd. However, it was futile to reason with such a person. She had a long-standing habit of seizing what did not belong to her, accustomed to her domineering ways. Fortunately, Teacher Gong remained steady. Otherwise, even with more financial incentives, Shen Xi would struggle to manage the situation. Now, Li Meizhe's displeasure was unmistakably evident. Did Shen Xi care? Not in the slightest. If she was unhappy, so be it. She could stew in her resentment. As Shen Xi began her work, Chen Chuan relaxed at home, with the household chores completed in under 30 minutes. He spent the remainder of his time gaming or watching television, enjoying his meals and drinks. He found such a life comfortable. Yet, some individuals could not bear to see him at ease. His phone buzzed incessantly, interrupting his gaming. His teammates were furious, and blocking the number proved ineffective, as the caller would simply use a different one. Very well, Zhou Yunxiao, lacking in other merits, was relentless in this regard, a trait even Chen Chuan could not rival. He had no choice but to answer. Chen Chuan, you finally answer my call. Get to the point. Are you aware that the super-rich mogul from country M, Kezi, is seeking a divorce? Yes. His assistant contacted me, specifically requesting you to represent him as his lawyer in this divorce case. Chen Chuan scoffed. Let it go to hell. I have no interest in such a trivial case, but the remuneration is substantial. Chen Chuan paused, his finger hovering over the hang-up button, then inquired, how much? Zhou Yunxiao mentioned an astronomical figure. Chen Chuan chuckled softly. This scoundrel is quite willing to spend money on lawyers to avoid sharing his wealth with his wife. Zhou Yunxiao pressed on. Are you intrigued? To be honest a bit, there's more to entice you. His wife has reached out to us. If you can assist her in winning the case, she will offer you a percentage. The smile on Chen Chuan's lips grew more pronounced. I admire this woman. She must be quite formidable. Tell her I would be honored to collaborate with her. Zhou Yunxiao's delight was palpable. I knew you would be interested. Indeed, money has always been an effective motivator. Well, it must require a significant sum, right? Like this time. Chen Chuan chuckled. Not necessarily. Perhaps a few thousand could suffice? Zhou Yunxiao scoffed. Are you spinning tales? Chen Chuan, infamous in M country as the most unscrupulous and terrifying lawyer, has never suffered a defeat in his illustrious career. He audaciously claimed that a mere few thousand could secure his allegiance. The magazine, known for its vitriolic articles against him, described him using a multitude of emotionally charged adjectives and even referred to him as a despicable Eastern figure. Ultimately, he successfully sued the publication for substantial damages, compelling them to publish a public apology for an entire month. Since that incident, no one dared to provoke him lightly. At that time, Zhou Yunxiao was merely venting his frustration against the magazine, yet Chen Chuan, devoid of moral boundaries, regretted his harsh retaliation, leading others to refrain from emulating the magazine's audacity. This resulted in a significant loss of lucrative opportunities for Zhou Yunxiao, who nearly knelt in reverence to Chen Chuan, who seemed to have only wealth in his eyes. Is it not said that once wealth accumulates beyond a certain point, it merely becomes a number? Why then does this notion seem inapplicable to Chen Chuan? His claim that a paltry sum could sway him left the lawyers he had reduced to tears in court questioning their very existence. Curiosity piqued. He inquired about Zhou Yunxiao's thoughts on the lawsuit. Zhou Yunxiao asserted that an equitable division of assets would be the least respect owed to a wife who would build a life alongside her husband from scratch. Chapter 49. Obedience at the headquarters of the Cohen Group in M Country. The young assistant, Limer, nervously knocked on his boss's door and entered upon receiving a response. Boss, Chen Chuan has declined our offer. The face of KRZ, marked by excessive indulgence, darkened instantly. Did you inform him? of the compensation I proposed? I did, Limer replied hesitantly. And his response? He said. Limer stammered. Speak. KRZ snapped, impatiently striking the table. He had a date with a stunning starlet that evening and no time to listen to Limer's faltering. He expressed a desire to serve you, Mr. KRZ, but your wife offered a more lucrative deal. KRZ was left speechless, then seethed. That wretched woman. Boss, Chen Chuan is notoriously difficult. If he accepts your wife's commission, he will not relent without extracting a pound of flesh. I hardly needed your insight. KRZ fumed, sweeping everything off the table in a fit of rage. Years prior, it was Chen Chuan who handled his friend Donald's divorce, a case that, despite his Eastern heritage, he navigated with clarity and precision. Chen Chuan's sharp tongue and eloquence in court made him an intimidating adversary. No one dared to confront him directly, lest they face ridicule. Ultimately, Donald's fifth wife, a beautiful young supermodel, received a meager settlement after rekindling an affair with her ex-boyfriend, leaving her in tears. KRZ was so impressed by Chen Chuan's handling of the case that he immediately instructed his assistant to contact the law firm upon deciding to divorce, only to discover that Bella had beaten him to it. Infuriating. Tell him I am willing to increase my offer. Mr. Chen insists that integrity and fidelity are the fundamental virtues of a legal professional, Limer conveyed. KRZ, enraged, pounded the wall. That money-obsessed Easterman has no sense of professional ethics. He only sees dollar signs. Go, find the best firm in M country and hire the most formidable divorce attorney. I want to teach Chen Chuan a lesson. He cannot only focus on money. I will ensure that woman receives nothing. The preliminary preparations for the divorce case were delegated entirely to Zhou Yunxiao, who was responsible for the initial mediation and communication, which could all be conducted online. Chen Chuan would only need to travel to M country for the actual court proceedings. If the groundwork was laid effectively, he might not even need to appear in court, effortlessly pocketing the fees. Bella proved to be a generous client, yet again another opportunity to relax with numbers. Thus, Chen Chuan found himself idly passing time, his sole duty being to cater to his wife's needs, living a leisurely life. One day, Shen Xi arrived at his door, and Chen Chuan welcomed him without hesitation. Sighing with relief upon discovering Shen Xi was absent, Shen Xi informed him, My father wishes to meet you at the luxurious hotel at 2 this afternoon. He wants to discuss my sister's dowry. Oh, your father is willing to provide a dowry for your sister? Chen Chuan mused, stroking his chin. Is the sun rising from the west today? You'll find out when you arrive. By the way, my mother will be there too, so it's best not to miss the appointment. With Shen Xi absent, Shen Xi adopted a more authoritative demeanor, lounging on the sofa. It's sweltering out. I nearly melted on the way here. Could you fetch me a glass of ice water? Chen Chuan scrutinized him and then turned to the kitchen. As he returned with a large basin filled with ice water, he slammed it onto the table, causing the ice to clatter against the basin's sides. I asked for a glass of water, not a basin. Shen Xi began, but before he could finish, Chen Chuan seized him, pressing his head into the icy water. Gurgling sounds erupted as Shen Xi struggled, but his feeble attempts were no match for Chen Chuan's strength. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Chen Chuan pulled him up, only to plunge him back in before he could catch his breath. After several repetitions, Shen Xi was left sobbing and begging for mercy, calling out to his ancestors, before Chen Chuan finally released him onto the floor. Are you awake now? Chen Chuan inquired, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Shen Xi, crumpled on the floor, cried out in despair. Speak. He nodded fervently, his delicate face smeared with tears and snot on the floor. Ugh. I just mopped this floor, Chen Chuan grimaced. I'll clean it. I'll clean it. Shen Xi scrambled to his feet, hastily using his clothing to wipe the floor. Chen Chuan observed him while smoking. You seemed quite comfortable just now. Shen Xi, trembling, realized his greatest asset was his ability to curry favor. Even with tears still drying, he quickly rallied, brother-in-law. If you have any instructions, please let me know. I will follow them without fail. Thus, for the next 2 hours, under Chen Chuan's watchful eye, Shen Xi diligently removed the sofa cover for hand washing and meticulously cleaned the floors until they gleamed. Only then did Chen Chuan nod in approval. Shen Xi, utterly exhausted, felt as though he had never worked so hard in his life. Brother-in-law, he grinned obsequiously. Is there anything else you need? Just say the word, and I will comply. Shen Xi's brother was, indeed, quite astute. Chen Chuan appreciated such individuals and remarked, You mentioned your parents are meeting me this afternoon? Yes, at the luxurious hotel. Chen Chuan extinguished his cigarette, and Shen Xi swiftly offered the ashtray from the coffee table. As Chen Chuan brushed off the ash, he inquired, "What do you think they want to discuss?" With the gravity of the situation at hand, familial bonds were rendered irrelevant. Shen Xi, eager to please, swiftly divulged all he knew about his parents' intentions without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 50. A bright future since their divorce. Shen Daji and Su Liwen sat together peacefully for the first time. Indeed, as the saying goes, they're only eternal interests, not eternal friends. Their shared goal of having Shen Xi divorced Chen Chuan brought them together once more. Shen Daji, with a hint of concern, confirmed with her, "Is it true that your daughter's classmate's mother is genuinely wealthy? Let us not have another false rich woman." Su Liwen looked at him. Again? Shen Daji cleared his throat. "That Chen Chuan seems rather slick. If she's not a wealthy woman, he surely won't be interested. Rest assured, she is indeed genuine. With a fortune exceeding 100 million. Shen Daji swallowed hard. Over 100 million? How old is she? If she is older and has modest expectations, perhaps he could consider her. After years of marriage, Su Liwen knew him well enough to roll her eyes at him. Don't even think about it. Why would someone like her look an old man like you? If it weren't for her repeated assurances that Chen Chuan was even more handsome than the most popular young star on television. The other party Wu Ti have given her the time of day. The wealthy woman in question was none other than Zhang Meili, the mother of the richest girl in her daughter's class. It was said that her husband had tragically passed away in a car accident the previous year, leaving behind a substantial fortune. Despite the chaos brought by mistresses and children from affairs, they could not prove their claims to the inheritance. Zhang Meili, however, had come to terms with her situation. After years of enduring hardship by her husband's side, she had transformed into a woman of substance. With her husband gone, she now had the freedom to enjoy life, perhaps dating younger men or even a celebrity. Having experienced the allure of youth, she found herself understanding her husband's infidelities. Who could resist the charm of youth when faced with the harsh realities of aging? As fate would have it, she inherited the fruits of her husband's labor, and she intended to relish her newfound wealth while nurturing her daughter to eventually take over the family business. Thus, Su Liwen diligently observed the parents' group for some time, gathering information through her daughter, and set her sights on Zhang Meili. 3 advantages stood out. First, Zhang Meili was still charming in her maturity, making her more appealing to Chen Chuan. Second, she was not a career-driven woman and had an interest in younger men. And third, she had control over her finances. Su Liwen believed that once Chen Chuan secured a wealthy partner, he would surely reward her handsomely for guiding him toward such a promising future. In truth, she felt she was working harder for him than she had for herself years ago, driven by the lure of wealth. Additionally, she had not mentioned to Shen Daji that Zhang Meili had promised to reward anyone who introduced her to a suitable match. Su Liwen was convinced that the reward was already hers. With Chen Chuan's looks, she had never seen anyone more handsome or appealing over the years. As expected, when Chen Chuan entered the restaurant, he drew the attention of everyone present, like a spotlight illuminating his presence. Some individuals were born to thrive on their looks, and Chen Chuan was one such person. With a tall, sturdy physique and strikingly handsome features, the most captivating aspect was his nonchalant demeanor, which compelled women to want to explore his character and discover his untamed side. Su Liwen quickly pulled herself back from her wandering thoughts. Chen Chuan approached confidently, pulling out a chair and sitting down with an air of casualness. "What do you need from me?" Shen Daji raised his eyebrows, suppressing his dissatisfaction, and smiled warmly. "Chen, you and our daughter have been married for quite some time, yet we have not truly gotten to know each other. I discussed it with her mother, and we thought it would be nice to have a meal together to foster our understanding." Upon finishing, he exchanged a glance with Su Liwen, who promptly added, "Now that you're married, there are some things we should no longer keep from you. You know, our daughter carries a heavy burden. She has younger siblings and an older sister who isn't much help. Your father and I will eventually rely on her, and the financial responsibilities rest on her shoulders. We're concerned about how this will affect the two of you in the future." Chen Chuan lit a cigarette, remaining silent. Shen Daji nearly snatched it away, disapproving of the young man's lack of awareness, especially with his father-in-law present. Su Liwen paused before continuing. "Chen, I must say, I feel a warmth towards you the moment we met. You're such a wonderful person. I isn't a bit ashamed to be married to our daughter. Just look at the other promising young men. The women they marry often spare them decades of hard work. You deserve better than that. Chen Chuan glanced at her, sighing. It's just hard to find someone. There is a way. Su Liwen and Shen Xi exchanged excited glances. Rest assured, we consider you like our own son, even closer than to our daughter. Today presents a wonderful opportunity. I know someone whose wealth dwarfs Shen Xi's by a wide margin. She is also fond of young men like yourself. Would you like us to introduce you? Even if it doesn't lead to marriage, it wouldn't be a loss. Would it? Su Liwen raised her eyebrows, hinting at something more. Chen Chuan, typically quick on the uptake, surprisingly asked, what does that mean? Oh dear, must I spell out for you? Su Liwen giggled, covering her mouth. Shen Xi felt a chill run down his spine as he glared at her. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? If you can't articulate it clearly, I'll do it. Shun, your marriage to our daughter is a bit of a waste for someone like you. As men, once we take a certain path, we should choose the most comfortable one. Right? What path? Chen Chuan asked, puzzled. Shen Xi, realizing the need for clarity, elaborated. Today, we invited you to introduce you to someone special. This is not just anyone. She is the wife of the head of the wealthy group, which boasts assets in the billions. Her husband passed away over a year ago, and she's currently in need of companionship from a young man like you. Chen Chuan finally understood. So, you're trying to set me up. Chapter 51. An exceptional individual. Both Shen Xi and Su Liwen's expressions darkened simultaneously, taken aback by his bluntness. Fortunately, he was about to become their son-in-law. Otherwise, they would have been infuriated by his lack of delicacy. Su Liwen retorted, it's not setting you up. We are merely introducing you. Whether or not she wishes to marry you depends on your own charm. Even if marriage doesn't materialize, spending time with her would certainly not be a loss for you, would it? Chen Chuan raised an eyebrow. What does spending time entail? Shen Xi and Su Liwen exchanged looks, realizing they needed to be straightforward with him. Shen Xi, drawing from his experience, clarified, when a man accompanies a woman, how else could it go? It naturally involves making her happy and sharing a bed. Cut it out. So you're indeed trying to set me up. Chen Chuan said earnestly. Hey, must you be so straightforward? Shen Xi replied. While it may be similar, the wording matters. All right, we've made our intentions clear. When she arrives, make sure to seize the opportunity. As I was giving my instructions, a strikingly red Ferrari roared down the street, ostentatiously halting at the hotel entrance. A woman, adorned in shimmering jewels, gracefully descended from the vehicle. Su Liwen, with an eager smile, rushed to greet her. Shen Xi watched, his mouth nearly watering, enviously remarking to Chen Chuan, you lad, truly have a fortune. So wealthy, and not lacking in looks either. I hear he is quite generous. Su Liwen led the way, promptly directing Zhang Meili to their seats. Zhang Meili, who had initially worn a nonchalant expression, suddenly froze, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. After exchanging a few words with Su Liwen and receiving an affirmative response, she hastily urged Su Liwen to approach. Shen Xi, recognizing the moment's significance, anxiously reminded Chen Chuan, if you get close to her, remember today was my introduction. Rest assured, I won't forget, and I hope you won't either, Chen Chuan replied, his tone imbued with an inscrutable nuance. Su Liwen, brimming with delight, returned with Zhang Meili, who immediately commanded, Chen Chuan, come meet my sister Meili. Chen Chuan, nonchalantly seated and engrossed in his smoking, feigned ignorance. Su Liwen, on the verge of losing her temper, was halted by Zhang Meili, who sat beside Chen Chuan, playfully waving the Ferrari keys and flashing him a flirtatious smile. Do you fancy Ferraris? Chen Chuan smirked. Luxury cars. Who would like them? Well, if you accompany me for one night, this car will be yours, she said, slowly pushing the keys toward him. Shen Xi, caught off guard, nearly choked in disbelief. For just one night, without any strings attached, one could acquire a car worth millions? Jealousy gnawed at him, as if his mouth were filled with sour lemons. So, this car is your payment for services rendered? Chen Chuan quipped, picking up the keys with a smirk. Zhang Meili, pleased that he accepted the keys, felt a rush of excitement. Throughout her year of indulgence, she had encountered countless men, yet Chen Chuan's physique hinted at robust strength beneath his attire. She knew too well that many men, though handsome, often lacked stamina, leaving her unsatisfied. If you agree, anything you desire, be it cars or houses, is within reach. If you wish to start a business, I can provide the capital, she proposed, having never yearned for a man so intensely before, willing to pay any price. I want Chen Chuan smiled slyly. You may confess freely, but resistance will be met with severity. What? Zhang Meili was taken aback. Who called the police? 4 or 5 officers stood at the restaurant entrance, loudly inquiring. Chen Chuan raised his hand. Officers, it was I. Shun Daji and Su Liwen were flabbergasted, with Shun Daji demanding, Why did you call the police? Chen Chuan dismissed him. When the officers approached, Shun Daji plastered on a smile, stepping forward to interject, Officer, it's a misunderstanding. This is my son-in-law joking with us. Joking? The officer's expression darkened. Do you realize that making false reports and wasting public resources carries legal consequences? Officer, I wish to report, Chen Chuan said leisurely. Report what? Chen Chuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Su Liwen glared at him. Chen Chuan extinguished his cigarette, stating, I am reporting these 3 for pimping and coercing women into prostitution. What nonsense? Not only did Shin Daji and the others gawk, but even the usually composed officers were taken aback. The 4 were taken back to the precinct for questioning. Naturally, Shun Daji and his companions vehemently denied the allegations, insisting they were merely a family gathering when Su Liwen encountered a classmate's mother and invited her to join. Their narrative was plausible and logical. The officers, embodying integrity, began to doubt Chen Chuan's claims, as the notion of a father-in-law pimping his son-in-law seemed absurd. Chen Chuan let them argue until they disparaged him as a spineless man who resented his wife's family obligations, turning the precinct into a scene of ridicule. Meanwhile, Zhang Meili, donned in sunglasses, sat at a distance, exuding an air of untouchable elegance, her respectful assistant at her side. Whenever questioned, the assistant promptly replied, Ms. Zhang is awaiting her lawyer. Zhang Meili adjusted her sunglasses and cast a glance at Chen Chuan. If you dare to slander me, wait. I will sue you until you are destitute. Unless, of course, you offer compensation. Though unspoken, her implication was clear. After more than half an hour of theatrics from Shun Daji and Su Liwen, they finally fell silent, parched. Chen Chuan revealed a pen, pressing the button to record. Today, I called you out to introduce you to someone. Her husband has been deceased for over a year, and she is currently in need of companionship from a young man like you. Ah, so you were indeed pimping. How is this pimping? We are merely introducing you. Whether she desires to marry you depends on your capabilities. Even if marriage is not on the table, spending time with her brings no loss to you. Does it? How does one spend time? A man with a woman. It involves making her happy and, of course, sharing a bed. As the recording played, the onlookers erupted in disbelief. Shen Daji and Su Liwen flushed with embarrassment, attempting to intervene, but were halted by the officers. The recording continued, revealing Zhang Meili's key remarks. If you spend one night with me, this car will be yours. Therefore, this car is your payment? As long as you agree. Anything you desire, cars, houses, is not a problem. The spectators were captivated by Zhang Meili's extravagant demeanor. My word, this woman is willing to spend lavishly for a man. Yet, some female onlookers scrutinized Chen Chuan, acknowledging his good looks. If they had wealth, they would be equally inclined. Shun, Su, and Zhang were utterly stunned. Who would have imagined Chen Chuan would record such incriminating evidence? Shun Daji felt deeply betrayed, having selflessly introduced Chen Chuan to a wealthy woman for his benefit, only to be recorded for it. Undoubtedly, the restaurant has surveillance footage. Let us review it to clarify my innocence. Chen Chuan asserted, leaving the officers speechless. At last, Zhang Meili's lawyer, Su Zheng, arrived, drenched in sweat, ready to accuse Chen Chuan of damaging his client's reputation, threatening to pursue legal action if the stock price of the rich people group was affected. Of course, if Chen Chuan were to gracefully acknowledge that it was all a misunderstanding, they could certainly negotiate. The lawyer's eloquence and his ability to twist the truth left even some of the policewomen at a loss for words. Yet, Chen Chuan remained unperturbed. So, Mr. Chen, have you given it some thought? This is fundamentally a family matter, and my client is an innocent party caught in the crossfire. Sure. Chen Chuan gestured for him to be silent, and Su Zheng, caught off guard, instinctively complied. Wait for my lawyer to arrive, then we shall converse. His lawyer? A man who could hardly sustain himself, parading around with such bravado. He might as well be a chef. Su Zheng nearly breached professional decorum with an eye roll, but fortunately refrained. Otherwise, he might not have lived it down. A man strode into the police station, offering a smile and handing over a business card. Greetings. I am Mr. Chen Chuan's attorney, Zhou Yinxiao. Zhou Yinxiao? Su Zheng's expression shifted immediately. Su Zheng earnestly urged Zhang Meili to consider a settlement to minimize the fallout. Enraged, Zhang Meili slammed her hand on the table. I pay you a fortune for your legal services, and this is how you advise me? To settle and pay? What do I need you for? Can't I speak for myself? There was no way she would concede, not even if it cost her life. Not only would she refuse to compensate, but she would also insist that Chen Chuan pay her. This soft man, how much could he possibly have? Ultimately, wouldn't he be at her mercy? The thrill of such a hunt was far more exhilarating than merely paying for a night with some male star. Zhang Meili was eagerly anticipating the day she could strip Chen Chuan of his dignity, and yet this ineffectual lawyer suggested she concede. Her narrative of a domineering female executive was just beginning, and he was already deflating it, claiming that Zhou Yunxiao was highly esteemed in the legal realm, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Was Zhang Meili an ordinary person? Ridiculous. Thus, she ordered him to leave, instructing her assistant to find her a new lawyer. After a flurry of calls, the assistant returned, despondent. Madam, upon learning that the opposing counsel is Zhou Yunxiao, no one is willing to take the case. What? Those cowards. Zhang Meili had no choice but to personally call her friend. Akin, didn't you mention a good lawyer to me last time? China Mo, right? He just returned from abroad. Yes, I need him now. Have him come to the XX police station. Once this is resolved, I'll explain everything in detail. Thus, Mrs. Zhang sat with an air of superiority, awaiting her illustrious attorney. Due to her unique status, she was granted the privilege of a private room. When Chen Mo arrived and listened to her recount the situation, he was speechless. These wealthy individuals certainly knew how to play the game. Wanting to spend money on a man was trivial, but when the man clearly ignored her while trying to impose financial pressure. So, Attorney Chen, I've heard from Akin that you are quite capable. I must ask, if others fear Zhou Yunxiao, do you also harbor such fears? Rest assured, Ms. Zhang. Zhou Yunxiao and I are classmates. Fear does not come into play. Chen Mo replied with a charming smile. Classmates? If that were the case, perhaps this could be managed. Zhang Meili felt reassured and promised. If you can resolve this matter, I will appoint you as our Group's legal counsel in the future. Attorney Chen appeared quite presentable. In another time, Zhang Meili might have entertained thoughts of pursuing him, but now, her heart and mind were solely occupied with Chen Chuan. Other men had become mere trifles, unworthy of consideration. This was a significant case. Failure was not an option. Chen Mo sighed inwardly, maintaining his gentle demeanor. He had seen far worse situations abroad and had his own strategies for handling them. A combination of coercion and financial incentives rarely failed. Please wait a moment, Ms. Zhang. I will speak with the opposing party right away. All right. Zhang Meili adjusted her sunglasses. Hasten your efforts. I've already wasted too much time here today. Understood. Chen Mo exited and found the opposing party's room. Upon entering, he was taken aback. There stood Chen Chuan, wearing a smirk that seemed to mock him. Hello, Chen Mo. We meet again. Zhou Yunxiao beside him flashed a beaming smile. Chen Mo, it seems you are regressing. Cursing silently, Chen Mo retreated and returned to Zhang Meili's room. She was surprised to see him back so soon. Was this esteemed lawyer truly so formidable? Ms. Zhang, I personally advise you to pursue a settlement. Ultimately, the dispute was resolved with a private settlement involving compensation from Ms. Zhang. As for the amount, one glance at Zhou Yunxiao's incredulous expression revealed that Ms. Zhang had certainly made considerable sacrifices. As for the pimps, Shen Daji and Su Liwen, they were left with neither money nor lives. It all depended on whether Chen Chuan dared to incarcerate his in-laws. Ultimately, Chen Chuan did indeed dare. In truth, the matter was not as grave as it seemed. At least they were not more culpable than Zhang Meili, as they were related to Chen Chuan and merely introduced him to others without any coercion. Why did Zhang Meili choose to settle? Because she was a public figure, and letting this scandal leak would benefit her in no way. However, who cared about Shen Daji and Su Liwen? They were mere names. Yet, they were legally ignorant and often sought advice online, only to discover that procuring was punishable by up to 5 years in prison. Naturally, since they were only attempting, the situation hung in the balance. If Chen Chuan acknowledged it, it would be a family matter. If he did not, it all depended on whether he pursued the matter. Would Chen Chuan not pursue it? Impossible. Moreover, if they left a criminal record, how could their beloved children hope to secure respectable jobs in the future? The repercussions would be significant. Ultimately, under Zhou Yunxiao's relentless persuasion, they chose to redeem themselves with money. Chen Chuan, well-versed in the art of compromise, allowed them to settle the matter. How they divided the compensation was their concern. Chen Chuan was indifferent. Thus, the two allies, having entered into a partnership through their illicit activities, soon fell out again, quarreling vehemently. They even contemplated asking Shen Xi for funds to cover the gap. Thinking she would stand by and watch her own parents languish in prison, Chen Chuan, however, smiled brightly as he told them, "If you think to play me for a fool, I advise you to abandon that notion. My wife's funds are firmly in my grasp." The two were infuriated. How could Shen Xi have married such a scoundrel, who not only lived off her, but also shamelessly extorted his in-laws? It was truly outrageous. Yet, they found themselves powerless against him, resigned to their fate. Thus, Chen Chuan became the second person capable of extracting funds from Shen Daji. Zhou Yunxiao glanced at the notification of the funds received and inquired, "You're just going to let Zhang Meili off the hook? When did Chen Chuan become so accommodating?" After all, Zhang Meili intended to exploit him. What does she take him for? Given Chen Chuan's character, Chen Chuan, biting on a cigarette, smirked. "Of course. I will let her off. It's you who won tea. Why would I?" As he spoke, Zhou Yunxiao stared at him, his expression turning grim as he ground his teeth. "Are you hiding something sinister? Who knows? Perhaps you should play the part of parasite. Get lost." Sometime later, the Fumian group was embroiled in a scandal due to embezzlement, leading to an investigation by the authorities and a plummet in stock prices, inciting outrage among shareholders and investors alike, resulting in a sharp decline in assets. Zhang Meili faced severe backlash from the shareholders. In truth, she was somewhat innocent. The wrongdoing was perpetrated by her husband, and she knew little about business operations. However, since she had inherited someone else's fortune, she bore the brunt of the blame. Deep down, she recognized that this was Chen Chuan's retribution against her. However, upon recalling how Qin Mo had shared Chen Chuan's illustrious past with her, she immediately quelled her ambitions. After all, he was unperturbed even by the wealthiest magnates of country M. How could he possibly fear a woman of her modest means? The audacity of her desire to procure a sports car to impress him was unfathomable, and she couldn't help but chastise herself for such fanciful aspirations. Yet, that man truly was a paragon of desirability. Zhang Meili vented all her pent-up frustration upon the architect of her woes, Su Liwen. If it weren't for Su's repeated assurances, would she have fallen for such a ruse so easily? Had she succeeded, it might have been bearable, but not only did she fail to attain him, she also found herself embroiled in a multitude of troubles. Wasn't Su Liwen the doting mother of her precious daughter? As an honorary board member, Zhang Meili had threatened to expel Zhang Ruoqi, leaving no room for dissent. After all, she was hardly an exceptional student, lacking both wealth and connections. What was there to miss? Private schools were not public institutions. Thus, Zhang Ruoqi once again returned home in tears, only to discover that Su Liwen intended to visit Zhang Meili to apologize. It was then revealed that the Zhang mother and daughter had immigrated to the land of maple leaves, leaving without a trace. Rumor had it that their company had engaged professional managers to oversee operations. Consequently, the two could only retreat in defeat. This summer, Su Liwen had to confront the ire stemming from the financial losses she incurred due to the Zhang family, while simultaneously scrambling to secure a new school for her daughter, leaving her utterly overwhelmed. As for Shen Xi, she remained oblivious to the turmoil involving Chen Chuan and his parents, dedicating herself to rigorous training for her team. She was unaware that her parents were reluctant to inform her of their intentions to exploit her husband's charm. They knew all too well that should she discover their plans, she would undoubtedly explode with fury. Fully aware of Shen Xi's formidable prowess, they dared not confront her directly. Thus, Chen Chuan kept silent, and his parents refrained from speaking, managing to keep Shen Xi in the dark. It wasn't until Su Liwen contacted her with a new number that she realized her peculiar parents had not troubled her in quite some time. "Xiao Xi, I have a favor to ask of you," Su Liwen said cautiously. Shen Xi promptly declined. "I'm sorry, I can't help." "It's not about money," Su Liwen quickly clarified. "I merely wish to borrow the educational quota for the house you are renting." "What?" Shen Xi was momentarily taken aback. Primarily, she had no children and thus paid little mind to educational district matters. "You know our family is struggling. Xiaoqi wants to study music, but we can't afford her tuition. It's become a significant burden to even provide meals." Su Liwen paused before continuing. "Your sister is truly considerate and dutiful. She has suggested transferring to a public school to alleviate our financial strain. She even expressed concern about the pressure you face with tuition payments. Shen Xi looked skyward, noting the overcast weather devoid of sunlight. With Zhang Ruoqi's ostentatious display of designer brands, does she truly care about her parents' financial struggles? Don't be ridiculous. Yet, she acknowledged, the schools around here aren't particularly great, and I heard your area is within the district of Shida-affiliated high school. Since you don't have children yet, could you lend us your educational quota for a while? Chapter 54. Seeking refuge, she was uncertain if high schools still adhered to the concept of educational districts, but she understood that any proposal from Su Liwen could not bode well for her. Thus, she resolutely refused. I'm sorry, I can't assist. She hastily terminated the call. Su Liwen was attempting to manipulate her, hoping to entice Zhang Ruoqi to attend school there, then suggest that she move in with them. Expecting Shen Xi to take on the responsibility of meals. Upon sharing this with Chen Chuan, he commended her, wife, you truly possess a keen sense of danger. Their performance had been woeful, and she felt undeserving of his praise. Don't heed her nonsense. High school requires self-study. What need is there for an educational district? He suspected that Su Liwen intended to first win her agreement and then gradually involve her in dealing with her sister's schooling. Indeed, Shen Xi soon found herself repulsed by Su Liwen's manipulative tactics. This was a familiar ruse of Su Liwen's, to coax a minor concession before escalating her demands. Each time Su Liwen lamented her financial woes, she would begin with small requests, gradually increasing the stakes. Shen Xi, typically unguarded with her family and accommodating of minor requests, had become wary. No matter how trivial, she would no longer acquiesce. But your mother possesses a cunning nature. I sense she won't be easily placated. Though Chen Chuan was unfamiliar with Su Liwen, he had a keen eye for character. The following day, Su Liwen arrived with Zhang Ruoqi, dragging her luggage along. When she contacted Aunt Ji, the latter's enthusiasm was palpable. She rushed out to welcome them into the neighborhood. Su Liwen had strategically chosen a Saturday, having received intel from Aunt Ji that Shen Xi would likely be working throughout the summer. After all, how else could one support a man? The thought of her daughter's earnings being used to sustain a man ignited Su Liwen's fury, yet she could only suppress it for the time being, having suffered under Chen Chuan's hand. As for Shen Xi, she had become a challenging target. Su Liwen pondered that given Shen Xi's temperament, a direct confrontation would be futile. She would have to take a softer approach. Unbeknownst to the couple, who were contemplating a trip to the newly opened amusement park haunted house, they were oblivious to Su Liwen's ulterior motives. Perhaps we should refrain. I heard those ghosts are so terrifying that they often get assaulted. There are now signs forbidding the beating of staff members. What if you lose control? Chen Chuan expressed his lack of confidence in his wife's temperament. Shen Xi was the type who loved thrilling pursuits, yet was exceedingly timid. Each time they watched a horror film at home, she would bury herself in his embrace, terrified. Ever since, their home had become a veritable mountain of horror films. Who do you think you're looking down upon? Shen Xi retorted, I know, they're merely NPCs. How could I possibly be scared, let alone resort to violence? You are unaware that what you see on television is fabricated. Does this man know how to converse? Shen Xi was incensed and retaliated, but Chen Chuan swiftly intercepted her hand. Wife, domestic violence is not solely when husbands strike wives. Wives retaliating also counts. Well then, I shall abuse you. What will you do about it? Shen Xi twisted her hand free from his grasp, pivoting to press him down onto the sofa. Shall we go or not? Chen Chuan relished the soft pressure of her form, remaining silent. Shall we go or not? Shall we go or not? She pressed down with increasing urgency. Unbeknownst to her, he was unexpectedly enjoying the moment. Shen Xi, ever astute, playfully tapped his face. You're being naughty. Well, given your state, it's quite difficult for me to behave. And her hand wandered downward. Would you like to sample something sweet? How sweet? Leaning down, she kissed him deeply, only to withdraw swiftly with a smile. So sweet. He leaned in to kiss her again, but she evaded him. He chuckled softly, sighing. You've learned well from me. Isn't that what you taught me? Do you enjoy it? His arms encircled her delicate waist, rolling over to press her deeper into the sofa as he kissed her. The two became entwined in passionate embraces, their breaths heavy with desire, when the doorbell rang abruptly. Chen Chuan gritted his teeth. Damn it. What kind of curse is this? Every time we try to indulge during the day, someone interrupts. Upon glancing at the figure outside through his phone, he couldn't help but curse aloud. Her again. Deciding to ignore the intrusion, he continued, but the door was pounded with such force that it echoed throughout the building. Xiao Shun, I'm aware you are home. Your mother-in-law and younger sister have arrived. Hurry and let them in. It was Aunt Xi's voice. Chen Chuan sighed in resignation, resting his head on Shen Xi's shoulder, who was nearly in fits of laughter. He resolved that the next time he saw old Lu at the hair salon, he would certainly report him. For now, he had no choice but to rise and open the door. This situation could not continue any longer. When Chen Chuan impatiently yanked open the door, Aunt Xi's hand, poised to knock vigorously, nearly struck his chest. Oh, Xiao Chen, you're home. Why did you keep us knocking for so long? What were you two doing? Aunt Xi peered in, eager to discover any scandalous scenes she could gossip about. Chen Chuan raised a hand to stop her. Aunt, do you need something? Seeing nothing of interest, Aunt Xi awkwardly stepped back, chuckling. Oh, it's nothing. I just ran into your mother-in-law at the door and brought her over to find you. Is Xiao Shun at home? Why haven't we seen her? Chen Chuan, disinterested, glanced at Su Liwen, then at the luggage they were carrying, fully aware of their intentions. What brings you here? Su Liwen immediately looked troubled and conflicted. Xiao Chun, I'm afraid we might trouble you for a while. Noticing Chen Chuan's silence, she pressed on. Is Xiao Xi at home today? Shen Xi approached and said, Come in. If they didn't let them in, Aunt Xi would likely linger and make a scene, refusing to leave for dinner. Chen Chuan stepped aside, allowing them entry. But Aunt Xi, with a glint in her eye, attempted to follow suit only to be blocked by Chen Chuan's long legs. Aunt, we have guests today. It's not convenient to entertain you. No worries. I'm familiar with Li Wen. No need for hospitality, she insisted, anxiously trying to squeeze in. Chen Chuan simply stood firm, saying nothing. Aunt Xi could only chuckle awkwardly. Oh, I just remembered I have soup simmering at home. With that, she relented and left. Inside, the three sat in distinct silence. As Chen Chuan entered, all eyes turned toward him. Zhang Ruoqi, the youngest, was utterly captivated, her focus unwavering. She had heard her mother say that she was dating a man who lived off her, but upon seeing him, she was astounded. Who would have thought he would be so handsome? In comparison, her previous boyfriends appeared painfully immature. Indeed, her friend was right. Older men exuded a certain charm. Dating a mature man should be delightful, yet his financial status gave her pause. How conflicted she felt. Zhang Ruoqi's gaze was so intense it seemed to set the room ablaze. And Shen Xi, not blind to the situation, decided to swiftly address the mother-daughter pair. Speak up, what brings you here? Su Liwen's tears flowed freely. Xiao Xi, I want to divorce Uncle Zhang. Then go ahead, there's no need to tell me. Taken aback by the unexpected response, Su Liwen faltered, unsure how to proceed. Asking why would be futile, with no one to bridge the conversation. Su Liwen continued hesitantly. Uncle Zhang thinks we spend too much and has thrown us out. We have nowhere else to turn but to you. How could he be so unreasonable? Shen Xi erupted in anger. Indeed, he even said that Ruoqi spends too much on her education and suggested she drop out to work instead. Su Luan nuget dang zuki. But she was so entranced by Chen Chuan that she didn't respond. Left with no choice, Su Liwen pressed on. I had a quarrel with him, and he just kicked us out. Mom, don't worry. I'll go to the Zhang family and give him peace of my mind. Shen, she stood, ready to leave. What? Su Liwen panicked, pulling her back. Don't go, Xiao Xi, please don't. Mom, at this point, why are you still defending him? Since you're getting a divorce, if you can hit him, do it now while it's still a family matter. Once you're divorced, it won't be appropriate. Family matter. My foot. Su Liwen clutched her daughter tightly. Don't go, Xiao Xi. If this escalates, it could harm your reputation. You are my most cherished daughter. I would want my issues to affect you. I might as well die. You know I'm useless. No job, no income, aging and frail without you. I have nowhere to turn. Shen Xi forcefully pried her mother's hands away. Mom, don't worry. Not having a job, I sent to the end. I'll find you a live-in nanny position immediately. The pay is quite decent and sufficient to support Ruoqi. We can arrange for her to stay at school. Su Liwen was taken aback. Chen Chuan quickly offered his assistance. I have a friend whose family is looking for a nanny. It's just taking care of his father. Nothing else, very easy work. Shen Xi clapped her hands. That sounds perfect. Please contact Mom immediately. Of course. Chen Chuan promptly pulled out his phone, but Su Liwen, panicking, reached out to stop him. No, Xiao Xi, I'm truly unwell. I cannot handle being a nanny. As she moved, she felt dizzy and weak. Chen Chuan flashed a reassuring smile. Don't worry, the old man has been bettered for years. He is easy to care for. What? Su Liwen felt faint. Shen Xi insisted. Tell them to deposit the salary into my account. Also, please advance 6 months' pay for my sister's tuition and living expenses. Absolutely. Seeing Chen Chuan genuinely about to make the call, Su Liwen steeled her resolve. Clutching her forehead and collapsing onto the sofa, Shen Xi rushed to support her, applying pressure to an acupoint on her body. Su Liwen was truly a tough woman. She gritted her teeth and remained still. This won't do. Chen Chuan shook his head. Retrieving a large needle from the medicine cabinet. Use this to prick the web of your hand. Even a bull would regain consciousness immediately. Su Liwen sneaked a glance, terrified out of her wits. If she got pricked, her hand would be ruined. Terrified, she began to moan, waking up. What? What happened? Mom, you're awake. Hurry, they're waiting for you to start working. Perfect timing. You have your luggage, so you lack nothing. You can start today. It's very convenient. Shen Xi tugged Su Liwen towards the door, who resisted like a chick, unwilling to be dragged away. Xiao Shi, I truly can't do it. Mom, a mother's love knows no bounds. You love Ruoqi so much. Surely you are willing to strive for her. Yes, Xiao Shi, for my daughter. I am willing to endure any hardship. But what about Ruoqi? I can't leave her behind. Don't worry. I'll ensure Ruoqi is well taken care of. She can work during the summer to earn her keep. She might even save up for her next semester's tuition. It will save you some money. What? Su Liwen was genuinely taken aback. Zhang Ruoqi, still entranced by the male presence, immediately protested. What? You wanted to work? Absolutely not. She was destined to be a star, to marry into wealth. How could she do such demeaning work? No. She is still young. Child labor is illegal. Mom, what are you talking about? She is already over 16. She is no child. She knows our family's situation. If she has a place to stay and money to earn, she will be grateful, yet she is being picky. It seems she has been sheltered from reality. I'm not saying you should indulge her. If you're coming to me for help, you must follow my arrangements. Otherwise, I can't take you in. Tears streamed down Zhang Ruoqi's face. What working? I'm still a student. Sister, you're being too harsh. Shen Xi's expression darkened as she scolded her. If you don't work, how will you eat or drink? When one aspires to be a young lady, one must return to the Zhang family. Zhang Ruoqi felt utterly humiliated. Shen Xi extended her hand. Come, hand me your ID. If you dare to neglect your duties, I shall break your legs and send you to the hospital, and I can cover your medical expenses. Chen Chuan coldly chuckled. What hospital? We don't have that kind of money. What kind of family do we have? My family has a whole bunch waiting for my wife to support them. You refuse to work and expect a married daughter to take care of you? The mother and daughter were terrified, struggling to escape Shen Xi's grasp, and hurriedly fled through the door. Shen Xi did not pursue them. She closed the door and turned to Chen Chuan, and the couple exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Chapter 56. Harassment. Having swiftly dealt with Su Liwen and her daughter, Chen Chuan could not resist Shen Xi's insistence to accompany her to the haunted house she had longed to visit. The amusement park was located on the outskirts of the city, and they decided to take the subway for convenience and speed. Fortunately, it was the third stop of the line, and the train was not crowded yet. They sat together, playing on their phones while occasionally chatting casually. By the fifth or sixth stop, the subway was packed with people. Chen Chuan was unsurprised by the crowd, pushing his way through, while Shen Xi engaged in lively conversation with Yi Jinjin. Yi Jinjin asked, did he really not say anything that night in Jiangning? Shen Xi replied, should he have said something? Yi Jinjin continued, I thought he came back to Huqing for you. Shen Xi responded, thank you for placing such a heavy crown upon my head. I was unaware of it myself. Yi Jinjin clarified, it was Do Wang who mentioned it. Shen Xi remarked, you seem to be in close contact. Yi Jinjin hesitated. Is there something I should know that you're hiding from me? Shen Xi pressed, does it seem like he's pursuing me? Shen Xi encouraged her, be confident. Remove the seams. Yi Jinjin questioned, you knew? Shen Xi replied, I'm not blind. Yi Zenzhen conjudit, alricht. What do you think he is thinking to pursue me? Shen Xi emphasized, what he thinks is irrelevant. What matters is how you feel. Yi Jinjin confessed, to be honest. He is not my type. Look at his physique. I'm different from you. I'm superficial. Shen Xi retorted. When did I ever lead you to such a beautiful misunderstanding? I'm also someone who values looks, all right? After saying this, Shen Xi glanced at her husband's perfect features. See, she could marry him for his looks, let him live off her. Dare anyone claim she was not superficial? Out of the corner of her eye, Shen Xi suddenly spotted a middle-aged man with a balding, greasy head pressing against a woman in the crowded train, lewdly rubbing against her. His chubby face bore a twisted satisfaction, and it was infuriating to behold. The woman continuously shifted forward, and the lascivious man followed suit. His face flushed with an unsettling hue. Shen Xi hesitated to intervene, but before she could decide, a young man stepped up, pushing the greasy man aside. "You filthy wolf. What are you doing?" The greasy man glared at the boy. "You little brat, get lost." The boy turned to the woman. "Sister, he has been moving behind you this whole time." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the woman's beautiful face turned crimson as she lowered her head, softly insisting, "No, you must have seen it wrong. It's a misunderstanding." The young man's face flushed with embarrassment, veins bulging on his forehead. "You little brat. How dare you accuse someone without evidence? Speak again, and I'll slap you," the greasy man boasted. The boy clenched his fists and exited the train at the next stop. The greasy man then cornered the woman by the door, continuing his repulsive antics. While the surrounding men exchanged ambiguous glances, no one daring to speak up. Shen Xi's initial conflict dissipated. Some people simply did not deserve assistance. Upon reaching the amusement park station, Shen Xi and Chen Chuan squeezed toward the door. As they passed the greasy man, she heard a distinct gasp, and then saw that greasy hand reach toward her chest amidst the throng of people. Shen Xi swiftly delivered a resounding slap, sending him staggering back to the ground. Once Chen Chuan released her hand, Shen Xi deftly maneuvered through the crowd, seizing the greasy man's collar and kicking him down again before he could rise. The man howled like a pig, and the train erupted into chaos. The once crowded space suddenly cleared. "You trash, waste of space, scum. Keep your hands to yourself," Shen Xi yelled while kicking him. Though the greasy man was sizable, under Shen Xi's relentless assault, he flailed like a helpless pig, unable to escape her swift strikes. "Call the police. Please, help me call the police," he pleaded amidst his cries. Soon, the subway officers arrived, and Shen Xi withdrew. The greasy man curled up, sobbing and shouting, "You intended to harm me. I will sue you." "What happened?" the officer inquired. Just as they reached the station, someone attempted to exit, but Chen Chuan suddenly blocked a woman's path. "You cannot leave." The woman glared at him angrily. "Why not? You are a witness. You cannot leave." The woman's face paled instantly. "What does this have to do with me?" Chen Chuan regarded her coldly, his stance unwavering. Consequently, the officers escorted everyone to the police station for further inquiry. "So, you're saying he openly sexually harassed Miss Wu on the train, and also harassed you?" the officer asked Shen Xi. "Yes," she affirmed. "Nonsense," the greasy man exclaimed, clutching his bleeding nose. "When did I do such a thing? Do you know who I am? I am a respectable public servant. I would never do that." The officer turned to Miss Wu. "Miss Wu, did this man sexually harass you?" All eyes turned toward her. To be honest, this woman was indeed striking, primarily due to her revealing and alluring attire. On a sweltering summer day, she wore a top resembling a belly band, with thin straps crisscrossing at the back, paired with impossibly short shorts that accentuated her slim waist and curvy hips, her legs pale and alluring. With a sultry makeup look, she was undeniably beautiful. Wu Shanshan bit her lip, hesitating to speak. "Speak up. Tell everyone if I did anything to you," the man shouted, covering his nose. Wu Shanshan trembled and eventually shook her head. "No, he didn't do anything to me." The greasy man immediately grew more brazen, shouting, "See? There was no harassment. This crazy woman just came out of nowhere and hit me. I will sue her for malicious injury." What was the point of this argument? Chen Chuan calmly handed his phone to the officer. "This is a video I recorded earlier." The officer opened it, and the screen displayed the very act of harassment, clearly capturing their faces and actions. The greasy man's flesh began to quiver with dread. This is all a misunderstanding. I believe this is a misunderstanding." Chen Chuan nodded. Before he could rejoice, he continued, "Since you are a noble public servant, why not show this video to your superiors and let them determine whether this is a misunderstanding?" The man's face drained of color. "I trust there are also surveillance cameras on the subway, although they may not capture everything clearly due to the crowd, along with my video. It should be sufficient to prove that not only did you harass this lady, but you also attempted to harass my wife." Chapter 57. Reality. Wu Shanshan's face instantly turned pale. When the officers reviewed the surveillance footage, the evidence was undeniable. Thus, the matter was straightforward to resolve. The greasy man's act of harassment was clear, and Wu Shanshan no longer insisted it was a misunderstanding. The officers took him away for questioning. The police officer sincerely advised Wu Shanshan, "Miss Wu, we recommend that if you wear revealing clothing while going out alone, you should remain vigilant of your surroundings to avoid any unfortunate incidents." Wu Shanshan immediately sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "What do you mean? So you believe the victim is at fault?" Chen Chuan scoffed coldly. "Are you certain you are the victim, or are you reveling in this? You are talking nonsense." Wu Shanshan glared at him furiously. "Mr. Zheng subjected you to 18 minutes of lewd behavior, during which you merely dodged a few times without any resistance. When others intervened to help, you even excused his actions. Even just upon arriving here, you were still defending him. Therefore, it is difficult for me to believe you are a victim." Wu Shanshan immediately burst into tears. "What can I do? As soon as I step outside, there are always these lecherous men following me, touching me inappropriately. My colleagues and boss harass me daily, and even taking the subway or bus, I encounter perverts. I want to resist, but what good does it do? If I resist, they become even more outrageous. Don't you understand? It's all because of you despicable men forcing me." The transport officer remained silent for a while before finally speaking. "Miss Wu, have you considered that if you do not wish to alter your clothing style, perhaps you should pay more attention to your surroundings while out? Why should I have to pay attention? I should wear what I want. Instead of scolding the lecherous men who harm me, you come to blame me, the victim? Isn't that disgusting? As a woman, I should have the freedom to wear whatever I choose. Who are you to dictate that? This society is always the same. When a woman dresses nicely and is harassed, they say she deserves it. Why don't you reflect on yourselves?" The transport officer paused, then softly stated, "Firstly, I'm not criticizing your attire. I merely suggest that when you dress uniquely, you should be more mindful of your safety. For instance, on the subway today, you could choose to stand in areas where women are more numerous rather than crowding among men. Although there aren't solely bad individuals in society, many men tend to think similarly. When they see a woman dressed so scantily, many instinctively believe she is not a respectable person. Secondly, when you are subjected to unlawful harassment, you should either seek help or evade the situation. Yet, you did neither. She continued to stand there, enduring the man's inappropriate advances. To others, it might appear that she was actually enjoying it. Thirdly, when others stood up for you, you chose to conceal the truth. This is not a wise decision. Such actions could easily discourage good Samaritans, and perhaps in the future, when you face danger again, no one will come to your aid." Wu Shanshan bit her lip, trembling. "I was just afraid and felt embarrassed. In the past, when she had been harassed and assaulted upon speaking out, others had called her a promiscuous woman, accusing her of enticing men. Thus, she thought it best to endure, believing that the man would not go too far in public. You are a victim. That is nothing to be ashamed of. This society is inherently unfair. Everything is dictated by you men. Clearly, I am the weaker party. Yet I am the one expected to compromise, rather than you managing those disgusting men. Why must I? I insist on dressing sensually. That is my right." Chen Chuan coldly chuckled. "You resist societal injustice by wearing less? This line of reasoning makes me ponder that character truly shapes destiny, and sometimes it holds a grain of truth." Not wishing to hear more, Chen Chuan signed and took Shen Xi out. One can never change what is already ingrained in others' minds, so there is no need to waste time. It is not that women should be blamed for dressing provocatively, resulting in harassment. Rather, in this society, one can never foresee whom they might encounter. When unable to control others, we can only manage ourselves. It is acceptable to dress attractively, yet one must also prioritize personal safety, avoiding solitary walks at night or venturing into desolate areas, as this is a responsibility to oneself. If one insists on wearing whatever they please and going wherever they want, it is a dangerous gamble to place their safety on the line, betting against encountering ill-intentioned individuals and hoping for help should they do so. Why take such risks? It is akin to advising someone who cannot swim to refrain from approaching the riverbank. This is an act of kindness. If they insist on feeling it is unfair, questioning why they cannot approach, and choosing to do so regardless, then one can only wish them luck. In a subway filled with people, did only he and Shen Xi witness this incident? Others' eyes are not blind. They certainly saw it. Yet, why did no one speak up? Whether society is fair or not, Chen Chuan refrained from commenting. He believed that being vigilant about one's safety is always the right choice, especially for women. Chen Chuan glanced at the time. It was 3:30 in the afternoon. Shen Xi sighed deeply. Chen Chuan smiled and asked, "What is wrong? Are you unhappy?" "How can I be happy? Now we want to make it to the amusement park," Shen Xi replied. "What kind of situation is this? The haunted house should still be enjoyable." Shen Xi looked at him incredulously. For such an expensive ticket, just to visit the haunted house? Fair point. Let us head home then. Shen Xi paused for a moment before indignantly exclaiming, "You men are so disgusting. It's that lecherous hand that ruined her outing plans." Chen Chuan remained silent, recognizing that there was a degree of misplaced anger in her words. The couple had wasted a trip and also lost their fare for the round trip, which frustrated them greatly. "I really should have beaten that pig today. Indeed. Honey, shall we still go tomorrow?" Chen Chuan stroked his chin. "Have you considered that perhaps you and that amusement park are simply not destined to be? Come, let me see if I'm fated to be." Shen Xi swung her fist towards him, and Chen Chuan dared not meet his wife's iron fist head-on, dodging while teasing. "Does this count as you pulling a Lindayu to uproot the willow?" "Uproot what willow? I can demonstrate uprooting Chen Chuan's head instead. Would you like to try?" "Honey, I was wrong. What time shall we go tomorrow?" At least you were sensible." Chapter 58. Mischievous children. The next morning, the couple set off early from home. Frugal Chen Chuan believed that since they were spending money for fun, the earlier they entered the park, the better the value. Shen Xi agreed, and they happily boarded the subway. Although it was a Sunday, the time was early, and there were plenty of seats available. They each engaged in their own activities. Shen Xi wore headphones to watch a movie, while Chen Chuan played his favorite game. The ride was calm until a mischievous child, about 7 or 8 years old, sat next to Shen Xi. He began to scream and cry, demanding his mother give him her phone to play games and snacks to eat. When denied, he threw a tantrum, kicking his feet in frustration, occasionally hitting Shen Xi in the process. Throughout, his mother admonished, "Zixuan, such behavior is not appropriate. You must not make loud noises. It's not good for your eyes to play on the phone constantly. Shoo, Zixuan, don't disturb others." Did she not manage her child? She did, persistently nagging him. But was she effective? Not at all. The carriage grew increasingly noisy, and everyone was forced to endure in silence. Ultimately, the child kicked off his shoes and began to fake cry loudly, refusing to relent until he got his way. When Shen Xi was kicked once more, her frustration flared. She adjusted her phone's brightness to the maximum and found a classic horror film, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, fast-forwarding to the scene where the killer appears. The mischievous child was instantly captivated by the phone, reaching out to snatch it from Shen Xi. However, upon seeing the gruesome face pressed against the screen, he screamed and recoiled. Shen Xi slightly tilted her phone screen towards him. The child, both frightened and unable to resist, glanced at it. The image of a chainsaw cutting through flesh vividly appeared before the child's eyes, causing the little one to scream in terror and dive into her mother's embrace, becoming obedient. The world fell silent, and under the accusatory gaze of the child's mother, Shen Xi contentedly switched the video. Chen Chuan playfully poked her palm, his lips curling into a deep smile. The amusement park was located approximately 500 meters from the subway exit. They had arrived relatively early, and the crowd was sparse upon entry. According to Chen Chuan's plan, they would explore various attractions first and save the haunted house for last, ensuring Shen Xi wouldn't be too frightened to enjoy the other rides. It was a considerate yet infuriating strategy. Shen Xi placed her hands on her hips and glared at him. "Who do you look down upon? So, do you want to be the first to enter the haunted house? Nonsense. Is a roller coaster not thrilling enough, or the swing not perilous?" As two individuals in their 50s mingled among a throng of children, they reveled in the excitement. They certainly didn't miss out on the thrilling rides. Shen Xi was merely a bit afraid of ghosts. Otherwise, she was quite fearless and bold, insisting on sitting in the front row of the roller coaster. As for the quintessential couple activities in an amusement park, the carousel and the Ferris wheel, they stood before the bustling carousel in silence for a while before Shen Xi suggested, "Perhaps we shouldn't compete with the children for space?" "You're right, dear," Chen Chuan agreed, prompting them to quietly slip away. During lunch at the park's restaurant, they found the prices exorbitant and the taste. "I thought someone with your personality would bring food to eat here." Shen Xi teased her husband while eating. "You were mistaken. I did consider it, but the weather is too hot for that," he replied, prompting a hearty laugh from Shen Xi. After a day filled with rides, including the drop tower and the pendulum, they finally reached the highlight of the day, the haunted house. In truth, haunted houses had lost their popularity in recent years. However, With the resurgence of escape rooms and murder mystery games, they had regained some attention. At least, while waiting in line, the couple found themselves surrounded by vibrant young people. Especially a couple standing in front of Shen Xi. Iran, don't be afraid. Those ghosts are just NPCs pretending. They're not scary at all. If you're scared, just stick with me. I'll protect you, the young man reassured. Thank you, Aling, Iran replied, exchanging glances filled with a mix of closeness and awkwardness. Clearly in the early stages of courtship. Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan, ever the instigator, leaned in. Wife, remember to protect me when we go in. Shen Xi shot him an elbow. Look at them. Aren't you ashamed? Not at all. You're the brave one. I'm the scaredy cat, he replied. Shen Xi stepped on his foot hard, falling silent. When it was their turn, the dim, chilly entrance filled Shen Xi with trepidation as she discreetly swallowed hard. Chen Chuan, ever annoying, pointed at the large sign at the entrance that read, "No assaulting staff," a blatant mockery of Shen Xi. Get lost. A sudden scream from ahead startled Shen Xi, prompting her to grasp Chen Chuan's hand tightly as they cautiously stepped inside together. This experience was a reluctant chapter in the life of Shen Xi, who prided herself on her independence and boldness. Goodness, are haunted houses this committed these days? The ghosts appeared unexpectedly, startling her with their disheveled hair and ghastly, bloodied faces. Not to mention the gruesome props, like severed limbs and walking skeletons, which seemed almost childishly tame in comparison. Shen Xi had to grip Chen Chuan's hand tightly to prevent herself from instinctively striking at the ghastly faces. Despite the eerie atmosphere and the cold air, she was sweating profusely, feeling unsteady as if walking on cotton. Hurry, let us get out of here, she urged Chen Chuan, desperate to escape this ghastly place. Who would have thought she had been the one insisting on coming here in the first place? It wasn't such a big deal. But the sheer coincidence that the couple in front of them, especially the young man who had boasted about protecting the girl, was now screaming in terror, his face pale, made it all the more amusing. His continuous wailing served as a backdrop to the haunted house's sound effects. The most comical moment came when a ghost dragging a coffin emerged from the wall. He panicked and turned to flee, knocking the girl down in his haste. And in the chaos, he seemed to have stepped on her foot, all while he ran away without a backward glance. The fallen girl cried out in pain. Shen Xi, momentarily forgetting her own fear, rushed to help her up, only to attract the attention of all the surrounding ghouls. Their terrifying faces drew near. Concern etched across their features as they asked, "Are you all right? Do you need help?" The dim lights cast eerie shadows on their faces, causing Shen Xi to shudder violently, while the girl's sobs intensified. When the little girl was finally escorted out, Shen Xi urged Chen Chuan, "Let's leave now. This place is too frightening. The sounds, the NPCs, the environment. It feels just like filming a horror movie. My heart has been racing since we walked in. I can't take it anymore." Chen Chuan disagreed. "But there are still several scenes we haven't explored. I'm not going back in. This can't be right. We paid for this experience." "You." Shen Xi was about to scold him when suddenly she felt a cold, clammy hand gripping her ankle. A chill ran down her spine as she looked down to see a ghostly figure with long black hair sprawled on the ground, one hand clutching her foot. As she leaned closer, the figure slowly lifted its head, the long strands of hair sliding aside to reveal a pale, bloodied face grinning ominously, crimson droplets seeping from the corners of its mouth. "Ah!" Shen Xi instinctively kicked out, pleading for an apology and medical compensation. When the Chun couple exited the amusement park's office, the sky was already adorned with a blanket of stars. Shen Xi, unusually compliant, allowed Chen Chuan to lead her without mischief. It was fortunate her mind had caught up with her reflexes, otherwise that ghost would have suffered more than just a dislocated shoulder. Finally, Shen Xi understood why there were signs everywhere warning against assaulting staff. This was far too terrifying. Who could resist the urge to strike back? Chen Chuan suddenly spoke, "Dear, how about we come back next week? We've already spent the money, and we've become somewhat familiar with the place. Didn't they promise us a discount card? Get lost." Despite being hit, the other party insisted on foregoing compensation. But Shen Xi still paid, resulting in the park offering them a discount card, which Chen Chuan eagerly accepted. It seemed he had been waiting for this moment. What a mischievous man. The sweltering summer days passed languidly. Shen Daji and Su Liwen had recently been surprisingly well-behaved, no longer causing her trouble. Although Li Zhima occasionally hurled taunts at her, she easily countered them, leaving him in tears from humiliation after a few attempts. Yet, he seemed to have a penchant for seeking her out for more. Even the team members couldn't help but stifle their laughter upon seeing her. Shen Xi delighted in witnessing his exasperation, often contemplating deliberately provoking him to tears, for life was too dull without a bit of amusement. One evening, shortly before closing time, she received a call from Tao Ku. "Xiao Xi, come to my house for dinner tonight." With no apparent reason for his affections. "You might as well speak plainly about your intentions." It's nothing really. I simply bought a lot of groceries today, and I noticed your favorite beef, so I thought to invite you over for a meal." Shen Xi's expression darkened momentarily, yet she agreed. She sent a message to Chen Chuan, informing him that she would not be home for dinner. It took a while for him to respond with a mere 3 words, "Got it." It was clear that Chen Chuan was engrossed in his games, showing no inclination to respond promptly. Tao's parents purchased a well-furnished 60-square-meter apartment in the city center for Tao Ku, intending it as her dowry for the future. Given the current real estate prices in Huqing, this modest apartment is worth no less than 4 million, which speaks volumes about the Tao family's affection for their daughter. When Shen Xi rang the doorbell, Tao Ku immediately opened the door and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Xiao Xi, I missed you so much." Since the summer vacation began, Shen Xi had been busy with the provincial team, and they hadn't seen each other in quite some time. Shen Xi scrutinized her friend, sensing that her face appeared fuller. Noticing Shen Xi's gaze, Tao Ku pouted slightly. "Are you implying that I've gained weight?" "Well, you said it. Not me," Shen Xi replied. Tao Ku placed Shen Xi's hand on her waist. "Ever since the vacation started, I've been cooped up at home, eating and sleeping, and now I have some extra flesh around my waist." The Tao family is engaged in the jade business, and with the rise of live streaming, they have partnered with a streaming platform. Tao Ku's brother, Tao Feng, has been actively selling products across various live streaming channels, reportedly with great success. Meanwhile, Tao's parents are busy sourcing raw materials. Each family member is preoccupied with their affairs, leaving Tao Ku feeling rather aimless during her vacation. Hence, she decided to remain in her cozy apartment rather than return home. Min Jixing emerged from the kitchen, wearing an apron, and greeted Shen Xi with a gentle smile. "Xiao Xi, you've come." Shen Xi exchanged pleasantries before he retreated to the kitchen. Shen Xi and Tao Ku settled onto the sofa to engage in some girl talk. "Has Min Jixing moved in?" Shen Xi inquired, noticing several pairs of men's shoes arranged by the shoe rack and men's clothing hanging on the balcony. Tao Ku's face flushed slightly. "You know, he is facing some financial difficulties, so he suggested moving in to save on rent." Her blush stemmed not from cohabitation, but from her awareness that Shen Xi disapproved of her closeness to her boyfriend. "So, you lent him money?" Shen Xi probed. Tao Ku lowered her gaze, feeling a twinge of guilt. He really had no other options and kept asking me, so I." Shen Xi was uninterested in the details, only wanting confirmation. "Did you write an IOU?" "An IOU?" Tao Ku looked bewildered. "He's my boyfriend. Why would we need to write one? That feels too formal." "Tao Ku, even close siblings keep accounts clear. This is a sum of 100,000, not just a few thousand. You aren't married. Shouldn't you write an IOU as a matter of course? Isn't that a bit excessive? If you think that 100,000 is inconsequential, then whether or not you write it doesn't matter." Tao Ku bit her lip. "I'll discuss it with him tonight." "Didn't you say he would repay you monthly with his salary? Since he is living and eating at your place, isn't his salary effectively yours now? It's already late July. His salary should have been disbursed by now." Tao Ku scratched her head and chuckled. "He sent all of this month's pay home, claiming he would start repaying me next month." Shen Xi felt a surge of frustration, unsure if she should voice it. It seemed that Min Jixing was merely staying at Tao Ku's to save money while sending his earnings home. Just then, Min Jixing emerged from the kitchen, bringing dishes to the table. The meal consisted of simple home-cooked dishes, 4 dishes and a soup for the 3 of them. Min Jixing's culinary skills could only be described as mediocre, especially in comparison to Chen Chuan's. Shen Xi ate sparingly, observing her friend and her boyfriend's affectionate exchange at the table, and felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that love, as long as it was desired by those involved, could lead one to make foolish choices. Realizing this, Shen Xi found herself strangely at peace, although she couldn't quite warm to Min Jixing's demeanor, which often bordered on intrusive as he inquired about other salaries and benefits without any sense of boundaries. Chapter 60. Human relations. Perhaps it was simply a matter of incompatible energies. The solution was to minimize contact. Yet, Min Jixing, oblivious to Shen Xi's coolness, continued to approach her. "Xiao Xi, I heard from Cuckoo that you're still single. I know a guy from my hometown who has excellent qualities, handsome, good-natured, and well-employed. We should all go out together sometime, so you can meet him. Now it became clear. Shen Xi realized that the invitations from Tao Ku had shifted from outings to her home. It was all orchestrated by Min Jixing. Shen Xi, who preferred forthrightness over subtlety, promptly declined. Oh, he is from your hometown? I'm not particularly fond of people from Haisheng, so I think I'll pass. Min Jixing's smile faltered. Do you have some misunderstanding about people from our province? In fact, men from Haisheng are known for their good temper and family orientation. Tao could discreetly pinched Min Jixing under the table, urging him to refrain from further comments. She was completely unaware that Min Jixing had invited Shen Xi for the sole purpose of introducing her to a potential suitor. Shen Xi rolled her eyes internally but maintained her cheerful facade. Of course, making friends is always welcome, but I simply do not have a preference for Haisheng people. Why not? They both inquired simultaneously. Too filial, it's overwhelming. Min Jixing's smile instantly faded, and Tao Ke was left in shock. Shen, she continued to smile, seemingly oblivious to their discomfort. I naturally have an aversion to overly filial men, so you can save your good fellow countrymen for someone else. The atmosphere at the dining table became awkward, yet Shen Xi's appetite suddenly improved. Indeed, there was a certain satisfaction in witnessing others' discomfort. After finishing their fruit, when Tao Ku accompanied her to the door, Shen Xi contemplated for a moment and earnestly advised her, be sure to take precautions. Tao Ke Chuke, Xiao Si. I've had several boyfriends. I'm not like you, so I'm certainly aware of such matters. You can rest easy. Rest easy? After sharing a meal at her home, Shen Xi felt increasingly dubious about her friend's relationship. However, she resolved to respect others' feelings. Upon Tao Ke's return home, she found Min Jixing sulking on the sofa. What's wrong? Are you upset? Tao Ke was completely unaware of the reason behind his discontent. Did you tell Shen Xi about me borrowing money? Of course. You mentioned last time that I should borrow some from her too. So I did. Tao Ke replied nonchalantly. I told you not to mention it was me who borrowed it. Just say you needed it urgently. No wonder Shen Xi had been acting so strangely today. With her biting sarcasm, Tao Ke failed to grasp her boyfriend's underlying motives. What difference does it make whether I say it was you or me? Besides, Shen Xi and I are good friends. Why should I lie about such a trivial matter? Min Jixing found himself defeated by her ignorance and naivety. Forget it. I can't explain this to you. I'll go wash the dishes. Wait a moment, Tao Ke called after him. Why on earth would you introduce a potential match to Shen Xi without discussing it with me first? This so-called fellow countryman. I've never even heard you mention him before. Are you all right? I meant well. This fellow is my direct superior and is quite the catch. Many female colleagues in our company admire him. But he is rather selective and hasn't noticed them. I thought, since Shen Xi is your good friend, it would be great to introduce her to him. In truth, Min Jixing held some reservations about Shen Xi's family, but he couldn't resist her stunning beauty. No man could escape her allure, and he believed she could meet his superior's high standards. While Tao Ke was naive, she was not foolish. Upon hearing his explanation, she quickly understood his ulterior motive. Min Jixing, so you intend to use Shen Xi as a favor to curry favor with your boss? Are you out of your mind? Is she that close to you? In a fit of rage, unleashed a torrent of curses. Realizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly employed every tactic at his disposal to pacify her, spending nearly an hour coaxing her before she reluctantly managed a faint smile. However, her subsequent words plunged his heart into despair. After some contemplation, I think you should write me a promissory note. After all, we are not yet married, and I cannot explain borrowing such a large sum of money to my parents. Why had she never mentioned a promissory note before? Why was it only after arrived that she brought it up? It was infuriating. She must have been influenced by, with a heart full of anguish, gazed at her. Do you not trust me? What does trust have to do with this? If you truly believed in me, why would you insist I write a promissory note? I know that when I borrowed the money from you, it displeased you. I love you so deeply. I never expected you to be so materialistic, fixated solely on money. His eyes reddened, expressing the pain of feeling betrayed, stared at him in disbelief. If I only cared about money, why would I choose you as my boyfriend? You just admitted it, didn't you? You regret being with me because I'm not wealthy, and now you're pressuring me for a promissory note, fearful that I might not repay you. Ultimately, you do not trust me, and I am profoundly disappointed in you. After uttering these words, stood up, removed his apron, and flung it onto the sofa as he strode towards the exit. Where are you going? She asked. I need some time to cool off, he replied, stepping through the door. Stood there, stunned. After a moment, tears began to fall from her eyes. She contemplated calling, but suddenly recalled that had just warned her to be cautious about contraception. So, did also think was unreliable? When returned, it was already past 10, his clothes reeking of smoke, and his face etched with pain. Glanced at him without uttering a word, engrossed in the television. S. eyes flickered as he sat beside her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. I'm sorry. I should have lost my temper. The moment I stepped outside, I regretted it. Pouted, remaining silent. I just was taken aback. I thought you felt as strongly about our relationship as I do, but I didn't expect. We are merely boyfriend and girlfriend, not married. 100,000 is no trivial amount. If you have no intention of not repaying me, why are you unwilling to write a note? S. brow furrowed. Of course, I intend to repay you. So why are you reluctant to write it? I simply feel that you do not trust me, and that deeply saddens me. He kissed her cheek gently. All right, my dear, you are right. We are not married, and we should indeed keep our finances clear. I will write it for you shortly. Please don't be upset. Seeing you angry makes me feel miserable. Upon hearing his promise and apology, the clouds of doubt in his heart began to disperse. Chapter 61. Fracture, my dear. Promise me that even when you are angry in the future, you will not doubt my love for you. All right? Embraced her. You know, you're my first love. I may not fully understand how to navigate a romantic relationship, which is why I become so anxious. It's all because I love you too much and fear losing you. Charmed, smiled brightly. You're insufferable, so smooth talking. Go away, you smell like smoke. All right, my dear. I will heed your every word. The playful banter between the couple resembled that of the most ordinary lovers, seemingly as sweet as ever. The following day, while observing the team practice at the provincial team, S' phone vibrated incessantly. A glance revealed it was. Frowning, she shoved it back in her pocket, pretending not to see it. Yet the phone continued to vibrate, as if determined to capture her attention. When finally announced a break, she answered the call. What is going on? I've called you dozens of times. Why haven't you picked up? Oh, I didn't notice, she replied dismissively, which nearly sent into a fit of rage. However, retaining a shred of composure, he inhaled deeply before speaking in a pitiful tone. I had a car accident and am now in the hospital. You need to come quickly. A quel accident? Was taken aback, but recalling her father's previous robust voice, she surmised that the injuries were likely minor. Is everything all right? Dad? The doctor says I have a fracture and need to be hospitalized. I can't move, and I'm all alone here. You must come. I'm in so much pain. Okay, don't worry, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, she called, only to discover that her younger brother was unaware of their father's accident. So, this serious incident had only been communicated to her, leaving her brother oblivious? It must not be that severe. Silenced her phone and continued with her day. During the lunch break, her phone buzzed again with several missed calls from. After some thought, she decided to inform of the situation, hoping he would investigate what was happening at the hospital. Readily agreed, saying, leave this to me. Felt assured as she entrusted the matter to him. Called, and upon hearing his instructions, hurriedly requested leave from work and raced to the hospital. Upon seeing, was taken aback. Why are you here? Dad, what happened? Asked, noticing his father lying on a hospital bed with his leg elevated. Did you really have a car accident? Let me tell you, today my tire blew out suddenly and I crashed into a tree. I have a fractured calf. Was filled with regret, lamenting that not a single car had been on the road at the time of the accident. If only a car had passed by, he could have feigned injury and claimed medical expenses, nurturing his financial woes. Yet, in his misfortune, there were no vehicles, and even pedestrians kept their distance, leaving him no one to blame but himself. As frustration grew, realizing he could not extort strangers, so he turned his sights on his daughter. Unfortunately, didn't even come to see him. His hospital and medical expenses were pending her arrival, and he had to grovel to the doctors for leniency. What is doing here? What does it have to do with him? Hurry back and fetch your sister. I don't need you here, he barked, dismissing. Could only wait at the entrance of for to finish work. He was too wary to wait at her home with there. Around 6, he finally spotted. Dad really had a car accident. His calf is broken, and he is lying in a hospital. I just returned from the hospital and have some matters to attend to. You should go see him, he said before hurrying away. Thought, who says this kid is foolish? He is quite clever. Realizing that was indeed in the hospital, she felt compelled to visit. After enjoying a delightful dinner at home, the couple strolled hand in hand towards the hospital. Upon arrival, they found on the verge of fainting from hunger. You finally made it. Your father is starving. Overwhelmed by hunger and frustration, he was further annoyed to see the detestable accompanying her. Struggled to suppress his rage, maintaining his facade of a caring father. How could you, as a daughter, neglect your father who is hospitalized after an accident? Not even a visit all day. Truly filial of you. An elderly man in the adjacent bed, with a cast on his arm, chimed in, "That's not right." Shen Xi, dabbing at the corners of his eyes, murmured, "The youth have their jobs. How can they simply drop everything? My injury can wait. Look at my daughter compared to yours. The difference in filial piety is evident." The old man, glaring, barked, "What are you dawdling for? Haven't you noticed your father is parched after all this talking? Aren't you going to pour me a glass of water?" A middle-aged woman, seated quietly nearby, rose to pour him a drink and assisted him in drinking. As he sipped, he smugly gestured towards Shen Xi, whose countenance dimmed further. "I've been hungry all day. Dad, didn't Xiao say he would take care of you? Where is he?" Before Shen Xi could respond, Chen Chuan interjected, "Xiao is utterly disgraceful and unfilial. Knowing you had an accident, he vanished without a trace. It's absurd, considering how much you care for him." Shen Xi interrupted Chen Chuan with a fit of coughs. "Your brother has work. It's not easy for him to visit me even once." "Don't speak like that. Work is nothing compared to a father's importance. Just wait. This cannot go unaddressed. As the elder, I must have a word with him." Chen Chuan immediately pretended to call Shen Xi, but Shen Xi hastily stopped him. "No, Xiao has important matters today. He simply cannot be delayed. Little Chen, let us not focus on that now. I still haven't settled my hospital bills or had a proper meal. You're hardly in a position to lecture. After extorting so much money from me, if you don't retrieve it this time, I'll have to reconsider our family ties." In the crowded hospital room, Chen Chuan surprisingly did not refuse and readily replied, "Dad, don't worry. I'll handle everything for you." After speaking, he exchanged a glance with Shen Xi and left. For the first time in a long while, Shen Xi felt a sense of relief. Turning around, he noticed Shen Xi lounging comfortably, akin to a landlady, which irked him again. He coughed several times and called out, "Xiao Xi, your father would like some water." Despite his leg injury, he insisted on maintaining his authoritative demeanor, prompting Shen Xi to kindly fetch him a glass. However, as Shen Xi gulped down the water, it spilled down his hospital gown, soaking him. He coughed, and Shen Xi, concerned, admonished him, "Dad, at your age, how can you drink water like a child, spilling it everywhere?" Shen Xi was too busy coughing to respond. "Look at you. Your clothes are all wet. I'll go find a nurse for a dry set." With that, Shen Xi left the room. Instead of seeking help, she descended a floor to sit in the corridor, pulling out her phone to chat. Yi Zhenjin had sent her several messages. "Yi Zhenjin, Sha Ovi. I want to break up with my boyfriend. Yi Zhenjin, it turns out blind dates are unreliable. We've only been together for a month, and he is already getting handsy. Yi Zhenjin, my dad keeps telling me he has a good match and to give him more time. Yi Zhenjin, what do you think I should do? Yi Zhenjin, Xiao Xi, what are you up to? Shen Xi, I was busy. Tell me what happened." Thus, Shen Xi listened to Yi Zhenjin recount her blind date saga. The tale was simple. After a decent blind date, they agreed to see each other, but soon discovered they were incompatible. Beyond his advances, a significant issue arose. They could never agree on food. "Yi Zhenjin, it's not just that we have different tastes. We're too similar. Every time we go out to eat, I have to fight him for food. He likes everything I do, and he never concedes an inch. I've never left a meal satisfied." What was most infuriating was his claim that all the good food at his home was reserved for the men. This posed a serious issue for a foodie like Yi Zhenjin, and Shen Xi fully understood. "Shen Xi, if you want to break up, just do it. Aren't you afraid of your dad?" "Yi Zhenjin, I'm not afraid of him, but I dread him pushing more suitors on me. That's why I reluctantly agreed to give this one a try." "Shen Xi, have you told him you want to break up?" "Yi Zhenjin, not yet. I'm still conflicted." "Shen Xi, what is there to be conflicted about?" "Yi Zhenjin, well, we've planned to go out for crawfish this weekend, and he insists it's from his relative's clean pond. If I break up with him, I'll miss out on the crawfish." "Shen Xi, you're being silly. Just wait until the food arrives, and before you eat, bring up the breakup." "Yi Zhenjin." "Shen Xi, that way. You won't have the appetite to eat, and it'll all be yours. You'll achieve your breakup goal." "Yi Zhenjin, vite. You're brilliant, Xiao Xi. I've made up my mind to do just that." With that, Yi Zhenjin happily left for a barbecue. Shen Xi, putting her phone away, intended to find Chen Chuan. Upon descending, she spotted him guiding Shen Xi through the hospital entrance. Go, settle your dad's fees first, then grab him some food. Shen Xi, looking dejected, shuffled to the payment window. Shen Xi approached her husband and gave him a thumbs up. Shen Daji, as Shen Xi's father, held a natural advantage in his status. He was untouchable and unassailable, yet his demands were relentless. However, Shen Xi was different. He was the younger brother, subject to scolding without consequence. After Shen Xi paid the fees and returned with food, the three entered Shen Daji's hospital room. Shen Daji, nearing starvation, had no energy left to feign authority. The elderly man in the adjacent bed was absorbed in scrolling through Douyin, blissfully oblivious to the surrounding chaos. Seeing the food arrive, Shen Daji disregarded who had brought it, too hungry to care, and impatiently seized the meal, devouring it ravenously, nearly choking in his haste. Shen Xi smacked her brother on the back of the head. Look at how you're choking, Dad. Can't you pour him a glass of water? Shen Xi, unable to express his irritation, complied and fetched water. This time, Shen Daji, no longer demanding to be fed, took the food and drank heartily. Within 5 minutes, he polished off the entire meal and 2 cups of water, letting out a resounding belch, his mind finally beginning to function again. Xiaoxi, given the current situation, the doctor advised a 3-day observation for possible concussion. You, being the most filial among my children, I'll rely on you during this time. He started with flattery before making requests. Fine, no problem, Shen Xi readily agreed. You are my father. It's only natural that I care for you. Shen Daji suddenly felt a chill, unsure why. But I didn't bring anything. Let Xiaohe cover for me while I go home to fetch some essentials. That won't do, Shen Daji insisted. Your brother has work tomorrow. If he stays, when can he return home to rest? His tone suggested Shen Xi was exempt from work. Chen Chuan shot a glance at Shen Xi, who immediately perked up. Dad, it's fine. I want to spend more time with you. The thought of leaving you here keeps me up at night. Indeed, he was his beloved son, so obedient and dutiful. Shen Daji felt deeply moved. He steadfastly refused to allow Shen Xi to endure hardship, but Shen Xi insisted on staying. Eventually, Shen Daji relented, realizing he couldn't win against his son. Chen Chuan and his wife left the room leisurely. Upon returning home, Shen Xi blocked both Shen Daji and Shen Xi on her phone, took a shower, and lay on the sofa with Chen Chuan to watch television, exchanging the occasional word. Their life together felt casual and relaxed, despite having only recently married. They had settled into a comforting, familiar routine akin to an old married couple, understanding each other's personalities and preferences, being aware of one another's routines. This is how it is just after marriage. While many might perceive a loss of novelty in such a situation, these two individuals seem quite content. Isn't this the essence of married life? Where is the need for grand gestures? At least, Shen Xi finds this arrangement quite satisfactory. If she yearns for intense emotions, she would not resort to television. She desires intensity and excitement in abundance, perhaps even a bittersweet ending. The silence lingered through the night. The following morning, Shen Xi, who had been deceived and had spent the entire night at the hospital, was aching all over. He peered out the door dozens of times, anxiously awaiting Shen Xi's arrival, hoping for relief. Unfortunately, disappointment awaited him. Chapter 63, The Scoundrel. The father and son had been yearning for 3 whole days, making hundreds of calls, yet Shen Xi did not answer. Shen Daji suggested that Shen Xi visit her home, but the thought of Chen Chuan's face deterred him. Hence, for the 3 days of hospitalization, Shen Xi continued to care for his father. Shen Daji felt both pity and reluctance. Yet what could he do with his injured leg? If he could move, he would not impose upon his beloved son. Not to mention the hospital discharge costs. Even after insurance reimbursement, the amount still made his heart ache. It seemed utterly unfair. A car accident had not caused any serious damage, and now he could not even extort his daughter during her hospital stay. Shen Daji felt he had given Shen Xi too much face. It was as if she had become independent since her marriage and no longer listened to him. It was imperative to teach her a lesson, to remind her that filial piety is the most fundamental duty of a child. Xiaohe, we are not going home. We are going to Jigue Garden. Shen Xi's hand trembled. Dad, perhaps we should avoid that. To confront Shen Xi for retribution. The two of them together would hardly match even a single finger of hers. Why subject themselves to humiliation? Shen Daji glared. I'm not going to argue. I am injured and unable to take care of myself. It is only right that I stay at my daughter's house to recuperate. Who can say I am wrong? Shen Xi's spirits lifted momentarily. Today was Saturday, when Aunt Ji wheeled Shen Daji to the door. Chen Chuan and Shen Xi were engrossed in a discussion about what to have for lunch. Let us make shrimp. The lobsters we bought yesterday were quite good, Chen Chuan suggested, playing with his wife's soft hand. Are there any shrimp? Shen Xi abruptly sat up and rushed to the large fish tank, where Chen Chuan kept fish, spotting a shiny blue lobster bobbing in the water. Before she could voice her curiosity, the doorbell interrupted her. Glancing at the screen, she saw Aunt Ji's mischievous face alongside Shen Daji's greedy expression, which irritated her greatly. Open the door for them, Chen Chuan said. She asked him, what kind of mischief are you plotting? I don't know. Let us just see, he replied with a charming yet mischievous smile that quickened her heartbeat. Shen Xi opened the door, and Aunt Ji hurriedly squeezed in. Xiao Shun, what are you two doing at home? We've been knocking for ages. And you didn't respond. Shen Xi raised her hand to block her. Aunt Ji, what brings you here? Aunt Ji, robust and strong, was momentarily taken aback when she found herself unable to push past Shen Xi, but her expression quickly transformed into a grin. I ran into your dad at the front door and brought him over. Honestly, how can you not pick him up after his accident? It's rather unfilial of you to let him come alone. Shen Xi, uninterested in her words, directly addressed Shen Daji. Dad, why are you here? Where's Shen He? Shen Daji felt a smug satisfaction inside, though he masked it. I am being discharged today. Your brother received a work notice and had to leave for a business trip, so he could only drop me off at your community entrance. You all love to use Shen He to provoke me, don't you? So I sent him away. Let us see how you manage now. I will stay at your place and ensure you are all at my beck and call. Shen Xi was taken aback. How could Shen He be so unfilial? Leaving you at the community gate in this heat is truly heartless. What if you faint from the heat? Every word she uttered grated on Shen Daji's ears. Xiao Xi, I had no choice. I know you young people cherish your private life, and I don't want to intrude. If I had any ability, I would stay at home and not trouble you. But you know my leg is immobile. I really need your compassion. Let me stay for a few days, and I promise to leave as soon as I recover. Shen Daji's tone was cautious and pitiful. Anyone unaware of the situation would surely think Shen Xi was a heartless daughter, refusing her injured father entry into her home. Dad, you speak as if my house is not your home. There is no need for such formality. Please stay as long as you wish. Even if you wanted to leave, I would want you to. Shen Xi stepped forward to push Shen Daji inside. Seeing Aunt Ji trying to follow suit, she raised her brow. Aunt Ji, what is this? Did you push my dad all the way here, and now you want to stay and serve him? Oh no. Aunt Ji blushed and quickly retreated. As the door closed, Shen Daji sat there, watching the couple with an uncontainable smile of satisfaction. Xiao Xi, come help me. I've been in the hospital so long. I feel rather unclean. Please take me to wash up. Shen Xi laughed. Dad, you know you can't get your wound wet yet. What if it gets infected? You'll have to endure it a little longer. I've heard some ethnic minorities go for decades without bathing. A month or two without washing is nothing. A month or two? In this hot summer? I'm not worried for myself. I just don't want to offend you young people. It's fine. We both have rhinitis, so we can't smell anything anyway. Shen Daji was momentarily speechless, but soon he asked, which room will I stay in? Please take me to rest. I'm utterly exhausted. Pointing to the master bedroom, Shen Xi said, that room seems fine, though it's a bit small. But since I'm your daughter, I suppose I can bear some discomfort. Shen Xi, uninterested, simply wheeled him to the guest room. That room gets too much sun. It's not suitable for recovery. You can stay here. With that, she closed the door behind her and left. Sitting there, Shen Daji's smile grew ever more pronounced. His strategy of leveraging filial piety was working splendidly. Shen Xi was left with no means to counteract his presence. Not only would he enjoy free food and lodging, but he would also make their lives miserable every day. He intended to let Chen Chuan know that Shen Daji's money was not so easily obtained. When Shen Xi stepped out, she found Chen Chuan playing video games on the sofa. She lay down beside him, resting her head on his thigh. Are you angry? Angry? Why would I be? Chen Chuan asked nonchalantly, his fingers flying across the screen. My dad wants to stay at our house. What's there to be angry about? It's a trivial matter. Shen Xi sat up abruptly. I need to call Shen He. How dare he leave my dad at our house? Don't call. He definitely won T answer. I need to think of a way to handle this, Shen Xi said irritably. If it were a normal parent-child relationship, caring for her father after his injury wouldn't be an issue. Even if she was reluctant to care for him herself, she could hire someone to do so. But was her relationship with Shen Daji a normal father-daughter bond? Chapter 64, Rectification. In Shen Daji's eyes, his daughter was merely a source of sustenance for him and his precious son. He had no regard for her well-being. Reflecting on Shen Xie's current life, at least a third of her struggles stemmed from him. Since Shen Daji did not treat his daughter as a person, Shen Xi would not regard him as a father either. Her maximum display of filial piety would be superficial. Beyond that, he should not expect anything from her. She would act as needed without concern. He reached out to ruffle her hair. Shen Xi immediately recoiled. "What are you doing?" Her reaction was akin to a cat bristling with defensiveness. Chen Chuan's hand halted midair, and with a knowing gaze, he asked, "Are you familiar with psychology?" "What?" "No witties." Chen Chuan's hand rested gently on her cheek, caressing it softly as he spoke in a tender voice. "There's not a single problem." Shen Xi felt a bit perplexed, but preoccupied with Shen Daji's situation, she dismissed it. From the guest room came Shen Daji's voice calling out, "What time is it? Are you not cooking yet?" "I am starving." The couple exchanged glances, and Chen Chuan smiled. "Does her dad enjoy kanji?" "Kanji?" Shen Daji sat on the bed, watching Shen Xi bring in lunch. A bowl of plain kanji, served in a takeout box, pristine white, devoid of any mixed beans or even a garnish of pickled vegetables. Just a simple, refreshing bowl of kanji. Shen Daji immediately overturned the bowl onto the floor, exclaiming, "What do you mean by this? I'm a patient, and you give me this to eat?" Shen Xi didn't bother to pick up the bowl, saying, "Dad, look at you. Why are you so irritable? Just because you're a patient doesn't mean you should indulge in rich foods. You ought to eat something light for your health. If you're not hungry now, you can eat later." After saying this, Shen Xi exited the room. After all, takeout costs money, and why can't older folks understand the value of frugality? Returning to the dining area, she joined Chen Chuan for the meticulously prepared lunch. The long-arm lobster, without any gimmicky preparation, was lavishly chopped by Chen Chuan, and the snow-white lobster meat was steamed with garlic, yielding a sweet, tender freshness that was simply divine. During a previous class reunion, Shen Xi had sensed that the flavor of the lobster was familiar, as if she had savored it at home before. Now, seeing it again confirmed her suspicion that Chen Chuan had indeed splurged on that exorbitantly priced lobster. With such a meager monthly budget, how could he waste it so? "Don't worry, I have a friend in the seafood business. I get lobsters from him at a very reasonable price." "Really?" "Of course. It's only 2,000 a month. I can't waste that much." "That makes sense." Shen Xi's heart settled as she eagerly devoured the lobster, barely lifting her head. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted from the guest room. As Shen Xi looked up, Chen Chuan reassured her, "It's fine. The guest room's decor is all cheap stuff. They can break it. Someone will settle the bill later." "But how could that be? It wouldn't do without a five-fold compensation. This matter couldn't just be brushed aside." Wise wife, Chen Chuan immediately served her a piece of spicy chicken. The couple enjoyed their meal, the fragrant aroma wafting to the guest room, making Shen Daji's stomach growl like a drum. This ungrateful daughter. He glared at the spilled kanji on the floor, realizing they were indulging in lavish dishes outside, while he was left with mere kanji. No way. He had to find a way to break this intimidation, or they would have him at their mercy. Shen Daji devised a plan. Before long, a foul odor wafted from the guest room, nearly making Shen Xi gag. She glanced at Chen Chuan, who looked back at her. After a brief standoff, Shen Xi stood up and went to the master bedroom, shutting and locking the door behind her. Fine, she would show her resolve. Chen Chuan moved closer to the guest room, the nauseating stench growing more potent. As he reached the door, Shen Daji greeted him with a sheepish smile. "Ah, Xiao Chen, I'm sorry. At my age, I can't control certain things. My legs are not good. I wanted to call for you, but it was too late, so, in bed. Could you please change and wash it for me?" "Umph, a soft-hearted man. ISNT this his job? Let's see if they dare to bully me again." Chen Chuan strode in, and before Shen Daji could fully display his triumphant smirk, he swiftly removed the wheelchair and closed the guest room door, locking it in one fluid motion. Shen Daji sat on the bed, dumbfounded. Chen Chuan tossed the wheelchair into the study and activated the new air circulation system. And soon the air inside became fresh again as he began tidying the dining table. As for Shen Daji, what happened inside? Apologies, but the sound insulation in the house was too good. He couldn't hear anything and could only assume he was sleeping comfortably. That night, it was yet another bowl of kanji, and Shen Xi, wearing a thick mask, delivered it. This time, Shen Daji didn't angrily overturn the kanji. He sat among the filth, tears streaming down his face, lamenting, "What sin have I committed to be treated like this by my daughter and son-in-law?" He sobbed uncontrollably. This was a hard approach that would not work. He needed a softer one. But unfortunately, Shen Xi was not one to be swayed by either force. "Dad, why are you crying? We are only doing this for your own good. The doctor said you cannot eat greasy foods right now. The congee we prepared is both delicious and easy to digest, best for the elderly." What lies with one's eyes wide open, Shen Daji thought. "Look at me in this state. You didn't even help me clean up, and you locked the door. This room doesn't even have a bathroom. Are you trying to suffocate me?" Shen Xi replied coldly, "Dad, you only have a fracture, not paralysis. Since you purposely made a mess, I assumed you preferred it that way. Now that it's dirty, why bother with a bathroom? You can just take care of it right here." With that, she closed the door and left, the stench in the room making her head ache. Shen Daji was left stunned. Was this meant to kill him? If it weren't for the wheelchair being confiscated, he would have crawled out to expose this wicked couple. They were torturing him, withholding food and cleanliness. He didn't want to live anymore. Shaking, he called Shen Xi, and as soon as the line connected, he burst into tears. "Xiao He, you must come quickly. If you don't, your dad is going to die." Shen Xi, caught up in a game, was interrupted and felt a surge of frustration. "Dad, how am I supposed to go back now? Shen Xi would kill me if I returned. Let us wait a few more days. After all, I've already taken time off work. Xiao He, if you wait a few more days, you won't get to see me again." Shen Daji's tears were genuine. He had never imagined Shen Xi could be so heartless. He had lost. "You must come and take me home." "What? Take you home?" Shen Xi was extremely reluctant. Those 3 days at the hospital had been unbearable. He had finally managed to pass Shen Daji on to Shen Xi and wanted to enjoy some peaceful days. Chapter 65. The Ruthless One. "Dad, I have some matters to attend to. Just hang in there a little longer. As soon as I finish, I'll come and get you." "All right. I still have things to do. Take care of yourself." Shen Xi hung up and immediately resumed his game. Shen Daji's face turned purple with anger, his hand trembling as he gripped the phone. He had made a mess of himself. Although it was his own doing, it was still disgusting. How would he sleep tonight? Would Chen Chuan allow Shen Xi to enjoy such a carefree life? It was unthinkable. Knowing Shen, he would likely avoid his calls. He sent him a message. "If I don't see you in 2 hours, think about the taste of ice water." Shen Xi was engrossed in his game when suddenly the message came in, causing him to fumble and get eliminated. Shen Xi arrived just within the 2-hour limit. Chen Chuan opened the door for him and directed him to Shen Daji's room. "Go on. Your dad is waiting for you." Shen Xi, unwilling yet unable to resist, opened the door, nearly gagging from the stench. It had been cleaned up. If it hadn't been, he wouldn't be sleeping tonight. Chen Chuan's parting words echoed in his mind as he returned to his room to sleep peacefully with his wife. Shen Xi's face turned as pale as wilted cabbage, tears brimming in his eyes, unsure if it was from the smell or from sadness. "Dad, why did you have to do this?" Both disgusted and resentful, Shen Xi covered his nose with a cloth and resignedly set about cleaning. As for Shen Daji, seeing his son arrive brought him to tears. Knowing Xiao he wouldn't abandon him. So much for the complaints about favoritism. When push came to shove, he still had to rely on his son. If he didn't favor him, would he favor that ungrateful Shen Xi? Shen Xi had been put to work by Chen Chuan before, and while he wasn't particularly skilled, he knew what needed to be done. He wheeled his father to the bathroom to wash up, then changed the bed linens. As for the mattress, never mind. A blanket over it would have to suffice. Reluctant to utilize Chen Chuan's washing machine, he toiled for several hours, finally managing to cleanse the bed linens. Yet found himself utterly exhausted, unable to straighten his back. The critical concern was that he dared not recline on Chen Chuan's sofa. What if he had to endure the hassle of removing and washing the sofa cover again? Fortunately, Shen Daji's room was well ventilated, and the odor had dissipated significantly. He squeezed onto the bed, and upon lying down, he immediately fell into a deep slumber, snoring like thunder. In truth, Shen Daji was still quite hungry, and out of compassion for his son, he refrained from waking him, enduring the hunger instead. No, he resolved, tomorrow he would absolutely return his own home. It seemed that any advantage he hoped to gain from Chen Chuan was unattainable. Both he and his wife were rather ruthless, and he felt utterly defeated. Shen Daji had meticulously planned for the next day, insisting that Shen Xi accompany him home. However, the response was, "Home? Dad, this is your home now. You should settle in here until you recover. I can't allow you to leave, or I won't feel at ease." Shen Xi smiled warmly. and despite the filial tone of her words, it felt insincere. Shen Daji shivered in fear. No, I can't get used to staying at someone else's house. Dad, look at you, why speak so formally? Chen Chuan chimed in with a disarming smile. Our home is your home. You are injured, and it is only right that we take care of you. Xiaohe, don't you agree? Shen Xi immediately chimed in. Yes, brother-in-law is absolutely right. Thus, not only was Shen Daji unable to leave, but Shen He was also stuck. During his leave, it was needless to say that he was constantly at Chen Chuan's beck and call, burdened with household chores. Shen He, previously a pampered young man, astonishingly managed to whip up several signature dishes in just a few days. He had thought that once he returned to work, he could escape the burdens of household responsibilities. Only to hear Chen Chuan say, come back after work, seeing you will surely lift Dada's spirits and hasten his recovery. That night, the father and son huddled together in a small room, weeping bitterly. There was no escape. They were utterly trapped. This couple was so heartless, treating him like a long-term servant. Shen He left their home only to seek a babysitting job, likely one that would be in high demand. Thus, the summer vacation passed in chaos, leaving Shen Xi unaffected, while Chen Chuan reveled in the arrangement, enjoying the luxury of lounging on the sofa while others handled the household tasks. Once Shen Daji's leg was barely able to support his weight for a few steps, the father and son concocted an excuse to visit the hospital for a checkup, promptly gritting their teeth and hailing a taxi back home, vowing never to approach Zigwai Garden again. Of course, the guest room that Shen Daji had so recklessly sullied was restored to pristine condition by Chen Chuan's hired help in a single afternoon. The expenses, naturally, were borne by Shen He, as previously agreed with Shen Xi, at double the cost. What a twist of fate. Not only did Shen Daji fail to benefit from his scheming, but he also had to think twice in the future before attempting to outsmart Shen Xi. As the new semester approached, Shen Xi prepared to return to her small apartment for a bit of cleaning. Coincidentally, Tao messaged her, expressing a desire to join. Thus, the two met at the school gate and proceeded toward the dormitory. In an unexpected turn of events, they encountered Yu Yiran and Sun Fangyi at the entrance. Yu Yiran greeted them with a cheerful smile. Teacher Shen, Teacher Tao, greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, Yu Yiran remarked, Teacher Shen, how unkind of you to keep your good news to yourself. None of us knew you had gotten married. Tao's mouth dropped open in astonishment as she turned to Shen Xi. Yu Yiran continued, when are you going to treat everyone to a wedding banquet? You must remember to let me know. What a rarity it was for someone to actively inquire about a wedding banquet these days. It was often the case that those who hadn't been in touch for a long time would suddenly reach out, either to announce a marriage or to ask for a loan. Shen Xi and Tao could exchange glances, both sensing the underlying insincerity. Oh, it's still quite early. Shen Xi laughed lightly. Teacher Shen, I assume you no longer stay at the school in the evenings? Yu Yiran inquired. I wanted to borrow a tool for fixing the light bulb last night, but I knocked on your door several times, and you weren't home. Shen Xi nodded hastily, responding, are you heading out, you teacher? I wouldn't want to keep you. Yu Yiran quickly called out, wait a moment, Teacher Shen. I have something to discuss with you. As expected, the opportunist had come to seek something. You see, I am from the north, and I find the humid and sultry climate here, in Huching, quite unbearable. When I first arrived at the school, I was assigned to a room on the first floor and struggled to adapt. I've heard that you now reside near Zigwai Garden, and since your dormitory must be less occupied, how about we make a convenient room swap? Yu Yiran smiled sweetly. I'm afraid I still need my room. It wouldn't be convenient to switch. Shen Xi firmly declined. Teacher Shen, you only rest here for a little while at noon, and you hardly spend much time in the dormitory. I'm not in good health. I suffered from the dampness in London, leaving me with many after effects. Please, just consider a favor, Yu Yiran implored, her delicate visage resembling a wilting flower. If this were a male teacher, one might feel compelled to sympathize. But Shen Xi was no easy target. She was no naive flower. I'm sorry, but it's inconvenient. I have matters to attend to. I must leave. Shen Xi stated firmly, denying any opportunity for further theatrics. Sun Fangyi, who had been disinterestedly observing from the side, finally interjected, some people, having won a few medals, become arrogant and lack compassion. They refuse to swap a room they don't even occupy with a colleague who is unwell. This is what we call occupying a latrine without relieving oneself. Her tone dripped with sarcasm. Initially, Shen Xi had no intention of engaging with them. But Sun Fangyi's words amused her. Unable to contain herself, she turned and retorted, If I recall correctly, Sun Fangyi, you reside on the third floor. Given your altruistic nature, why not swap rooms with her? As soon as the words left her mouth, Tao Ku burst into laughter. It's truly rare to find someone who compares their own residence to a latrine. Shen Xi continued with her playful jabs. You should take a good look at Sun Teacher. She occupies the latrine daily and is quite diligent about it. Sun Fangyi's face flushed crimson from the embarrassment. You teacher, I sympathize with your health issues, and I feel for you. Why not switch with Sun Teacher? She is the most compassionate and your dear friend. If she one tea swap, who will? Yu Iran gazed at her friend with glistening eyes. Xiao Yi, thank you. I knew you cared for me the most. Tears welled up in her eyes. What did I ever say I wanted to switch? Shen Xi had no intention of engaging further. She simply ascended the stairs, allowing them to bicker amongst themselves. Once she reached the third floor, Tao Ku could no longer contain herself. Shen Xi, when did you get married? How come I didn't know? Do you no longer consider me a friend? Regarding this, how should she explain? After all, her marriage to Chen Chuan was quite conventional, and she had even thought they would eventually part ways, which is why she hadn't broadcasted the news. But how did you Iran find out about her marriage? As soon as Shen Xi raised his question, Tao Ku's focus shifted. Indeed, if even I was unaware, how did they come to know? This won't do. I cannot allow anyone in the school to be more informed about Shen Xi's affairs than I am. I must uncover the truth. Acting decisively, she hurried down the stairs without a moment's thought to interrogate Shen Xi. Excellent. She had been dispatched. And Shen Xi hummed a tune as she climbed to the 5th floor. Cleaning truly was a labor-intensive task. Halfway through, Shen Xi began to regret her earlier decision to decline Chen Chuan's offer of assistance that morning. After all, it was such a small room, devoid of many belongings. How much dirt could there possibly be? Surely, she didn't need to trouble him for this. How could she be so delicate? Yet, as it turned out, Shen Xi had forgotten that she was no longer the same as before. Now, she was accustomed to the pampering from Chen Chuan, with meals served and clothes handed to her, never lifting a finger for household chores. Thus today, even this modest task left her utterly exhausted. No, she cannot continue. Throwing the rag aside, she sent Chen Chuan a message. Darling, I'm so tired. Chen Chuan, being the sharp-minded individual he was, instantly understood that she was seeking an escape from her duties. He replied succinctly, wait. 20 minutes later, he knocked on her dormitory door. Shen Xi immediately brightened up and rushed to open it. This was Chen Chuan's first visit to her modest single-room apartment. A cozy one-bedroom with a kitchen and bathroom that offered a comfortable living space. Upon his arrival, Shen Xi reclined on the sofa like royalty, gesturing towards the cleaning supplies in the bathroom. There, all the cleaning materials are right there. Indeed, she had chosen wisely in her husband. Chen Chuan rolled up his sleeves and began to work diligently, first meticulously wiping away the dust throughout the apartment, followed by mopping the floors. In an instant, the furniture and flooring gleamed under the sunlight. He opened the top compartment of the wardrobe, retrieved clean sheets and bedding, and swiftly arranged the bed. Then, with a deft movement, he stripped the sofa cover and tossed it into the washing machine. In less than half an hour, the household chores that had left Shen Xi exhausted were effortlessly completed by him. The once daunting tasks of cleaning the bathroom and kitchen now exuded a fresh, clean fragrance. Shen Xi lay on her pillow, enchanted by his every action. It was peculiar. Despite the mundane nature of household chores, tasks that the majority of men deemed women's work, Chen Chuan performed them with such grace, devoid of any effeminacy, radiating an undeniable masculine charm. Her gaze was irresistibly drawn to his strong arms, well-defined physique, and, noticing the disarray in her wardrobe, Chen Chuan seized the opportunity to help her organize it. Shen Xi was rather careless in her domestic life, often tossing her belongings haphazardly, and after several months of cohabitation, he had developed a keen understanding of her habits. He methodically sorted and folded her clothes, ensuring even her intimate garments were neatly placed in their designated compartments. What had once been a chaotic wardrobe was now orderly and tidy. As he rummaged through the depths of the wardrobe, he uncovered a large plastic bag. Upon opening it, Shen Xi, still entranced by his allure, suddenly snapped to attention, realizing the contents. Wait, she exclaimed, leaping up to snatch the bag from him. But she was a moment too late. Well, darling, care to explain this? Chen Chuan held up a small box adorned with a figure wearing sunglasses, a teasing smirk on his face. Looks like your secret is out. Honey, let me explain, Shen Xi stammered. Go on, I'm listening. It was a gift from Tao Ke. I didn't buy it. Continue. It was given to me before we got married. So, you had quite the stockpile before our marriage. Ugh, who had a stockpile? It was just some extras from the school supply run. And Tao Ke said not to waste them. So, she gifted me a bag. Then, why would she give you so much? Does she think I need that much? Tao Ke, I swear I'll beat her up. As Shen Xi prepared to storm off, Chen Chuan pulled her back. Hold on, sweetheart, let me quiz you. How long do you think we can use this bag? How would I know? Don't know? Of course. Let me teach you how to count. That night, as Shen Xi supported her back while leaving the dormitory with her husband, she was grateful that darkness had fallen, concealing her embarrassment. Otherwise, her reputation would surely be tarnished today. That massive bag, who would use it? To Chen Chuan, it was hardly significant. A few days into the semester, Shen Xi unexpectedly received a call from Gong Chang. Xiaoxi, teacher, what's wrong? Recently, there's some issues with the team, so please refrain from coming for the time being. Shen Xi paused, perplexed. What is going on? What do you mean by not coming? With an international competition just a few months away, not to mention a domestic league match next month, the sudden message perplexed her. Chen Chuan, engrossed in a game, glanced at her. There are adjustments within the team. Wait until they're settled before coming back. All right, I'm busy too. Let us discuss later. After Gong Chang hung up, Shen Xi stared at her phone, remaining silent for a while before calling her mentor's wife, Lin Xiangxue. After a few probing questions, she discovered that Lin Xiangxue was completely unaware of any issues and lamented that Shen Xi and T joined them for dinner recently. Shen Xi quickly made excuses to smooth things over and pondered for a moment. Finally, she sent a message to Gong Chang. Teacher, given the circumstances, why are you keeping this from me? Gong Chang replied swiftly. Shen Xi, you can't possibly think this can be kept a secret. Gong Chang, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Shen Xi, there's no such adjustment happening. Gong Chang took several minutes to respond. How do you know? Shen Xi, I know more people in the provincial team than just you. Gong Chang, don't overthink it. I'll handle this. Shen Xi, with things like this, how can I not overthink? Gong Chang, the accusations are baseless. Once the investigation team clarifies, it will be resolved. Accusations? Shen Xi narrowed her eyes, her fingers flying over the screen. Shen Xi, is it truly that easy to investigate? Gong Chang, of course, our mentor-student relationship is beyond reproach. The photos taken are of you dining at my home. Your mentor's wife can vouch for it. The accuser is simply fabricating lies. Xiaoxi, don't worry. My request for you to stay away is for your own good. How absurd. Someone actually reported me for having an improper relationship with you? Shen Xi exclaimed. Shen Xi, teacher, so someone reported us for an inappropriate relationship? Gong Chang, you didn't know? Shen Xi, now I do. Subsequently, Gong Chang ceased answering calls or responding to messages. What a mess. Shen Xi slammed her phone down. Chen Chuan set aside his device and asked what happened. Shen Xi turned to him. Someone reported me for being inappropriate with my teacher. Where's the evidence? Chen Chuan asked seriously. These days, accusations don't go unsubstantiated. They need proof. It's not as simple as just claiming it. It must have been when I rode in his car and went to dinner at his place. Someone must have taken a photo. Clearly, this is the work of someone within your provincial team. Only those who know your relationship could have taken such a photo. Given your suspension, who stand to gain the most? Li Meizha, fuming, Shen Xi gritted her teeth. This woman had truly underestimated her. It turned out that aside from her daily provocations, she was also plotting behind her back. Do not be vexed. First, let us discuss this individual's circumstances and analyze them together. Observing Chen Chuan's calm demeanor, Shen Xi's previously tumultuous heart gradually found solace. She recounted her grievances with Li Meizha one by one. So, her father holds a significant position within the sports bureau, correct? Indeed. Well then, do not fret about this matter. I shall enlist someone to assist in the investigation. Chen Chuan comfortingly wrapped his arm around his wife, gently patting her shoulder. You'll find someone. A reclusive homebody like him. Can he possibly have connections with the sports bureau? A gaming teammate, perhaps? Have you forgotten that I am a local of Huqing? I have numerous relatives and acquaintances, and while I may not strive for advancement, many others certainly do. This indeed holds true. What local does not have a multitude of relatives? Not to mention, Chen Chuan's former classmates are also quite numerous. Very well then, proceed with your inquiries. If it turns out that Li Meizha is behind this, I shall have to confront her directly. Leave the intellectual matters to me, and naturally, the physical ones shall be handled by my wife. How dare you? Amid their playful banter, Shen Xi suddenly realized that since learning of this situation, Chen Chuan had never harbored a shred of doubt regarding her relationship with her teacher. Recognizing this, Shen Xi's gaze towards him shifted subtly. Husband, thank you for believing in me. It is not that. I believe in you. Shen Xi immediately furrowed her brows. What do you mean? Primarily, with such a handsome husband at my side, attending to me day and night, one must be blind not to appreciate you over your teacher. No ivory can emerge from a dog's mouth. Do you think I would overlook your appearance, only to pursue power and influence? If I disregarded looks, would you have married me? As for power and influence, I have yet to even acquire a modest apartment. How valueless must such power be? Shen Xi was tempted to post online, questioning to what extent her husband would push her to the brink of domestic violence. Chapter 68. Dispute. Although Chen Chuan insisted that he would handle the investigation, Shen Xi did not completely relinquish her concerns. After all, she had navigated the sports world for many years and possessed a fair share of connections. After some inquiries, she unraveled the entire situation within a few days. Someone had sent a report to the primary leaders of the sports bureau, containing numerous photos of Shen Xi leaving the provincial team in the company of Gong Chang at night. Additionally, there were many snapshots of their casual conversations and laughter. While there were no overtly intimate images, it was clear their relationship was close. Furthermore, when the two departed together at night, who could ascertain what dealings they might engage in? It was alleged that Gong Chang was involved in illicit dealings within the provincial team, providing Shen Xi with unfair advantages, not only employing her at a high salary with state funds, but also using his influence to funnel resources to her, thereby claiming credit for her accomplishments. In short, every word treaded the fine line, positioning itself on a moral high ground. The matter was significant, and various leaders received the emails, making it impossible for them to feign ignorance. Although everyone understood that Shen Xi had earned her position as a specially appointed coach through merit, and it could even be argued that without Gong Chang's favor, their provincial team might not have been able to recruit Shen Xi. The fact that someone had reported her could not be overlooked. Thus, Gong Chang was suspended from his duties pending investigation, and so was Shen Xi. As for the athletes Shen Xi was currently coaching, due to the urgency of the competitions, they could not be paused and were temporarily entrusted to Li, who was also highly qualified and accomplished in research and innovation. Upon hearing the news from a friend, Shen Xi surmised that this was likely orchestrated by Li. Even if she were not directly involved, she was certainly complicit. However, in this world, one cannot simply condemn based on conjecture. The informant had at least amassed 100 photographs and videos, which could be considered somewhat credible. Very well, Shen Xi awaited the results of Chen Chuan's investigation. With no visits to the provincial team, Shen Xi found herself with an abundance of time. She returned home early each day, rekindling the intimate newlywed life she shared with Chen Chuan. Thus, it could be deemed a blessing in disguise, allowing her to enjoy a different experience. However, rumors began to circulate at school about her recent marriage to a husband who supposedly lived off her. Subsequently, the situation at the provincial team somehow found its way back to the school. In no time, Shen Xi became the subject of increasing gossip, with various claims emerging. Yet the school administration remained calm and did not seek a conversation with her. As for Shen Xi, what do rumors amount to? Let them speak. Will it cost me a pound of flesh? When the truth comes to light, those who have slandered will know the consequences. Her friends were equally anxious for her, particularly Tao Ku, who found herself in multiple confrontations daily due to hearing disparaging remarks about Shen Xi. This was not the worst of it. Her boyfriend, Min Zhixing, even advised her to distance herself from Shen Xi, fearing that Shen Xi would tarnish her reputation. This was utterly intolerable. I threw his belongings out and told him to leave, Tao Ku exclaimed, taking a large gulp of cola in her frustration. Shen Xi felt a twinge of surprise. She had always thought this friend had succumbed to love, yet it seemed her resolve was not entirely lost. To be honest, she felt a bit touched. But do you believe the pressure of supporting a boyfriend is too much, and you have been seeking an excuse to send him packing? Tao Ku paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. How annoying. Nothing escaped your notice. Indeed, I know your character all too well. Given Tao Ku's sweet demeanor, she would likely only engage in a cold war with her boyfriend over such matters, but she would not go so far as to evict him. Since she did sweep him out, it was clear she had made the decision herself, and it was not merely about Shen Xi's situation. This man was truly excessive. Their company issued salaries on the 15th, and on that day, he promptly sent his paycheck back home. Tao prodded at her rice with a spoon. He had promised that starting this month, his salary would be used to repay my money. Yet not only did he fail to do so, but he even left himself without a living allowance. Is he treating me as a fool? The IOU had been a long time coming. Having delayed too long, he finally wrote it. But what good is it if he refuses to repay? Shen Xi was entirely unsurprised and casually inquired, "What excuse is he using this time?" He claims that his younger brother needs to pay tuition as school starts and that the family is in dire straits. Well, it seems if he had not found a girlfriend, both brothers would have to drop out of school. I think so too, since he has taken such an extreme stance. Leaving himself without a single penny, he must figure out how to survive on his own. Tao decisively expelled him from her life. One cannot deny that living alone is indeed delightful. Although no one is there to handle chores or cook, isn't ordering takeout delightful? Occasionally hiring a cleaner costs hardly anything. The money she once spent on him could pay for numerous cleaning services. No need to worry about finances daily. Tao felt utterly at ease. After a few days of enjoying her newfound freedom, she even contemplated whether to seize the opportunity and break up. This relationship, fraught with financial strain, had transformed her from initially enjoying love to now feeling weary. Just think it through. Don't let it be that when he shows a hint of weakness, you find yourself coaxed back. Shen Xi casually remarked. Tao herself was not very confident in this regard. After all, Min Zhixing was handsome and charming. Otherwise, how could he have wooed her into spending so much? She was also quite impressionable, truly. Let us not discuss him any further. He is quite bothersome. Let us talk about your situation now. As Tao continued to eat, she inquired, "What are your current plans?" What plans could there be? Just wait for them to clarify the matter. After all, she had a legitimate relationship with Gong Chang and stood firm, unafraid of investigation. Moreover, upon hearing of this situation, the usually gentle and composed Lin Xiangxue, who had always treated Shen Xi as a daughter since her middle school days, stormed into the office of a senior leader at the sports bureau, demanding answers and vehemently criticizing the dark motives of the informant. After so many years of nurturing a bond akin to family, to have their trust undermined by a report was no different from accusing a father of wrongdoing. Such ulterior motives. Lin Xiangxue, who had held Gong Chang in high regard for decades, was certainly not a simple character. She was gentle on the outside, but strong within. A formidable force indeed. It was heard that the high-ranking official was scolded thoroughly, yet could not escape the situation. Eventually, with no other options, they invited the leader from the teacher's unit, who managed to persuade her to leave. They assured that they would swiftly clarify the matter and restore her reputation. Clarify? A cold laugh resonated from the side. In this world, there is no smoke without fire. Some individuals, unable to maintain integrity, are the very ones who cultivate the rumors that abound. It is quite perplexing how they still dare to present themselves as role models. Chapter 69. The clever one Shen Xi turned to see Sun Fangyi sitting down next to them with a tray in hand. Yu Yiran offered a polite smile as a greeting. Little did they know, this only displeased Sun Fangyi further. Yiran, why are you being so courteous to her? Are you not aware of her reputation at school? Be careful, lest others misconstrue your association with her. Tao Giskiviko. Do you know why a mad dog is running rampant today? Shen Xi, unperturbed by such baseless attacks, responded with defiance. Are you unaware? I heard that a certain someone confessed to Teacher Liu at the start of the semester and was rejected once more. What infuriates me the most is that Teacher Liu has since found a girlfriend and warned her not to pursue him any further. Tao Ku, working in the logistics department, was privy to the most comprehensive news at the school. Oh, how did she pursue him? Shen Xi inquired eagerly. I heard that over the summer, she inundated him with photos and WeChat videos, even pursued him all the way to Haishur to confess her feelings. Is she really that reckless? How can she still pretend to embody the qualities of teacher? Taka chuckled softly. There's even more to it. I heard she wore revealing pajamas and knocked on his door in the middle of the night. The one who answered was Teacher Liu's 80-year-old grandfather, who nearly suffered a heart attack at the sight. Is that true? The sensational nature of this news caught even Yu Yiran off guard, prompting her to interject. Of course, it's true. When Teacher Liu arrived, he recounted the incident in anger. If you don't believe me, ask the person involved. I hear that if it weren't for some compensation for medical expenses, she might have ended up in jail. You're talking nonsense. Sun Fangyi shouted, rising from her seat. How could that be untrue? After all, there's no smoke without fire. Doesn't Teacher Sun understand this best? Shen Xi shot her a knowing glance. Tao Ke quickly retorted, exactly. Lu Jun's own mouth told me. How could it be a lie? In a fit of rage, Sun Fengyi grabbed a soda from the table and stepped forward, intending to douse Tao Ke with it. Shen Xi discreetly extended her leg, causing Sun Fengyi to stumble into the table, overturning food and sending it crashing to the floor. Blood streamed from her face, now splattered with food. She clutched her nose and screamed in anguish. The bleeding was profuse. To outsiders, it appeared as though Sun Fengyi had intended to douse Tao Ke but had lost her balance. No one knew that Shen Xi had intervened. Even the surveillance cameras, positioned primarily in the dining area, would not reveal much. Tao Ke, startled by Sun Fengyi's bloodied visage, hurriedly moved closer to Shen Xi, who comforted her. It's all right. She probably just bumped her nose. I heard that she fell from a height during the last semester and fractured her nose. I hope she hasn't done it again. Shen Xi mused. Well, that is hard to say. Just as Shen Xi finished speaking, Sun Fengyi's voice, still laced with tears, echoed. It was Shen Xi who tripped me. Call the police. I want to sue her for intentional harm. Nonsense. Tao Ke immediately stepped forward. You were the one who intended to douse me. You lost your balance. How is that Shen Xi's fault? She didn't even move from her seat. It was her. The commotion attracted the attention of the school's security office, who escorted the three of them away. Meanwhile, Sun Fengyi was taken to the school hospital for treatment, with Tao Ke and Yu Yiran as witnesses. Director Wang sighed after hearing the situation. What can one say? It was Sun Fengyi who initiated the provocation, and she was the first to act aggressively. She harmed herself while attacking another. Who does she intend to sue? Director Wang cast a glance at Shen Xi, noting her good nature, yet the troubles that seemed to follow her. Rumors about her had not ceased recently, and it was likely that today would add another tale. All right, you may return for now. We will coordinate with Teacher Sun regarding the follow-up on this matter. You need not concern yourselves. Waving them off, the three left. After stepping outside, Shen Xi exchanged a glance with Yu Yiran, somewhat surprised. Teacher Shen, don't look at me like that. Although my relationship with Fengyi is closer, I assure you it was not you who tripped her, and I will not lie to protect her. Yu Yiran brushed a strand of hair behind her ear. As law students, we always respect the truth. She's indeed a clever one. Shen Xi and Tao Ke exchanged glances, then thanked her before parting ways. Ultimately, this incident did not escalate significantly. Although Sun Fengyi attempted to create a scene, insisting that Shen Xi had tripped her, the security office reviewed the footage, revealing that Shen Xi had remained motionless while Sun Fengyi had clearly fallen on her own, with no witnesses or evidence, relying solely on Sun Fengyi's accusations. Coupled with her prior reputation for pursuing Lu Jun and disparaging Shen Xi, many had heard her previous remarks. Thus, the narrative of personal vendetta was woven, leaving Sun Fengyi feeling utterly wronged. Her previously healed nose, which she had worked hard to mend over the summer, was now injured again. Though the damage was minor this time, the doctor warned that the proximity of two injuries could lead to complications, suggesting she might consider cosmetic surgery in the future. This was not lost on Sun Fengyi, who was furious, nearly ready to explode. She first confronted Yu Yiran, only to find her on the verge of tears, more aggrieved than she was. Fengyi, I truly did not see Teacher Shen make a move. I cannot fabricate evidence just because we are friends. Frustrated, Sun Fengyi felt betrayed, having exchanged rooms with Yu Yiran. However, she was not willing to let it go and confronted Shen Xi instead. Shen Xi, it's just the two of us here. Let us speak candidly. Why did you trip me? Shen Xi remained silent for a moment before responding. Teacher Sun, despite your unpleasant demeanor and the dislike you garner from many, you cannot allow this to lead you to make unfounded accusations. Regardless of the circumstances, we are teachers and must set an example for our students. Your actions reflect a complete lack of professional ethics. You are talking nonsense. Sun Fengyi exploded. It was clearly you who tripped me. If you had the courage to admit it, I would respect your bravery. But who knew you were such a petty person? Sun Fengyi, we both know the truth about who is petty. How do you know that your injury was not divine retribution for your unkind words? I advise you to watch your words in the future. Otherwise, no amount of cosmetic surgery will suffice. With that, Shen Xi turned to leave, unwilling to waste further breath on her. Sun Fengyi, fuming, stomped her foot and threw her voice recorder to the ground in frustration. That cunning Shen Xi. She one-T tricked me. Chapter 70. Too many male gods. Upon returning to her dormitory, Shen Xi found Tao Ke waiting at her door. Xiaoxi, where have you been? I've been waiting for ages. Hurry up. Shen Xi shook her head in resignation. I got it. Is it really necessary to rush over something so trivial? Why shouldn't I be anxious? Today is the first time I meet your husband. Of course, I'm excited. Previously, Tao Ku had been genuinely displeased upon learning of Shen Xi's marriage. She had considered Shen Xi a close friend, only to discover that this friend had been hiding a marriage. This felt like a betrayal that could not be forgiven, unless she was allowed to meet the man and share a meal with him. After some persuasion, Shen Xi asked Chen Chuan, who readily agreed. It's no trouble. Bring her over for dinner. Having agreed to take Tao Ku home for dinner after work today, Shen Xi also intended to introduce her to Chen Chuan. This prospect thrilled Tao Ku immensely, as she had been eagerly anticipating it for days, unable to forget about it, even for a moment. Drawing from Tao Ku's previous experiences, Shen Xi pondered whether she should confide in her friend Yi Zhenjin about her marital status. However, given that Yi Zhenjin had been utterly consumed by the trials of blind dates lately, revealing her own marriage, especially one that had been ongoing for several months, seemed too daunting a task to address over a mere meal. Ultimately, Shen Xi decided against it, opting to wait for Yi Zhenjin to discover the truth on her own. With this resolution in mind, she felt at ease as she and Tao Ku made their way towards the Zigwai garden. Unexpectedly, as they exited the school gates, they were confronted by Min Jixing, who blocked their path. Upon seeing Tao Ku, he immediately approached with a gentle smile. Ku, what brings you here? Tao Ku's cheerful demeanor quickly faded. Kiskiviko. I'm here to apologize. Please don't be angry with me anymore, okay? I realize my mistakes and promise to listen to you from now on, as long as you forgive me. Min Jixing appeared pale and haggard, genuinely remorseful. Tao Ku replied coldly, I need some time to think, and I don't want to discuss this right now. Did we not agree that when we have problems, we should resolve them openly instead of resorting to the silent treatment? He pressed, Isn't it true? We also agreed that starting this month, you would repay the money you owe me, yet that hasn't happened. Min Jixing's complexion turned ashen as he glanced at Shen Xi. Ku, you were never this materialistic. What has changed? Has someone been whispering in your ear? This was intolerable for Shen Xi. She had merely intended to remain a silent bystander, yet he had drawn her into the fray. Min Jixing, if you're not materialistic, then repay your debts. It's a basic principle that one should return what is owed. How can you equate a rightful demand for repayment with being materialistic? If you're not materialistic, then why did you borrow money in the first place? Min Jixing's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Shen Xi, stay out of my relationship with Ku. Why can't she intervene? I want her to. Tao Ku shot back, glaring at him. Step aside. You're blocking the way. Ku, I truly regret my actions. Please forgive me just this once. I promise to listen to you from now on, he implored, grasping her hand tightly. Tao Ku hesitated. You really will listen to everything I say? Yes. Sensing a glimmer of hope, Min Jixing eagerly nodded. Then I want you to disappear from my sight. Can you do that? Kiskiviko. That's beyond my capabilities. Then how about repaying the money immediately? Is that something you can manage? Min Jixing, I was merely upset with you and never considered breaking up, but if you continue like this, I might just think that ending things would be the better choice. At that, Min Jixing released her hand in shock as she followed Shen Xi away. He stood there, stunned, watching them depart, his hands clenched tighter, seething with uncontainable resentment. Tao Ku, you have forced my hand. Upon entering Zigwai Garden, Tao Ku exclaimed, Xiao Xi, you've struck it rich. Renting such a luxurious apartment? I've heard the housing prices here are astronomical, especially for a school district. It's outrageously expensive. Previously, her mother had considered purchasing a place in this district due to its proximity to the school and its excellent reputation, but when they inquired about the prices, they realized that even a small apartment in the city center was quite reasonable. Despite the Tao family's wealth, her sister-in-law was no pushover. And if her mother were to buy such an expensive property, there would surely be an uproar. Tao Ku herself was indifferent. Her current residence was valued at 5 million, which was not too shabby. No, this is Chen Chuan's apartment, rented out to friends at a reasonable price, Shen Xi explained. Upon hearing this, Tao Ku's eyes gleamed with envy. How fortunate to find such an upscale place for such a low rent. As they chatted, they arrived at the door. Shen Xi opened it to find Chen Chuan lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. In the kitchen, a figure moved about, both unfamiliar yet vaguely recognizable. You're back. Chen Chuan stood and smiled at Tao Ku. Hello, Chen Chuan. Tao Kiskiviko Ngaspeth. And Shen Xi felt a twinge of embarrassment for her friend's reaction. Her wide-eyed astonishment was somewhat amusing. Chen Chuan glanced at his wife, who nodded knowingly. And then he turned to the kitchen, bringing out the busy figure. "Allow me to introduce my middle school classmate, Wan Shan. He is a photographer, wearing an apron and sweating profusely." Wan Shan nodded at Shen Xi and Tao Ku. "Hello." "Hello." Shen Xi recognized him as the man who had trailed behind them on the day they registered their marriage. "Thank you for helping us with our photos. They turned out beautifully." Upon receiving the developed pictures, Shen Xi marveled at how stunning and perfect their marriage certificate photos were, perfectly embodying the notion of a match made in heaven. Chen Chuan wholeheartedly agreed with her praise. Wan Shan, after exchanging pleasantries, returned to the kitchen to continue his work. Chen Chuan turned to Shen Xi. "He is quite skilled in the kitchen. Since we're hosting, I invited him over to join us." Then he smiled at Tao Ku. "Miss Tao, I hope you don't mind?" "Ah, oh, minged. I don't mind anything." Tao Ku's eyes fixated on him, unwilling to look away. Chen Chuan smiled politely. "Please make yourself at home. I'll excuse myself for a moment." Once he left, Tao Ku seemed to snap back to reality, seizing Shen Xi's hand, trembling with excitement as she struggled to contain herself. "Oh my gosh, Xiao Xi. I need to break up with Min Jixing." Chapter 71. A Mysterious Affair. "Oh, huh? Can you ask your husband if he has any brothers or sisters? They don't need to be as handsome as him. Just half as good-looking, or even a tenth would suffice. Introduce one to me. I have a house and car as dowry, plus a few million." Shen Xi. Brothers are out of the question. What on earth would sisters be? Wan Shan's culinary skills were impressive, as he prepared a lavish spread that was visually appealing and aromatic. Shen Xi glanced at Chen Chuan, appreciating his resourcefulness. She had long noticed that while he appeared approachable, he was inherently aloof. No outsider had ever tasted his home-cooked meals. Initially, she thought he had invited Tao Ku over to avoid dining out and spending money. She anticipated that perhaps today, Tao Ku would be fortunate enough to savor Chen Chuan's cooking. However, Chen Chuan had truly exceeded expectations by bringing his classmate along to prepare the meal. Brilliant! She wondered if Wan Shan had even brought the ingredients himself. This was highly likely. After everyone settled down and exchanged some polite conversation, they began to eat. It must be said that Wan Shan's culinary prowess was indeed commendable. Although she felt that Chen Chuan's skills surpassed his. She didn't hesitate to lavish praise on Wan Shan's cooking, which left him blushing with pride. Tao Ku, engrossed in her meal, mumbled enthusiastically, "Oh my goodness, Wan Shan. Your cooking is incredible. You could easily work as a professional chef." With each dish she sampled, she showered him with compliments that flowed effortlessly from her lips. Initially reluctant to come and cook while bringing his own ingredients, Wan Shan found himself overwhelmed by the praise from Shen Xi and Tao Ku, his smile wide enough to rival a ripe pomegranate. "Please eat more if you enjoy it. Next time, let us gather again, and I'll prepare different dishes for you to try," Wan Shan said bashfully. Tao Ku exclaimed in delight. "Really? That's fantastic. Wan Shan, you are my idol." Shen Xi reflected. In this contest of flattery, she had lost. Well, let Tao Ku win. After all, she was sincere while Shen Xi merely played along. However, it was rather amusing how quickly Tao Ku's admiration shifted. Just moments ago, she was captivated by Chen Chuan's charm, and now she was enamored with Wan Shan's culinary skills. Meeting Chen Chuan's teasing gaze, she leaned in and whispered softly in his ear, "Darling, you are truly my idol." "Do you think I believe that?" "Of course I do. Just look at my honest face. Now let us eat." The meal was lively, and once they finished, everyone patted their full bellies and glanced at the messy tableware. Without prompting, they all turned their eyes towards Wan Shan. He hesitated for a moment, clenching his teeth, but ultimately his pride gave way, and he resignedly stood up to tidy up. "Oh dear, how can we let our guests do all the work?" Shen Xi felt a bit guilty and stood up, playfully nudging Chen Chuan. "Leave it. Let Chen Chuan help later." "It's all right, my dear. Wan Shan enjoys doing these chores. Whoever competes with him, he'll take it to heart," Chen Chuan replied, unperturbed. Wan Shan's temples throbbed as he took several deep breaths, forcing a smile. "Sister-in-law, there's really no need to be so courteous. I genuinely enjoy this." "Very well then, you are quite the trooper." Once the pleasantries were exchanged, Shen Xi sat back down. Turning on the television with Tao Ku, they began critiquing the overly dramatic performances in a drama, enthusiastically praising the male lead's striking looks. Even with his squinty eyes and wide mouth, he is still a sight to behold. "Come on, if your Chen Chuan were to enter the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. With a face like his, he wouldn't even need acting skills to amass countless adoring fans. Forget it. With that sharp tongue of his, he'd likely offend the entire industry. Shen Xi dismissed, unconvinced of Chen Chuan's prospects. Does it matter if his tongue is sharp? A pretty face is all that matters. Chen Chuan shot a glance at them, feeling uneasy at their words. He decided against engaging further and retreated to the study to play video games. When Wan Shan finished cleaning, he sought out Chen Chuan, only to be met with a barrage of picky comments about the kitchen, the countertop isn't clean, and there are droplets on the floor, which sent Wan Shan into a fit of frustration. Tao leaned closer to Shen Xi and whispered, "Your husband's choice to avoid the entertainment industry might just be a wise one." Shen Xi burst into laughter. Once the guest departed, Xi curiously asked Chen Chuan, "How did you manage to get Wan Shan to obey you so easily?" Chen Chuan shook his phone. "You know some people? They are terrible at games, but have an insatiable desire to win, yet refuse to accept defeat." Shen Xi understood immediately. The next afternoon, Shen Xi had lunch with Tao Ku at the school cafeteria. Migos, Shen Xi. I realized last night that Wan Shan's name sounded familiar. I looked him up, and it turns out he is a renowned photographer. Handing her phone to Shen Xi, she confirmed Wan Shan's impressive reputation in the industry. He was not only a sought-after photographer for various magazines and new media, but also ran his own studio, specializing in travel shoots and event coverage, charging exorbitant fees, and yet it was rumored that it was hard to book him. Shen Xi recalled the day they registered their marriage, where Wan Shan had trailed behind them, capturing moments, yet leaving empty-handed. So he was indeed remarkable. If she were to marry again, she would definitely hire him for the shoot. And as for wedding photos, he was the one to contact. You have no idea. He has a collection of wedding gowns designed by the French designer Paul, considered a treasure of his studio. He even hesitates to show it to others. Rumor had it that many celebrities had reached out to him, eager to try on that gown, but none succeeded. One could only imagine how beautiful it must be, truly the dress of her dreams. As Tao Ku continued to scroll through her phone, she showed Shen Xi the gown. It's stunning. Especially this veil. It's simply captivating. Any girl would be irresistibly drawn to it, right? Shen Xi stared at the familiar veil and fell into a deeper silence. Only now did she understand why Chen Chuan had placed the veil on her head that day, while Wan Shan had looked on with a near-tearful expression. Apparently, it was his prized possession. Chen Chuan could be quite cruel, always targeting others' vulnerabilities. Yet she found herself drawn to him. Shen Xi, I noticed Wan Shan's background. He attended an elite school in HK during middle school. Didn't your Chen Chuan mention they were classmates? That school is not just for the wealthy. They have stringent academic requirements, you know. Shen Xi felt a sudden pang of realization. Why did it seem that she hardly knew her husband, even after being married for so long? She had yet to meet his family, and it seemed Chen Chuan hadn't either. Was there a couple more unreliable than the two of them? She sent Chen Chuan a screenshot of Wan Shan's middle school background along with a simple message. His reply was slow, consisting of just one word. What did mean? Shen Xi felt irritated. Later, once back at her dorm, she called him directly. Isn't all you have to say? What else would you like to hear? Shen Xi took a deep breath and said, Shouldn't you explain why you attended an elite school in HK during middle school? Oh, I had an aunt who married into HK many years ago, but her husband couldn't have children, so she brought me over to raise me. I attended school there for a few years. After she passed away, I returned. So your aunt must have been quite wealthy? Shen Xi recalled what Tao Ku had told her about the prestige of that school. Strictly speaking, her husband was wealthy. Now I understand why you said your parents were poor. Your wealthy aunt has passed, and her money belonged to her husband's family, which naturally had nothing to do with your family. Hence he returned. Shen Xi involuntarily conjured an image of a pitiable existence, living under someone else's roof, only to be cast out upon the guardian's death. Although this greatly contrasted with Chen Chuan's persona, it softened her heart towards him in that fleeting moment. All right, I accept your explanation, she said, then asked, should I meet your family? A low, magnetic chuckle resonated from Chen Chuan's side of the phone, sending a shiver down her spine. Are you eager to join my family so soon? If Shen Xi were more bashful, she would likely blush at his teasing. But who was Shen Xi? Did she have any sense of embarrassment? So, was it possible to remain distant forever? If you don't mind a few more vampires swooping down, I could take you home anytime. Let us avoid that. Shen Xi thought back to when Chen Chuan mentioned his parents were unemployed, living off their son. It seemed he hadn't been joking with Shen Daji. It was indeed true. Well, what kind of man had she truly married? It was all quite enigmatic. Another calm week passed. One day, when Shen Xi returned home, she noticed a thick file on the coffee table. Raising an eyebrow, she inquired, "What is this?" Chen Chuan, engrossed in his game, casually replied, "The investigation results are in." Shen Xi picked up the folder, impressed by its heft. It seemed the investigation was quite thorough. Upon opening it, she was astonished to discover that Li Meizhe, whom she had perceived as a pampered, unambitious young lady, had secretly engaged in quite a bit of mischief. As for her parents, their story was even more intriguing. One could say they were willing to pay a hefty price for their precious daughter. "The materials are here. You can submit them to the investigation team whenever you wish," Chen Chuan remarked, glancing at his wife as he successfully secured a kill in his game. "My personal advice is to take your time." Shen Xi understood his intentions and shared the sentiment. She flicked through the documents, pondering aloud. Doesn't this investigation suggest that Li Ping is poised for a promotion? I think it would be far more dramatic to reveal the news once he ascends. Don't you agree? Her husband's response was a mere shrug, as if her words held no merit. Shen Xi discarded the documents, leaning closer to watch his fingers dance across the screen, executing a flurry of dazzling skills. She reached out, gently caressing his strong, alluring jaw, the newly grown stubble tickling her palm. Leaning down, she whispered teasingly in his ear, "Darling, do you wish for?" Chen Chuan's hand halted momentarily, causing him to misfire a skill and incur the wrath of his teammates. Shen Xi chuckled, kissing his ear and trailing her lips to his. "Do you wish for me to show my gratitude?" Chen Chuan tightened his grip on the phone, swearing under his breath before tossing it aside and pinning her onto the sofa. Laughter erupted from her as his lips met hers, overwhelming her senses. Before long, the confined space of the sofa became a furnace, enveloping them in a cocoon of passion, oblivious to the world outside. Chen Chuan was wholly absorbed in his reward, neglecting the forlorn phone abandoned nearby, its screen darkened and forgotten. Teammates? They were merely there to be sacrificed, weren't they? How could they dare to step onto the battlefield without understanding this simple truth? Li Meizhe was recently basking in success. Ever since she had removed Shen Xi, the thorn in her side, her career had flourished. Not only was she thriving professionally, but the suitors her family introduced were also quite to her liking, providing an opportunity for further development. "See," she would say with Shen Xi around, "my fortunes are hindered. Now that she is gone, my life can be nothing but splendid." Moreover, Li Ping had engaged a newspaper to showcase his daughter's relentless preparation for the upcoming league, even paying social media influencers to write glowing articles about Li Meizhe, complete with carefully curated photographs that barely resembled her. In an instant, she became the center of attention, dubbed the most beautiful coach, with fans eager to be under her command, yearning for her fierce training. Li Meizhe lay in her bed, reading the comments from netizens, her toes wearing holes in the sheets from excitement, her steps buoyant with pride. She awaited the day her team would return with a trophy, the realization of her aspirations drawing near. "Haiyuan, I'm ready, let us go." Today, her blind date, Fang Haiyuan, had come to pick her up from the provincial team. Li Meizhe gleefully slung her backpack over her shoulder, ready for a delightful outing. In her mind, she calculated that if this suitor proved charming, she would grant him a formal title, allowing her to further craft a couple's persona and gain even more followers. Little did she expect that Fang Haiyuan seemed more interested in surveying his surroundings than sharing in her joy. "Is Teacher Shen not at work yet?" Li Meizhe's expression soured instantly as she snapped. "Are you here to see me or her?" "To see you," he replied, but his next words withered her smile. "However, I would really like to meet her. You know I'm her devoted fan. She has been through a lot lately, and I just want to encourage her." Li Meizhe, insensa. "Stamp her foot, get out." Fang Haiyuan looked at her in bewilderment. "Didn't you say you were good friends? Why are you so upset?" Chapter 73 Weekend. Li Meizhe momentarily lost her words. Or perhaps your relationship is not as strong as you claimed, and you've deceived me?" "Absolutely not." Li Meizhe bit her lip in denial. "Then what are you angry about?" "I'm upset that we were supposed to go on a date. Yet you keep asking about another woman. Can you blame me?" "But she is your friend. I was merely inquiring." "What's so enraging about that?" Fang Haiyuan looked at her curiously. "Besides, we're only getting to know each other. There is no established relationship yet. Isn't your anger premature?" Li Meizhe was mentally cursing his ancestors. What kind of person was he saying nothing she wanted to hear. If it weren't for his decent looks and family background, she wouldn't bother with him at all. She was still on leave, awaiting an investigation. If you want to see her, just go to her home, she declared, tossing her bag and leaving. Puffed, just a blind date, thinking he has something special. Shen Xi, meanwhile, was indeed lost in a dream. She envisioned herself floating on fluffy clouds, a gentle breeze caressing her, sunlight warming her face, so comforting that she longed to roll around in the clouds, yet found herself unable to move. Is there really something in this world that Shen Xi cannot do? She mused. She attempted to roll again, but to no avail. Not only did she fail to move, but she also felt a heaviness pressing down on her. With great effort, she opened her eyes, only to find that the source of her burden was none other than that insufferable man, hovering above her and kissing her breathless. She reached out to push him away, only to have her hand grasped and pinned to the top of her head. When he finally released her, she gasped as if she had just completed a marathon. Before she could catch her breath, the man leaned down once more. Shun, she quickly turned her head, but Chen Chuan was undeterred, placing his lips at her ear and proceeding unabashedly. She shivered. What are you doing so early in the morning? It's Saturday. His hands began to wander. Saturday? Shen Xi's rebellious spirit waned. Fine, she thought, letting him have his way this morning, a ritual of sorts. After all, it was the weekend, a time when her husband could accumulate all the affection he had been denied during the week. Though they had only slept a few hours after a late night, it didn't stop Chen Chuan from eagerly seeking her out at dawn. A fervor built up from the weekdays when she had barred him from engaging in such activities. Finally, after a whirlwind of passion, several hours passed before she could sit down to a leisurely breakfast. Brilliant sunlight streamed through the expansive windows, the air conditioning providing a comfortable chill. Chen Chuan, with his handsome face adorned by a tender smile, offered her a meat bun. Wife, eat more. Who could imagine that just half an hour ago he had been a beast? She felt grateful for her stamina. Otherwise, any woman who married Chen Chuan would surely be exhausted. If the roles were reversed, who would tire out whom was anyone's guess? Sinking her teeth into the bun and savoring it with a refreshing mung bean soup, she felt utterly content. With a palate accustomed to the flavors of her homeland, she found herself at home with traditional breakfasts like rice noodles, dumplings, and egg pancakes. She could order any dish with her eyes closed, for her husband was an exceptional cook, adept at making every dish. What shall we do today? She asked between bites. Chen Chuan served her another bun, gesturing for her to look at him. As she munched with a greasy mouth, she took a moment to admire his captivating appearance. Indeed, Chen Chuan's proposal had been well-founded. Waking up to such a face was a beautiful way to start the day. He is still quite handsome. No wonder he is my husband. Chen Chuan smiled, basking in her praise, then added, I didn't ask you to admire my looks. What else is there to admire? She shot him a glance, where eating breakfast stopped being ridiculous. Fine, you're just a stubborn one. Yet Chen Chuan suspected that she was pretending to be oblivious. Look at your husband, dressed so poorly. Don't you think it's embarrassing to take him out? She cast a sidelong glance at his attire, which consisted of a familiar old t-shirt paired with flamboyant floral shorts. Chen Chuan seemed to wear this combination wherever he went. If he were don a large gold chain, he would undoubtedly exude an air of ostentation. Don't expect me to buy you any extravagant gold chains, she warned him first. This woman was clearly feigning ignorance. My clothes are worn out. Won't you buy me a few new ones? She was taken aback by such an absurd request, almost doubting her own ears. Was Chen Chuan actually asking her to purchase clothing for him? Had they not agreed that he would be the breadwinner while she maintained her beauty? How could she be expected to wear these tattered garments every day? She felt somewhat guilty and at a loss for words. While she often teased Chen Chuan about living off her, she had merely provided him with a living allowance. Given their household standard of living, it hardly seemed sufficient. Given Chen Chuan's good looks, it was rather unscientific for him to be living off her in such a manner. Nonetheless, Shen Xi's thick skin would not allow her to simply concede. Without hesitation, she launched into her persuasive rhetoric. Darling, a man's appearance isn't paramount. What matters is his character. Besides, you are handsome. Even if you wore a tattered burlap sack, your looks would remain unaffected. In my eyes, you will always be the most handsome. Chen Chuan merely smiled at her, remaining silent. It appeared her arguments had failed to sway him, so she decided to dig deeper. Do you know what defines a good man? It's about longevity, 3 years of wear, 3 years of mending, and 3 more years before discarding a piece of clothing. People live this way. Look how vibrant this outfit is. It accentuates your tall and handsome visage. Chen Chuan remained mute. Shen Xi began to employ both soft and hard tactics. Oh, you big man, don't dwell on such trivial details. Who are you dressing for? Isn't it for me? I adore the image of a caring husband. Let's be sensible and not squander money. Our household isn't affluent. If we save that money, there will be plenty of opportunities to spend in the future. Who thinks of buying new clothes every day? What about the new clothes you brought home for me to wash yesterday? She had forgotten about that. That's different. I need to look presentable for work. I represent our family. If I don't dress well, people might mock you for marrying an unattractive wife, right? It's also for your honor. Well, I'm trying to ensure others commend you for marrying a handsome husband. Can we please get back on track? She was losing her patience and slammed her chopsticks down. Chapter 74. The Strategy of Good Looks with a Stern Expression. Shen Xi asked, every day, who do you want to impress with your flamboyant attire? Using a common male tactic, he tossed his chopsticks aside and pretended to storm off, only to have Chen Chuan pull her back into his embrace, grinning as he said, this is for you. Didn't you say you marry me for my looks? What must I do for you to agree to buy me clothes? Anything but. He began, but she silenced him with a deep kiss. Once the kiss ended, he leaned in close to her lips and asked, so will you buy them? No. She was met with another kiss. After several rounds of this, he asked again, will you buy them? Trembling, she gritted her teeth. And as he leaned in once more, she shouted, yes, yes, yes. His smile became even more radiant, blooming like summer flowers before her eyes. And he whispered against her lips, this is a token of gratitude. Gratitude? As Shen Xi trembled, cursing herself for being seduced, and lamenting the money she would have to spend, she suddenly stiffened. Damn it, I just ate a meat bun and haven't even rinsed my mouth. How could this man be so unrefined? Chen Chuan, grinning, took his benefactor's hand and led her out of the community. Along the way, he proudly boasted to the elderly women who greeted him, my wife has taken me out to buy some clothes. I said I didn't want any, but she insisted. Oh my, you two are such a loving couple. Little Shen truly dotes on her husband. Indeed, just look at our little Chen. He's so handsome. Who wouldn't love him? Shen Xi marveled at Chen Chuan's audacity, but since she was already spending money, why not seek some benefit in return? After all, her Chen Chuan deserved it. She suggested buying him something a bit more expensive, but he hesitated, stating that there were plenty of beautiful clothes at the market with excellent quality, making a trip to the mall unnecessary. The elderly women immediately expressed their agreement. That's right, malls only deceive young people like you. They sell the same items with a brand label for hundreds or even thousands. My daughter-in-law is just like that. She insists on buying branded clothes worth thousands, claiming that you get what you pay for. But I think the clothes I buy are nicer. Indeed, today's youth just waste money so carelessly. What began as a showcase turned into a congregation of critiques against the daughter-in-law. Shen Xi, swept along by the enthusiasm of the elderly women, found herself successfully steering Chen Chuan towards the market instead of the mall. Currently, the market was thriving with the rise of street vendor economies. The morning market was bustling, with vendors busy at their stalls, while local farmers displayed their homegrown fruits and vegetables along the roadside, alongside colorful piles of clothing laid out for selection. Shen Xi, hand in hand with her husband, flushed with excitement, pointed to the array of street vendor goods and exclaimed, darling, go ahead and choose whatever you like. Her tone and demeanor resembled that of a wealthy patron shopping in a mall, pointing at clothes and declaring, this one, this one, this one. No, pack everything else without regard for size. You expect me to buy just this after I worked so hard this morning? Chen Chuan replied mournfully. Shen Xi flashed a smile. Don't be like that. While the prices here can't compare to the mall, we can maximize our choices. Look, here you can pick several items at a better value. All right, I won't fight the inevitable. Chen Chuan conceded, recognizing the situation. Clearly, it was a distant dream for Shen Xi to take him to the mall to spend money. He might as well go with the flow. After surveying the street vendors, he pointed to the largest stall, which appeared to have the best selection, and said, let's check that one out. Shen Xi happily followed her husband. Indeed, the atmosphere was reminiscent of a bustling market. The women's clothing seemed to cater to the tastes of older ladies, while the men's attire consisted of oversized t-shirts and shorts, garish patterns that were undoubtedly favorites among the dancing grandfathers and grandmothers, though the clothes were vibrantly ethnic. Chen Chuan's good looks rendered him stunning regardless. As Shen Xi playfully held up various t-shirts against him, a crowd of elderly women soon gathered. commenting on his appearance and praising the clothing. Some even expressed a desire to purchase the same styles he wore. In that moment, the couple exchanged knowing glances and, in perfect harmony, they set down the clothes and prepared to leave. "Hey, brother." The vendor, initially thrilled by the unexpected crowd, quickly realized they were about to depart and would not let them go easily. Having earned a prime spot in the market with the best selection, he was determined to make a sale. "Wait, what clothes do you want? Just tell me, and I'll give you the lowest price. I guarantee it's the best and cheapest here." Chen Chuan scoffed. "Are you trying to fool me?" He said this as he took Shen Xi's hand and attempted to leave. Don't go, don't go." The vendor hurriedly called out to him. "Look at you, so handsome, and you just happen to come to my stall. Today, whatever you wish to buy, I shall gift it to you. But you mustn't leave immediately. You ought to try on a few more pieces. What do you say?" Chen Chuan ignored him and continued walking. The vendor gritted his teeth and chased after him. "Come on, what are your conditions? Let's discuss this." Now he was getting somewhere. The couple exchanged glances, and Chen Chuan turned around, smiling at the vendor. In that fleeting moment, the big man's heart skipped several beats. Goodness, what a striking figure. It was Saturday at the bustling farmers market near a university, always lively, but today it was particularly fervent. A certain stall was surrounded by people, with onlookers packed in tight. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with eager elderly patrons, their garments snatched up as if they were free. The vendor was frantic on his phone. "Hello? Hurry. Send a car to bring our clothes over." "How many?" "All of them. Everything." As soon as Chen Chuan tried on a piece, it was seized in a frenzy, completely insufficient to meet the demand. Shen Xi was beside him, advising on what pants or skirts would complement the outfits to showcase their elegance. Chen Chuan assisted the elderly ladies in matching outfits, his flattery sweeter than honey buns at the morning market. The grandmothers were ecstatic, and the grandfathers, seeing how well the clothes suited him, were equally enthralled, envisioning themselves in similar attire. In just over 3 hours, as the morning market wrapped up, the vendor's cash pouch was bulging, the zipper barely able to contain it. Chapter 75, The Mall. Throughout the morning, the sounds of WeChat and Alipay notifications had not ceased. The stall's inventory was completely sold out. Even a new shipment was wiped clean. Shen Xi stood before the now empty stall, experiencing a moment of calm after the storm. But before she could fully process it, Chen Chuan was already calculating the day's earnings with the vendor. Today's total revenue is 58,286 yuan. Let's round it up to 58,290. According to our agreement, I am entitled to 15% of that, which amounts to 8,743. 5 yuan. Chen Chuan shook his phone. Cash via mobile is acceptable. The vendor's eyes darted. Brother, you know small businesses are tough. Just take this 1,000 yuan as your labor fee for today. It's not insignificant. Chen Chuan smiled and shook his phone again. Verbal agreements hold legal weight. I recorded our conversation on my phone. If you don't pay me, I'll have to consult a lawyer. Furthermore, next time, I will visit your competitor across the street. He pointed to a slightly smaller stall across from his own. All morning, the other clothing vendors were left in the dust while this one soared above the rest, leaving others with nothing to show. Chen Chuan indicated the other stall and told the vendor, "Next time, I hope you'll find every piece unsellable, left to watch and envy." The vendor's expression changed multiple times before he eventually transferred the money to Chen Chuan, saying with a smile, "Brother, it's been a pleasure working together. When I restock in a few days, let us do this again." Chen Chuan maintained his friendly demeanor, bidding a warm farewell before leaving the market with Shen Xi. Shen Xi, puzzled, asked, "Are you really going to help him sell clothes again next time?" "Surely not." Chen Chuan shrugged. How could that be? And indeed, it was as he said. Shen Xi felt relieved. "Then why did you act so friendly?" It seemed he genuinely believed you. If he could be swayed by such trivial words, his future prospects appeared limited. Yet you encouraged him to stock up for next time. "Oh, I merely mentioned that his current inventory was insufficient. I never suggested he should order more." Chen Chuan corrected his wife earnestly. "What I stated was a fact. How he interprets it is his concern, not mine. Besides, he's untrustworthy. I'll just exploit him for profit. There's no way I'd consider this a job. Who has the luxury of time for that?" Shen Xi gave him a thumbs up, recognizing his shrewdness, unwittingly digging a deep pit for that vendor. It was his own fault. When the promise of profit was on the table, he hesitated. Such dishonest business practices, as Chen Chuan had pointed out, would ultimately lead to a limited future. However, Shen Xi halted, glancing at him. "What about the money we just earned? Didn't we agree that I would manage the finances at home?" In truth, there was no such agreement. while she was earning. Chen Chuan was keen on controlling the funds, but that was beyond her reach. Well, now that we have some money, shall we go shopping at the mall? Implied Chen Chuan, indicating his intention to buy clothes. Shen Xi was baffled by his insistence on shopping at a mall when the clothes at the stall seemed perfectly fine. The vendor's success implied that the garments were appealing. If they looked good, why fuss over whether they were from a stall or a boutique? She decided to let it go, as the money was freshly earned, and didn't want to dampen the mood. Thus, the couple strolled hand in hand, joyfully exploring the mall. Chen Chuan had an eye for quality. He picked out expensive items without hesitation, dismissing the steep prices of over 1,000 yuan for a simple t-shirt and pants. He spent over 8,000 yuan without batting an eye, prompting Shen Xi to feel a pang of regret for his extravagant spending. Yet, he then dragged her into a women's clothing store, where an array of exquisite seasonal garments dazzled any woman's eye. Chen Chuan's selections were impeccable, aligning perfectly with her tastes. They truly indulged in a shopping spree, filling their bags to the brim until Chen Chuan shamelessly led her to the lingerie section. The knowledgeable sales assistant greeted them with a warm smile. "What type do you usually prefer? Wireless, soft, lightweight, and suitable for sports," Chen Chuan replied confidently. "What size do you wear?" 36D. "Very well. Please hold on a moment." Shen Xi leaned closer to him. "You seem to know quite a bit, hmm?" Chen Chuan flashed her a smile. "No choice. I've helped you wash many." The sales assistants' faces turned a shade of red, suppressing smiles as they sought the right fit. Shen Xi playfully pinched his waist, signaling him to tone it down. Once the assistant returned with the lingerie, Shen Xi went to try it on while Chen Chuan comfortably settled into a waiting chair. As noon approached, the mall became busier, and two other gentlemen were seated nearby, waiting for their companions. They glanced at the shopping bags at Chen Chuan's feet, immediately expressing sympathy. "Dude, did you really buy all that? Must have cost quite a bit." "It's all right," Chen Chuan replied cheerfully. "After all, it's not my money." Upon hearing this, the younger man was filled with respect. "Your girlfriend is quite considerate." His tone dripped with envy. He was out shopping with his girlfriend, who was demanding and had him on edge about the exorbitant prices. The other middle-aged man scoffed in disdain. A man accompanying a woman shopping and unwilling to spend is no real man. He scrutinized Chen Chuan, but the latter remained unfazed, as if he hadn't heard. Meanwhile, the younger man beside him shrank back, silenced by the awkwardness that ensued. Moments later, the young man's girlfriend emerged, having selected several items, urging him to pay. The man walked with a pace reminiscent of a condemned prisoner. Shen Xi exited shortly after, and one could not deny that the experience of wearing high-priced clothing was indeed different. But the price, it was enough to make someone who was frugal from a young age wince. As Shen Xi stepped out, Chen Chuan caught the sound of the middle-aged man gulping. He cast a nonchalant glance towards his wife and inquired, "How was it?" "It was all right," she replied softly, "just too expensive." "Shall we?" She hesitated, feeling reluctant to part with that delightful sensation. "Let's just buy one." "Sir, your wife has a marvelous figure. Our lingerie would suit her perfectly, making her look exceptionally beautiful." Although she hadn't seen it herself, the salesgirl was astute, having witnessed countless body types and knowing exactly how each would appear in their garments. Not to mention, Shen Xi, with her stunning beauty and devilishly enchanting figure. "All right, wrap it all up," Chen Chuan declared decisively. Shen Xi nearly twisted the flesh at his waist in disbelief. Does he even realize how expensive this lingerie is? He just wants everything. How much will it cost? Chen Chuan held her mischievous hand at his waist and winked at the salesgirl. "Wrap it all up." "Thank you." The salesgirl blushed, her head spinning as she went to prepare the items. "What's wrong with you? Do you know how much that costs?" Shen Xi was on the verge of exploding with anger at this spendthrift. They had only earned a little over 8,000 today, not 80,000 or 800,000. At this rate, could they even sustain their lifestyle? Was Chen Chuan supposed to be the thrifty type? Why was he shopping like a madman? This persona was becoming increasingly untenable. "Don't worry, my dear. We have enough money," Chen Chuan whispered soothingly. "Enough?" Shen Xi sighed in relief. Though she felt something was amiss, she refrained from twisting his arm further. A poor wretch should just stay out of sight. A middle-aged man stepped forward, slapping his black card onto the counter. "I'll pay for this lady's items." The shiny H logo on his belt gleamed under the light, drawing attention. Feeling their gazes upon him, he instinctively puffed out his stomach. "Who is this fool?" Shen Xi glanced at Chen Chuan. He shrugged nonchalantly. The man smiled at Shen Xi, tilting his chin in a most charming manner. Miss, beauty is a resource. Why waste it on those who fail to cherish it? After all, youth is so fleeting. His fingers toyed with the car keys in his hand, the prominent trident symbol instilling in him an air of confidence. The way he spoke and scrutinized her made Shen Xi exceedingly uncomfortable. She felt a surge of anger rising within her, just as her fist clenched. It was caught firmly by Chen Chuan. He smiled at the middle-aged man. You have no idea, do you? TCH, a poor fool. The man cast a disdainful glance, unwilling to engage further. What do you know? She, like you, only enjoys the thrill of shopping. Chen Chuan smiled warmly. Of course, if she were to buy, she would choose someone like me. He pointed to himself, casting a judgmental glance at the middle-aged man. Someone like you, aged and faded, should just refrain from embarrassing yourself. She wouldn't even glance your way. The man was thoroughly humiliated, his face turning an angry shade of purple. Shen Xi felt a sense of satisfaction and affectionately brushed her husband's handsome face. I, for one, appreciate beauty. Not just any old hog can catch my eye. At the very least, they must be as handsome as him. The man's fury intensified, clutching his chest as if on the verge of a heart attack. Darling, a melodious voice chimed from behind them. I made my selections. I'll take these. Everyone turned to see a stunning woman adorned in glimmering designer attire, beaming at them. Upon spotting Chen Chuan, her gaze halted abruptly, brows furrowing in disbelief. Chen Chuan. Shen Xi's sharp eyes immediately honed in on her husband. What was going on? This man, living off his wife, knew her? As if snapping back to reality, the woman glanced at the couple's intertwined hands, a charming smile gracing her lips. Hi. Nice to meet you. I am Chen Chuan's ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? On this Saturday, at the tail end of summer, the sun shone brightly outside the CF, while inside it was cool and serene. The piano music flowed softly, creating a peaceful ambience. Sum Yuan elegantly lifted her coffee cup, inhaling the rich blend of mocha, chocolate, and milk, and took a gentle sip, allowing her brow to relax. TCH, Chen Chuan scoffed after all these years. You're still just like Qin Mo, so pretentious. It's merely a cup of inexpensive coffee. Why act as if it's some top-tier beverage? Chen Chuan, it's been years, and you haven't changed a bit. Sum Yuan smiled, her beautiful face exuding a feline charm. You two reminisce later. Shen Xi interjected, not wanting to dwell on the past. Tell me, what is the story with the ex-girlfriend? Didn't he once claim to be pure and virtuous? Now, here comes an ex-girlfriend? With Sum Yuan's alluring looks, there was no way Chen Chuan, with his roving eyes, would have let her slip away. Shen Xi would never believe it. We were high school classmates, Sum Yuan said, glancing at Chen Chuan. I like him back then. Chen Chuan sipped his coffee in silence. In high school, he was the school's heartthrob, adored by all the girls. Yet Chen Chuan was too stingy. No one dared approach him. Every woman who came near him was driven away in tears by his sharp tongue. As high school students, we were tender and unprepared for the harshness of life. How could we withstand Chen Chuan's biting remarks? I was the only one who managed to endure longer. Chen Chuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, you were different, thick-skinned, and always looking for a free ride. Shen Xi nearly burst into laughter. At that moment, her heart felt as if it had dropped. Receiving such an assessment from Chen Chuan, Sum Yuan's claim of being his ex-girlfriend seemed utterly ludicrous. Chen Chuan, you know my character. I've never concealed anything from you. You've always been aware, haven't you? Sum Yuan took another sip of her coffee. What difference does it make whether he knows or not? It's all ancient history now. What significance does it hold? Chen Chuan gestured toward the pile of shopping bags at her feet. Look at you, after all these years. Still unchanged. Such a rare quality. What quality? The quality of a gold digger, as evidenced by the wealthy man she is with today. Shen Xi thought to herself. Sum Yuan's smile dimmed slightly. I know you look down on me. You've looked down on me since high school. Not really. Chen Chuan stirred his coffee absent-mindedly. Not really? Sum Yuan's expression brightened a bit. Who are you for me to regard or disregard? Sum Yuan's calm demeanor began to crack. Chen Chuan remained unchanged. After years of navigating through the world, she realized that his sharp tongue, which once felt unbearable, was indeed harsh. And your attempt to reconnect with me today is unnecessary. Chen Chuan set his spoon down. If you wish to reminisce, you should speak with Qin Mo. What does it have to do with me? Do you think a few ambiguous words can sow discord between my wife and me? After all these years, you're still switching partners. Are you becoming less and less presentable? Sum Yuan's face paled. The flaw lies in your mind, Chen Chuan pointed out, an inherent flaw that cannot be compensated for. Sum Yuan appeared as if struck by a thunderbolt, rising abruptly and glaring at Chen Chuan. Shen Xi instinctively stepped in front of him, eyeing her warily. Chen Chuan gently grasped his wife's hand, calming her down. You may leave now. If we meet again, there's no need for pleasantries. As you lay your head on your pillow tonight, consider carefully, who do I know? Sum Yuan's chest heaved angrily as she clenched the paper bag and prepared to leave. Wait, Chen Chuan called after her. Apologies are futile, she remarked coldly. What a worthless apology. Chen Chuan scoffed. I merely reminded you to remember to pay for your own coffee. If she intended to feign anger and storm off, hoping he would treat her to coffee, she could just leave. Sum Yuan trembled with rage, her designer attire quivering alongside her. Yet her anger bore little distinction from that of a less fortunate individual. She yearned to scream, to howl, to spill her coffee over Chen Chuan's face, an expression that still stirred her heart years later, but she lacked the courage. Instead, she silently settled her own coffee bill, donning her high heels while reassuring herself that she had not lost, that she was both beautiful and wealthy, and thus had not lost at all. Ultimately, she left in tears. Originally intended to be angered, Shen Xi instead found herself observing the spectacle, gaining a fresh perspective on her husband's sharp tongue. He truly attacked indiscriminately, regardless of the person's gender. Realizing this, Shen Xi swiftly picked up a sugar cube and dropped it into his coffee, offering him a sweet smile. Darling, yours is too bitter. Add some sugar. Chen Chuan chuckled, playfully pinching her earlobe. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. She was Chen Mo's ex-girlfriend. What? Shen Xi gasped in disbelief. This was unexpectedly linked to Chen Mo. Chen Chuan let out a cold laugh. In high school, I was actually quite close to Chen Mo. Not merely close, but rather very close. At that time, he, Zhou Yinxiao, and Chen Mo shared a tight-knit bond. Yet, it is often said that women's friendships are fragile, easily shattered by the presence of a man. Nonsense. Men are just as susceptible. After Sum Yuan's confession was rejected, for reasons unknown, she began a relationship with Chen Mo. Following their union, the bond between Chen Mo and Chen Chuan gradually faded. If they drifted apart, so be it. Chen Chuan was indifferent. What sort of friendship could be easily altered by a woman? They were together for several years, but as you can see, Sum Yuan's nature is such that how long could an ordinary student like Chen Mo satisfy her? It is said they broke up in college, and she moved on to a wealthier boyfriend. Today's encounter confirmed that nothing had changed. It seems that after all these years, she still had not succeeded in marrying into wealth, and her choices appeared to deteriorate further. One could only imagine her circumstances if it hadn't been for her. Chen Chuan would never have crossed paths with Chen Mo. After satisfying her curiosity, Shen Xi cast Sum Yuan aside, focusing on the matter at hand, calculating today's expenses. Although Chen Chuan insisted it was sufficient, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. After purchasing so many items, the total seemed far beyond what he claimed. 14,600 yuan. No need to calculate. Chen Chuan quickly announced the amount. Shen Xi gasped in shock. Was that truly enough? What was it enough for? They had only earned over 8,000 a day. Where did this 5,000 deficit come from? Wait, 5,000? Shen Xi glared at him. What about the rent and living expenses I gave you yesterday? He beamed at her. Well, that's all included in today's expenses. Shen Xi felt faint, a mix of exasperation and disbelief. You spendthrift. Do you not wish to continue living? Every day, she pondered what it was like to live with a financially reckless husband. Through this shopping debacle, Shen Xi gained a profound understanding. But who could explain Chen Chuan lounging on the bed, inviting her to do as she pleased? Chen Chuan, the miser, was indeed thrifty with outsiders, yet he was unrestrained when it came to spending at home. She had no objection to his expenditures. However, was it truly commendable to spend next month's rent and living expenses? The most infuriating part was that he spent the money, yet she had to replenish it. This was quite the predicament. After all, one could not simply neglect rent nor go without food. If domestic violence were to manifest, it would have to take another form. Recently, Chen Chuan had accumulated more than his fair share of bruises. He seemed to revel in the pain, taking pride in it rather than feeling ashamed. To add to her frustration, he presented her with a freshly laundered set of new underwear, grinning as if it were springtime. Wife, how about wearing this tonight? I can ensure you have a delightful evening." In this shamelessness, Shen Xi felt defeated. Indeed, the pursuit of knowledge is endless. Falling behind invites punishment. And she had learned her lesson. If Shen Xi were to take away anything from this episode, it was the necessity of earning more money. After all, maintaining a husband, particularly a handsome one, incurs considerable expenses. He simply refused to wear anything cheap. Reflecting on her situation, Shen Xi resolved to devote herself wholeheartedly to her work and increase her income. Thus, when the school administration approached her to take over the school team, she readily accepted without hesitation. In recent times, Shen Xi found herself at the center of gossip, yet the school administration consistently showed her unwavering trust, never once addressing the rumors. They even entrusted her with the significant responsibility of the school team. She was genuinely pleased with the promise of a bonus upon achieving good standings. The prospect of such a rewarding opportunity was enticing. She wholeheartedly supported the administration's vision, praising their ambitions without reserve, much to their delight. In the end, all rewards were doubled, and Shen Xi left the administration's office, content and eager to check on her financial prospects. The martial arts team at university had always been weak and impoverished. The students, once top scorers in their exams, proved to be of little practical use, having focused solely on academics. They had managed to form a martial arts team, yet during inter-school competitions, they consistently came in last. A joke circulated among universities. Before a match, one should inquire whether university was participating. If so, other schools could breathe a sigh of relief, knowing they would easily secure the last place. With this in mind, Shen Xi was tasked with revitalizing the team. Chapter 78. The storm has arrived. The school administration was determined to shed the burden of being ranked last for decades. A university, with its esteemed reputation and impressive academic achievements, was marred by its dismal athletic record. The administration struggled to maintain a composed demeanor during meetings. Thus, they had initially resolved to recruit Shen Xi at any cost. They succeeded in bringing her on board, yet before they could take action, the provincial team swooped in and claimed her. How could the pride of a whole university compare to that of a provincial team? Sacrifices must be made for the greater good. And the administration found itself powerless against this onslaught, watching helplessly as their prized recruit was whisked away. Now, however, the provincial team had made a grave mistake. Inadvertently releasing Shen Xi, the administration immediately acted, offering her the most favorable conditions and sincere intentions, swiftly binding her to the school team. Look at Shen Xi. She was truly remarkable, accepting without hesitation. From that day forth, the administration left meetings humming a tune, walking with newfound vigor. They envisioned a future free from the stigma of being last, perhaps even achieving respectable standings. And dare they dream of the top 5, or even the top 3 upon joining the team. Shen Xi was taken aback by the disarray among the students. This was a situation requiring serious investment. With such a ragtag group, how could they possibly hope to place in the upcoming inter-school competition? Everyone, prepare for a 5-kilometer warm-up run immediately. Shen Xi had never believed in gentle encouragement. She felt that a firm hand was far more effective than mere words. Not to mention that she taught martial arts and combat, a discipline where the use of force against students is both justified and sanctioned. Troublemakers? Punish them. Slackers? Punish them. Those with connections? Punish them even more. Thus, the once complacent and easygoing members of the school team were plunged into an arduous training regime. In Shen Xi's eyes, they were not merely teammates. They were resources for her to achieve her grand ambitions. Attempting to shirk their duties? Preposterous. She would discipline them until they were unrecognizable. Time slipped by as Shen Xi imparted her loving lessons through rigorous training. During this period, a significant event transpired. The provincial team suffered a crushing defeat in the league, securing only a meager 5th place in individual events. The leadership was utterly shocked. This was a team that had qualified for international competition, yet it had managed only a 5th place. Was such a result acceptable? Not at all. Furthermore, rumors spread that the previous victories of the provincial team were due to underhanded tactics. How could they have won otherwise with such poor performance? In an instant, the HCH provincial team found itself in the eye of the storm. The high-ranking officials in the sports bureau were severely reprimanded by the government leaders. They were not expected to bring glory to the province, but neither should they have performed so poorly. It would have been better if they had never achieved the honor, as now they faced even greater embarrassment. In truth, the blame did not lie entirely with the team members, who, under Shen Xi's guidance, had indeed developed considerable skills. However, Li Meijia, with her lack of knowledge and penchant for misguided instructions, insisted that the team follow her methods, claiming they were based on advanced foreign techniques. This led to chaos. Upon returning from the scolding, the head of the sports bureau immediately convened a meeting to analyze the failure. After much brainstorming and heated discussions, they concluded that the problem lay in the last-minute change of the coach. It was a grave mistake to replace the coach just before the competition, who had secured the qualification for the international tournament. Everyone knew it was Shen Xi, yet a minor, unsubstantiated complaint led to her replacement, and that too, right before the competition. Did they have no sense? Li Ping, who had recently been promoted, was now in a precarious position, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. He repeatedly wiped his face with a handkerchief, which alternated between wet and dry. His daughter, Li Meijia, had assured him that she would secure a top-3 finish, thereby restoring his honor. He had believed her. Now he felt as though his seat was burning, causing blisters. Despite his discomfort, Li Ping had to put on a smile and support the decision to reinstate Shen Xi. However, when the provincial team invited Shen Xi back, she firmly declined, citing her current preoccupations and inability to take on the role. The senior leadership was thrown into disarray. With the international competition looming, how could Shen Xi abandon her post? The director, a former military man, slammed the table in fury. "Bring Li Ping to me." He assured me that his daughter could lead the team to victory and that suspending Shen Xi's position would not affect the outcome. Look at the mess now. That bastard wants to ruin us. Meanwhile, accusations against Li Meijia began to surface. Someone came to the sports bureau to report that her research papers were fraudulent, and that Li Ping had coerced others to claim her work as his own for 5 years. More reports followed, alleging that Li Meijia favored those with wealth and power, while discriminating against the less privileged. Some were forced to do her personal errands, and she even used the team for free labor in commercial performances, pocketing the profits. Those who refused to comply or pay were subjected to unfair treatment, and one unfortunate player was injured due to her improper training, forcing him to retire in tears. These incidents, previously covered up by Li Ping, now came to light, causing a major scandal. Further revelations implicated Li Ping in corruption and abuse of power. His brother-in-law owned a sports equipment company that was a designated supplier for many events, hinting at a web of corruption. Consequently, Li Ping was placed under investigation, and Li Meijia was expelled from the provincial team. The provincial team's leadership then personally approached Shen Xi, hoping she would return. Before Shen Xi could respond, the university administration erupted in anger. Chapter 79. The infidelity. Could the university administration be calm? How dare the provincial team think they could poach Shen Xi, who belonged to a university? Her role with the provincial team was merely part-time. The same person who had requested Shen Xi's transfer from a university now asked for another sacrifice. The university leaders vehemently rejected this, arguing that they should not bear the brunt of the ridicule. Moreover, it was the provincial team's fault for not valuing Shen Xi, and now they wanted her back. They accused the provincial team of losing their dignity in the pursuit of talent, and questioned their definition of greater good. Shen Xi remained silent, her expression conveying her reluctance and helplessness. The provincial team's leadership left dejected. The university administration reassured Shen Xi, promising to stand firm and offering her additional bonuses for her success with the school team. Shen Xi, excited, began to outline ambitious plans, which delighted the university leaders, who envisioned themselves receiving accolades and outshining their peers. From then on, the university treated Shen Xi like a precious treasure, their eyes filled with affection. Meanwhile, the provincial team continued to negotiate with the university, but Shen Xi remained indifferent, leaving everything to the university. She enjoyed her freedom and avoided any conflict. As the National Day holiday approached, Shen Xi and Chen Chuan decided to stay home, avoiding the crowds and enjoying a simple, relaxing vacation. They planned to watch movies, snack, and play games, finding joy in the small pleasures of life. However, their plans were soon disrupted. On the first day of the holiday, Mo Yanan contacted Shen Xi with news. Mo Yanan, Xiaoxi, I have something to tell you. Shen Xi, you're getting married? Mo Yanan, is that so? Mo Yanan, of course not, it's not that fast. Shen Xiao, Mo Yanan, to get serious, Su Jun is getting a divorce. Shen Xi, why? Oh, Su Jun was their college roommate. When they graduated, she held her diploma in one hand and her marriage certificate in the other. from campus to wedding dress. How many people were envious of her? At that time, Shen Xi missed the wedding because she was abroad for a competition and received quite a bit of scolding from her. Now, just a few years later, there are troubles in her marriage. Shen Xi, are they really fighting? Just like back then when they kept talking about breaking up. Most of what people say in this world is untrustworthy. One is couples saying they want to break up, and the other is spouses arguing about divorce. When someone truly intends to separate, it is usually done quietly. Often, the more noise there is, the less likely they are to part ways. Mo Yanan. This time it seems to be true. I heard that Peng Zihao cheated. This revelation truly shocked Shen Xi. Cheating? Well, it seems they really are going to split. Shen Xi. I heard she gave birth to a son last year. They already have a child. How could Peng Zihao do something so despicable? Mo Yanan. There's something even more disgusting. I heard not only did he cheat, but he also... Shen Xi. Don't let me see him. Mo Yanan. You might not see him, but you might see Su Jun. Shen Xi. What do you mean? Mo Yanan. She contacted me yesterday and told me about her family issues. She said she was feeling down and wanted to get out to relax. She originally planned to come to Huzhou to see me. But since I had promised you to go to Hucheng, she said she wanted to come along too. Shen Xi. Fine, let her come. 1 or 2 makes no difference. Shen Xi was not worried. Mo Yanan. By the way, Su Jun will probably bring her son along. Could you help book a hotel with a family suite? Shen Xi. Sure, no problem. Thus, the two agreed that Shen Xi would pick them up at the high-speed rail station the day after tomorrow. After putting down her phone, Shen Xi fell into contemplation. Among the 4 of them in the dormitory, she had the best relationship with Mo Yanan, and her relationship with Su Jun was decent, though not particularly close. She was mostly occupied with classes and training, spending little time in the dorm. Even when she was there, Su Jun was often preoccupied with her romance, making their encounters rare. Therefore, over the years, Shen Xi had not gotten to know Su Jun very well. She only knew that she was a lovely girl with a bit of a temper, but no major flaws, and they could get along. This gathering could be considered their first since graduating. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Thinking of Su Jun inevitably brought to mind her unfaithful husband, who had once pursued her diligently, fetching meals by day and water by night, being exceptionally attentive. They appeared inseparable. Shen Xi even attended the celebratory dinner they hosted after establishing their relationship. Who would have thought that time, like a butcher's knife, could not only cut but also lead to betrayal? Ultimately, this reveals the inherent flaws in men, who often gaze at what lies beyond their own plates, finding the allure of wildflowers more enticing than the blooms at home. Chen Chuan was engrossed in a game when he suddenly sensed that the woman beside him was casting increasingly suspicious glances in his direction. Stealing a glance at her, he confirmed his suspicion. Meeting Shen Xi's piercing gaze directly, his mind was sharp. He quickly reviewed his recent actions, ensuring he hadn't done anything to upset his wife. With a smile, he returned his focus to his phone. Shen Xi silently scrutinized Chen Chuan's handsome face. If an ordinary man like Peng Zihao could cheat, then what reason would a dashing and charming man like Chen Chuan have to remain faithful? To some extent, Chen Chuan, even if not inclined to stray, would not be exempt from the advances of outside temptations. For instance, the striking Miss Yuan, who lived across from them, had vanished after being toyed with by Chen Chuan. Unable to remain still, Shen Xi abruptly seized his phone. Chen Chuan, stop fooling around. Just as he was about to achieve a crucial victory, Chen Chuan frowned, attempting to reclaim his phone. Do you think you would ever cheat? Uh-huh. Even the astute Chen Chuan was taken aback by the extent of his wife's thoughts. Shen Xi hid his phone behind her back, fixing him with a determined stare. Tell me, one day in the future, do you think you might find other women more exciting and cheat? Well, Chen Chuan stroked his chin, pondering. Are you still thinking? Shen Xi's voice held a dangerous edge. Chen Chuan leaned closer, so near that she could feel his breath against her lips. Are you referring to this kind of cheating? His lips brushed against her cheek. Or this. He pressed his lips to hers again, trailing down to her neck, his words muddled. Or perhaps this. His hands wandered down her waist, and then abruptly, he snatched his phone back. What the? He exclaimed, realizing he was about to lose the game. With a desperate scramble, he maneuvered with finesse, evading the impending defeat while eliciting a barrage of curses from his teammates. Shen Xi lamented her wavering resolve. This man truly had a way of captivating hearts. It wasn't her fault. Chen Chuan was cunning. Eventually, Chen Chuan managed to salvage the situation, pushing the opponent's crystal and casting aside his phone. finally turning his attention to his wife. Come on, sweetheart, tell me about your cheating story. Shen Xi, feeling dejected, recounted the situation, to which Chen Chuan scoffed. So you think I would cheat and even seek out? She felt an unexpected pang of guilt and smiled ingratiatingly. How could I think that? Absolument impossible. Rest assured, I would never seek out anyone else. Why? Where did he derive such confidence? Wasn't there data indicating that most men had such experiences, even if they hadn't acted on them? Because it costs money. Shen Xi. She had completely overlooked that point. So if it were free, you would consider it? Humph. Chen Chuan snorted dismissively. If there were no feelings, would I not choose divorce? What is the point of cheating? In this country, divorce doesn't cost much money. Moreover, if we were to divorce, you'd be the one losing your assets. How reasonable. It was indeed not flattering. Yet inexplicably, Shen Xi felt her mood brighten. Chen Chuan was still the same Chen Chuan. He was somewhat petty, but also quite forthright. Men truly varied from one another. Though her experience was limited, she felt her judgment of men remained sound. Yes, Shen Xi was satisfied. On the third day of the holiday, Shen Xi and Chen Chuan set off at 9 o'clock to pick up their classmates. As soon as Mo Yanan and O Su Jun emerged from the station, they spotted the most conspicuous couple standing at the exit. Did Shen Xi find a boyfriend? O Su Jun, cradling her son, cast a dark glare at Chen Chuan. I have no idea. Mo Yanan looked equally bewildered. Had she mistaken him? That man seemed to be the conspicuous best man from her former fiancé Yuan Lei's wedding. How could they possibly be together? Such a significant matter. And Shen Xi hadn't even mentioned it. Yanan, Su Jun Shen, she waved at them as she approached. Xiaoxi. Mo Yanan stepped forward to embrace her friend, exclaiming, I've missed you so much. Has it only been just over 5 months? Chen Chuan rolled his eyes internally, yet he remained silent, understanding the exaggerated warmth among women. Greeting her with a smile, it's been several years since we last met, hasn't it? O Su Jun forced a smile, clearly not in the best of spirits. Shen Xi understood. After all, who could feel good under such circumstances? Mo Yanan glanced at Chen Chuan and asked Shen Xi, Did you forget to tell me something? Shen Xi immediately flashed a charming smile. I'll tell you later. Let us get in the car first. Today, the couple unusually drove to pick them up. According to Chen Chuan, the car was borrowed from their classmate Wan Shan. Poor Wan Shan, who couldn't win at games yet loved to play with Chen Chuan. It was truly hard to fault him for monopolizing the fun. The vehicle in question is a Honda CR-V, which is not particularly expensive but boasts a commendable amount of space, making it suitable for picking up passengers and accommodating ample luggage. Upon entering the car, O Su Jun's lips curled in disdain. Xiaoxi, why did you purchase a Japanese car? This is not a prudent way to save money. Investing in a quality vehicle would afford you much greater comfort. Shen Xi exchanged glances with Chen Chuan and smiled slightly. Apologies, but this is not our car. We borrowed it. We certainly lack the funds to purchase one. It is never amiss to lament one's financial constraints. The antagonist may perish not only from excessive chatter, but also from a tendency to boast. For petty individuals like the Chun couple, bemoaning their financial situation is a daily ritual, and they are quite adept at it. Really? O Su Jun exclaimed in disbelief. You, a medal-winning individual, can't afford a car? Well, Su Jun, we've been traveling for quite a while. It's exhausting. Perhaps we should save our conversation for when we arrive at the hotel, Mo Yanan interjected. Always the peacemaker. The hotel? O Su Jun's tears immediately flowed, her emotions flaring. I refuse to go to a hotel. Xiaoxi, what is this madness? Is there something sinister about the hotel? Will it consume me? Shen Xi looked quizzically at Mo Yanan, who appeared equally bewildered. Su Jun, we came to Huching for fun. Where else would we stay if not at a hotel? Xiaoxi is here, after all. Why would we need a hotel? Tears brimming in her eyes. O Su Jun turned to Shen Xi. Xiaoxi, I truly do not wish to stay at a hotel. The moment I enter, I am reminded of that time I caught Peng Ziheo, that scoundrel, fooling around with another woman in a hotel. Although her reaction seemed a bit neurotic, Shen Xi understood her distress. Perhaps the recent events had deeply affected her. She glanced at Chen Chuan, who immediately offered, I can manage for a few days at Wan Shan. Her husband was indeed kind-hearted, and Shen Xi smiled at him in gratitude. Then let us not stay at a hotel. You may stay at my place, although it might be a bit cramped. Thank you, Xiaoxi. O Su Jun grasped her hand firmly. I knew men were unreliable. You were the most dependable. As she spoke, Tears streamed down her cheeks. Mo Yanin quickly comforted her, managing to coax a smile from her during the ride, which brought a sigh of relief. When the car arrived at Zigwai Garden, they found no underground parking available. However, Chen Chuan had long established a rapport with the gatekeeper, allowing them to park on the surface lot and assisting in carrying their luggage home. As Chen Chuan was about to leave, Shen Xi accompanied him to the elevator, feeling an unexpected pang of reluctance. She held onto his hand, unwilling to let go. "Are you reluctant to part with me?" he asked, wrapping his arms around her waist and planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Shen Xi nodded. Previously, she had never experienced such feelings. The notions of longing and attachment seemed trivial, yet this time felt distinctly different. His smile deepened. "Then, shall we expel that bothersome classmate of yours?" "Hey!" As the elevator doors opened, Shen Xi playfully pushed him away. "Hurry along." Chen Chuan chuckled, pinching her chin before stepping into the elevator. Once home, Shen Xi suddenly thought to message him. "Why are you being so agreeable this time?" His reply came swiftly. "Am I supposed to leave and wait on 3 women and a little brat? Do you think I'm a fool?" Shen Xi instantly understood. Indeed, that was very much in line with Chen Chuan's character, quick to seize an opportunity. While she reflected on this, she returned home. Mo Yanin and Sujuan had settled in, with Sujuan and her son occupying the guest room once used by Shindaji and his son. Mo Yanin took the study, with a sofa converted into a small bed, proving quite comfortable. Mo Yanin, a prime candidate for a good daughter-in-law, was gentle and capable, though her culinary skills left much to be desired. Noticing that Sujuan was having difficulty managing with her son, she assisted in making the bed. However, just as they finished, her son Dodo awoke and began to wail like a bomb detonating. The sound was deafening from the 1.5-year-old child. Shen Xi and Mo Yanin had hoped Sujuan would be able to soothe him, but she looked at them with tear-filled eyes. "What should we do? Why is Dodo crying so fiercely?" Shen Xi was incredulous. "He is your son. Why are you asking us?" Neither of them had experience with children. One was unmarried, and the other was not yet a mother. "I don't know," Sujuan protested, feeling more aggrieved than they were. "Usually, my mother-in-law takes care of him. I don't have to worry about it." After giving birth, she had struggled with breastfeeding, so Dodo was raised on formula, with his grandmother attending to him both day and night, leaving the couple with no responsibilities. Typically, she would only play with him occasionally, returning him to his grandmother whenever he cried, so she had no idea why he was upset. "Why did you bring your son along if you were planning to leave home?" Shen Xi was at a loss for words. "He is usually well-behaved and easy to manage." Sujuan started crying again. "I can't possibly leave Dodo with the Peng family if I get divorced." Shen Xi felt exasperated. She wanted to ask, "If you're getting divorced, why are you even thinking about having fun?" But seeing Sujuan's fragile demeanor, she held her tongue. "What do we do now?" Mo Yanin quickly shifted the topic, noticing Dodo's face was flushed from crying, with his hair dampened by tears. Shen Xi felt helpless. The best course of action was to call Chen Chuan. "Are you seriously asking me about this?" Chen Chuan exclaimed, utterly bemused upon answering the phone. "Husband, you are all-knowing and omnipotent in my eyes," Shen Xi flattered, not hesitating to shower him with compliments. "Enough of that. I know you too well." Chen Chuan was not swayed by her flattery. After a brief pause, he added, "Give me 5 minutes. I'll find out." Sure enough, within 3 minutes, Chen Chuan messaged back, "A child cries for 2 reasons. Either they are sick or they are hungry." Shen Xi sighed in relief and promptly relayed the information to Sujuan. Clumsily, Sujuan removed Dodo's diaper, only to discover a messy situation that left Shen Xi retreating a considerable distance, exclaiming, "I'll go order takeout. You all handle this." In Montak Yanans Astonisit Gaza, Shen Xi decisively closed the door behind her. Only when she returned to her room could she finally breathe. Good heavens, who says children's diapers don't smell? She would have liked to give someone a piece of her mind. Finally catching her breath, she pulled out her phone to explore takeout options. Admittedly, although she had lived in this area for over a year, she had never ordered takeout before. Having previously resided in the school dormitory, where the cafeteria was conveniently accessible, and now living with Chen Chuan, she had never considered takeout until today. Si je suis en cuisine? Might that be too spicy? Oh, these crayfish look delightful, and there's also boiled pork slices and spicy frog. Shen Xi lost herself in the takeout menu, until Dodo's explosive cries pierced the air once more, startling her so much that she nearly dropped her phone. Chen Chuan had claimed their home was soundproof. She couldn't help but wonder how that could be true. Before long, there was a hurried knock on the door. Shen Xi, come quickly. Do want tea, stop crying. Shen Xi genuinely felt like rolling her eyes. How was she supposed to know? Reluctantly, she rose to open the door, finding Juan with tears streaming down her face. Holding Dodo, who was wailing to the point of losing his voice. Yanin stood nearby, equally helpless. What on earth is happening? Shen Xi asked, is he hungry? Hungry. Oh yes, Dodo woke up without eating. He must be starving. Thus ensued another flurry of activity as they prepared milk for Dodo, finally managing to calm him with a bottle. The three women in the room collectively exhaled a sigh of relief as peace returned. Thank you, Shen Xi and Xiaonan, Juan said, her eyes still glistening with tears. Shen Xi and Yanin could only respond with weary silence. Finally, when the takeout arrived, the trio sat down to eat. Shen Xi, why did you order these dishes? They are too spicy for me. Juan frowned at the spread on the table. There's boiled shrimp, steamed fish, and vegetables. They're all quite mild, Shen Xi said through mouthfuls, unaware of Juan's palate. She had ordered a variety of dishes, ranging from light to heavy flavors. Additionally, the stir-fried yellow beef and spicy chicken cubes were ordered for herself. There was no reason to cater solely to the guests' preferences. She was not the type of person to sacrifice her own desires for others. Yet, she relished chicken and beef, both delightfully spicy. Juan felt rather aggrieved. This was intolerable. Shen Xi's expression darkened. If you dislike it, you need not eat. So she chose to ignore her and immersed herself in her meal. Yanin quietly continued to eat, avoiding any glance in her direction. Juan shifted her gaze from one dish to another, and soon tears began to silently cascade down her cheeks. As Yanin continued to eat, she found it increasingly difficult to swallow, but Shen Xi remained unfazed, eating with great appetite until the table was cleared. After all, she had paid for the meal, and with a little effort, she could finish everything. Upon seeing the empty dishes, Juan's sobs intensified. If you dislike staying at my home, you may opt for a hotel, Shen Xi remarked coolly while clearing the table. At that moment, she realized that allowing them to stay in her home might not have been the wisest decision. The classmates who once shared a good rapport had likely changed after years of living their separate lives, particularly Juan. Chapter 82, Decisiveness in the Past. Juan was not so dramatic, expecting the world to revolve around her. A lump formed in her throat, stifling her tears. I am sorry, Xi, am used. Feeling down, it wasn't intentional, she stammered an apology. Shen Xi took a deep breath. The lunch conflict concluded with Juan's repeated apologies. Shen Xi refrained from ordering for her again, allowing her to use her phone to order takeout. Yet, she still sought sympathy, looking at Shen Xi with a forlorn expression. Xi, I'm not very adept at ordering food on my phone. My husband usually handles it. Oh, then perhaps you should go hungry. Missing one meal won't kill you. Shen Xi replied, retreating to her room to sleep, preferring to avoid the situation. Shortly after, Yanin knocked and entered. Xi, I'm truly sorry, she said earnestly. Shen Xi rose and wiped her face. Yanin, how long has it been since you last saw her? I attended her wedding with Bei Bei, and we occasionally chat on WeChat. Lin Bei Bei, another roommate, was a native of the capital and now worked as a civil servant there. Shen Xi sighed. She wasn't tea like this before. I don't understand why she has changed. Juan was once an adorable girl, like any ordinary young woman, occasionally throwing minor tantrums, but she maintained good relationships with her roommates. Thus, Shen Xi had readily agreed to let her stay, unaware of how much she would transform. Perhaps her husband's infidelity was the catalyst for her drastic change. Yanin shook her head. She is particularly sensitive now. She cries over the slightest provocation, and I dare not speak too much to her. Her husband's infidelity is not our concern. We are not her parents to indulge her, Shen Xi asserted. Yanin, let me be clear. If she continues like this, I cannot allow her to stay in my home. Don't say I lack loyalty to our friendship. Yanin chuckled. Do as you please. I know you well enough. I never intended to trouble you. It was Juan who suddenly requested to stay. Even the closest of friends must maintain boundaries, especially since Shen Xi was married. By the way, tell me, why did you marry Chen Chuan? Yanin inquired, having come to discuss this very topic, but nearly forgot due to Juan's situation. It's a long story. Shen Xi hesitated, feeling somewhat sheepish. I enjoy long stories. If yours isn't long enough, I may not be interested. Shen Xi replied. We met at your wedding. Later, we bumped into each other again in Hucheng, spent some time together, and then got married. She glossed over the unexpected night with Chen Chuan, as it was not something she wished to broadcast. Do you know him well? Was it just a whim of a marriage? Mo Yanin asked, incredulous. She never expected Shen Xi, of all people, to act so impulsively. Do you know him? Shen Xi queried. How could I? I only know he was a college classmate of Yuan Lei. Beyond that, I'm not aware. He was merely a groomsman, and after Yuan Lei's engagement fell through, I had no means to inquire further. Shen Xi smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, we are doing well. The longevity of a marriage is not merely determined by the length of acquaintance. If that were the case, Ushijun and her husband have known each other long enough. Yet look where they are now. Mo Yanin sighed deeply. What you say is true. Not just Ushijun, but I was with Yuan Lei for 2 years before we got engaged and married. Who would have imagined it would end up like this? Let us drop this topic. How is your dating going? Shen Xi swiftly redirected the conversation. Mo Yanin chuckled lightly. It's been rather uneventful. Huzhou is still a small place. My situation with Yuan Lei stirred quite a commotion, and the few dates I've had lately haven't panned out. In the eyes of the locals, a wedding ceremony, even without a formal marriage certificate, was akin to being married. As a result, many considered Mo Yanin to be a divorcee, leading to critiques during her attempts at dating. Let me tell you something even more amusing. Yuan Lei's mother later called me, insinuating that he has a new girlfriend and is about to marry her. Mo Yanin said with a cold smile. Shen Xi was infuriated. How could that old woman be so vile? Even more ridiculous. Right after her call, Yuan Lei called me to ask if I wanted to reconcile. If I did, my parents would need to apologize to him. He claimed he could still change his mind. Shen Xi questioned skeptically. Did you agree? Mo Yanin chuckled. I recorded the call and promptly sent it to his current girlfriend. Well done, Shen Xi praised, giving her a thumbs up. This was quintessential Mo Yanin. At her best, she could be exceedingly patient and tolerant, but once she decided to give up, nothing could sway her back. When it was time to sever ties, she did so decisively. Yuan Lei's mother later called to berate me, accusing me of wanting to ruin their future. Even if their relationship fails, it is not my concern. I unleashed all the grievances I had endured over these years onto her, reportedly leaving her bedridden for half a month. That brought me great joy. I relish such tales of triumph. Yanin, do share more. Shen Xi listened intently, feeling a sense of relief in her heart. Not at all. Mo Yanin shot her a glance. Do you really wish for me to encounter such unreasonable families again? Absolutely not. Our Yanin is too good. You are bound to find someone 1,000 times better than Yuan Lei. That sentiment is more agreeable, Mo Yanin replied. After their exchange, the two erupted into hearty laughter. Just as they were enjoying their mirth, the door gently creaked open, revealing Ushijun as tear-streaked face peering in. Xiaoxi, Yanin, were you two discussing that brings such joy? The moment was abruptly dampened. Due to Ushijun's presence, along with her precious son Dodo, Shen Xi felt overwhelmed on the first day of their stay. She had never encountered such a weepy child, barely over a year old, still unsteady on his feet, but possessing a rather substantial temper. At the slightest inconvenience, he would throw his head back and wail. He cried without tears, clearly seeking to manipulate the adults. In mere moments, the tidy home that Chen Chuan had meticulously organized was left in disarray, his small handprints and footprints marking every surface. He stomped around in his shoes, climbing on the sofa and bed, mouth filled with candy, drool flowing profusely. His face, hands, and clothes became a mess. When Shen Xi scolded him, Ushijun merely laughed. Xiaoxi. He is just a child. What does he understand? Besides, children's shoes aren't dirty. Chapter 83. Explosive temper. This remark did not sit well with Shen Xi. He is but a child, while you are not. You assert that his shoes are not dirty. Yet look at the black smudges on the sofa. Are they not evidence to the contrary? Either remove his shoes or prevent him from climbing onto the sofa and the bed. Observing Shen Xi's grim expression, Sujuan felt a twinge of fear and promptly removed her son's shoes. Consequently, the child ran barefoot throughout the house, even venturing into the bathroom to splash water, leaving the floor in disarray. Fortunately, there was no bathtub, otherwise chaos would have ensued. He transformed the bathroom into a squalid mess, and infuriatingly, he took a cup to pour water onto the bed. Upon witnessing this, Shen Xi's anger surged. He swiftly grabbed the boy and delivered a series of spanks to his backside, prompting the child to scream. As the pain was genuine, tears streamed down his face, and he began to utter curses, albeit limited to childish insults like bad guy and I'll beat you to death. Beat to death? What a splendid idea. Shen Xi delivered a few more slaps before setting him down, raising his small palm. Was this hand used to scoop water? Before the child could comprehend, he received another 10 smacks to the back of his hand. Sujuan trembled with sympathy, yet Shen Xi's imposing demeanor deterred her from intervening. She merely stood at the bathroom door, pleading for her son. Shen Xi ignored her pleas about understanding mistakes and not daring to misbehave. What does it mean that one cannot discipline other people's children? In Shen Xi's realm, there are no untouchables. While she would not coddle him, she remained mindful of her strength, ensuring he felt pain but was not harmed. Afterward, she barked silence. This successfully stifled the child's cries. Defeated, he sobbed quietly, his big eyes brimming with tears, too afraid to make a sound. Once Shen Xi released him, he rushed into his mother's embrace, still too timid to cry aloud. Sujuan held her son tightly, showering him with kisses, then cast an angry, silent glare at Shen Xi before retreating to their room. The situation was far from over, and Shen Xi was not inclined to let them escape easily. She dragged Sujuan back to the bathroom, instructing her to clean up. Xi, I've never done this before. I don't know how. Sujuan whimpered, sobbing while pretending to mop. Xi, what is wrong with you? Why have you become so terrifying and devoid of empathy? Dodo is merely a child of over a year. He understands nothing. How can you be so harsh? If you do not diligently attend to your responsibilities, you will soon discover that my hand is as heavy on adults as it is on children. This statement silenced Sujuan, who wept in silence, feeling wronged. Shen Xi remained unaffected by her tears. It was Yanan who softened and assisted her, ensuring the bathroom was tidied up. Not only did they have to clean the bathroom, but the sofa and linens that had been soiled also required washing and drying. Subsequently, Sujuan learned her lesson, keeping a close watch on Dodo to prevent further chaos. After all, if he made a mess, she would be the one held accountable. See, who says children lack understanding? They are quite perceptive indeed. Shen Xi observed Dodo sitting on the floor, dutifully playing with a mobile phone, and nodded in satisfaction. When dinner time arrived, and Sujuan appeared poised to complain, Shen Xi swiftly interjected. Either you eat what I order, or you order for yourself. Sujuan promptly fell silent. Thus, they enjoyed a quiet dinner, with even Dodo casting cautious glances at Shen Xi, obediently eating and drinking milk, refraining from any disruptive behavior. Who says children do not comprehend? They're the most adept at reading the room, often more so than many adults. They are acutely aware of who to provoke and who to avoid. The night passed quietly, even if Dodo cried in the middle of the night. Sujuan dared not knock on Shen Xi's door. Ultimately, she could only seek assistance from Yanan, who had inadvertently drawn Sujuan's ire. Even as friends, Shen Xi remained aloof. The following day, they proceeded with their planned outing. To be candid, in He City, a popular tourist destination, during such a long holiday, every attraction, big or small, was teeming with crowds. Shen Xi herself was reluctant to venture out and mingle with the masses. However, as a host, she felt obligated to accompany her visiting classmates. Despite her frugality, she had not considered making her classmates pay on the first day. After all, they had traveled to see her, and it was only right for her to cover the expenses for their initial outing. Thus, the costs of tickets, transportation, and meals for the day were borne by Shen Xi. Yanan offered a few polite remarks, while Sujuan bluntly said, Xiaonan, don't compete with Xi. We've come all this way to her home. If we don't allow her to play the gracious host, she might get upset with us. Shen Xi rolled her eyes internally. Regardless of others' opinions, she would do what she deemed necessary. As for what was deemed inappropriate for play with a child, she would not indulge such sentiments. If one wished to play, they could do so. If it was unsuitable for children, then they could wait outside with the child. By the end of the day, Sujuan wore an all-too-familiar expression of grievance. The heat was oppressive, and Dodo wailed incessantly. Shen Xi feigned ignorance, while Yanan attempted to console Dodo, ultimately giving up. Sujuan held her child, both adults and children, in tears. What the predicament? On the way back, Dodo finally exhausted himself and fell asleep in his mother's arms. With a voice tinged with nasal congestion, half pitiful and half pleading, Sujuan said, Xi, your husband borrowed the car, so could he drive us around for the next few days? Having a car would make our outings much more convenient. Besides, he is a strong man. He could help me carry Dodo. Huh, what a fanciful thought. Shen Xi outright rejected her. My husband is occupied these days. How presumptuous. They had already relinquished their home, yet she expected him to accompany them on their outings? How brazen. If she could not manage her own child, why bring him along? Sujuan pouted and fell silent. Shen Xi reflected and recognized that Sujuan was indeed clever. She knew how to gauge the limits of Shen Xi's tolerance and would continually test the boundaries. If she pushed a bit further, Shen Xi would explode and demand her departure, so she tread carefully not to provoke her completely. A wise woman, indeed. Shen Xi suddenly grew suspicious of Sujuan's claims about her husband's infidelity during her pregnancy, which had been concealed for quite some time. Sujuan appeared delicate and vulnerable, yet it seemed she was anything but weak. That evening, rather than returning home to order takeout, they dined at a restaurant outside the community. Sujuan unabashedly ordered an array of dishes, selecting the more expensive options. Shen Xi silently added a few pricier dishes as well, disregarding Sujuan's gleeful demeanor. Once the food arrived, Shen Xi indulged heartily, and when she was nearly finished, she announced her intention to use the restroom, beckoning Mo Yanin to accompany her. The two then disappeared without a trace. When Sujuan, clutching her son and weeping, knocked on the door, Shen Xi had already instructed Mo Yanin to pack their belongings. You should find a hotel to stay in, she curtly stated, closing the door behind her. Sujuan stood dumbfounded, staring at Mo Yanin, who was burdened with luggage. Xiaonan. Mo Yanin sighed in resignation. Sujun, do you not understand Xiao Xi's character? She is not one to endure mistreatment. But I have a child with me. How could she throw us out at such a late hour? It's outrageous. Sujun fait utilironged. Since yesterday, she had endured Shen Xi's foul temper, even refraining from defending her son when Shen Xi chastised him. Now, Shen Xi had promised dinner, yet she had vanished. Over 680 yuan, and she had left without settling the bill. Not only had she departed, taking Mo Yanin with her, but now she had also discarded their luggage. What was this? Did she think herself above all? Outraged, Sujuan stormed off, clutching her son, leaving the luggage behind, relying on Mo Yanin to manage it. With a simple phone call, Chen Chuan returned home. With children in the house, cleanliness is an elusive goal, particularly with 3 women around, none of whom seem particularly adept at household chores. Used diapers and other clutter are strewn about, remnants of chaos left by Sujuan. Chen Chuan sighed, and, without further ado, set to work. In less than half an hour, the place was immaculate once again. The bedding from the guest room and the sofa covers were tossed into the washing machine, along with disinfectant and cleaning solutions, allowing them to swirl about on their own. After taking a shower and drying his hair, he entered the room, where Shen Xi greeted him with a sweet smile. Ah, how charming she becomes whenever she harbors a guilty secret. Though their marriage had not yet spanned a long duration, it was sufficient for Chen Chuan to understand her well. Come, my dear, let me help you dry your hair, she offered eagerly, holding the hairdryer with great enthusiasm. Oh, it seems the weasel has come to celebrate the new year, he teased, tossing the towel aside and sitting at the edge of the bed. Shen Xi promptly turned on the hairdryer and began to dry his hair. It must be said, Chen Chuan's hair was indeed splendid, dark and lustrous, his fingers gliding through it like silk. His hair was short, and within 10 minutes it was nearly dry. Shen Xi ceased the machine, gently arranged his hair with her hands, and beamed with satisfaction as she cupped his face, admiring him from side to side before planting a resounding kiss on his lips. My husband is truly handsome. This little deceiver, adept at sweet talk, Chen Chuan understood her games well, yet it did not detract from his pleasure in hearing her words. Well, speak up, what is your scheme? I truly have none, she replied, raising 4 fingers. How klitsch! Chen Chuan rolled his eyes, putting away the hairdryer and pulling his wife down onto the bed beside him. Indeed, being married made a world of difference. Once he had reveled in his singlehood, finding it delightful amidst the throngs of infatuated admirers. Yet now, wrapped in the embrace of his fragrant and soft wife each night, he found his life rather agreeable. The joys of marriage had revealed themselves to him. His previous sentiments of enjoyment in being single had perhaps stemmed from youthful naivete, lacking the richness of married life. Last night, he had slept alone, engrossed in gaming until the witching hour, barely managing to drift into slumber. Now, however, it was blissful, his beautiful companion nestled close, truly a life well lived. Now, speak, Chen Chuan languidly prompted, holding her close. Speak of what? Shen Xi innocently toyed with his fingers. What pretense is this? As if I do not know you. Dear wife, to be honest, your ability to endure until nightfall before sending your classmate away has greatly surprised me. What do you mean? Shen Xi shot him a look. He pressed her face gently against his chest. With her temperament, you likely do not get along well. I had expected you to send her packing first thing this morning. I did not anticipate you could endure for an entire day. Very well, nothing escapes your keen eyes. Shen Xi then recounted the previous day's clash with Shujun. I tolerated her spoiled behavior, her tears, and her bratty antics. But when she attempted to swindle me for money, that was simply intolerable. Does she think I am a fool? To think she wanted over 600 for a meal? What a fantasy. She herself hardly spends more than a few bucks on her own meals. How could she expect me to pay for such extravagance? Ridiculous. Well done, my wife. Chen Chuan wholeheartedly supported her stance. To pilfer money from my wife is no different than robbing me. We draw the line there. Through this incident, Shen Xi concluded that even the best of friends, if not seen for years, require deeper understanding before rekindling a close relationship. Chen Chuan agreed wholeheartedly. Many classmates are merely opportunists. Shen Xi unexpectedly thought of the pitiful Wan Shan. But be honest, did you not see through Shujun's true nature from start? Is that why her tales did not surprise you at all? Chen Chuan readily admitted, indeed. Shen Xi eyed him suspiciously. From where does this extensive experience with women stem? Chen Chuan was indeed a master at discerning character. Whether it was the enchanting He Wan or the present-day Shujun, he seemed to possess an uncanny ability to pierce through facades and perceive the essence of individuals. What do you expect? Spend some time with the ants, and you will learn that no woman, be it red tea, green tea, or black tea, can escape their discerning gaze. Shen Xi conceded, how astute, is hard to refute. My dear, enough of this trivial chatter. Shall we engage in something more substantial? What substantial? Ugh. What is substantial about this? What is not substantial? Pray, enlighten me, and I shall adjust accordingly. Ashamid. In the ensuing days, Shen Xi and Chen Chuan fell back into their routine of watching the bustling lives of the nation unfold on television and their phones. Due to the extended holiday, the neighborhood was quieter than usual, likely because many had ventured out to enjoy their time off. This was a welcome relief, as the grocery stores and markets were less crowded, allowing them to shop without the usual chaos. Shen Xi delighted in the complaints sent by Mo Yanan, who had not escaped Shujun's clutches. Each day spent with Shujun was a torment, with incessant complaints about the lack of enjoyment wherever they went. No matter the destination, she found fault, yet when asked where she wished to go, she would merely shrug and say, anywhere. Dining was equally vexing. She would reject this and that, only to respond with a casual whatever when asked. After finally settling on a meal, one would hardly notice her eat a few bites. Even more outrageous were the outings with her son, where Shujun would carry only a bag, neglecting to bring a long stroller. Little Daodu, a hefty toddler, would be too heavy for her to hold, so she would shove him into Mo Yanan's arms. Mo Yanan, a delicate woman herself, found her arms weary from carrying him. Yet Daodu stubbornly refused to walk despite being capable. One had to admire Mo Yanan's patience. She endured for 2 full days. Finally, during one particularly hot outing, when Daodu refused to wear a diaper, Shujun decided to let him go without, resulting in an unfortunate incident as he relieved himself all over Mo Yanan. This led to an explosive reaction from Mo Yanan. Oh, Shen Xi, I am at my wit's end. Shujun shows no remorse. She even laughed and claimed that a child's urine brings good luck, and that I will soon find a boyfriend. Shen Xi was thoroughly entertained, eagerly pressing for details. And then? What happened next? Then, I gave Daodu a good spanking. Yes, after 2 days of restraint, the ever-patient Mo Yanan could no longer hold back. The reason for her outburst stemmed from Daodu's deliberate actions. He had shaken his head when asked if he needed to use the restroom, only to urinate the moment she picked him up. Children have a keen sense of who is easy to manipulate, and, clearly, Mo Yanan was among those the little one felt he could take advantage of. However, he was still too young to accurately gauge character. Mo Yanan swiftly delivered a light smack to his bottom, causing Daodu to wail loudly, prompting Shujun to start her lament about how they were bullying her and her son. Bullying? I wonder if her unfaithful husband will shed a tear upon learning of this. Shen Xi, let us meet for lunch today. I have a high-speed rail ticket for the afternoon to head back. Mo Yanin was seething with frustration, with nowhere to vent her anger. Who could she blame but herself for provoking Shujun? She accepted her fate, knowing that sometimes it was better to avoid conflict. Shen Xi, lacking any sympathy, laughed heartily and happily agreed to meet her friend for lunch, taking Chen Chuan along as Mo Yanin requested. Before they set off, Shen Xi repeatedly reminded him, "Remember to pay the bill." "Why? Didn't she say she would treat us?" Chen Chuan was reluctant. Shen Xi shot him a glare, falling into silence. After a moment, he sighed in resignation. "Fine, I understand. Who would have thought that barely a minute later, he would be on the phone?" "Hello, Wan Shan. When you plan to treat me for that meal from our last gaming loss? Let us do it today at noon." Shen Xi. The unfortunate Wan Shan not only had to treat them to lunch, but also had to drive to pick up the two esteemed guests. It is truly bewildering to contemplate what transgressions he might have committed in a past life to be destined to share a classroom with Chen Chuan in this one. Chen Chuan seems to relish in taking advantage of him. In truth, Shen Xi has unjustly accused Chen Chuan. He has not solely targeted Wan Shan, but has also ensnared Zhou Yunxiao, a fact unbeknownst to Shen Xi. While we enjoy an 11-day holiday, Country M does not share this luxury. As for the Kezi divorce case, it has already undergone 2 rounds of negotiations. Under Chen Chuan's guidance, Zhou Yunxiao has been tirelessly conducting asset investigations, becoming quite dizzy with the task. It is astonishing how Chen Chuan possesses such talent. He can discern countless discrepancies from a single financial report. A glance at the stock market reveals the manipulations executed by old Kezi. Yet, Chen Chuan contributes only with his words, leaving the laborious tasks to Zhou Yunxiao. Infuriatingly, during one of Zhou Yunxiao's late-night complaints after countless hours of work, Chen Chuan breezily quipped, "A clever person speaks, while a simpleton must exert themselves." Zhou Yunxiao's blood pressure soared that day, nearly leading to an untimely demise. However, this anger dissipated as he witnessed Chen Chuan rendering the formidable dream team of lawyers speechless, their faces turning a ghastly purple, some even fainting from the shock. Indeed, Chen Chuan harbors genuine affection for him. One can only appreciate happiness through comparison. And Zhou Yunxiao felt revitalized. Thus, while others indulged in leisure, Zhou Yunxiao's team toiled tirelessly. Consequently, Chen Chuan is not merely exploiting Wan Shan. That much is certain. Yet, Shen Xi remains oblivious, casting sympathetic glances towards Wan Shan throughout the journey. Despite Wan Shan's internal grievances, he brightened at Chen Chuan's promise of a ranking match that evening, boldly asserting, "Order whatever you like. Don't worry about saving money." The Chen couple exchanged knowing glances, approving of his carefree attitude towards finances. The restaurant was chosen by Shen Xi, as she is more familiar with Huching than Mo Yanin. She selected a location close to the high-speed train station. The holiday crowds were truly extraordinary, but fortunately, they arrived later, having missed the peak rush. It wasn't long before a private room became available. Mo Yanin arrived a bit late, dragging her suitcase noisily, and upon seeing Shen Xi, she waved enthusiastically. She possessed a gentle and graceful demeanor, causing Wan Shan's face to flush upon their first meeting. After introducing everyone, the 4 took their seats. Shen Xi had pre-ordered dishes, knowing Mo Yanin's preferences well, and she kindly included a few of her favorites. Observing Mo Yanin's sun-kissed cheeks and darkening circles beneath her eyes, Shen Xi felt a profound sympathy. Alas, it was a self-inflicted plight for which she could not blame anyone else. Mo Yanin, ever the stoic, accepted her fate with grace. Shen Xi glanced at the 2 men engrossed in conversation and resumed her gossip with Mo Yanin. "Does she know you're returning?" Mo Yanin gulped down a glass of ice water, relishing the serene ambience of the private room, where only soft murmurs and gentle music filled the air. She found a sense of satisfaction in her return to reality. It was terrifying. She could hardly fathom the experiences of the past 2 days. Shen Xi, intrigued, inquired, "Did she say anything?" "Whether she spoke or not matters little. I've blocked her," Mo Yanin replied, having no desire to see Sujuan's face again. The ordeal with Dodo had dampened her enthusiasm for dating, making her reluctant to consider marriage and children. She had come to realize just how daunting children could be, with their incessant cries and wails, an overwhelming force. Shen Xi expressed her heartfelt sympathy and concern, and when the dishes began to arrive, their private conversations came to a close. The table of four erupted into lively chatter over their meal. Upon learning that Wan Shan was a photographer, Mo Yanen's interest in him peaked significantly. Chapter 86. A lesson learned. Mo Yanen had always lived a rather conventional life, a well-behaved girl with few peculiar hobbies, yet she harbored a fondness for photography. Unfortunately, whether due to lack of talent or some other reason, her photographs invariably turned out unflattering. Friends were often hesitant to let her take their pictures, as she had a knack for capturing their least flattering angles. Despite her attempts to follow various online tutorials meticulously, the results were still dismal. Much like Wan Shan, who loved gaming yet struggled with skill, she found herself caught in a similar predicament. No worries. Practice makes perfect, Wan Shan assured her, sharing a few simple techniques for photographing people. Mo Yanen's face lit up with understanding, and their conversation flourished. Meanwhile, the Chen couple exchanged a few knowing glances. Chen Chuan pulled out his phone to scan a QR code, adding a few more expensive dishes to their order. Would they leave anything uneaten? Absolutely not. The meal concluded with everyone in high spirits. When Mo Yanen attempted to settle the bill, she was outpaced by Wan Shan, who swiftly paid with a scan of his phone. Checking the time, they prepared to head for the train station. Wan Shan gallantly offered to escort her, to which she replied, "That would be too much trouble." "Not at all," Wan Shan exclaimed, energized, as he took charge of her suitcase and rushed to the car, fearing rejection if he hesitated. Chen Chuan observed his wife and noticed the two women engrossed in their conversation. He decided to venture to the underground garage to find Wan Shan, opting not to intrude on their exchange. "Xi, seeing how well you and your husband get along, I suddenly think perhaps my wedding with Yuan Lei wasn't such a misfortune after all. At least it led to your union," Missouri Yanen remarked, grasping her friend's hand. Shen Xi smiled brightly. "Life is full of unexpected turns. Your separation from Yuan Lei is undoubtedly a blessing. With his family dynamics, marrying into that situation would be quite the challenge. And given his soft disposition, it's clear his mother calls the shots. A more compliant wife would likely be bullied endlessly. What good is wealth if it's not yours? Even if one has a substantial bank account, it does not equate to personal freedom. Indeed, always follow my parents' advice. Believing becoming a teacher was ideal. When they insisted I should be married by a certain age, I complied. Yet now, reflecting on my life, it seems I've never truly lived for myself," Mo Yanen confessed, leaning against the railing of the shopping mall, gazing at the bustling atrium. She turned to Shen Xi, smiling. "Xi, I have always envied your independence. You are so decisive, living life on your own terms, free from others' judgments. How wonderful." Shen Xi replied with a slight smile. "Perhaps some children's independence stems from necessity, leading them to rely solely on themselves, while your dependence arises from having someone to lean on." Mo Yanen paused, having never contemplated it from that perspective. As the silence stretched, her smile gradually brightened. "Xi, you truly know how to offer comfort." "Well, I speak from personal experience, just stating the truth. I hope to one day be as self-reliant as you. You can do it too. We are still young, and there is plenty of time ahead of us," Shen Xi encouraged, squeezing her hand. Mo Yanen's eyes sparkled with determination. "You're right. I want to live life on my own terms from now on." "Go for it, Yanen. I have faith in you." "Thank you, Xi. I am grateful to have met you. However, do remember to be discerning in whom you trust," Mo Yanen replied. "Can we not bring that up?" Upon Mo Yanen's return, the long-awaited holiday gathering with friends came to a close. Although Osujuan later made snide remarks about Shen Xi in their class group, claiming she had changed, Shen Xi remained blissfully unaware, as she was in a different class. Ignorance was bliss, and she dismissed it as trivial. It was only later that Mo Yanen and Lin Bei could no longer tolerate Osujuan's antics and engaged in a heated online dispute, causing quite a stir in the alumni group, that Shen Xi finally became aware of the situation. After the incident, Morin and another person added Shen Xi to their small group chat, where she finally learned the intricate details surrounding the matter. It was only at this point that she discovered that the allegations made by Osujuan regarding her husband's infidelity with PC were entirely fabricated. Lin Bei, who lived nearby, was well informed about the situation. Lin Bei remarked, "Had you mentioned earlier that she intended to seek you out, I could have warned you in advance." Shen Xi inquired, "Is there anything we ought to be aware of?" Lin Bei replied, "She came to my place in August and stayed for over a month, indulging in food and leisure while my parents catered to her every need. She demanded only the finest and most expensive meals. Every weekend, She insisted I take her on trips to unwind. Initially, I thought her marital troubles had left her in a bad mood, and I tolerated her presence. However, I later stumbled upon a video call she made to her husband, where she sweetly called him baby and darling. It was evident she was merely exploiting our hospitality. Shen Xi was taken aback, as was Mo Yanin, who asked, so, the rumors of Peng's Zhou as infidelity were nothing but her lies? Lin Beibei confirmed, indeed. They were mere fabrications. When I finally confronted her, it was her husband who came to pick her up, and they seemed perfectly fine, showing no signs of impending divorce. Shen Xi pondered, what could she possibly gain from spreading such falsehoods about her husband, merely for the sake of food and drink? Her family isn't financially struggling. Lin Beibei explained, what she seeks is beyond your comprehension. Do you recall Zhengli from our class? It is said that she has amassed considerable wealth. We only discovered that Sujuan had stayed with her for 2 or 3 months earlier this year, acquiring a plethora of designer bags and jewelry. One wonders what insights she might have gained during that time. Shen Xi conceded. Lin Beibei, being a classmate of Sujuan, had a deeper understanding of her character. You think she simply visits classmates for leisure? She is quite strategic, selecting those with favorable circumstances to elicit sympathy and potentially gain financial support. For instance, Zhengli, Lin Beibei, and even you, Shen Xi. In truth, she has indeed profited from their generosity. We cannot overlook the fact that Zhengli is wealthy, while Lin Beibei is a local with a stable government job. As for Shen Xi, well, she has her own accolades and recognition, so it's reasonable to assume she enjoys a comfortable living. Although she may not be exceedingly wealthy, she certainly has enough to live modestly. One cannot deny that Sujuan chose her targets wisely, but perhaps underestimated their resilience. Chapter 87. The necessity of funds, however. Since Mo Yanin and Lin Beibei had already severed ties with Sujuan and removed her from their group, Shen Xi opted not to further chastise a fallen adversary. After all, in the grand scheme of victims, her losses were minimal. In fact, she had even confronted Sujuan, which might explain her cryptic remarks in the group chat. It was disheartening to realize that she had gained nothing from the situation, but rather had been taken advantage of. Thus, the saga with Sujuan came to a close. If there was a lesson Shen Xi gleaned from this, it was that the world is filled with eccentricities beyond imagination. In essence, wherever there are people, there exists a realm of intrigue. The oddities of life resemble a game of plants versus zombies. Once one wave is defeated, another approaches. Life persists, and so does the struggle. The amusement derived from these encounters what makes life worthwhile. Without such characters to embellish existence, would life not resemble a desolate well? But a desolate well? Who asserts that? Such a notion is unfathomable. For instance, as soon as the holidays concluded, Tao Ku approached her with the announcement, I have completely ended things with Min Jixing. Shen Xi was taken aback, not due to Tao Ku, but rather Min Jixing's unexpected decisiveness concerning the breakup. Initially, he had been reluctant to part ways, expressing a desire to travel together one last time, akin to an ordinary couple, to revisit all the moments they had missed. Tao Ku's voice trembled with sadness as she recounted, after all, I truly loved Min Jixing. Our relationship of over 6 months was not trivial. Shen Xi inquired, so, you accepted his proposal? Tao Ku nodded yes. We spent 7 days traveling during the National Day holiday, and upon our return, we parted amicably. Shen Xi marveled at the current youth's sense of ritual, even orchestrating a breakup trip. This prompted her to reflect on her own relationship with Chen Chuan, questioning whether they had slipped into a mundane routine too quickly, devoid of any ceremonial significance. Ceremony? When one is financially constrained, creativity flourishes. Perhaps you should remind your friend to exercise caution. Chen Chuan interjected while engrossed in his game. Shen Xi, eager for insight, asked such as unexpected pregnancies. Chen Chuan replied, distracted as he criticized a teammate for mishandling their strategy. Shen Xi pondered deeply, recognizing that men often possess a more profound understanding of their own kind. Without hesitation, she messaged Tao Ku. Tao Ke zet bonusfipli, zontawadi, ciao. I'm not that foolish. I'm being very careful. All right, they were adults. As long as she was aware, that was sufficient. As a friend, Shen Xi felt her duty was fulfilled. To intervene further would be overstepping. However, she couldn't resist casting a disparaging glance at Chen Chuan. The fact that you can conceive such ideas suggests you have your fair share of tricks up your sleeve, don't you? Chen Chuan raised an eyebrow, darling. I possess countless tricks. Would you care to give them a try? His playful demeanor was unmistakable. Shen Xi, unfazed by his antics, engaged him further. How many? In a seamless exchange, Chen Chuan swept her into his arms and settled her onto the couch, meticulously detailing the myriad possibilities. This was hardly the behavior of a conventional couple. In the ensuing days, Shen Xi found little time to concern herself with Tao Ke's affairs, as the sports bureau had finally pacified the school administration. With the leaders relenting, they assured Shen Xi that as long as she was willing, they would not interfere. How unreliable. They had previously insisted that Shen Xi refrain from involvement, promising to resolve matters on her behalf. Yet, it had taken mere days for them to buckle under pressure. It was understandable, given the approaching international competition, which would reflect not just on one province, but carry far greater implications. They simply could not withstand the mounting stress. While they faltered, Shen Xi remained resolute. She firmly asserted that her energy was limited and that the provincial team had ample competent coaches. Without her, there would still be Shen Dong and Shen Nan. If necessary, hiring external talent was also a viable option. If coaches from various clubs could be replaced, why could a major province like Sanjiang not do the same? Was there a lack of funds? Consequently, the sports bureau managed to convince the school, but when Shen Xi herself opted out, they could do nothing to compel her. Ultimately, they found themselves at an impasse, necessitating the return of Gong Chang. Gong Chang's position had long been reinstated. In a bid to placate him, the leadership even offered to promote him further to a more prestigious role. However, Gong Chang was devoted to the provincial team and, for the time being, could not detach himself, thus graciously declining the offer. After several visits from the leadership to persuade him, coupled with his own attachment to the provincial team, he begrudgingly returned to work. Upon his return, he was determined not to overlook Shen Xi. He approached her directly, stating, "Name your conditions. I shall comply." This was the correct approach. Instead of attempting to win her over with emotional appeals, he should recognize the value of finances. Shen Xi, counting the substantial amount of money, readily agreed to resume her role as coach for the provincial team. Of course, she did not neglect her responsibilities at school. After all, her energy and capabilities were abundant. Whether managing one sheep or a whole flock, as long as the payment was sufficient, she would gladly accept. The inter-school league was set for the end of the year. With the international competition following shortly after, all were in close succession. Shen Xi busied herself, while Chen Chuan also remained occupied, directing Qiu Yunxiao with fervor. In a series of confrontations with Kezi's legal team, Chen Chuan's sharp tongue left numerous opponents defeated, resulting in their faces darkening with frustration. In the midst of a serious gathering, Zhou Yunxiao's youthful face gleamed with excitement, as if envisioning a future where countless riches would flow into his bank account. However, he reminded himself to temper his exuberance and suppress any vocal expressions of joy. The couple busied themselves, and time sped by. Particularly lately, Shen Daji and Su Liwen had refrained from causing any disturbances. Shen Daji, having been intimidated by their previous encounters, hesitated to approach them, while Su Liwen's recent actions sparked a hint of surprise. As the new semester commenced, Su Liwen, after much effort during the summer, successfully secured a spot for Zhang Ruoqi at a commendable high school, reportedly investing a significant amount of money and social capital in the process. Her daughter-in-law, Yang Yu, was undoubtedly displeased, as this endeavor to facilitate Zhang Ruoqi's education threatened to deplete their family resources. What would her son have for his future? Previously, Su Liwen could easily procure funds from Shen Xi, but now, with no financial support coming her way, she was left contemplating the prospect of using her household's money to support her daughter, whose intellect appeared stagnant. Yang Yu promptly raised a fuss and returned to her parental home with her son. Thus, the Zhang household was abuzz with activity, leaving Su Liwen little time to bother Shen Xi. Once she could spare a moment, it would be a different story. Chapter 88. A confrontation. The information had been willingly provided to Chen Chuan by that sycophantic Shen He. Shen Xi found it both curious and somewhat exasperating to learn about her parents' affairs through Chen Chuan. Nevertheless, Shen Xi remained true to her impulsive nature. If they did not seek her out, she chose to act as if they did not exist, ready to face whatever challenges arose when they did. She mused that no one could truly sever familial ties. Life continued at a leisurely pace until, unexpectedly, a thunderous shock struck. Shen Jie had been hospitalized due to a brutal altercation with Wang Xingye, leaving her ribs punctured and her life hanging by a thread. The call came from Shen Xi's colleague, who relayed the urgency of the situation and the doctor's dire prognosis. Yet no member of the Wang family had shown their face. With no other recourse, the colleague managed to obtain Shen Xi's number from their grandparents. Upon answering the call, Shen Xi felt a mix of disbelief and anger. She was infuriated by Shen Xi's submissive tendencies, yet the violence inflicted by Wang Xingye was utterly intolerable. Chen Chuan sighed beside her. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, they could not afford to ignore such a life-and-death matter, and they needed to visit the hospital. Indeed, they had to go, but she could not venture alone. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Xi called Shen He to accompany her to Bay City. As for Shen Daji, fearing financial repercussions from the Wang family, he opted to feign illness and remain hidden. Shen Xi held no expectations of him. His presence would only hinder their efforts. Huching was conveniently close to Bay City, and within 40 minutes on the high-speed train, the trio arrived at the hospital, where they learned that Shen Jie had emerged from surgery. Fortunately, the timely intervention had saved her life. Yet, upon seeing Shen Jie, wrapped in bandages and with a swollen face, Shen Xi felt a surge of rage and nearly stormed out. Chen Chuan restrained her, while Shen He, cowering in the corner, dared not speak. They had agreed to handle the situation calmly. After all, taking several deep breaths, Shen Xi assured him, "Rest assured, I will not resort to violence." Chen Chuan released her, allowing her to leave. He settled down beside the quietly weeping Shen Jie and inquired about her plans. Shen Jie lips trembled painfully. Her entire body ached, 3 ribs broken, and yet she found herself isolated, with no one close by to support her. Not a single person was available to assist her, even in signing consent for surgery. Her grandparents were too elderly, and her daughter was far too young to be of any help. As for the Wang family, they were entirely out of the question. How had her life spiraled into such chaos? Chen Chuan, seemingly oblivious to her suffering and turmoil, continued in a calm tone. "If you still wish to live after this incident, he may refrain from causing you harm for a while, but the next time is anyone's guess." Shen Jie trembled more violently, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite his various shortcomings, Shen He was dutifully attentive in Chen Chuan's presence, quickly fetching a glass of water for his sister and carefully helping her sip it. The cool liquid offered some respite to Shen Jie's parched throat. Through her sobs, she managed to choke out, I have nothing left. I'm just worried about my child. I can recommend an excellent divorce attorney. Given your circumstances, the likelihood of a favorable outcome in your case is substantial. You have stable employment and 3 children. You could at least secure custody of 2. A glimmer of hope flickered in Shen Jie's eyes at the mention of the 28,000, yet hesitation followed as she replied, I need to think about it. Very well. Chen Chuan never pressured anyone. He merely offered solutions, leaving the decision to others. Having said his piece, he felt it best to excuse himself, rising to find his wife. After all, while confronting Wang Xingye was one thing, he certainly wanted to avoid escalating matters with the entire Wang family. One cannot deny that Chen Chuan possessed an acute understanding of his wife. Shen Xi forcefully kicked open the door to the Wang household, immediately igniting chaos within. The memory of her previous confrontation with the Wang men lingered vividly in the air, and upon her entrance, screams erupted. The Wang family, gathered around a lively lunch, appeared oblivious to Shen Jie's dire situation, as if nothing were amiss. Bring Wang Xing out. Shen Xi slammed her hand onto their dining table, causing dishes to rattle and food to spill. Wang Xingye's mother, Lu Yufeng, furrowed her brow and scolded. Who gave you the audacity to come here and cause a ruckus? Cause a ruckus? Shen Xi scoffed coldly, then with a swift motion, she overturned the heavy round table. It flew through the air as if weightless, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud that reverberated throughout the building. Panic ensued as the occupants scrambled to escape. Shen Xi kicked a small stool, aiming it at one man attempting to flee. It landed at his feet, halting his advance in fear. No one is permitted to leave, Shen Xi declared, taking a seat on the stool with authority. Today, no one leaves until Wang Xingye emerges alive. This is outrageous. Lu Yufeng trembled with rage. This is my house. You come here to stir trouble. I will call the police. By all means, go ahead and call, Shen Xi retorted. If you don't, I will. Your precious son nearly killed my sister. Let us see who the police apprehend when they arrive. Lu Yufeng took a few steps back, her bravado faltering, yet she stubbornly replied, "Your sister fell down the stairs on her own. Everyone saw it. It has nothing to do with my Xingye." "Oh, so you refuse to take responsibility?" Shen Xi seized her clothing, dragging her toward the staircase. "Come on, show me how she fell." Lu Yufeng, terrified, squirmed futilely. But her weight was no match for Shen Xi's grip, and she was effortlessly pulled along. "Help! Murder! Where did this bandit come from to bully an old woman?" Resigned to her fate, Lu Yufeng sat on the floor, wailing loudly. "This is unjust. My sister-in-law barges into my brother-in-law's home, screaming and threatening violence, leaving us no escape. You have no regard for our family, nor for the 3 daughters you have as nieces." Shen Xi snapped. "Where's your sense of kinship? Be silent." Shen Xi barked. "Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Lu Yufeng found herself stifled, unable to continue her retorts. Chapter 89. Both pitiful and despicable as Shen Xi's menacing gaze bore into her, Lu Yufeng promptly complied, falling silent. She gently poked the person standing beside her, who appeared to be around her age. Shen Xi cast a glance at the crowd. "My sister is still lying in the hospital. Does Wang Xingye think he can just escape, and everything will be fine?" Wang Fong, having been poked by Lu Yufeng a few times, pouted and remarked, "Isn't she still alive? Just because her husband hit her a few times? If Shen Xi were a good person, she wouldn't have taken 280,000 from my brother's family 2 years ago. That money hasn't returned even a penny yet. As a member of her family, how can you dare to come here and cause a scene?" Shen Xi scrutinized her. "And you are?" Wang Fong puffed out her chest. "I am Wang Xingye's aunt. Is she trying to reason with her?" Shen Xi nodded. "All right, since you mentioned my sister took 280,000 from her family, let's discuss this matter. At least half of that money was earned by my sister, right? After this incident surfaced, your good sister-in-law claimed my sister couldn't manage money. For the past 3 years, every penny my sister earned has been siphoned off by her, supposedly to save for her. She even had to ask her mother-in-law for money to buy toilet paper. Is there any truth to this? Over these 3 years, regardless of the circumstances, my sister has repaid that amount, hasn't she?" Though Shen Xi had a timid disposition, she was academically accomplished, having attended a reputable university where she studied accounting. After graduating, she returned to Bay City, found a job, and occasionally took on side projects. To be honest, she earned quite well. It was only due to Shen Daji, that leech, that all her earnings were drained. Once the issue of the 280,000 arose, Shen Xi not only got beaten, but since then, neither her salary nor Wang Xingye's has ever reached her hands again, even if she made mistakes in the past. After 5 years of marriage, hasn't she repaid her dues? Bah, what does she own? Once she married into our Wang family, what has hers anymore? Even she belongs to the Wang family. How dare she claim her money? Wang Fong, ignoring her son who was desperately pulling at her arm, boldly confronted Shen Xi. It was hard to blame her for being so brazen. She had been present during those past events, only heard about them, and secretly ridiculed her brother's family for being weak, subdued by a young girl. Now that she had the chance, she was determined to let Shen Xi know her place. No matter how skilled Shen Xi was, would she dare to hit her? If she did, Wang Fong would dare to lie on the ground and pretend to be hurt. Wang Fong shared the same surname as her. Shen Xi couldn't help but laugh in anger. How could anyone still have the audacity to claim that marrying meant becoming part of the husband's family? If Shen Xi were stronger, she would have expelled her mother-in-law. The law would have no say over her. For these years in our Wang family, she was well-fed and well-housed, having given birth to 3 daughters without producing a son. Does that honor Wang Xingye? Living off us for free, while my sister even served her, and she secretly transferred money to her maternal family? This is akin to a rat invading the grain jar, taking and consuming everything. Isn't your Shen family ashamed? How can you still come to my family and cause trouble? Shen Xi scoffed. You shameless old hag. What do I have to feel embarrassed about? Who are you cursing? Do you not recognize elders? Wang Fong's eyebrows shot up. Who do you think you are, trying to act like an elder? I don't even know you. You impertinent thing. How dare you act so brazenly in our Wang family? I say, is this your home? This is my sister's home. You have no place to speak here. Shen Xi decided to counter madness with madness. Wang Fong was enraged, jumping up 3 feet high. This is my brother's house. I am a Wang. This is my home. Your sister is merely an outsider. Oh, an outsider? When it comes to money, you are part of the Wang family. When discussing matters, you are an outsider. Let's not even mention anything else. You say my sister lives here for free. But why don't you mention how your good sister-in-law has offloaded all the household chores on my sister? She has been worn out day after day, while you all expect her to cook for you 365 days a year, dragging your whole family here for the New Year's Eve dinner while she manages everything alone. Not to mention your distant relatives, always seeking her help with their accounts and taxes, and yet you cling to that 280,000, planning to hold it over her head for a lifetime. That dog Wang Xingye, whenever he is unhappy, takes it out on her. Has your family's conscience been devoured by dogs? The more Shen Xi spoke, the angrier she became, partly due to the Wang family and partly due to Shen Xi. She truly could not comprehend how a good girl could be so brainwashed by Shen Daji. If the women's virtue class saw her, they would feel ashamed and invite her to give lectures across the nation. Not only was she working during the day as an accountant, but all the accounting tasks for their small family factory also fell on Shen Xi. The relatives who had contributed nothing came knocking, and Lu Yufeng happily obliged, making Shen Xi do the household chores and burning the midnight oil to help with the accounts. Year after year, she helped fill so many obligations, yet no one acknowledged her efforts. Lu Yufeng scolded Shen Xi for being lazy and ungrateful, and whenever she faltered, Wang Xingye would hit her. Lazy and ungrateful? If there were such lazy people, all industrious ones would have perished by now. Just think about it for 5 years. Shen Xi had to cook for more than 10 people daily, and her back ached constantly. Even during her pregnancy, she did not neglect her household duties. Her sisters-in-law, younger than her, lounged around waiting to be fed. They not only ate, but also brought friends along. In a 4-story house, all the household chores were left to Shen Xi. To be honest, Shen Xi was treated worse than a maid in the Wang family. A maid would have to negotiate to prepare more dishes when guests arrived, yet she was expected to sleep with them and bear children without question. Despite all that, no one acknowledged Shen Xi's merits. Everyone in the household bullied her. Even the oblivious children berated her. Shen Xi had once listened to Shen Xi's complaints and felt compelled to stand up for her. But Shen Xi had warned her against being impulsive, fearing it would offend her in-laws and make her life difficult. After Shen Xi hit Wang Xingye, Shen Xi even chided her. Since then, Shen Xi decided to no longer concern herself with Shen Xi's troubles. If she wanted to be a doormat, let her be. Even if the issue of the 280,000 had caused her to lose face in her in-laws' home. All these years, she should have repaid her debts by now. Yet the lower she bowed, the more others sought to trample her down. Now, she was nearly losing her life over this. Shen Xi was infuriating, but the Wang family was certainly no noble clan. They claimed to be family friends with the Shen family, but what kind of friendship led to the annihilation of an entire family in the previous generation? Chapter 90. The confrontation Wang Fong was rendered speechless by Shen Xi's retort. After all, what she said was the truth. Unable to argue back, she dared not resort to violence, swallowing her fury instead. Seeing her subdued, Shen Xi scanned the crowd and pointed at the small, pale-faced man who looked terrified. "You, step forward." The man, frightened, began to cry. What did this have to do with him? He had been quite obedient. After all, he was Wang Fong's precious son, the one who had desperately tried to pull her back from confronting Shen Xi. 2 years ago, he had witnessed Shen Xi dealing with the Wang family and had narrowly escaped getting battered himself. Who knew his mother would lose her mind today and dare to confront this fierce girl? Yet, why was he the one who had to suffer for his mother's actions? Did his face scream soft persimmon? Seeing him frozen, Shen Xi glared. "Are you waiting for me to drag you?" The man trembled as he walked over, standing far from her, then looked up and forced a sweet smile. Good heavens, Shen Xi nearly shivered in response. "Tell me, where is Wang Xingye?" If you dare to lie to me, I will keep my eyes on you." He ran away. The man blurted out, spilling everything. After the incident this morning, he left overnight. My aunt said he hid at. "Su Zhaokai, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Yufeng shrieked, interrupting him. I'm not Su Zhaokai. My name is Su Jun. I did not speak nonsense. I heard with my own ears you telling Xingye to seek refuge at Wu Tong's home, claiming that the notorious Shen Xi would surely come looking for him, and it would not end well. The infamous Shen Xi. Lu Yufeng. Hide? Can he evade the initial 10th day and still escape the 15th? Shen Xi instructed him. Send him a message stating that I am awaiting him at his home. Only when he returns can you all resume dining and resting. Very well, sister, rest assured, I will certainly trick that scoundrel Wang Xingye back to you. Shen Xi. Su Zhaokai, you scoundrel. Lu Yufeng glared at him in fury. What right do you have to scold my son? It is your son who has caused this trouble. What does it have to do with my Su Zhaokai? Wang Fong could no longer contain herself and immediately leaped up to confront her sister-in-law. How dare you use my son as a pawn, only to turn around and insult him? As a seasoned fighter in the village, Wang Fong wasted no time and lunged to grasp Lu Yufeng by the hair. With both hands clutching at Lu Yufeng's locks, she pulled fiercely, causing Lu Yufeng to shriek like a slaughtered pig, her head bowed, flailing her arms wildly in vain. The two began to tear at each other. Ah, this is quite entertaining. Shen Xi watched with great interest, relishing the sight of Lu Yufeng being utterly defenseless. Previously, he had often heard Shen Jie mention how Wang Xingye would resort to violence, and how his mother-in-law would incite him. Whenever there was discord between the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, she would urge Wang Xingye to beat his wife. In the early days, when the couple was in love, Wang Xingye refused to do so. However, when the issue regarding the 28,000 erupted, Lu Yufeng threatened to hang herself if Wang Xingye did not hit her. And driven by rage, he acted without hesitation. Thus, he became addicted to violence. Whenever something went awry, he would lash out. Over the years, Shen Jie had maintained unrealistic fantasies about her husband, believing it was her mother-in-law's influence. In truth, if it were not for the man's own desires, who could compel him? Women can sometimes be foolish enough to deceive themselves without needing others to provide excuses. Chen Chuan did not even need to inquire for directions. He entered the village and found the commotion surrounded by layers of onlookers, exactly as he anticipated. Indeed, as he approached, he spotted his wife sitting on a stool at the entrance, exuding an air of authority, complemented by a slender younger brother serving her drinks and cutting watermelon, poised to follow her commands. It seemed quite comfortable. Meanwhile, the Wang family huddled in a corner, their faces betraying their panic. Two other aunts, covered in dust and blood, were entangled in a brawl, while Shen Xi munched on watermelon, enjoying the spectacle. Upon seeing him arrive, Shen Xi remained unperturbed, continuing to eat and drink, utterly at ease. On this hot summer day, Chen Chuan, feeling parched, plopped down beside her, taking a slice of watermelon to join in the feast, all while appreciating the unfolding drama. Thus, under the bewildered gazes of the Wang family, the couple savored their meal. The true onlookers outside, at this moment, found themselves without any watermelon to munch on, their thirst for entertainment unquenched. Once they had their fill, Su Jun's attentive younger brother promptly brought a basin of clean water for them to wash their hands. The Wang family could only glare at Su Jun in anger, unable to voice their frustrations. Su Jun, thick-skinned as ever, was adept at navigating the winds of change. The gazes of others mattered little to him. Once their hands were clean, Chen Chuan asked her, "What do you plan to do about this?" "I haven't figured it out yet. I certainly intend to give Wang Xingye a beating, but what comes next is not for me to decide. That falls to Shen Jie. If, this time, she still does not wish to divorce, if she still believes her marriage to be more important than her life, then Shen Xi will consider this to be the last thing she can do for her sister. From then on, even if death were to come, let not find her doorstep." Chen Chuan smiled gently. "My dear, I have a suggestion. Speak. This matter should be entrusted to the court. Let them decide how to adjudicate it. But I feel uneasy." Shen Xi was genuinely displeased. She truly resented Shen Jie for her lack of resolve, and had decided to ignore her. However, this was no mere domestic dispute. Wang Xingye had nearly beaten her sister to death. The gravity of the situation was different, and she could not simply turn a blind eye. She had done what was necessary and felt no remorse. Chen Chuan understood her. No matter how much one might dislike their family, one could not simply disregard them in life and death situations. If even a stranger cannot do so, how much less a family member bound by blood? You waiting here is futile. If he does not return, he simply will not. This time, the injury is too severe. We should call the police and let them locate him, which is far more effective than you waiting. Chen Chuan gently analyzed the pros and cons for her. A person like Wang Xingye, knowing Shen Xi was here waiting for him, would hardly return home to face death simply for the sake of family. Waiting would be in vain, wasting both time and energy. Shen Xi thought for a moment and agreed. She then took out her phone to call the police. Upon seeing that they were indeed going to report the matter, Lu Yufeng panicked, forgetting to struggle with Wang Fong. She fought through several scratches to snatch the phone. "Shen Xi, this is a matter for the Wang family. You have already hit and scolded, and your anger should have subsided by now, right? Ultimately, this has nothing to do with you. By escalating the situation, how will your sister continue to live here?" Chapter 91. Empathy. These words were quite skillfully delivered, a blend of softness and firmness. It was no surprise that Shen Xi could not contend with such a mother-in-law. This lady, Chen Chuan, glanced at her. This is no longer a family matter. It is a violent crime, a legal offense. Shen Xi reported the incident to the police, and without hesitation, she and her husband departed. The ensuing events took on a somewhat dramatic yet logical turn. Wang Xingye was a man with a job. He could not simply vanish without a trace. Once Shen Xi reported the incident, and the police, after assessing Shen Xi's injuries at the hospital, promptly informed Wang Xingye's workplace. Thus, he returned in disgrace, and upon his arrival, he was naturally detained. In cases of minor domestic violence, others might seek to mediate, but this time, Shen Xi had finally regained her senses and resolutely decided to divorce him. After all, even the most infatuated, love-struck individuals would understand the need for sacrifices in the face of their own lives. Shen Xi wanted to file a lawsuit, and the police were obliged to take action. Upon seeing Shen Xi's newfound resolve, the Wang family realized they could no longer negotiate. With Shen Xi's formidable presence, who could possibly stand against her? They could only resort to softer tactics, bringing their 3 children to Shen Xi's hospital room to weep. Little did they know that upon entering, their eldest daughter, Wang Xingyi, upon seeing her mother bandaged like a dumpling, burst into tears. The nearly 5-year-old child cried out. Her small face flushed, "Mommy. Boo-hoo." Shen Xi also sobbed in response. In that moment, the ward was filled with the sounds of weeping. Shen Xi quietly retreated. Perhaps Shen Xi was not inherently a strong woman, but she had not always been this way. She had been raised under such teachings. Perhaps deep down, she had once contemplated rebellion, yet her strength was too feeble, with no support from her parents or grandparents. Gradually, she had no choice but to yield. Moreover, once a woman has children, she often gains a vulnerability. Shen Xi could not comprehend her weakness, yet she respected her choices. Among the 3 daughters, the youngest was too small to articulate her thoughts. The eldest supported her mother's decision to divorce, while the second daughter cried, pleading with her mother not to separate from their father. Sometimes, children may not empathize with their mothers, perhaps due to their young age, or perhaps because this year, their father had begun to direct his violence towards the eldest sister rather than them. It is often said that sons find it difficult to empathize with their mothers. Yet daughters can also struggle in this regard. At least, Wang Xingxiong was such an example. Shen Xi, too, only at this moment, felt her heart grow cold. Once, she had hesitated. If her daughters had been more understanding, she might have endured once more for their sake. But when Wang Xingxiong urged her not to leave, how could such a young child possibly grasp the concept of divorce? Wasn't it the adults who taught such things? To this day, no one in the Wang family had inquired about her injuries. In their eyes, she was even inferior to a dog. If she did not divorce now, one day, should Wang Xingye beat her to death, wouldn't her daughters be even more pitiful? Shen Jie was resolute in her decision to divorce. Chen Chuan introduced a formidable divorce lawyer to Shen Jie. Wang Xingye had multiple records of domestic violence, the most severe being this latest incident, which led to a court ruling in favor of divorce. As for their assets, the couple resided in Wang's family home, possessing neither joint property nor significant cash savings, thereby negating any concerns regarding asset division. However, the wages Shen Jie had withheld over the past 3 years, while she initially did not intend to reclaim, were something she, being an accountant, kept track of. Regarding Wang Xingye's finances, she had no intention of claiming them. Once the bank statements were retrieved, the lawyer handed them over to Lu Yufeng, revealing a total of 540,000 yuan, which included Shen Jie's salary and her earnings from freelance work. The 280,000 yuan initially taken was considered joint marital property. After deducting 140,000 yuan, Wang's family owed Shen Jie 400,000 yuan. Lu Yufeng was immediately incensed, exclaiming, "Does Shen Jie expect to live off us for free? Did she survive on nothing for 5 years? Wanting 400,000? Dream on. Fine, let it be a dream." Since Wang's family refused to pay, Shen Jie would not sign the settlement agreement. Let's see who would crack first. Eventually, after the opposing lawyer analyzed the situation for Wang's family, Lu Yufeng begrudgingly produced the funds. Dividing money proved arduous, yet splitting custody of the children was straightforward. Of the three daughters, the youngest, still in her nursing phase, was naturally awarded to Shen Xi, while the eldest, Wang Xingyi, chose to stay with her mother, and the second daughter, Wang Xingqiong, opted to remain with her father. As she was taken away by Wang's parents, her eyes flashed with resentment directed at Shen Xi. Consequently, two of the three daughters remained with Shen Xi. She provided a letter of understanding to Wang Xingye, who was ultimately sentenced to 9 months in prison. Thus, the matter settled. After Chen Chuan introduced the divorce lawyer to Shen Xi, neither she nor Wang Xingye intervened in her affairs any further. However, Shen He, whether succumbing to Shen Xi's influence or genuinely experiencing a change of heart, proved dependable this time, assisting his sister in managing the divorce proceedings before returning to Huqing. The most exasperating part was that upon his return to Huqing, he sought out Chen Chuan to report back, only daring to return home after receiving Chen Chuan's nod of approval. Shen Xi observed this scene with an incredulous expression. What was happening? Was Shen He now tamed by Chen Chuan? Curiously, she inquired about his commendable behavior. Chen Chuan, engrossed in a video game, casually remarked, "He took your sister's 280,000 yuan. Doing this much is only fair." That made sense. Post-divorce, Shen Jie swiftly recognized her new reality, having no intention of reclaiming the funds from Shen Daji. Knowing his character well, she understood that pursuing that money would be futile. Fortunately, she could still earn a living. Now, with two daughters in tow, the elder had already started kindergarten, alleviating her worries, while the younger, still nursing, required the assistance of a distant cousin from her hometown to help care for her children while she worked. Though the endeavor was arduous, at least she was free from a husband who resorted to violence at the slightest disagreement and a mother-in-law who fretted over potential conflicts. Freed from the endless chores that greeted her each morning, her life brightened instantaneously, a sense of ease she had never experienced since her youth. As the eldest daughter, she had always been burdened with household responsibilities. When living in Huqing with her parents, her younger sister Shen Han was particularly shrewd, adept at evading work, while Shen Jie, with her gentle and introverted nature, bore the brunt of the chores, receiving little credit. Later, when sent back to Wanqing to care for her aging grandparents, the responsibilities intensified as she also looked after her sister. Shen Han grew increasingly cunning, and Shen Xi, she had always focused solely on her own affairs, leaving Shen Jie reluctant to impose on her. Thus, it could be said that from birth until marriage, Shen Jie had rarely enjoyed a carefree day. Who would have thought that after divorce, her life would suddenly improve? Shen He mentioned that after her recovery, Shen Jie gradually focused on her health and even gained a few pounds. Look, no one is irreplaceable. Initially paralyzed by fear of change, she endured silently. But once she took that step, she discovered a transformed world. Although raising two children was still exhausting, at least the household chores were shared, allowing her to focus on her work. Shen Jie's spirits improved daily. She even took on additional freelance projects. Now, as the sole provider for her two daughters, she was determined to earn more. Only after marriage and motherhood did she realize that working was the least exhausting task. The notion that a father's criminal record could hinder a child's future aspirations was laughable. Survival took precedence. At least, not being able to take civil service exams was a trifling concern compared to the possibility of having no mother. Shen Jie secured a good job, enabling her to support herself and her children, provided she could manage her finances and not fall prey to Shen Daji's exploitation. However, this was something no one could assist her with. She had to rely on herself. So far, Shen Daji had not encroached upon her life, and Shen Jie refrained from broaching the subject. As for Shen Grandpa and Shen Grandma, they had once chastised Shen Jie for contemplating divorce, claiming it brought shame to the Shen family and severed ties with the Wangs. They were truly disrespectful. Fortunately, no one harbored any expectations of the elderly couple. They were merely seen as confused. Shen Jie rented an apartment in the city, moving in with only her belongings and intending to save for a down payment on a house in a few years. As for her matters, Shen Xi deemed them settled. From then on, if Shen Jie thrived, Shen Xi would bless her. If she struggled, it was the consequence of her own actions, and she could no longer be held accountable. Whatever assistance she had provided as a sister was sufficient. Life was her own to navigate, just as Shen Xi's life was her own. The new cohort of freshmen completed their military training and commenced classes. This semester, aside from practical courses, Shen Xi enrolled in several theoretical classes. It must be noted that university instructors who do not engage in research can lead relatively comfortable lives, especially in Shen Xi's field, where research opportunities are limited. Ultimately, achieving tangible results holds greater significance than mere academic pursuits. Thus, aside from attending lectures, she dedicated herself to the school and provincial teams, rigorously training her students until they were breathless and on the verge of collapse. The results were undeniably evident. For instance, last week, she arranged for members of the provincial team to compete against the school team. Although the school team inevitably lost, they managed to endure for 5 minutes, an impressive improvement. School administrators discreetly observed the entire event, elated beyond measure, their mouths agape in astonishment. It is important to recognize that this was a team preparing for international competition. For their students to withstand 5 minutes against them was no trivial feat. This was not merely 5 minutes. It represented a glimpse of future accolades on a podium. Let be said, this friendly rivalry boosted the school leaders' confidence immensely, and they had not anticipated such outcomes. Training progressed methodically, and Shen Xi navigated her classes with ease. Speaking of classes, it is worth mentioning that contemporary educators must possess not only solid subject knowledge, but also proficiency in creating PowerPoint presentations. Shen Xi, adept in both speaking and athleticism, found crafting course materials rather vexing. One evening, she sat before her computer, deeply engrossed in formatting. While she could have utilized pre-existing resources from her predecessors with minor modifications, her sense of responsibility thwarted her. As she chastised herself, she resolutely crafted various structural and analytical diagrams, commandeering the home office, much to Chen Chuan's indifference. He was content gaming anywhere, even sprawled on the sofa. If one person diligently worked to earn a living while another indulged in carefree gaming, it was inevitable that the former would become a thorn in the latter's side, much like Chen Chuan. When Shen Xi emerged from the restroom, she abruptly halted in her tracks. Witnessing him lounging comfortably on the sofa, a meticulously arranged fruit platter, watermelon, grapes, cantaloupe, adorned with elegant fruit picks resting on the coffee table, accompanied by a fragrant cup of passion fruit tea. Shen Xi's eyes narrowed. This was intolerable. She approached, plopping down on his stomach, seizing the fruit platter, and began devouring it without a care, stuffing her mouth to the brim. After finishing, she grabbed the cup of passion fruit tea and downed it in one go, the flavors of yogurt mingling in a delightful balance that made her frown dissolve into a smile. Having cleared his bounty, Shen Xi rubbed her slightly full belly and shot him a challenging glance. Chen Chuan laughed nonchalantly. "Dear, is this enough? Should I slice you another plate? If you eat any more, the fruit will practically spill from your throat." Despite her irritation, Shen Xi could not find any fault in his overly amiable demeanor. She begrudgingly decided to rise from his embrace, but to her surprise, he shamelessly refused to let her go, his hand gently caressing her thigh. "Sweetheart, now that you're full, how about some exercise? We tea want you to gain weight." Shen Xi shot him a single word. "Get lost. Come on." "You're already here," Chen Chuan said, pinching her delicate waist and showing no intention of releasing her. "How about tonight? You take the lead?" What to lead was self-evident. "You're too beautiful. I'm busy." Shen Xi swatted away his restless hand. Busy with what? Work never ends. One must seize the joy of life. He adjusted his hold on her, lifting her into his arms. Was he really willing to disregard everything? Shen Xi firmly grasped his muscular chest. "Is there anything meaningful you can think of besides this? Such as? A PowerPoint presentation." What? The look of shock that crossed Chen Chuan's face delighted Shen Xi in an instant. "PPT. I'm overwhelmed with the coursework and have no mood to play with you." Once you finish, will you be in the mood? Where's the time to finish? It's simply impossible. Today, as students are so knowledgeable. If I merely arrange a few words with pictures, they would mock me for being outdated. Naturally, Shen Xi's competitive spirit urged her to create something sophisticated and impressive, thereby increasing the time and effort required. "Come on, it's not a big deal." Chen Chuan carried her directly to the study. "You can't say you can't do it, right? We're all working adults. Who doesn't have a few skills up their sleeve? Just wait and see how your husband can help you." He seated her on the chair and began typing on the computer keyboard with her lecture notes for the next day. Shen Xi was soon astonished by his prowess. What was merely a simple layout for her became a laborious task as she pondered over text alignment, image selection, and various chart structures, often resulting in an unsatisfactory outcome. However, for Chen Chuan, it was an entirely different story. He optimized the template, crafting each page with concise and elegant layouts, completing each in mere minutes. His mind worked like a computer, effortlessly arranging the content with confidence. In under an hour, the materials for Shen Xi's lecture were impeccably organized on the screen. Shen Xi couldn't help but notice that Chen Chuan's design style resembled that of a minimalist yet highly sophisticated presentation from a renowned international software company. It was truly breathtaking. Overjoyed, Shen Xi cupped her husband's face and showered him with kisses. "Darling, you are amazing. How do you know everything? I adore you." Her compliments were light-hearted, yet abundant. Fortunately, Chen Chuan had low expectations of her praise and was quite pleased by her enthusiasm. He pinned her against the desk, kissing her breathlessly while teasingly licking her lips. "So, do you want to reward me, Whim?" Her vibrant lips, reminiscent of roses kissed by morning dew, were fragrant and moist. The playful flick of her tongue lingered on his lips. How do you wish to be rewarded? Come on." Chen Chuan lifted her and headed towards the bedroom. Shen Xi's slender fingers playfully danced across his chest, giggling uncontrollably. When he tossed her onto the bed and leaned over her, she pressed against his chest. "Wait a moment. Can't wait." Chen Chuan's body conveyed the urgency of the situation. She bit her lip playfully, blocking his lips once more. "You must promise me one thing first." "Sweetheart, that is quite unethical." Chen Chuan narrowed his beautiful eyes. Did you only just discover that your wife lacks morals? Does it matter?" "Absolutely. I will comply with whatever you ask." His eager lips clearly indicated the lengths a man would go for a moment of indulgence. However, their exuberance led to them oversleeping the next morning. Shen Xi had classes in the morning and rushed out the door after hurriedly washing up, skipping breakfast entirely. After all, one must work for a living. Meanwhile, Chen Chuan lay quietly in bed, contemplating the impulsive promises made the previous night. He pulled out his phone and dialed. On the other end, Zhou Yunxiao, who had barely closed his eyes for half an hour, was abruptly awakened. "What's going on? Is there new data?" Just yesterday, Chen Chuan had mentioned issues with Kezi's financial reports that kept them working late into the night. He hoped there wasn't any new discovery. Otherwise, he would fly to Country M and hit Kezi over the head. "Oh, it's nothing much," Chen Chuan casually remarked. "I remember you were quite adept at making PPTs back in school, right? Compared to you, I can't hold a candle, but I was among the best." Zhou Yunxiao beamed with pride. Without Chen Chuan, he would undoubtedly be at the pinnacle of success. For now, standing on the second tier sufficed. "Well then, I'll send you something. Please help me create a PPT. I need it." Chen Chuan added before hanging up. "Make it look good." "Hey, do lawyers really need to use PPT for reports? Even if so, it's not the reporting season yet." Zhou Yunxiao was jolted awake by Chen Chuan's call. Worried there might be new developments, he quickly splashed cold water on his face and applied an ice pack to his forehead, preparing to engage fully in the relentless pursuit of wealth. When his phone alerted him of a new email, he opened it immediately. Introduction to Sports? Upon further inspection, he found the text. Sports science examines sports from a macro perspective, understanding the general laws of the entire process of sports, abstractly reflecting its main characteristics, accurately revealing its essence so that sports as a social practice can promote the comprehensive health development of individuals. What on earth? Zhou Yunxiao stared at his phone in confusion, calling Chen Chuan. "What is this?" "My wife's course materials." "What? Has the world gone mad?" Shen Xi rushed to her classroom, her stamina and speed always exceptional. As she neared the teaching building, she checked the time, 5 minutes to spare. Excellent. She wasn't late. She slowed her pace, smoothing her wind-tousled hair, and cheerfully made her way to the classroom. As she climbed the stairs, a young man thundered up, books in hand. Striding quickly, when he casually glanced at her, his footsteps suddenly halted. Clad in a pristine white t-shirt and fitted dark blue jeans, his physique was striking, exuding the essence of youth. With neatly trimmed hair, bright eyes, and vibrant lips, he resembled a blossoming flower, brimming with vitality. Noticing the book in her hands, he approached with a radiant smile. "Classmate, are you going to sports theory class too?" "Classmate?" Shen Xi glanced at his book and slowly nodded. "What a coincidence. I'm too." The young man eagerly extended his hand. "I'm Sun Shui. Let me help you with that. This textbook is quite heavy." Without waiting for a response, he seized the book and continued. "I didn't TC you during military training. Which class are you in?" "Today is a big class. So it doesn't matter if we're late. We can sneak in from the back without the teacher noticing." "Wow, you're quite knowledgeable." Shen Xi replied with a sweet smile. "I had inquired thoroughly, It seems that teacher Shen is young and approachable, and her classes are not overly strict, often just taking attendance casually. Today, not only did I come to class myself, but I also have to help my roommates with attendance. If teacher Shen calls names, I will have to mark them present. Shen Xi smiled even brighter. Aren't you busy then? What if the teacher finds out? Chen Chuan waved his hand confidently. Don't worry. She won't notice. I've already asked the seniors, and for large classes like this, it's easiest to blend in. There's so many people that the teacher just goes through the motions with attendance. Who takes it seriously? Shen Xi nodded in agreement. That makes sense. After all, we've worked hard to get into university. We should relax. What was the point of enduring the pressures of senior year, if not to enjoy ourselves in college? Besides, who can manage to get up for an early class? Chen Chuan continued to chatter excitedly as he hurried up the stairs after Shen Xi. He enthusiastically suggested, why don't we add each other on WeChat? If you can't get up in the future, just message me, and I'll help mark you present. I can mimic a girl's voice quite well. Shen Xi responded with a smile. Hey, you're quite the talented one. As they approached the classroom, Chen Chuan eagerly pulled out his phone. Let us add each other first. If there's anything in the future, just let me know. We're classmates. We should help each other. He exclaimed in disbelief. How is it that the 5th floor feels just like the 1st and 2nd? We got here so quickly. He quickly added, by the way, let us sit together. What's your name? And which class are you in? Shen Xi paused, retrieved her textbook, smiled at him, and then turned to enter the classroom. Chen Chuan was momentarily struck by a wave of exhilaration, holding his phone, frozen in place. Mom, you no longer have to worry about me finding a girlfriend in university. My first class is practically a love lesson. After a few seconds of daze, he quickly called out, hey, that's the front door. We should enter from the back. He frantically waved his arms. But Shen Xi didn't even glance at him and headed straight to the podium. The once boisterous classroom fell silent upon her entrance. She plugged in her USB drive, glanced at her watch, and smiled warmly at the students. Hello, everyone. I'm your teacher, Shen Xi. Outside, someone stumbled and fell, crashing against the wall with a loud thud. For our first class, let's take attendance to get to know each other. Please stand when I call your name. No rush. We have plenty of time to do this one by one. Chen Chuan, lying on the ground, struggled to get up on the verge of tears. The busy workdays passed swiftly, and before long, the weekend arrived. This weekend, Shen Xi was fortunate not to have to go to the provincial team, and the school team also granted them a break for some well-deserved relaxation. With a full weekend ahead, the couple discussed how staying at home felt like a waste of time. How about we go out on a date? Suggested Chen Chuan. A date? Shen Xi questioned, surprised by his sudden suggestion to spend money. Indeed, someone gifted me 2 movie tickets, and if I don't use them soon, they might expire. Shen Xi quickly shifted her focus. Someone actually gave you movie tickets? With his social skills, do old ladies really enjoy movies? Well, my classmate won them through a radio promotion. Seizing the opportunity of free tickets, Chen Chuan eagerly shared this news with his friends on social media, boasting about the popular film that was hard to get tickets for. He had won them through an interactive radio segment on his way to work and, in his excitement, posted about it. Then he was met with the teasing remark, "You single dog, what movie will you watch? You might end up crying. Just give them to me instead. I'm different. I'm married." Thanks to Zhou Yunxiao's big mouth, several classmates knew about Chen Chuan's marriage, prompting him to occasionally flaunt it to provoke some envy. Yet, in the end, not only did he lose the movie tickets, but he also had to deliver them. He lamented over poor choices in friends and regretting the wrong school he had chosen during high school. Upon hearing about the free movie, Shen Xi instantly beamed and kissed her husband. "You're amazing, darling." Excitedly, she changed her clothes, ready to head out for the movie. Since they were going on a date, they wouldn't just watch a film. They planned to dine and shop as well, arranging the classic date trifecta. The tickets were quite good, for they were to be used at the Dekong Center, the most prosperous mall on Yulin Street in Huqing. This center consisted of 5 interconnected high-rise buildings, with the first housing the mall and the others serving as office spaces. Being in the city center, the subway was conveniently accessible. Upon exiting the subway, Shen Xi gazed at the bustling Yulin Street and remarked to her husband, "I've heard this area symbolizes the wealth amassed by early demolition residents." Yulin Street is the commercial heart of Huqing, while the adjacent Changlin Street is lined with upscale apartments, commanding astonishing real estate prices. Particularly, the Dekong Center was rumored to have been built by a demolition resident who invested heavily in land using his compensation. back when the city center was still in the old district and Yulin Street was desolate with low property values. At that time, when he spent a fortune on land, people laughed at him, thinking he was foolish to build a mall and office buildings in such a remote area. Yet in just over a decade, fortunes shifted. The Huqing government relocated, and the economic and political focus shifted eastward, transforming this area into the new center, where land prices soared beyond imagination. The individual who constructed the Dekong Center became immensely wealthy, with rumors suggesting he owned half of Yulin Street. Just imagine the fortune involved. Shen Xi admired the elegant and simple architectural lines of Dekong, recognizing it as a landmark of Huqing. Years later, the design remained appealing and rich in cultural resonance. It was said that during the era of foreign admiration, Dekong chose to go against the trend and commissioned a domestic architectural firm for its design, proving that domestic talent is no less capable than foreign expertise. At least in Shen Xi's view, the name Dekong, though outdated, combined classical and avant-garde styles quite successfully. Perhaps the rumors aren't entirely credible, Chen Chuan chuckled. Regardless, they are wealthy. After lamenting over others' fortunes, Shen Xi shot a glare at her husband. How is it that both of us are natives, yet others become rich through demolition while your family remains stagnant? Your ancestors should have at least held onto some land. According to Chen Chuan, his parents did nothing but lounge at home, waiting for him to support them, which was why he seldom returned home. If he didn't return, Shen Xi wouldn't either, unsure of how long this marriage would last. Understanding and blending into the husband's family? Well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, Chen Chuan shrugged. Perhaps this lack of ambition runs in the family. Shen Xi chuckled at his humor. Thankfully, she had only stated this casually and had no intention of taking it too seriously. As they spoke, she intertwined her arm with his and stepped into the air-conditioned mall. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was extravagantly devoid of humanity, despite the recent heat of autumn. The air conditioning was excessively strong, showcasing an extravagant display of wealth. No wonder the mall was teeming with people. On Saturdays, it was packed with young shoppers and elderly individuals seeking refuge from the heat. The mall buzzed with crowds, announcements, and music, creating a vibrant atmosphere. And Shen Xi's spirits soared alongside the lively ambience. Chapter 95. The Joy of Earning Money. The movie was scheduled for the afternoon, and the couple planned to meander through the mall, enjoy a leisurely lunch, and then head to the cinema. However, before they set off, Shen Xi, having learned from past experiences, issued a cautionary reminder to her companion. Today, we are merely strolling. No unnecessary expenditures allowed. Chen Chuan shrugged. I would like to spend, but I need money for that. This was indeed true. Having nearly depleted their monthly allowance, Shen Xi felt a wave of relief wash over her. A man with no money is a man without mischief, and with Chen Chuan financially restrained, they could both relax. Nevertheless, it must be said that without the prospect of shopping, their outing lacked a certain enthusiasm. Eventually, as they passed by an arcade, they exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect harmony, stepped inside. The arcade was a veritable paradise for the couple. Modernized to reflect the times, it boasted an array of traditional games, board games, and mobile games. Despite Chen Chuan being the gamer at home, the arcade was clearly Shen Xi's domain. They opted against the trendy games, instead gravitating towards the classics. Various racing games, shooting games, Street Fighter, basketball machines, and coin pushers, where Shen Xi's dexterity shone. Chen Chuan enthusiastically cheered her on, collecting prizes with palpable excitement. When they reached the claw machine, the children's favorite, Shen Xi's moment of glory arrived. This was an area where she had honed her skills, her proficiency evident as she deftly maneuvered the claw. With just 10 tokens, she typically secured 8 plush toys. Consequently, the toys cascaded from the machine like rain, quickly drawing a crowd of curious children, eager to witness Shen Xi's prowess. Amidst the onlookers, a chubby little boy, after observing for a while with his eyes darting back and forth, pulled out a crumpled bill and pointed to a particularly adorable toy nestled deep within the machine. Sister, can you help me get that one? I'll give you this. In perfect synchrony, the couple exchanged glances, and Chen Chuan replied with a smile, No problem. Just hand me the money and stand beside me. Be ready to catch your toy. This particular toy posed a challenge, but after several attempts to adjust its position, Shen Xi succeeded on her next try. The little boy cheered in delight as he collected his prize and ran off joyfully. This success prompted a frenzy among the gathered children, each clamoring for Shen Xi's assistance in retrieving their own toys. unbothered by the commotion. Chen Chuan smiled and reassured the little ones. No need to rush. Just tell Uncle what you want, and I promise Sister will get it for you. Uncle? Sister? That has quite the age gap. Shen Xi shot him a look, to which he winked back. As long as there's money to be made, call me whatever you like. Before long, their small venture turned into a booming business, further amplified when the chubby boy returned with a gaggle of friends, waving bills and shouting their requests. It appeared they had acquired a loyal clientele, complete with an entourage. Some children, displaying remarkable maturity for their age, not only offered money but also stuffed snacks into Chen Chuan's pocket. Uncle, give me first. Such young minds, already learning the art of bribery. What a promising future. Chen Chuan graciously accepted their offers, fulfilling each request. Thus, the arcade became a bustling hub of activity, with plush toys flying out and laughter echoing louder than the New Year celebrations. As for the parents, they watched with bemusement, chatting and scrolling through their phones, content to let the children enjoy themselves as long as they didn't monopolize their devices or squander countless tokens on toys that would forever remain out of reach. With the couple's booming business, the claw machines were nearly emptied of their prizes, drawing in not just children but curious adults as well, creating a scene where the crowd thickened to the point of impeding movement. It was then that the arcade manager, with utmost courtesy, approached the couple and invited them to the VIP room, requesting they ease the congestion. It's not that we can't afford the toys. They're just a few coins each. The issue is that everyone is too engrossed in watching you to spend any money, he explained, worried that if they continued to frequent the arcade every day, his job might be in jeopardy. In reality, he overestimated their interest in this small venture. They had no intention of making a habit of it. Chen Chuan took the lead, and the couple exchanged their winnings for a premium buyback from the manager, leaving through the side exit, both satisfied with the arrangement. As they exited, Shen Xi noticed a small enclosure at the entrance filled with adorable, floppy-eared rabbits, surrounded by toddlers, guided by their parents as they fed and played with the bunnies. Shen Xi paused, captivated by the fluffy creatures. Chen Chuan glanced at her and asked, "Do you think these rabbits are edible?" A chorus of startled gasps erupted from the nearby parents and children. Chen Chuan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "What did you have in mind? Spicy rabbit heads, cold rabbit dishes, or stir-fried rabbit morsels? All spicy enough to make you weep." After a brief moment of contemplation, he suggested, "How about we find a Sichuan restaurant for lunch?" "Excellent idea." They agreed, promptly leaving the scene, leaving behind a bewildered crowd. One child, watching the bouncy rabbits with their big, beautiful eyes, suddenly began to cry. This outburst seemed to be contagious, as soon several toddlers joined in the wailing. Parents scolded the couple for their eccentricity while hurriedly attempting to console their children, all the while secretly contemplating whether they, too, should indulge in spicy rabbit dishes. That afternoon, Shen Xi and her partner indeed sought out a highly rated Sichuan restaurant known for its various rabbit meat delicacies, relishing a sumptuous feast. It must be said, when prepared well, rabbit meat is tender and flavorful, devoid of any gamey taste. Stir-fried with spices, they savored the meal, their foreheads glistening with sweat and their lips tingling from the heat. After exiting the restaurant, they each clutched a cup of refreshing iced milk tea as they made their way to the cinema on the top floor. As Shen Xi stepped into the elevator, a young woman fixed her gaze on her for several seconds before sidling up beside her, smiling as she asked, "Sister, your lipstick color is lovely. What brand is it? What shade number? If it's not too much trouble, could you share the link with me?" Shen Xi. Indeed, she was just another woman from Huagua seeking a link. Shen Xi happily relayed the name of the Sichuan restaurant. The girl beamed, thanking her and planning to rush downstairs to purchase the lipstick. Shen Xi added, "Remember, it doesn't matter what dishes you order. Just make sure to choose the spiciest." The girl replied, "Huh?" Chapter 96. The disconnect of human joys and sorrows upon reaching the top floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal a tranquil, dimly lit world, a stark contrast to the bustling mall below. Shen Xi stood by, sipping her milk tea pearls, perusing promotional materials to familiarize herself with the latest movie releases. Chen Chuan returned with their tickets and a colossal bucket of popcorn and a soda for Shen Xi. Spotting the bounty, Shen Xi promptly handed him her unfinished milk tea and indulged in her sugary drink. They entered the cinema, easily locating their seats, and found the theater packed to capacity due to the film's recent popularity and the weekend crowd. Fortunately, it was not an animated feature. The audience was entirely adult, devoid of children. The film expertly wove together elements of mystery, suspense, friendship, and romance, filled with twists and turns, culminating in emotional turmoil that resonated throughout the theater in a symphony of sobs. Yet, the Chun couple remained unmoved, crunching on their popcorn and reveling in their snacks, standing out amidst the sea of tearful faces, quickly becoming the center of attention. Disapproving glances from those seated around them were abundant, but the couple remained unperturbed. They continued to eat and drink, unfazed by the judgment of others, embodying a carefree spirit. Before those individuals shed tears, they were indulging in their meals more heartily than ever. It is unreasonable to think that their sorrow should deprive others of their enjoyment. After the protagonist, a female character, takes the life of the male lead, a poignant internal monologue and a flood of memories ensue, culminating in a sudden act of suicide. The heart-wrenching ending theme resonates throughout the theater, eliciting a chorus of sobs as the lights gradually illuminate the space. Shen Xi, having grown weary of popcorn, rummages through Chen Chuan's pocket and discovers a stash of children's bribery, broad beans. Unfazed by the potential to disturb others, she grabs a handful and stuffs them in her mouth, producing a cacophony of crunching sounds, promptly drawing disapproving glares from those nearby. Eating, eating, eating. Are these two gluttons? Their mouths have hardly ceased throughout the film, lacking an appreciation for emotions and artistry. Chen Chuan diligently finishes 2 large cups of milk tea, and finally, as the movie concludes, he discards the empty cups into the trash bag of the cleaning lady, then takes his wife's hand to rise, remarking, "What a dreadful film. Thankfully, it didn't cost us anything." Shen Xi nods in agreement. What era is this? Still relying on such melodramatic tropes of kill or be killed. After enduring such a lengthy film only to receive a tragic ending, it feels like a farce. Chen Chuan's comment riles the audience, who are on the verge of wanting to assault them, unsure of the appropriateness of their feelings. Having exited the cinema, it is already past 4 in the afternoon, the timing just right for their return home. Once back, they luxuriate in a warm bath before collapsing onto the sofa, lacking the motivation to move. Shen Xi nudges Chen Chuan. "Hey, are we having dinner?" Her stomach is quite full. "Look at you," he replies. Chen Chuan checks his phone, where dozens of messages from Wan Shan urge him to join a game. After relentless prodding, she even starts sending red envelopes. How he appreciates this proactive approach. Without hesitation, Chen Chuan claims the red envelope, then launches into the game with Wan Shan. Shen Xi, feeling the remnants of her afternoon indulgence still lodged in her throat, suggests, "How about we skip dinner tonight? I'm still stuffed." "All right," Chen Chuan responds, multitasking as he plays while agreeing with her. He is typically easygoing, and since Shen Xi has consumed most of the leftovers, he too feels quite satiated. Thus, they continue to lounge on the sofa, one engrossed in the game, the other engaged in a chat with friends. Their harmony is palpable. As evening descends, Shen Xi, weary from conversation, recalls the melodrama they watched and feels a twinge of regret, prompting her to nudge Chen Chuan again. "Find a few more films for us to watch." "Just a moment," Chen Chuan replies, unwilling to budge from his game, and Shen Xi refrains from pushing him. Eventually, after concluding a match, he rises and approaches the television cabinet, inquiring, "What genre do you wish to watch?" "Anything, as long as it's not a romance," she responds. This request is simple enough. Thus, Chen Chuan selects several grand sci-fi films, the kind that spawn sequels galore. The two then settle in, snugly together, watching the film. Naturally, Chen Chuan remains glued to his phone as well, reminiscent of the most ordinary couples. Around 9 o'clock, however, Shen Xi's stomach begins to protest. Initially intending to endure until the film's conclusion and then head to bed, she finds the sight of the film's protagonist voraciously devouring fried chicken utterly intolerable. "I want fried chicken and a burger," Shen Xi declares, gesturing with her leg. Chen Chuan shoots her a sideways glance. "No money." "Uffed, you miser. Didn't I give you the living expenses?" Chen Chuan remains silent, merely gazing at her. The living expenses for this month are set to renew tomorrow. So what can he realistically offer today? Shen Xi, undeterred, glares back defiantly, her resolve unwavering. Chen Chuan sighs, "The money I earned today could cover some takeout. Surely? Why are women so keen on managing finances? The moment money arrives, it's snatched from my hands. Today it's all mine. It has nothing to do with you." "Dear, this is our joint property," he retorts. "Uffed, not a chance. Yet, hunger proves persuasive, leading Shen Xi to reluctantly concede. You order first. I'll transfer you the money later. Do you think I trust you? Chen Chuan, after a moment of contemplation, studies the K family's menu, diligently ordering Shen Xi's desired burgers, chicken nuggets, and more, ultimately asking, would you like a Coke? Shen Xi quickly shakes her head. No way. It's too late for Coke. Do you want to make me gain weight? Chen Chuan reflects on the mound of high-calorie fried chicken, egg tarts, fries, and burgers in front of him. Where's the logic in avoiding Coke to prevent weight gain? Yet, he is wise enough not to engage in frivolous debates with Shen Xi over such matters. Instead, he meticulously calculates the totals, utilizing discounts and coupons to reveal the final amount to Shen Xi. She readily agrees to pay, not dragging her feet, eager to eat. However, as Chen Chuan observes the total, a sudden pang strikes him, and he interjects, preventing Shen Xi from completing the transaction. Wait for me for 15 minutes. He then messages Wan Shan. Want to play a PK match? If you win, I'll give you the gear you fancy. Wan Shan responds, what happens if I lose? Chen Chuan replies, today, I'm in a good mood. If you lose, just treat me to a late-night snack. Is it really such a good deal? Count me in. Thus, 13 minutes later, Chen Chuan sees the notification of successful payment for the takeout and smirks. Shen Xi beams at him, giving him a thumbs up. Chapter 97. A love-hate relationship. One cannot deny that the delivery from Grandpa K's establishment is remarkably swift. Mere minutes later, the doorbell rings. And while Chen Chuan prepares a fruit platter in the kitchen, the languorous Shen Xi must answer the door herself, having someone else cover the bill. This shameless couple adds quite a few items to their order, filling the coffee table to the brim. Naturally, there is still no Coke. For Shen Xi is a woman of principle. When she says no, it truly means no. Starving, her stomach growling, she eagerly retrieves a burger, planning to take a few bites to satisfy her cravings. However, just as she tears open the packaging, her elbow inadvertently nudges the bucket of chicken, nearly toppling it over. Shen Xi gasps, quickly reaching out to steady it. The burger slips from the paper bag, but luckily, Shen Xi's reflexes kick in, and she deftly intercepts it with her foot, securing the bucket and balancing the burger on her instep. The sauce seeps on her skin, but fortunately, it is not scalding. What happened? Chen Chuan calls from the kitchen, having heard his wife's exclamation. Nothing. Shen Xi responds swiftly, adjusting the bucket and retrieving the burger to set it aside, then reaching for another. When Chen Chuan emerges with a large platter of fruit, he finds Shen Xi already engrossed in her meal, her focus unwavering from the screen as she devours chicken wings, wearing an expression of sheer delight. It is quite a sight. Chen Chuan takes a seat beside her, glancing at the open burger. Is this mine? Shen Xi replies, still chewing and avoiding eye contact. How come it's opened? Oh, I just wanted to see what flavor you had. Does she really need to check? Chen Chuan raises an eyebrow, slightly suspicious, but brushes it off and takes a bite of the burger. As he chews, he notices Shen Xi staring intently at his burger, and he slowly sets it down. Be honest, did you do something to this burger? Her laughter erupts uncontrollably as she doubles over, her face flushed with mirth. What's going on? Chen Chuan inquires, leaning closer and poking her side playfully. Come on, tell me. The mischievous hand of Chen Chuan only made Shen Xi laugh all the harder. The two of them were entangled for quite a while, and Shen Xi, unable to withstand his tickling, finally relented. So, did the hamburger fall onto your foot? Chen Chuan inquired, glancing at her fair and delicate foot before nonchalantly picking it up and continuing to eat. It's not a big deal. I thought it had dropped on the floor. Aren't you concerned about it being dirty? Shen Xi couldn't help but ask, intrigued by how happily he devoured the food. What difference does it make? It's not like I haven't licked it before. What on earth? His casual remark left even the thick-skinned Shen Xi momentarily at a loss, prompting her to kick him playfully and resume her meal. They enjoyed their food for a considerable time, after which Shen Xi began to regret not ordering cola. Fruit simply could not compare to the refreshing allure of a drink. Thus, she began to instruct Chen Chuan, I want some juice. All right, Chen Chuan replied amiably as he headed to the kitchen. 5 minutes later, a glass of bright orange juice appeared in Shen Xi's hands. She eagerly gulped it down. Ugh. Goodness, why is it so incredibly sour? Shen Xi exerted all her self-control to keep her face from scrunching up, calmly swallowing the juice. She then passed the cup to Chen Chuan. This is quite sweet. You should try it. I'm not thirsty. Chen Chuan continued to munch on his chicken wings without lifting his gaze. It's very sweet. Just take a sip. She brought the cup closer to his lips. Chen Chuan, unfazed, pushed the cup away. This was specially squeezed for you, so of course you should drink it. Ugh, I knew it was your doing. Anger surged within Shen Xi as she downed the rest of the juice in one go and then leaped onto him, sealing his lips with hers. MMM. The bomb-like sourness flowed between their lips, causing both to shiver involuntarily. Neither gained any advantage from this encounter. Their first kiss was fraught with a desire to end it as quickly as possible. When their lips finally parted, Chen Chuan frowned slightly, exclaiming, Indeed, 5 lemons may have been a tad excessive. This wretched man has a strong sense of revenge. But, Miss Shen, it seems you initiated it first, didn't you? The joyous weekend always seemed to pass particularly swiftly for those in the workforce. Even though there were still 24 hours in a day, it felt as if the holiday time was merely 4 hours. On Monday, Shen Xi had classes in the morning and had to go to the provincial team in the afternoon, leading to a day of hectic busyness. Meanwhile, the fortunate Chen Chuan, having finished his chores, enjoyed a delightful day of gaming, only needing to occasionally call upon Zhou Yunxiao for assistance. Zhou Yunxiao had worked tirelessly over the course of 2 days and nights to complete the presentation that Chen Chuan had requested, and before he could catch his breath, Chen Chuan burdened him with yet another pile of work, even going so far as to ask him to investigate Kezi's romantic entanglements. No matter how capable he was, it was simply not enough to satisfy Chen Chuan's demands. Exhaustion was an understatement. Once this case concluded, he intended to demand a larger share of the earnings. After all, even a fool deserves recognition for their labor, doesn't he? Chen Chuan abruptly ended Zhou Yunxiao's complaints by blocking his number, intending only to release him when necessary, thus enjoying a peaceful gaming session. Regardless of the circumstances, the more he played with others, the easier it would be to manipulate them in the future. Just as he was engrossed in the game, his sister Chen Meng's calls began to pour in, repeatedly. After several attempts, he finally answered. Chuan, your aunt is looking for you. Chen Meng, well aware of her brother's temperament, wasted no time in getting to the point. Wait a moment, Chen Chuan replied, his brow furrowing slightly. After quickly finishing his game, he informed Wan Shan and returned Chen Meng's call. Upon answering, he found their Aunt Chen Shulin on the line. Chen Chuan, when will you return the ancestral home? She asked bluntly. With a cold smile, Chen Chuan remarked, in your dreams. You. Chen Shulin inhaled sharply, her temper flaring. I am not joking. Your uncle's company is facing financial difficulties, and we need to sell the house to save ourselves. Stop with the nonsense and come to the transfer office immediately. How amusing. That house belongs to me. What does it have to do with you? That is my father's legacy, and as his daughter, I deserve my share. You've already taken the lioness share of the family wealth. Don't be too greedy. Otherwise, we shall see each other in court. Huh? You think I fear a lawsuit? Chen Chuan scoffed. Feel free to proceed. Just don't talk aimlessly. With that, he hung up. After the call, Chen Shulin attempted to reach him again, but he ultimately blocked her number. He tossed his phone aside, retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. It was laughable that Chen Shulin would dare to claim a share of the family fortune. Not to mention that their grandparents had left a will stating that all the family assets were to be inherited by their only precious grandson, Chen Chuan. While it may sound harsh, this was the reality in Hucheng. When daughters married, they received hefty dowries, while family fortunes were passed down to sons, with the sons also responsible for caring for the elderly. Chen Chuan's grandparents had indeed planned this, not anticipating that their son would be unreliable, nor that their daughter would be equally so. In her youth, Chen Shulin rebelled against her parents to marry her impoverished husband, Jiang Xian, declaring she would rather not be a Chen than be with someone of her parents' choosing. Because her parents opposed her marriage, she regarded them as enemies, believing they only valued money and not love. Chen's grandfather was resolute, refusing to grant her any dowry, treating her as if she were never born. For the sake of love, Chen Shulin abandoned her parents, but if she truly had any backbone, she should have steadfastly lived a humble life with Jiang Xian. Instead, less than a year after their wedding, she returned home in tears, lamenting the hardships of their life. Chen's grandmother, having given birth to a son and a daughter, felt sympathy for her daughter and secretly supported them financially. However, Jiang Xian, lacking ambition, constantly urged Chen Shulin to return home for money, claiming it was for business. But his ventures consistently failed. Over the years, he drained a substantial amount of money from Chen's grandmother, Chen grandmother, feeling guilty for not providing her daughter with a dowry, generously aided her, but the Jiang family was irredeemably lazy, relying entirely on the Chen family for support. Eventually, Chen grandfather lost his temper, forbidding any further financial assistance, which brought an end to the flow of money. Without resources, Jiang Xian accused the Chen family of favoritism towards their grandson, inciting Chen Chuan to create a ruckus and even deceive Chen grandmother for funds, which ultimately led to her death from heart attack. In a heated argument with Chen grandfather, Chen Chuan pushed him, causing him to fall and sustain a fracture. At such an advanced age, even immense wealth could not prolong his life. Chen Chuan understood that the loving bond between his grandparents had faded. Once one departed, the other soon followed. The most despicable act of Chen Chuan was attempting to introduce her husband's niece to Chen grandfather shortly after her own mother's death, claiming that the elderly needed companionship. It was purely for financial gain, devoid of any morality. Chen Chuan, having caused her mother's death for money, now sought to manipulate her father. Thus, before his passing, Chen grandfather had repeatedly instructed Chen Chuan never to allow Chen Chuan to set foot in the Chen household. Now, Chen Chuan had the audacity to demand the ancestral home from him. She could keep dreaming. Moreover, that ancestral home was long gone. It had been replaced with a villa that Chen Chuan had purchased for his grandparents. Chen Chuan was merely seeking a pretext to obtain this property from him. A house worth over 10 million, enough to keep her hopeful. In Chen Chuan's eyes, she had ceased to be his aunt the moment she contributed to his grandmother's demise. Only Chen Ming, with her soft heart, still addressed her as aunt. But to him, that term held no meaning. The Chen family only recognized money, their true kinship bound to wealth. On Wednesday, Shen Xi had classes during the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th periods. She had lunch with Tao Ku in the cafeteria. Ever since their breakup, Tao Ku's demeanor had visibly improved. She sparkled with joy, smiling at everyone she encountered. Shen Xi scrutinized her and asked, "Are you regretting that you broke up too late?" With her mouth full, Tao Ku nodded indeed. When she was with him, every day was fraught with anxiety, fearing that his family might call again for money. Now, however, I earn my own and spend it as I please, not a penny sent home, and it brings a sense of relief. Not to mention, the moment she informed her family of the breakup, her mother joyfully transferred 200,000 yuan for her to spend freely. Even her sister-in-law remained silent this time. Without hesitation, Tao Ku rushed to Kai Lin's house and acquired the handbag she had long coveted. Indeed, the saying that a bag can cure all ailments proved to be true. Now, her back no longer aches, her legs are free of pain, she walks with newfound vigor, and she can ascend 100 flights of stairs without breaking a sweat. Shen Xi nodded to herself, recognizing that a toxic relationship only saps one's energy. With Tao Ku having left that draining person, her future will undoubtedly grow brighter. He is no longer pestering you, is he? Occasionally, he still sends messages, claiming he will forever wait for me. Since it was an amicable breakup, Tao Ku did not resort to deleting or blocking him. However, she would not respond to his messages. Since they have parted ways, it is best to do so cleanly, without lingering attachments. Tao Ku never truly believed his words. It was merely an adjustment period following the breakup. Those who declare they will never love again often find someone new quicker than anyone else. Not bad at all. Shen Xi smiled at her. It seems that waking from a romantic stupor has also restored your intellect. Oh, please. The two shared laughter over their meal, the atmosphere amicable. When Shen Xi glanced up, she caught sight of Sun Fangyi, whose presence was quite unappetizing. As she approached with her meal, upon noticing Shen Xi and Tao Ku, she scoffed and haughtily turned away, avoiding any further embarrassment. Tao Ku glanced back at her and remarked, "Did you know? She has shifted her focus again." Oh, who is the unfortunate target? Teacher Ding Yang from the chemistry department. As expected, Tao Ku was well informed. What merit does Teacher Ding possess to catch her eye? Given Sun Fangyi's competitive nature, the man must be exceptional in some regard to be chosen. Tao Ku winked at her. I heard that Teacher Ding's family is in business, and he is their only son, quite wealthy, with a respectable educational background as a foreign returnee. They say his family has already prepared a house and car, just waiting for him to date and marry. Oh, I see. Shen Xi understood, pursing her lips in a smile. Then I can only wish Sun Fangyi success. That seems unlikely. I've interacted with Teacher Ding a few times. He is rather aloof and holds himself in high regard. He would hardly look twice at Sun Fangyi. In truth, Aside from her looks, Sun Fangyi is rather average and has a rather unpleasant temperament, with few other significant flaws. Shen Xi pondered for a moment before summarizing this statement. Tao Ke stared at her incredulously. How can you utter such insincere words? Is it just a minor deficiency? Her character is poor, and she lacks decorum, often speaking ill of others, especially Shen Xi. Recently, she pursued Lu Jun and failed, which led her to speak about Shen Xi as if she were her family's nemesis. Tao Ke had quarreled with her over this matter several times. Furthermore, there's even more gossip. She has fallen out with Teacher Yu. Chapter 99. The Pervert Why? Shen Xi exclaimed in surprise. The two had been inseparable since they arrived at school. It was rumored that Ding Yang had taken an interest in Teacher Yu, and it was he who had brought her fruit, only to be caught by Sun Fangyi, who then became infatuated with him. Ding Yang had just joined university this semester. What bad luck to be singled out by Sun Fangyi upon his arrival. So, this is yet another tale of friendships turned sour over a man? Shen Xi was truly baffled by Sun Fangyi's logic. If she liked a man, she should pursue him instead of harboring animosity towards others, as if eliminating Shen Xi or Yu Iran would make the men fall for her. How could someone with such reasoning possibly attend a university? Shen Xi shook her head in disbelief. What to be done? After all, she has a good uncle who is the department head. In Huagua, relationships are paramount. Shen Xi listened to Tao Ke recount the various rumors circulating at school, enjoying their meal together as they headed back to the dormitory. Just as they passed a small grove, they suddenly heard the panicked screams of girls. Shen Xi immediately ran into the thicket, where she saw 5 girls sprinting towards her, their faces pale. One of the smaller girls stumbled and fell, but without a moment's hesitation, she scrambled up and continued to run for her life. Shen Xi approached and asked what happened. Run, the girls cried, tears streaming down their faces. There's a pervert, an exhibitionist. Shen Xi quickly pursued the direction from which they had come, catching a glimpse of a gray figure darting around a corner. But as she rushed forward, he vanished from sight. She had no choice but to turn back. Exiting the grove, she found Tao Ke supporting the girls as they sat on a bench by the roadside, comforting them. After a while, once they had caught their breath and calmed down, they recounted the incident. We were leaving class and decided to cut through the grove to the cafeteria, when suddenly a man appeared, wearing a long coat. The moment he saw us, he opened his coat. One girl nearly fainted at the memory. What they had witnessed was profoundly unsettling. Shen Xi and Tao Ke exchanged a glance and reassured the girls before heading to the campus security office to report the incident. Unfortunately, the school had few surveillance cameras, and the area around the grove, with its lakes and trees, was devoid of coverage. Consequently, the security office could only promise to increase patrols, with no other feasible solutions. The two returned empty-handed. Tao Ke was indignant. I can't believe there are such disgusting men out there. According to the students, that man is in his 30s or 40s, so he is certainly not a student. He might be someone from the school, but that seems unlikely. After all, regardless of the profession, one must maintain a facade. Most likely, he is a pervert who has infiltrated the campus, targeting secluded spots to expose himself to girls. I hope I never encounter him. Shen Xi clenched her fists. If this were outside of school, she might choose to ignore it. However, this was her workplace, and as a teacher, it was impossible to turn a blind eye after witnessing such behavior. With her salary comes responsibility. Shen Xi has always been dedicated to her work. As they continued to express their outrage over the pervert, they made their way back to the dormitory. Yet, the matter was far from resolved. Word of the pervert began to circulate throughout the school, with reports of him appearing unexpectedly, grinning and saying, "Little girl, would you like to see something nice?" Before exposing himself. Many female students had already been frightened by his antics, and the security office faced severe reprimands from the administration, who demanded that they swiftly locate the perpetrator. Yet, the pervert was cunning, managing to evade all surveillance, consistently appearing in unmonitored areas. As time passed, the girls grew increasingly anxious, too fearful to venture out alone, even avoiding slightly secluded spots. Yet still, incidents of harassment continued to emerge, which was truly infuriating. Despite their frustration, they were powerless. While the pervert was audacious, he was also cautious, adept at choosing his locations, and to date, no patrolling personnel had encountered him. Was it luck for him or misfortune for the security staff? However, the pervert's good fortune came to an abrupt end on this day. Shen Xi was conducting training with the school team, pushing them to their limits until they were gasping for breath. The girls fared better, diligently completing the training tasks assigned by Shen Xi. The boys, having enjoyed a comfortable life for too long, found themselves on the receiving end of Shen Xi's discipline. Yet, from time to time, they would act up, requiring Shen Xi to discipline them once again to restore order. Today, due to a particularly rebellious boy, Shen Xi had to give him a stern lesson, which delayed her departure. As the evening drew near and hunger set in, she could no longer wait to return home for dinner and decided to grab a bite at the cafeteria instead. The students eagerly invited her to join them, and thus, a group made their way from the training room to the cafeteria. As night fell, she led a few girls ahead while the boys stayed behind to clean up. Upon crossing the artificial lake, a shadow suddenly darted out from around the corner. The dim glow of the street lamp cast an ambiguous hue, and the shadow leered at them with a lewd grin. "Hey there, little sister, walking alone at night? Aren't you bored? Want to see something interesting?" Shen Xi's eyes sparkled instantly. Zhu Xiaoqiao was a second-generation rich kid. His family ran a substantial business and was affluent, but unlike typical wealthy heirs, he was astute from a young age, excelling in his studies without causing his family any concern, eventually gaining admission to the prestigious A University. Although young, he had accompanied his parents in business dealings since childhood, which had instilled in him a hint of pragmatism. Upon entering university, he carefully considered joining the school's sparring team to gain some credentials, as the sparring team was the easiest to join at university. Upon graduation, such qualifications would serve as an asset in the job market. Whim, his plans were sound, and initially, he proved his judgment was correct. Indeed, the university team was quite lenient. He thrived in that environment, boasting, losing matches, and after 2 years, he would be able to depart with his credentials. Little did he know, a calamity named Shen Xi was about to change everything. From that moment on, his casual approach turned into a desperate struggle for survival. Ironically, after defeating him, Shen Xi even remarked that among the team, he had the greatest potential and was the most resilient, wanting to cultivate him as a seed candidate. This was clearly a case of giving 10 slaps before offering half a date, but that date was incredibly sweet. Zhu Xiaoqiao, who drove luxury cars and had mountains of cash, was now sweeping floors here because Shen Xi claimed he had potential. Why did he feel like crying? Not just him, but a dozen other unfortunate souls, all bruised and battered, were also sweeping the floor and organizing equipment, daring not to voice their anger. Yet, the corners of their lips lifted. Shen Xi said they all had great potential. Who says boys can't do household chores? Look at these kids, moving with remarkable agility. In just a few minutes, they had cleaned the training room spotless. Once everything was in order, they hurriedly turned off the lights and rushed to catch up with Shen Xi, eager to join her for dinner instead of letting those girls have her all to themselves. However, they had barely stepped outside when they heard a commotion. Zhu Xiaoqiao and the others rushed forward to see a scene that left them dumbfounded. A middle-aged man in his 40s, bald with a beer belly, his body sagging, was being surrounded by a group of girls, who were hitting him with a resounding thud. A powerful punch struck his nose, sending blood gushing into the air. "Your punching technique is all wrong." Shen Xi stepped forward to correct him. "Remember to strike from this angle. It adds more force and can easily cause your opponent to faint. Yes, just like this." Another punch landed, causing the man to howl in agony, his eyes spinning, blood mingling with tears, creating a truly pitiful sight. Exactly like that. Shen Xi nodded in satisfaction, stepping back to allow the girls to finish their assault. Then called another girl forward. "You focus on his lower body." "Yes." The girl's cheeks flushed, but she diligently followed the teacher's instructions, kicking the man down, his face planting into the ground as he cried out in despair. "Help! Murder!" Shen Xi stepped forward, stepping on his hand, eliciting another pig-like wail of pain. "Get up!" The man, unable to endure any longer, had no choice but to rise, sobbing uncontrollably as the girls continued to use him as a punching bag. Zhu Xiaoqiao and his male companions watched with twisted expressions. What was happening? A live demonstration? Unsure whether to sympathize with him or not. After each girl had taken her turn, he was left with no unbruised skin on his body. Shen Xi nodded in satisfaction. "I have explained the human body's joints to you all, and just now, you practiced them thoroughly. Is everything clear?" "Clear." The girls nodded excitedly. "Good." Shen Xi glanced at the curled-up middle-aged man, his face scrunched in despair. "As for you," the man shivered, whether from fear or pain, it was unclear. Shen Xi looked at Zhu Xiaoqiao and the others. Let us have you repeat this. Spare me, I won't dare again. Just send me to jail, anywhere but here. Please stop. The man begged desperately, fearing for his life. Shen Xi maintained her composure. She pointed at Zhu Xiaochao. Take him to the security office and report that he is the recent exhibitionist. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaochao and the others were instantly furious, wishing they could beat him again. They knew some of their girlfriends had also been subjected to this pervert-esque harassment. Don't worry, teacher. We will complete the task, Zhu Xiaochao declared confidently. He picked up the wrinkled trench coat that had been discarded nearby, intending to drape it over the man. Wait, Shen Xi called out. Everyone turned to her, even the pervert, momentarily halting his cries, fearing she might change her mind. The man glanced at the group of boys who looked ready to pounce. And so, they dragged him away. He liked to expose himself, so let him do it to his heart's content. Shen Xi shot him a disdainful glance. With that, you dare show yourself? You'd need a magnifying glass to find anything. Though Zhu Xiaochao and his companions harbored intense hatred for the man. Watching Shen Xi lead the girls to thoroughly train him, now demanding he parade around the campus in the nude, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. After all, who told him to be so foolish as to cross paths with Shen Xi, the female calamity? Ignorance had its consequences. The pervert was apprehended, and Director Wang of the security office sighed in relief. If they failed to catch him again, he would have to return to his family's factory as a security guard. The pressure had been immense with constant reprimands from the principal. Thanks to Shen Xi. Therefore, that day, Director Wang brought fruit and personally visited Shen Xi to express his gratitude. As Chen Chuan answered the door, Director Wang's eyes lit up. Oh, this young man is quite handsome. No wonder he has the privilege of being Shen Xi's partner. Under Sun Fangyi's enthusiastic promotion, rumors about Shen Xi's partner had spread wildly at a university, with various embellishments. Yet, no one had ever mentioned that he was so strikingly handsome. Upon seeing his face, Director Wang, as a man, instantly understood Shen Xi. There were lecherous individuals among women too. After all, sometimes girls were even more superficial than boys. Director Wang expressed his profound gratitude to Shen Xi, assuring her as he departed. Rest assured, that man has been handed over to the security office and is already at the police station. We guarantee it won't implicate you. After all, the man had been severely beaten. He had been shouting at the police station about suing Shen Xi for intentional harm. Thank you, Director Wang. Shen Xi was entirely unconcerned. After all, there were no surveillance cameras, so what was there to fear? She had merely acted in self-defense against a malicious individual. Those were just delicate students, powerless children. As Chen Chuan escorted them out, he smiled at Director Wang. If you require any legal consultation services, feel free to reach out to me. He handed over Zhou Yunxiao's business card. Director Wang glanced at it, accepted it, and sincerely expressed his thanks. After sending off their guests, Chen Chuan exchanged a meaningful glance with his wife. Now, tell me about this exhibitionist, this pervert. What was exposed? Shen Xi. I forgot to mention it. That day, when Shen Xi attended the provincial team meeting, she learned that the outcome regarding Li Ping had been decided. Due to the substantial amount involved in the case, he was inevitably sentenced. The members of the provincial team criticized him for getting what he deserved, as everyone had, in one way or another, suffered under Li Meijia's tyranny. If it weren't for him, Li Meijia wouldn't have been so arrogant. Now, her arrogance was completely extinguished. Not only had it vanished, but she had also learned to be humble. Before going to the sewing machine, Li Ping visited him at the detention center. Seeing her once vibrant father, now shaven and clad in prison garb, tears streamed down her face. Dad, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. She never anticipated that the competition, which seemed firmly in her grasp, would slip away. Though she had experienced setbacks before, this time she felt the weight of her father's loss. Chapter 101. Shallow Waters. Li Ping was acutely aware that his downfall stemmed from his daughter. Of course he knew. Yet, as a father, what could he do? His health had deteriorated over the years, leaving him with only one child. Xiaomei, how are you faring now? Dad. Annie comes over every day, causing a ruckus, claiming we've dragged Uncle down, and she has turned the house upside down. I lost my job, and Mom is so upset she has fallen ill. Li Meijia, raised in comfort, had never endured such hardship. Upon seeing her beloved father, she immediately poured out her grievances about recent events. Li Ping narrowed his eyes ominously. Now you say we are a burden? When you begged me to help your family earn money, you had no fears then. If it weren't for his wife's bias towards her family, insisting he bring her brother into the fold, he wouldn't have faced such dire consequences. Du Yang was timid and could hardly handle the pressure. As soon as the authorities arrived, he confessed everything. Let it be, but he further shifted the blame onto Li Ping. Otherwise, after years of diligent work in his position, he wouldn't have fallen so swiftly. Yet, what was done was done. It was too late to lament. The future remained to be seen. Fortunately, due to his good attitude during confession, he would be released in 3 years. Now, he could only bide his time, waiting for his release. For Li Ping, preserving his daughter's well-being was paramount. During his confinement, he meticulously pieced together the events leading to his downfall and began to grasp the underlying motives. Why had someone who had been silent for 5 years suddenly come forward to report him? He refused to believe there was no one pulling the strings behind the scenes. The more he contemplated, the more suspicious it seemed. According to the principle that the one who gains the most is the culprit, everything fell into place. As soon as he faltered, his longtime political adversary, Chen Guangji, swiftly took his place. What was there to misunderstand? He could only blame himself for becoming complacent after achieving power, allowing others to gather incriminating evidence against him. Fine, one must look ahead in life. He whispered to his daughter, when you return home, seek out Uncle Jiang. Dad, li maiza azitata. Will it be of any use? Since her family's troubles began, neighbors and friends had distanced themselves from her. This was the first time she felt the harsh realities of human relationships. Don't worry, he will surely help you. Li Ping smiled grimly. Given his current situation, did Jiang Cheng dare to refuse assistance? He was now the broken vessel, while the outside world remained pristine porcelain. In other words, Li Ping's words now held more weight than when he was in power. After all, anyone entering now would bear the taint of his misfortune. Regardless, he had to wait until he was out. For now, his focus was solely on ensuring the safety of his wife and daughter. Li Meizha, half convinced, returned home. That evening, she followed her father's instructions and sought out Uncle Jiang. Jiang Cheng did not see her, but Aunt Jiang, unlike her usual warm demeanor, inquired directly about her intentions. What intentions could Li Meizha have? She merely sought stable employment. Aunt Jiang, with a stern countenance, acknowledged her request and told her to wait for news, treating her as if she were a plague that could infect them with her presence. Li Meizha returned home, feeling both angry and perplexed. Soon after, she received a job offer from small county school in Huqing, asking her to become a physical education teacher. How absurd! If Shen Xi could teach at a university, why should I settle for a dilapidated school? It's a dead end. She was Li Meizha. Infuriated, she almost tore the offer in half, only to be stopped by her mother. Dear daughter, we can't afford to be too picky right now. Let us take this for now. We'll talk when your father is out. Li Meizha let her hands fall limply. I'll endure this humiliation, but one day, I shall repay them all. Especially Shen Xi. Chapter 102. The silence fee. The autumn in Huqing is notoriously brief, sometimes non-existent, transitioning abruptly from summer to winter, though winter itself is not particularly cold. Recently, the weather had been pleasantly clear, with the temperature dropping to a comfortable 23 degrees. Chen Chuan's friend, fan-like, who loved to post on social media, called him incessantly, eager to plan a camping trip. The camping itself was not the main draw. Rather, it was the chance to counter Chen Chuan's bragging about his family life, which had begun to irk their friends. They wanted to see if his wife was as ordinary as they imagined, allowing them to mock him further. Come if you want. Who are you? Fan-like was taken aback by Chen Chuan's retort. Fortunately, years of enduring Chen Chuan's sharp tongue had strengthened his resilience. What are your conditions? After nearly giving away his dignity, Chen Chuan reluctantly agreed and asked, do you have camping gear? Is the food ready? As Chen Chuan's longtime friend, fan-like understood his nature well. He clarified, don't worry, we'll bring everything. Just show up. Who is showing up? Don't you need to pick us up? Having knelt for so long, he was indifferent to standing up again. Fan-like immediately replied, don't worry, we'll come pick you up on Saturday morning. Thus, on that Saturday, Chen Chuan and his wife arose. When Shen Xi noticed her husband hadn't gone to the kitchen to prepare breakfast, she curiously inquired, aren't we having breakfast? We will. Then why aren't you making it? Didn't we arrange for them to pick us up at 9? Someone's treating us. Why should I cook? Upon hearing there was a benefactor, Shen Xi quickly understood the situation, and the shameless couple spent their time on their phones while waiting for their friends. At 8:50, Chen Chuan's phone rang. and the couple strolled hand in hand out of their complex. Upon reaching the entrance, they spotted a Dominator tiger parked arrogantly by the roadside. Your classmate seems quite wealthy. Shen, she nudged her husband. Indeed, so we needn't worry about expenses. Rest assured, my wife never lags in that regard. As Fan stepped out of the car and saw Shen Xi, his eyes widened, inwardly cursing. Damn, Chen Chuan has struck gold. His wife is stunning. Yet, he couldn't dwell on that thought, utterly captivated by Shen Xi's beauty. Chen Chuan glanced at his phone. There was still plenty of time. Thus, the group boarded the car to have breakfast. Nearby, tea house. Fan looked at the 5-star sign of a certain restaurant and couldn't help but admire Chen Chuan. Is this what you call nearby? Where is the proximity? The Chen couple completely disregarded him and entered the establishment. Shen Xi was overjoyed. She had long heard of this restaurant's fame, known for its dim sum, likened to the Hermes of the dim sum world. Not only were the dishes outrageously priced, but there was also a painful service charge. With an average cost of several hundred per person, Shen Xi had never indulged in such an extravagant breakfast. Today was indeed a treat for her. Upon entering, she was entirely uninterested in the garden-like courtyard scenery. The couple had a clear objective and headed straight for their goal. As the three sat down, Chen Chuan began to order, naturally not missing out on classic dim sum like abalone pastry, char siu buns, shrimp dumplings, and chicken feet. He also made sure to include the must-order expensive dishes such as black truffle steamed siu mai, sunflower pork, and dry-fried beef rice noodles. In short, Chen Chuan placed a lavish order. When the dim sum arrived, Shen Xi looked at the overflowing table and suddenly felt a pang of conscience, whispering to Chen Chuan, "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Chen Chuan softly replied, "It's fine," casting a glance at Fan. "Fading Group? You know it, right?" Shen Xi's eyes widened in surprise. Fading Group? The publicly listed corporation that began with hardware and building materials? Everyone in Huching knew of it, reputed to monopolize a third of the province's building materials market, with its wealth ranking high in Sanjiang province. The one at the helm was his grandfather. Understanding instantly, Shen Xi picked up the menu. "Darling, I think we can order a bit more dim sum." "No problem." Chen Chuan was always accommodating to his wife's requests. Fan interjected, "I'm not deaf." Shen Xi's impression of Fan elevated at that moment, not because she learned of his family background, but because he was a third-generation rich kid who drove such a modest car like a Range Rover. How many second-generation heirs flaunt their wealth with Maseratis? What a fine young man. Most importantly, this lad seemed enthusiastic about interacting with the radio during peak hours, happily snagging a few bucks. It must be said, every person Chen Chuan knew had a quirky side, like that Wan Shan, who was a gaming addict. To get Chen Chuan to play games with him, he was willing to do anything. The three enjoyed a sumptuous meal, and when Shen Xi saw Fan pay the bill amounting to over 2,000, and then glanced at Chen Chuan's calm expression, she immediately felt her own naivety. Look at how thick-skinned Chen Chuan was, no matter how much he charged others. He remained unfazed. There was much for her to learn. Once they emerged to retrieve the car, Fan remarked, "Shi Chun and Lu Jun have urged me multiple times. We need to hurry." The well-fed couple remained silent, one too stuffed to speak, the other following her husband's lead. Fortunately, Fan was accustomed to this and didn't mind at all. As a devoted radio enthusiast, he switched on the radio and, with the sweet voice of the female host, pressed the accelerator and set off. Shen Xi had initially thought their camping meant simply finding a park, pitching a tent, and having some fun. Little did she know, the wealthy truly knew how to enjoy life. Fan drove towards Leviathan Island, ascending the mountain against the river, surrounded by lush greenery. They entered the Leviathan Forest Park, the earliest developed forest park in Huching. However, due to its distance from the city and lack of public transport, it was not particularly convenient to reach. During holidays, self-driving tourists would visit, but ordinarily, it was a less frequented gem with beautiful scenery and few visitors. However, it turned out not to be so obscure after all. Deep within the park lay a hidden paradise resembling a vacation resort. Observing the ancient-style architecture with its graceful lines, gray tiles and white walls, surrounded by bamboo groves and lakes, it was a living classical garden. The camping site was at the highest point of the resort, nestled among hillside villas. Why camp when there were villas? The wealthy sure had a unique way of enjoying themselves. Fan's car drove straight into the villa's garage, and as soon as they got out, a group of 2 men and a woman approached. Upon closer inspection, Shen Xi noted that the man was handsome and the woman beautiful. That woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the celebrity Qiao Yu, often seen on television. She was another goddess, comparable to her classmate Luo Yana, a national beauty. She leaned closer to Chen Chuan and asked, "Is that her?" Chen Chuan glanced and nodded, "Yes." With the television man as confirmation, Shen Xi instantly believed it. Ah, to encounter a celebrity, and alongside Chen Chuan no less. Chen Chuan quietly explained, "The man beside her is Shi Chun, the CEO of Yashi Entertainment. They are an engaged couple." Shen Xi took a deep breath. Having always thought the superstar Xiao Yu was single, only to discover she was already engaged, moreover, to the CEO of her own company? Goodness, this gossip could fetch a handsome price. Shen Xi immediately glanced at Chen Chuan, her sole mate in certain matters, and he understood her intent. The money from Shi Chun was worth more than that from paparazzi. Nodding, Shen Xi then asked him, "Where's the money? Are you still hiding your savings?" "Darling, before I met you, did I not have to live? And now? You didn't give me any." "That's a valid point. Today, I'll help you negotiate a hush fee from that guy." Fan-like exclaimed, "Damn, this couple is something else." However, the feeling of happiness is always stronger when compared to others. Looking at the approaching engaged couple, Fan-like instantly felt that being extorted for breakfast by Chen Chuan that morning was truly trivial. Chen Chuan must really love him to refrain from spending more of his money. It had to be that way. Recently, Chen Chuan's friends seemed to derive their happiness from such inexplicable sources. As the three approached, it was undeniable that all eyes fell on Shen Xi. "Chen Chuan, you sly dog." Shi Chen came over, placing a hand on Chen Chuan's shoulder, then beamed at Shen Xi. "Hello, I'm Shi Chen." His eyes, naturally alluring, sparkled with warmth, making it feel as if he could electrify anyone he gazed at. With the charm of a playful flirt, he was exceedingly handsome. Yet he exuded an air of sophistication. Unexpectedly, Chen Chuan had such classmates. Lu Jun nodded at Shen Xi. "I'm Lu Jun." He had a particularly refined and handsome appearance, wearing frameless glasses that exuded a scholarly vibe. Shen Xi smiled and greeted them. "Hello." Chen Chuan shrugged off Shi Chen's hand and wrapped his arm around his wife's waist, introducing her. "They're my high school classmates." Pointing to Lu Jun, he remarked, "A refined rogue." Then gesturing to Shi Chen, he added, "A dapper scoundrel." Leaning towards his wife, he said, "You don't have to mind them." Shen Xi nodded obediently, appearing as if she were entirely devoted to her husband. Shi Chen and Lu Jun shot him incredulous looks. Chen Chuan then pointed at Xiao Yu and said to Shen Xi, "This one doesn't need an introduction, right?" The stunningly beautiful star, Xiao Yu, extended her hand to Shen Xi. "Hello." "Hello." The two women exchanged a brief handshake, maintaining the decorum of a first meeting. Both were striking beauties, and standing beside the celebrity Xiao Yu, Shen Xi, a mere civilian, surprisingly held her own. Xiao Yu scrutinized her. "Miss Shen, you look somewhat familiar." "Haha, perhaps I have a common face." Xiao Yu chuckled, wisely choosing not to probe further. As the introductions concluded, the group made their way to the villa courtyard. The so-called camping was actually situated at the periphery of the villa area. There, a large natural lake was surrounded by scattered trees and grassland, perfect for setting up camp, fishing, and barbecuing. Charming little villas dotted the forested mountainside, with ample distance between them, ensuring privacy. The resort exudes understated luxury from the moment one enters, creating an ambience that transcends mere wealth. The villa where Shen Xi and Xiao Yu are staying is situated by the lake, prompting the choice of their camping site right beside it. A vast expanse of open grassland, nestled against the mountains and facing the water, serves as the backdrop where several men are busily setting up camp, raising the canopy. Meanwhile, Shen Xi and Xiao Yu sit comfortably in chairs beneath the shade of trees, enjoying the cool breeze wafting from the lake, sipping coffee and indulging in exquisite little cakes, a scene of sheer contentment. I once believed that someone like Chen Chuan would never marry in his lifetime. Xiao Yu delicately scoops strawberries from her mousse cake, savoring each bite with a creamy topping. As a celebrity, her indulgence is quite understandable. Shen Xi glances at Xiao Yu and asks, "What do you think?" Unlike Xiao Yu, who exhibits restraint, she devours the cake with abandon, her eyes half closed in bliss as she relishes the rich, silky texture. This place, built through wealth, elevates even the simplest cake to a level of sophistication. Chen Chuan, known for his sharp tongue and high standards, often dismisses those around him. He seems to take pleasure in making the girls who admire him cry or flee, leading their circle of friends to unanimously regard him as an unyielding glacier. Shen Xi wholeheartedly agrees with the earlier sentiments, but adds, regarding Chen Chuan, that when he becomes flirtatious, it is of little concern to anyone else, except for her, as no one else is privy to his true nature. Shen Xi wisely expresses her admiration for Qiao Yu's insight. You are absolutely right. He is indeed that kind of person. Thus, there exists a profound curiosity among everyone about the woman who can capture Chen Chuan's heart. They have implored him multiple times to introduce them, yet he remains obstinate, only yielding to Chen. Suddenly realizing she has said too much, Qiao Yu smiles softly, lowering her head to indulge in her fruit. Shen Xi raises an eyebrow and chuckles. You needn't shield him. I'm already aware. Qiao Yu glances at her, surprised, you know? Of course, I am well aware that he never acts without a motive. When the money flows, everything becomes negotiable. Qiao Yu covers her mouth with a laugh, her eyes sparkling like stars. I have yet to see anyone gain an advantage from Chen Chuan. Honestly, I wish to witness that too. Upon hearing this, the two girls exchange knowing smiles and continue their light-hearted conversation, discussing typical topics of interest to young women: lipstick, clothing, and the latest dramas. Qiao Yu shares amusing anecdotes about the main character in the drama Shen Xi has been following, and they laugh heartily. Shi Chun nudges Chen Chuan playfully and gestures towards the two girls. It seems Qiao Yu is quite fond of your wife. Of course, one must remember who she is married to. Oh, look at that smug expression of yours, as if it's a common occurrence. Lu Jun and Li Ku, however, do not share such sentiments. Chen Chuan secures the ropes to the ground. Lu Jun works quietly, choosing to ignore their banter, while Fan Li Ku throws down his hammer, exclaiming, Who do you look down upon? Aren't you the certified perennial bachelor by Shi Chen? Chen Chuan pulls out a cigarette, lighting it with a swift motion, inhaling deeply. After a long day of labor, one needs a reward. Shi Chen, Fan Li Ku glares at him. Even if I am a single dog, I am far superior to you, you lecherous wolf. What kind of ridiculous film company are you running? Do you think no one knows your true intentions? Oh, pray tell. What do you think my intentions are? Shi Chen tosses the rope aside, glancing at Qiao Yu before returning his gaze to Fan Li Ku. It is clearly to satisfy your lustful desires. Who doesn't know that you've been a philanderer since childhood? Shi Chen smirks coldly. You wish, but it won't happen. You are unattractive and cunning, afraid that women will be drawn to your wealth. You pretend to be poor, yet you don't realize you lack the face of Chen Chuan. Without money, who will be interested in you? Look, you still haven't dated anyone, have you? A virgin, perhaps? Do you want me to introduce you to some of the actresses in the company? They might take pity on you and buy you a meal. Bah! Fan Li Ku is instantly enraged, charging at Shi Chen like a bear. The two engage in a playful scuffle on the ground. Meanwhile, the other two men who were initially helping to pitch the tent now find themselves watching the spectacle, one of them chewing on a cigarette, seemingly the only one genuinely focused on the task at hand. Lu Jun gradually halts his work and approaches Chen Chuan, standing beside him. Strange. I thought you never indulged in secondhand smoke? Chen Chuan glances at him, slightly distracted. As a doctor, Lu Jun is typically composed, his demeanor unwavering. Indeed, he nods. The sun is too harsh elsewhere. With only a small patch of shade from the sparse trees, the two women occupy one portion, leaving Chen Chuan standing in the other. Compared to enduring the scorching sun, Lu Jun considers the occasional exposure to secondhand smoke a lesser evil. He looks at Chen Chuan. What offense has Shi Chen committed against you? His eyes are untrustworthy. Chen Chuan replies, exhaling a smoke ring. He recalls Shi Chen's flirtations with his wife. Although he understands that Shi Chen's eyes are naturally alluring, resembling those of a lovesick puppy, it is rather amusing to let Fan Li Ku take a swing at him. After all, sitting in an office all day as a domineering CEO can become tiresome. A little physical activity is welcome. And what about Fan Li Ku? What has he done to you? Oh, he hasn't offended me. He has offended Shi Chen. Fan Li Ku's precious younger brother, who is also Qiao Yu's white moonlight, is about to return from studying in France. A fact that Chen Chuan has let slip to Qiao Yu. It is no wonder Shi Chen would harbor ill feelings towards him. Fan Li Ku merely treated Chen Chuan to breakfast, but Shi Chen has provided much more, and will continue to do so, leaving Chen Chuan unfazed. What seems to be a trivial exchange among friends is laden with intricate undertones. Lu Jun has always believed his intellect to be superior to most. Yet he realizes that even his cunning cannot compete with Chen Chuan's. This lesson has been reinforced countless times throughout his academic journey, and today is simply a reiteration. As he reflects on this, the typically stoic Lu Jun forces a smile, however faint. Chen Chuan, if I ever err in any way, do not hesitate to inform me. I am open to change. Chen Chuan smirks. Ah Jun, among our peers, you are my favorite. As the canopy is finally secured, the sun is high in the sky, and these pampered young masters and mistresses hastily retreat into the villa to escape the heat. The butler has already prepared a sumptuous lunch, complete with chilled wines, fruit juices, and an array of desserts. After relishing a hearty breakfast, Shen Xi eagerly indulges in a delightful French lunch. It is no wonder that French cuisine is often regarded as the pinnacle of Western dining. Even Shen Xi, with her Chinese palate, finds herself enchanted by the exquisite flavors. French escargot, pan-seared foie gras, succulent and flavorful, accompanied by black truffle sauce paired with steak, fills the air with a rich aroma. Even the accompanying wines are curated with care, leaving them free from any concerns. The erudite butler has meticulously arranged everything, in essence. Wealth here translates to simply sitting back and enjoying the experience. They might as well have someone delicately dab their mouths with napkins. In truth, had Chen Chuan not insisted on setting up the tent themselves, the staff would have handled every detail with ease, allowing them to leisurely partake in the evening's festivities. Well-fed and refreshed, the group, under Fan Liku's enthusiastic urging, embarks on a traditional pastime, playing mahjong, the quintessential game of Chinese culture. Shen Xi has never played before. To be honest, throughout her life, she has either been studying or training. Although she has traveled abroad numerous times, her experiences in both cuisine and leisure have been strictly regulated, leading her to realize that she is rather sheltered and uninformed. At the very least, she would not engage in card games or mahjong. For men sat around a table, and Xiao Yu, admitting her inferiority, refused to join, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Chen Chuan glanced at his wife and inquired, "Would you like to play?" Shen Xi, eyeing the neatly arranged tiles, surveyed the other three men at the table, each exuding an air of opulence. She leaned closer to Chen Chuan and whispered, "Is there money involved?" Chen Chuan raised an eyebrow. Realizing the implication, Shen Xi quickly shook her head. "I don't know how to play. You start and let me learn." Would she really be reduced to serving snacks while they played? Chen Chuan, perceiving her thoughts, chuckled softly and said, "Then you should sit beside me and observe closely, all right?" His warm breath grazed her sensitive skin, causing goosebumps to ripple across her body. She looked up at him, instantly captivated, as if she were about to drown in a serene lake. In that fleeting moment, her heart seemed to pause for several seconds. "Hey, have you two had enough of your lovey-dovey moments?" The impatient Fan Liku exclaimed, disrupting their silent gaze. Shen Xi snapped back to reality, momentarily flustered, but quickly regained her composure. Chen Chuan cast a playful glance at Fan Liku. "Yes, that's enough. Let us proceed." Lu Jun silently cursed him in his mind. Si Chen scoffed, but then winced from the pain on his face, muttering a curse. "Damn it, that vile Fan Liku is undoubtedly envious of my superior looks." Hence his relentless jabs. Spotting the quietly seated Xiao Yu, an inexplicable frustration welled up within him, yet he found no outlet for his feelings, so he coldly declared, "Come on, we want to leave this table until we've completed 16 rounds." He intended to dominate the table. Chen Chuan nodded. Indeed, a man of ambition. The second candle was lit in his honor. From that point onward, the mahjong table was devoid of familial ties, let alone friendships. All present were elite individuals from various professions, their intellect beyond question. However, when it came to cunning, none could rival Chen Chuan. During his school days, he had never scored less than full marks in mathematics, consistently excelling. While a good grasp of math might not provide a significant edge in mahjong, possessing a mind sharper than a sieve used by an elderly lady certainly would. This was not merely a matter of being greater than 2. One had to exceed 200. Behold, as the game commenced, with those 136 tiles in Chen Chuan's hands, it was akin to child's play. He would assess his own tiles and discern what others played, with his understanding as clear as day. Everyone who had ever played with Chen Chuan felt a burning resentment towards him. He thrived on both undermining others and benefiting himself, waiting for the winning tile to appear in his hand. If it did, well, the wait would be in vain, for he would keep it concealed,